Chapter 1. A world of 3,900 years in the stars, without women. On November 21st, 2073, the apocalypse descended upon the world. The Y virus swept across the globe. Infected individuals exhibited a crimson hue and suffered from persistent high fevers. Yet, after half a day, they would spontaneously recover. Initially, medical experts classified this phenomenon as influenza. On January 1st, 2075, the end of days erupted. After lying dormant for a year, the Y virus mutated. Women who had previously contracted the virus collectively fell into a slumber, and they could never awaken. However, amid this calamity, men remained unscathed. On April 1st, 2075, the leading scientific minds of the M nation designated this virus as Y. On December 19th, 2077, the development of a vaccine failed, and the Y virus engulfed the world. 90% of women were infected by the virus. On October 1st, 2099, at 9:30, due to inadequate protection, the last woman succumbed to the virus, falling into eternal sleep. The following year, chaos erupted across the globe. On July 21st, 2157, with the disappearance of women, humanity could no longer reproduce, and society ceased to advance. In a desperate bid for resources, nations descended into civil war. That same year, the global population plummeted to less than 100 million. On March 18th, 2191, as humanity faced despair, with the population dwindling to under 1 million, a professor from the W nation developed an artificial womb. The world began to turn once more. Yet, due to contamination of the gene pool, even with artificial wombs, women could not be conceived. On May 11th, 2197, women were utterly extinguished. The following year, on April 30th, 2198, as the population gradually recovered, extraterrestrial invaders descended upon Earth. Humanity faced brutal slaughter, suffering immense casualties. Yet, it was precisely because of this that some among the new humans glimpsed the door to the cosmos. Subsequently, this year was referred to as the year of the interstellar era. On September 15th, 2212, after a century of arduous conflict, humanity narrowly triumphed in the struggle against the aliens. However, due to years of warfare, planetary resources were depleted and plains turned to wastelands. The countdown to the world's end commenced. On January 1st, 2214, the last drop of untainted resources was declared exhausted. After celebrating the new year, the human leadership resolved to venture into the cosmos in search of a new home. On December 31st, 2214, the final human departed from their ancestral homeland. That same year, humanity embarked on an irreversible path to becoming the sovereigns of the universe. On May 11th, 3700, humanity stepped into the cosmos, commemorating the third millennium of interstellar dominance. Women became a myth. In the existing records, humanity was depicted as a unisexual species of men. Artificial wombs had become commonplace. The human race no longer needed to reproduce through mating. Yet, due to a deficiency of the X gene, infants born from artificial wombs gradually became aggressive and irritable. They were also exceedingly prone to mental breakdowns. On January 18th, 3750, the genetic disadvantages of a single-gendered humanity began to surface. Experts determined that, if reliance on artificial wombs continued, humanity would face extinction within a millennium. On March 19th, 3799, in a bid to save humanity, the Empire and the Federation temporarily formed a research team, attempting to resurrect women who existed only in legend. On July 11th, 3879, due to ideological discord, the research members of the Empire and Federation fractured. On January 1st, 3900, at 2100 hours, in a dark and damp basement, the last treasure of humanity emerged from a nutrient solution. Unlike men, she possessed porcelain-white skin, raven-black hair, and crimson lips. Her hair cascaded down to her knees, and her limbs were delicate and fragile. With exquisite features and a frail, pure form, she resembled a poppy, exuding an allure that compelled one to sacrifice everything for her. The researchers were overwhelmed with joy, referring to her by the codename Dawn, meaning light of dawn. However, before the researchers could celebrate. At 23 hours 51 minutes and 30 seconds on January 1st, 3900, the Empire's treasure was stolen. Damn it, a bunch of lunatics. In the dead of night, on the road, a girl clad in a white dress was sprinting barefoot in a frantic dash. When she could run no more, Wang Weqingxia leaned against the wall, taking a brief respite. Her heartbeat thundered like a drum. At that moment, Wang Weqingxia was on the brink of collapse. The tale begins an hour prior. In a bid to earn credits, Wang Weqingxia filled out a survey. The survey asked, if you could travel through time, which dynasty would you wish to visit? Most students filled in ancient times, imagining themselves as royal princesses, wealthy daughters, or valiant female generals, using their modern wisdom to stir the tides of history. But Wang Weqingxia held a contrary opinion. In ancient times, there were no mobile phones, no electricity, and no instant noodles. As a devoted homebody, she was incapable of carrying burdens. To go there would spell her doom. Thus, after the survey was distributed, Wang Weqingxia casually filled in a string of numbers. 3,900 years in the stars. Originally, it was merely a form filled out to appease her credit requirements. Upon completion, Wang Weqingxia, carrying the freshly bought soy milk, hummed a tune as she prepared to return to her dormitory to binge-watch her favorite series. But in the next moment, a meteor fell from the sky, striking her on the crown of her head. Her vision darkened, and Wang Weqingxia fainted on the spot. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself confined within a glass chamber, surrounded by blue nutrient liquid. The nutrient liquid was viscous and humid, and Wang Weqingxia could not swim. After struggling helplessly for a moment, Wang Weqingxia clasped her hands together, closing her eyes in serenity, believing she was about to suffocate to death. Just then, the glass chamber was opened from the outside. A man in a jet-black uniform carefully cradled her in his arms. Wang Weqingxia was utterly bewildered. The man holding her had refined features, his eyes strikingly handsome. With broad shoulders and long legs, he stood at a height of 188 centimeters. He was the epitome of a male idol. Most alarmingly, this level of attractiveness was not limited to just one man in the room. Surrounded by handsome men, Wang Weqingshia's heart raced, not out of infatuation, but from fear. Just as Wang Weqingxia thought she had been knocked out and taken to a foreign land about to be sacrificed. Before her, a tall man with exquisite and stunning features knelt gracefully. Beneath his long lashes, his pale gray eyes gazed intently at her. In a stiff tone, he uttered, "Hello." The voice that reached her ears was husky and low, enticingly pleasant. It was utterly beguiling. Out of politeness, Wang Weqingxia cautiously returned the greeting. Yet in the next moment, the man's gaze flickered slightly, his pale white ears tinged with a faint blush. Beneath his long lashes, his pale gray eyes glowed with a sickly fervor. In a serious tone, he inquired, "May I ask, would you be willing to mate with me?" Chapter 2. At last, I have found you. Emerging from her reverie, Wang Weqingxia was already in tears. Half an hour prior, she had endured a tumultuous experience unlike anything she had encountered in her 18 years of life. Upon realizing she was faced with a pervert, she feigned vulnerability, claiming she had physiological needs and needed to visit the restroom. The man nodded, displaying a semblance of concern as he picked up a basin and half-knelt before her, awaiting her to address her bodily needs. Wang Weqingxia thought, is this man truly this deranged? Stricken with despair, she concocted a lie, asserting that she preferred to relieve herself on the ground, as it was more natural. At her words, the man, with his delicate features, tilted his head in confusion, yet still opened the door, kindly allowing her to embrace nature. The moment she stepped outside, Wang Weqingxia kicked the pervert and fled. However, her escape was far from smooth. As a reclusive individual accustomed to darkness, she had spent years indoors, rarely seeing the sun. Anemia and frailty plagued her, rendering her physically weak. Others easily outpaced her, catching up to her swiftly. Just as she was on the verge of capture, she stumbled, scraping her knee. Believing her fate was sealed, she was taken aback when the soldiers pursuing her halted in their tracks, unwilling to advance any further upon noticing her injury. Bewildered, Wang Weqingxia realized that, despite the circumstances, this was fortuitous for her. To preserve her virtue, She staggered to her feet and hastily made her escape. With adrenaline surging, her desire to live eclipsed all else. When she finally paused, she discovered she had run into the desolate wilderness. No one was around, and on the vast plain stood a dilapidated library. It was the dead of night, and the temperature had plummeted. Clad in a white dress, Wang Yue Qingsha rubbed her arms and shivered as she entered the library. The door swung shut behind her. Inside the library, she searched frantically for a public telephone but found none. After scouring the entire establishment, despair began to set in. Just as she was about to give up, her arm brushed against a bookshelf, causing a book to tumble to the floor, sending dust flying. As she coughed and bent down to retrieve it, she brushed off the dust from the cover and read the title. Humanity Across 9,000 Years. The hefty tome, adorned with gilded edges, bore a small note at the bottom, designated textbook by the Empire, essential for preschool children. Wang Yue Qingsha was taken aback. Although she had studied early childhood education in university, she had no recollection of this peculiar book being part of the required materials. Out of curiosity, she lowered her gaze and opened the book. 3 hours later, Wang Yue Qingsha's worldview had been irrevocably shattered. The good news was that she had not been trafficked. The bad news was that she had traversed time to a dystopian world set 3,900 years into the future, a place where women had become extinct. Regaining her composure, Wang Yue Qingsha squatted on the ground, cradling her head in regret. If only she had known that the seemingly innocuous form she filled out would manifest into reality. She would have refrained from extending the date so far into the future. Had she chosen 10 years later, she might have been able to find friends or a place to belong, rather than languishing in a library waiting for death. However, after a brief moment of despair, Wang Yue Qingsha promptly adjusted her mindset and revitalized herself, embarking on a plan for her future. Since she had already crossed over, family may be precious, but friendship is even more valuable. If it comes to survival, she could forsake both to preserve her life. Wang Yue Qingsha resolutely began to strategize how to thrive as the sole cherished female in a world dominated by men. Such a Mary Sue scenario was a fantasy many entertained in their youth. Yet when dreams materialize, the reality becomes daunting. Wang Yue Qingsha pondered that if she were to boldly declare her identity as a woman, two grim fates awaited her. Either being subjected to the whims of a pervert or being treated as a monster destined for dissection in a laboratory. With such dismal options ahead, the antiquated relic that she was, devoid of any means to defend herself, had no choice but to adopt the guise of an ordinary person and navigate this new world. Resolute in her decision, Wang Yue Qingsha picked up a shard of glass and cut off her knee-length hair. After rummaging through the library, she discovered two items in a corner: a tattered uniform left behind by a former library staff member and an antiquated smart brain. This smart brain, named 333, was a miniature intelligent robot ubiquitous in the interstellar era. Due to its inferior performance, it had been discarded but was still operational. Before the library's abandonment, 333's owner had acquired a newer model and locked 333 away in a cabinet. A century later, Wang Yue Qingsha unlocked the cabinet, acquiring a piece of high-tech equipment without effort. Elated, she quickly activated the smart brain and established a connection with it. With everything in place, clad in tattered garments and fueled by determination, Wang Yue Qingsha rose from the ground. Dusting her face with ash, she inquired, "Hey, 333, where is the nearest residential area?" 333 promptly accessed the nearby map and cheerfully replied, "Exit the main door, walk straight for 300 meters. Then turn right for 1,000 meters, and finally left for 2,000 meters. It's not far at all." Wang Yue Qingsha patted 333's head, lavishly praising it. "Impressive. Technology transforms lives, and artificial intelligence is truly remarkable." Embracing 333, she felt for a moment that fortune still favored her. However, upon stepping out of the library, Wang Yue Qingsha soon realized the gravity of her misjudgment. Not only was she mistaken, but her error was monumental. 333 was far from an artificial intelligence. It was, in fact, an artificial fool. Gazing at the 2,000-meter wide chasm before her, Wang Yue Qingsha turned her head, expressionless, and asked, "Is this the path you indicated?" 333 pointed with a hint of indignation. "My calculations were correct. This is the quickest route to the residential area." Wang Yue Qingsha could only look skyward in disbelief. "Damn it. It may be close, but there's no road." Realizing 333 was unreliable, A weary Wang Yue Qingsha prepared to return to the library for an alternative plan. Just as she turned around, a group of beast-eared humanoids surrounded her and began their relentless pursuit. Minutes later, as she leapt and gasped for breath, she shouted, "What are those creatures? Why do they have a human shape, deer tails, bull horns, spider eyes, and horse legs? Are they monsters?" In an attempt to rectify its previous errors, 333 explained, "Host, those beings are inferior, failed evolutionary beastmen." Beastmen? Have humans evolved to such a degree in the future? Wang Yue Qingsha questioned her very existence. That moment, weakened from lack of sustenance after just waking, she staggered a few steps before being tackled to the ground. The inferior beastman opened its gaping maw, attempting to devour her whole. Wang Yue Qingsha could not help but close her eyes, resigning herself to the notion that her journey had ended before it truly began. Suddenly, a sharp bang echoed through the still night air. Someone grasped her hand, shielding her with a protective embrace. The faint scent of cool perfume enveloped her, and her body trembled as she fought to quell her unease. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, and as the smoke dissipated, a strikingly handsome youth leaned down, whispering in her ear, "I have found you." Chapter 3. The noble pureblood young prince. The distance was uncomfortably close. Wang Yue Qingsha took a step back, attempting to distance herself from him. Yet before she could succeed, a heart-wrenching roar erupted. Instinctively, Wang Yue Qingsha turned to face the sound, only to see a multitude of bizarre beast men in a shadowy alley. Their crimson eyes fixated on her with an unsettling excitement. After a brief moment of eye contact, the leading beast man leaped forward, disregarding caution. The stench was overwhelming. Just as Wang Yue Qingsha believed her demise was imminent, a sharp bang resounded once more. Stunned, Wang Yue Qingsha paused. After a moment, she lowered her hands from her ears and turned to the source of the sound. In the moonlight, the strikingly beautiful youth raised his gaze. The cold white fingers encased in black leather gripping a firearm. His expression bore a hint of indifference as he pulled the trigger, sending a silver bullet straight into the beastman's forehead. With a mournful cry, the creature collapsed, clutching its head in agony. Moments later, the lifeless body transformed into a putrid puddle of muck. The scene unfolded so suddenly that Wang Yue Qingsha had no time to react. In the next instant, her nose stung, and her head collided with the firm chest of the youth, who forcefully pulled her into his embrace. His voice was cool and melodious yet distinctly detached. "Don't move. There are more behind." "What do you mean?" Wang Yue Qingsha wore a bewildered expression, instinctively glancing back. Yet, in the next moment, the bright moon vanished, obscured by a shroud of dark clouds. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were not mere clouds, but a throng of beastmen crouched atop the buildings, their gazes fixed upon her with covetous intent. Wang Yue Qingsha immediately surrendered to fear, pivoting away to hide behind an unknown youth in a hushed tone. She inquired, "Why are there so many monsters here?" Chuyi's expression remained unchanged as he coldly replied, "Do not feign ignorance. These are all drawn by you." "Her?" Wang Yue Qingsha pointed at herself, utterly perplexed, before she could voice her doubts. A fierce wind howled past, and countless beastmen leaped from the heights, descending like a swarm of locusts. With an unstoppable momentum, they surged toward them. Wang Yue Qingsha closed her eyes in serene resignation. Just as she clasped her hands in prayer, preparing for a potential rebirth, the aloof youth raised his long lashes slightly and softly announced, "They are coming." "What is coming?" Wang Yue Qingsha opened her eyes, her mind swirling with questions. But soon, her queries found resolution. As soon as the youth's words fell, a deafening roar erupted, boom. With a spectacular explosion, a flurry of bullets cascaded from the night sky like meteors. The sight was dazzling and grand, rendering it impossible to look away. In mere seconds, a multitude of inferior beasts. How irresponsible it is to place a vulnerable underage pureblood at the very juncture of the Empire and the Federation, amidst those of the Federation's character. Do they not fear the risk of being captured for inhumane experiments? With her brows furrowed in concern, Chuyi was almost convinced that the boy had been abandoned due to the negligence of the adoption agency. Just then, the boy, with his head lowered, murmured, "There is no adoption agency. The more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes, as a future illegal resident." Wang Yu Qingxia dared not reveal her true identity. Upon hearing this, Chuyi inquired, No foster parents, no adoption agency. How do you manage to survive out there? Pausing for a moment, she continued, which star system do you belong to? Who is in charge of it? It was utterly disgraceful to squander such a precious underage pureblood. Was the leader of that planet utterly reckless? Wang Yuqingxia stammered, I am not a resident of any star system. I am an orphan. I have no parents, no family. Before encountering you, I survived by scavenging for food in this vicinity. After speaking, Wang Yuqingxia let out a sigh of relief, believing her answer to be impeccable. After all, in any era, there are those who wander. She observed that being so frail and impoverished suited her portrayal as a homeless wanderer perfectly. Yet, as her words hung in the air, silence enveloped the atmosphere, as oppressive as death itself. Wang Yuqingxia lifted her gaze, but before she could comprehend what had transpired, darkness suddenly enveloped her. The cat-eared beast man embraced her tightly, tears streaming down his face as he indignantly exclaimed, How could they make a noble pureblood scavenge for garbage? Those thieves from the Federation deserve nothing but misery. Wang Yuqingxia was utterly bewildered. Just as she was about to be engulfed by tears, she summoned all her strength to push He Cheng away, asking in confusion, What Federation? What pureblood? What on earth are you talking about? Upon hearing her words, He Cheng exchanged glances with the boy behind him. When their mutual gaze broke, they turned back to her, their expressions laden with complexity. Wang Yuqingxia stepped back slightly, vaguely aware that she had misspoken. Pureblood, she mused, having heard those two words more times than she could count that day. But what, precisely, was a pureblood? As she remained perplexed, 333, connected to her mental wavelength, sensed her confusion. IT queried, Host, do you not know what a pureblood is? Wang Yuqingxia shook her head honestly. 333 appeared contemplative. In the next moment, to rectify the oversight, it inundated her with a plethora of information. A dull ache throbbed in her head. Once she processed the information, Wang Yuqingxia lifted her gaze, now dazed, finally grasping why the two looked at her with pity. Because in the interstellar era, pureblood humans were on the brink of extinction, accounting for less than 1 in 10 million. The tale begins with the invention of artificial wombs and humanity's venture into the cosmos. Compared to the bizarre alien species, humans were exceedingly weak. In order to contend with extraterrestrial beings, humanity embarked on a path of self-destruction. They infused copious amounts of animal DNA into artificial wombs during the gestation of newborns. Through the alteration of DNA, humans acquired not only intelligent minds but also robust bodies, triumphing in their struggles against aliens. During that time, the Federation even enacted decrees mandating all newborns to undergo DNA modification, sweeping the globe with a wave of genetic alteration. However, the cost of indiscriminately altering DNA soon followed. On June 23, 233 of the interstellar calendar, the Federation government introduced legislation encouraging residents to utilize alien DNA for genetic modification. On June 23, 333, the centenary of the law's enactment, 99 of newborns and 90 of adults had undergone DNA modification. The very next day, the first inferior beastman emerged. Due to the reckless alteration of DNA, the genetic chains in certain beastmen collapsed, rendering them mindless zombies with a voracious appetite for pureblood humans. That same year, following experiments conducted by research institutions, it was discovered that only pureblood humans possessed the formidable psychic abilities capable of overturning everything, capable of subduing aliens without harm. Upon uncovering these findings, the Empire immediately dispatched troops to protect all pureblood humans. Yet, due to the rampant pursuit by beastmen, when the Human Protection Act was established, not a single pureblood human remained unscathed. Returning to her thoughts, Wang Yuqingxia suddenly comprehended. In other words, in the interstellar era, the existence of pureblood humans was 100 times rarer than that of pandas, indeed, a treasure among treasures. In a wonder, upon the appearance of beastmen, Chu Yi would claim that they were intentionally lured. For in this world, nearly all pureblood humans had been indoctrinated with the belief that they should never venture out alone. Yet she, in her naivety, boldly wandered through the gray area where inferior beastmen frequently roamed. Located at the intersection of the Federation and the Empire, it would be strange if she were not targeted. Embarrassed, Wang Yuqingxia nervously toed the ground. Just as she pressed her lips together, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in, darkness suddenly fell before her once more, and the cat-eared beastman had unknowingly drawn closer. Their eyes met. Wang Yuqingxia, backed against the wall, weakly asked, "Will you become like that too?" If she was not mistaken, He Cheng should also be a beastman whose DNA had been edited. Sensing her unease, the man tilted his head, his blue cat ears swaying, his expression one of confusion. But he quickly composed himself, gently reassuring her, "Do not worry. I am a properly modified beastman." As he spoke, 333 subtly approached, lowering its voice to explain. Host, properly modified beastmen do not degrade. As for inferior beastmen, they are the monstrous results of the Federation's reckless infusion of diverse biological DNA into human bodies. With 333's assurance, Wang Yuqingxia breathed a sigh of relief. Her face filled with apology as she said, "I'm sorry. I was just startled." Upon hearing this, He Cheng chuckled lightly, his captivating, enchanting eyes curving as he gently prompted, "Can you tell me why you are at the border?" While speaking, He Cheng lowered his gaze, his long fingers idly tapping a pin against the table. New to this place, Wang Yuqingxia dared not fabricate in response to the inquiry. She sat upright, candidly laying bare the truth. She herself was unaware of why she had found herself at the border, nor did she even know that it was a border. From the moment her memories returned, she had been locked within a glass chamber filled with blue liquid. As for the common knowledge of this world, due to her memory loss, she was utterly ignorant. The conclusion of their dialogue. He Cheng paused, raising his head to ask, "Have you lost your memory?" Wang Yuqingxia intended to nod but reconsidered, feeling that lying would be inappropriate. Thus, she rephrased her response, stating earnestly, "I have no memories of this world." Upon hearing this, He Cheng appeared contemplative. What Wang Yuqingxia did not realize was that her honesty had inadvertently saved her life. A few minutes later, in the washroom, Wang Yuqingxia was led by the intelligent butler to wash up. Meanwhile, in the reception area, He Cheng toyed with the pin in his hand, his gaze fixated on the green light at the pin's tip, murmuring to himself. The lie detector showed no response. The little one did not lie. He truly has amnesia. With that said, He Cheng lifted his gaze to ask, "What shall we do next?" In the mechanical chair, the cold and aloof youth lowered his gaze, his tone as businesslike as ever. If the results of the lie detector were accurate, then he was likely a victim of abduction by the Federation for inhumane experimentation. Purebloods were exceedingly precious. Each pureblood human was an asset of the Empire. Having concluded his thoughts, Chewie paused, summarizing, "He is still an underage body. We have not tested his psychic abilities. After testing, the Empire will decide his fate." Upon hearing this, He Cheng clicked his tongue, "Your Highness." He Cheng set the pin down, leaning forward with a hint of mischief, secretly asking, "That underage body is so adorable. Don't you have any thoughts?" Chewie frowned, expressionless as he brusquely pushed He Cheng's head away. His tone frigidly indifferent. "Why, chastity will forever belong to my fiancé." As he spoke, Chewie lowered his gaze. Beneath his long lashes, his narrow phoenix eyes appeared cold and distant, beautiful yet devoid of fluctuation. With unwavering seriousness, he stated, "Finding her and protecting her is my inherent mission." Observing this, He Cheng rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, "Old-fashioned." Unable to persuade Chewie, He Cheng returned to his own seat. Resuming his work with the intelligent assistant, amidst his busy schedule, the taciturn youth glanced at him, asking, "Any news?" He Cheng scratched his head, his expression troubled as he shrugged, "Not yet." Reflecting on the unfinished task, He Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. They were on a mission to rescue that underage body because they had unexpectedly discovered a plethora of inferior beastmen during their assignment. Fearing that a pureblood might encounter misfortune while attempting to cross the border, they altered their course and made an impromptu landing. Yet, the true objective of their expedition was to recover a precious artifact lost by the Empire. Codenamed Dawn. Returning to his thoughts, He Cheng turned to the wooden-headed youth across from him, pencil in mouth, and asked, "Aren't you bored being alone?" With his phoenix eyes cast downward, Chewie replied, his tone as flat and unperturbed as ever. "I am searching for her, so I am not bored." Upon witnessing the scene, He Cheng let out a long sigh, feeling that his childhood friend had likely succumbed to brainwashing. With women having been extinct for over 3 millennia, revival was deemed utterly impossible. After the restoration of order, most remaining men chose to form partnerships with artificial intelligence or support one another. After all, every human harbors emotional needs. The only exception was the Imperial Crown Prince. 18 years ago, Project Dawn was initiated in secrecy by the Empire, aiming to resurrect the fabled women. As for Chu Yi, being the crown prince, he had been nurtured as the designated partner for Project Dawn. Ancient texts recorded that women valued the chastity of their partners, aspiring for a lifelong union. Males who had lost their purity would be discarded by women as one would dispose of refuse. As the crown prince and the epitome of purebred humanity, Chu Yi was naturally chosen to be the exclusive partner of the only woman. From birth, he had been entrusted to the research team, dedicating himself to a fiancée he had never even seen. Since gaining consciousness, his childhood friend had rejected all suitors, embodying the essence of chastity. Chapter 6. For the Glory of the Empire. Please submit your tribute after enduring 18 years of a living widowhood. Just a month ago, the research team sent a joyous report announcing the birth of Project Dawn. The dawn of the Empire was imminent. Before He Cheng could even celebrate his friend's newfound freedom, an hour later, the Empire's treasure was stolen. The existence of Dawn was classified. Until her safety was assured, her existence could not be disclosed to the interstellar inhabitants, lest it bring hope followed by greater despair. To avoid amplifying the situation, they could only conduct a covert search to ensure that once they located her, the news could be suppressed immediately. Investigations revealed that the informant was a spy implanted by the Federation within the Empire. He Cheng deduced that the stolen Imperial treasure must be within the Federation. After acquiring a lead, they hastily piloted their spacecraft to an underground laboratory on the Federation's border. After an arduous effort to capture the individual involved, the foolish Federation agents claimed that the Imperial treasure had already made its own escape. Such a clumsy lie could hardly fool even a 3-year-old, let alone He Cheng. He intended to escort the Federation agents back to the Empire for questioning, then continue the search within the Federation. However, as they stepped out of the laboratory, they were suddenly surrounded by inferior beastmen targeting the subadult pureblood. The frail subadult necessitated a change in plans for their safety, compelling them to escort him back to the Empire. Regaining his focus, He Cheng sighed once more. Finally rising, he rubbed his chin and murmured to himself, "Though he is a subadult, he has developed sufficiently. Should we collect the tribute?" Chu Yi offered no response. His gaze lowered, delicately toying with the vial in his hand. The liquid within was a vibrant azure, a nutrient solution that had once nourished Project Dawn. Observing this, He Cheng's lips twitched in exasperation. Glancing skyward he knew without looking that his dear friend was once again preoccupied with thoughts of his unseen fiancée, indifferent to his friend's yearning. He Cheng powered down his smart device and set off to find his charming little subadult. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Wang Yu Qingxia lay serenely with her eyes closed. The allure of this place undoubtedly lay in the robots. At that moment, she reclined in the bathtub, flanked by 3 robots, one scrubbing her, another feeding her, and the last playing television, preventing any feelings of ennui. Having been pampered into a state of dependency, Wang Yu Qingxia relished the experience, internally grateful that she had not been transported to ancient times. Had that been the case, even bathing would have posed a challenge, let alone luxuriating. After a moment of reflection, she opened her mouth and enjoyed a piece of chocolate, chewing while cradling 333 and watching a variety show broadcasted on Interstellar Channel 1. The screen displayed a melodramatic romance between hydrogen and carbon beings, filled with the typical tropes of love pursued and evaded. A true soap opera. As she became engrossed in the show, a knock echoed in her ears. The next moment, a cheerful voice announced, "Noble young prince, I am coming." As the words fell, several doors to the bathroom swung open automatically. Realizing that it was He Cheng, Wang Yu Qingxia, who had been comfortably reclining, bolted upright in shock, clutching her arms tightly to her chest. Initially, she intended to confront He Cheng about his audacious intrusion into her bathing space without notice. Yet, upon reflection, in this interstellar era where humanity consisted solely of males, privacy seemed a trivial concern. With this thought, her anxiety heightened. Just before the last door swung open, she hurriedly donned a shirt that lay nearby. As she finished dressing, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing He Cheng, who entered with a beaming smile and asked, "Noble young prince, have you finished your bath?" Wang Yu Qingxia remained silent, wrapped in the shirt and shrinking into the corner, warily inquiring, "What do you want?" He Cheng approached familiarly, his smile unwavering as he cheerfully replied, "Of course, I have come for business." Shadows loomed over them as Wang Yu Qingxia raised her head, confusion evident in her expression, only to find a cat-eared beast man frowning and asking, "Why are you wearing pants? You are a noble pureblood. This could hinder your physical development." Upon these words, He Cheng, without hesitation, extended his hand toward her lower body and declared, "For the glory of the empire." Purebloods are required to submit their tribute on time. Will you do it yourself, or shall I assist you? In the dead of night aboard the Imperial ship, a resounding thud echoed through the silent room. Chewie immediately sprang to his feet, fearing it was the Federation military attempting to seize the vessel. With furrowed brows, he gripped his silver gun, swiftly loading the chamber with bullets. However, just as he prepared to venture outside to ascertain the cause of the commotion, he felt a sudden weight in his arms. The door burst open, and a drenched youth collided into him. Stunned, Chewie momentarily froze, instinctively concealing the loaded silver gun behind his back, wary of injuring the fragile subadult before him. After a moment, feeling the boy tremble anxiously in his embrace, Chewie lowered his head and gently inquired, "What is the matter?" From Wang Yuqingxia's perspective, the boy's voice was cold and unfeeling. However, if He Cheng were present, he would likely be astounded, for even when conversing with his own father, the imperial scion had never used such a tender tone. Wang Yuqingxia bit her lip, shaking uncontrollably. Facing the aloof boy, she had realized through their previous exchange that Chewie was not easy to deal with. Yet, compared to that pervert, Chewie felt considerably safer. Regaining her composure, Wang Yuqingxia mustered her courage and blurted, "I was just bathing when He Cheng barged in, demanding I remove my pants and submit my tribute." As someone who had never exchanged more than a few words with the opposite sex in her life, she was clueless about the meaning of submitting tribute. She only knew that after speaking, He Cheng had brazenly reached out, attempting to violate her. In her 19 years of existence, Wang Yuqingxia had never encountered such a flagrant pervert. After kicking He Cheng down, she hastily tightened her belt and fled in a panic, only to find herself face to face with Chewie. Feeling as if she had found a lifeline, Wang Yuqingxia frantically recounted her ordeal, tugging at the boy's sleeve, desperate to report the incident. Yet, despite her lengthy explanation, Chewie remained unresponsive. His cold, beautiful phoenix eyes cast downward as he silently regarded her. Wang Yuqingxia began to feel uneasy. Taking a step back as she helplessly asked, "Why aren't you speaking?" Chewie offered no reply, merely lowering his gaze and quietly observing the subadult before him. Though the youth appeared excessively frail, he possessed strikingly beautiful eyes akin to those of a rabbit-like beast man and, perhaps, those of the legendary women. Redirecting his thoughts, Chewie's gaze fell upon the red marks on the boy's wrist. He furrowed his brow slightly and, after a brief pause, approached naturally, softly asking, "Did He Cheng accidentally hurt you?" Before Wang Yuqingxia could respond, the boy's long, pale fingers brushed against her waist. "Then allow me to assist you this time." Chapter 7. The pitiful, exhausted pureblood. As the words fell, Mochizuki Kyoka's expression momentarily froze, caught off guard. Before she could react, the strikingly beautiful boy stepped forward uninvited. Instinctively, Mochizuki Kyoka retreated, her back pressed against the elevator. After stumbling back a few steps, she found herself with no further retreat. A faint, cold fragrance lingered in her nostrils. It was the scent of Chewie. After swallowing hard, she struggled to lift her gaze, only to find the boy not far away, his brow furrowed, his long, pale fingers reaching toward her, seriously pressing against her waist. In a critical moment, Mochizuki Kyoka trembled and grasped that hand. "Don't," she pleaded. Chewie paused for a moment. After a brief silence, he raised his eyes to look across at her, revealing a boy on the verge of tears, one hand clutched around hers, the other tightly gripping the hem of his clothing. "Don't come any closer." Mochizuki Kyoka felt increasingly uneasy, her blood seemingly frozen in her veins. As a resident of the 21st century, she was a simple, introverted individual who had never imagined that one day she would traverse to a post-apocalyptic world and be subjected to unwanted advances. The instinctive discomfort of being violated gnawed at her, just as her mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts, suspecting that Chewie might be in cahoots with He Cheng to inspect her before selling her off. Chewie abruptly withdrew his hand. Facing her, the boy's brows knitted tightly as he asked in a cold, stern tone, "What have the Federation done to you?" Mochizuki Kyoka was left utterly bewildered. Before she could gather her thoughts, The elevator door suddenly opened behind her. She should have fallen flat on her face, but instead, her wrist was grasped and she was yanked back. The tip of her nose collided with a firm chest. Mochizuki Kyoka clutched at the boy's clothing desperately to maintain her balance, her heart racing from the unexpected incident. Still reeling from the earlier shock, she had yet to compose herself when, in the next moment, a limping figure emerged from the elevator. Hicheng leaned against the wall, his knee trembling, his left hand pressed against his lower body. His features were slightly contorted, and he sported dark circles under his eyes. Chuyi's thin lips curled into a slight smile, amused by the sight. Upon noticing this, Hicheng, who had been groaning in pain against the wall, instantly erupted. "You dare to laugh, if it weren't for the Empire." I wouldn't he. Before he could finish his sentence, Hicheng's gaze dropped to the seemingly harmless boy, and he found himself at a loss for words, recalling the painful memory of being struck. He promptly fell silent, subtly shifting to the side, his eyes silently inquiring about what had transpired. Chuyi paid no heed to him. He summoned the AI, prioritizing the boy's return to his room. Once the boy had departed, he returned to his seat, raising his eyes to Hicheng, asking, "What just happened?" His tone remained as impassive as ever, devoid of any fluctuations. Upon hearing this, Hicheng's expression darkened. He began to gesture animatedly, vividly recounting the events that had unfolded in the bathroom. In a bid to uphold the Empire's glory, he had approached the bathroom, inquiring if the young pureblood could provide him with some supplies. Fearing the young pureblood might not understand the methods due to his age, he had even kindly offered his assistance. However, in the next instant, the young pureblood had suddenly lashed out, delivering a punch to his face. He had stumbled back, still bewildered by the turn of events, only to be met with a kick that left him incapacitated. Fortunately, he was an orc. Had he been an ordinary pureblood human, he would have been in the emergency room by now. After using a spray to alleviate the bruises on his face, Hicheng rested his chin on his hand, murmuring quietly to the mirror, "Do I look that terrifying?" Although he could not compare to Chuyi, he had always ranked among the top 5 in terms of looks among orcs. Countless individuals had confessed their feelings to him, yet that young pureblood had audaciously struck him in public. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Just as Hicheng turned to seek someone to confide in, Chuyi spoke up, softly stating, he must have suffered considerable abuse in the Federation. Pausing for a moment, recalling everything he had witnessed earlier, Chuyi's gaze darkened as he continued, "You know, the Federation has always favored using pureblood humans for human experimentation, attempting to cultivate stronger modified beings." At the moment Chuyi's words fell, Hicheng's expression shifted to one of extreme subtlety, tinged with an unmistakable hint of pity. "Are you implying that the young pureblood was drained multiple times for research purposes by those beasts in the Federation, resulting in PTSD?" Thinking of the boy curled up in a corner, small in stature with pale skin, Hicheng felt a surge of anger. How could those beasts in the Federation dare to lay a hand on a young pureblood who appeared to be barely past adolescence? In that moment, Hicheng was consumed with a murderous intent. The memory of his own humiliation still lingered, yet he found himself unable to focus on his own grievances. Guilt overtook him, and he yearned to quickly apologize to the young pureblood and rectify his wrongs. However, just as he was about to step into the elevator, Chuyi raised his hand, halting his advance. "Not yet." Under Hicheng's puzzled gaze, Chuyi explained, "He has just been rescued from the Federation and is still in a state of amnesia, making him prone to stress responses. Since he has just developed a dislike for you, it's better not to approach him." Instantly deflated, Hicheng sighed and returned to his seat, anxiously asking, "Then what should we do next?" Chuyi pondered for a moment before concluding, "The pureblood is an asset to the Empire. Until we return to the capital and find a qualified psychologist, we should refrain from mentioning the Federation and avoid any physical contact with him." Hicheng expressed his regret. The young pureblood was small and delicate. Aside from being a bit violent, he was simply adorable. The sight of him stirred a longing within Hicheng. Unfortunately, the young pureblood was right in front of him. Yet he could see him but not touch him. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't help but sigh in frustration. But compared to his desires, the psychological well-being of the young pureblood was far more important in the Empire, where purebloods were scarce. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Mochizuki Kyoka sneezed as she overheard the discussion behind her. instinctively wrapping herself tighter in her blanket. She felt that perhaps she had caught a cold from running around without drying herself off. Colds require medication, but at this point, Mochizuki Kyoka couldn't afford to think about that anymore. She sniffled, then retreated into a corner, gripping the shoulder of the AI-333, and earnestly asked, "What does paying tribute actually mean?" Chapter 8. Host, have you been castrated? Though Chui had rescued her and was a good person, Mochizuki Kyoka felt she could not speak freely in his presence for fear of revealing her identity. Alone in the vastness of space, her only reliance was on the artificial intelligence 333 she had stumbled upon in the library. After hearing her question, 333 pondered for a moment and kindly sent her a teaching document. A few minutes later, after reading the material, Mochizuki Kyoka covered her face, feeling embarrassed and wishing she could start over in the year 1200 of the interstellar calendar, on December 29th, due to the extreme scarcity of pureblood humans. The Empire made a decision. To protect the honor of the Empire, every pureblood citizen must regularly deliver tribute. And the tribute was fearing the content wouldn't pass scrutiny. Mochizuki Kyoka hesitated to think further. After digesting the shocking information, she collapsed onto her bed, her mind consumed with only 2 words. It's over. She felt utterly doomed. Outwardly, she seemed fine in a world populated solely by males, as long as she cut her hair short. No matter how soft her voice or how petite her stature, no one would perceive her as a male. However, the matter of paying tribute was an impossible task for her. After all, no matter how skilled she was, she couldn't conjure an organ that didn't exist. Recalling someone's brazen attitude of attempting to undress her, Mochizuki Kyoka rolled around clutching her pillow, grappling with a serious question. In the Empire, while purebloods enjoyed the highest honor, they also bore the mission of procreation for humanity. He Ching's request for her tribute was, in fact, quite reasonable. After all, what they contributed was minuscule compared to the privileges enjoyed by purebloods. Yet, as a human, she was unable to provide what was required. Just as Mochizuki Kyoka bit her lip, contemplating how to prevent others from undressing her in the future, there was a knock at the bedroom door. Startled, she instinctively called out, "Come in," however. Immediately after the words escaped her lips, she regretted it. For now, aside from the AI, there were only 3 individuals in the cabin. Herself, He-chung, and Chui. As the bedroom door swung open, just as Mochizuki Kyoka frantically brainstormed how to deal with the mandatory tribute, a cool, melodious voice rang out, devoid of inflection, asking, "Are you all right?" Wang Yue Qingxiao paused for a moment, raising her gaze to look across. To her astonishment, she spotted Chui standing not far away, observing her with a peculiar expression. Had Wang Yue Qingxiao been as well versed as He-chung in the nuances of Chuyi's demeanor, she would have understood that the youth was concerned for her well-being. However, her unfamiliarity with Chui instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Noticing the boy's thin lips pressed tightly together and his face devoid of emotion, Wang Yue Qingxia immediately felt a surge of panic. She feared that Chui had come to settle the score for He-cheng's recent plight. Withdrawing slightly, she stammered, "It wasn't intentional. If you're upset, I can let you." But before she could complete her sentence, the boy unexpectedly spoke, choosing his words sparingly. "Are you all right?" Wang Yue Qingxia was momentarily taken aback. Before she could decipher the meaning behind his words, Chui gently inquired, "The Federation has treated you unfairly, hasn't it?" Before she could respond, he cast her another glance. His gaze lowered as he continued, "This time, it was He-cheng's fault. I apologize. I want to allow you to be put in a difficult position before you take the initiative." After this brief exchange, Chui turned and departed, leaving Wang Yue Qingxia in a daze. Though she remained oblivious to the implications of their interaction, it seemed that Chui and his companions did not intend to continue their coercion regarding the tribute. Wang Yue Qingxia felt profoundly touched. However, she recognized that Chuyi's concession was likely only temporary. According to the data provided by 333, in an empire plagued by dwindling population, few purebloods escaped the fate of tribute. She herself was no exception. Although she could not fathom why she had been transported to the interstellar realm of 3,900 years, after a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Yue Qingxia resolved to return to the 21st century. After all, while the present was comfortable, prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to her true identity being revealed. Once that happened, she would be whisked away to a laboratory as a test subject. The mere thought of such a terrifying scenario sent shivers down her spine. She shook herself and grasped 333 tightly, her eyes ablaze with urgency as she asked, "Little 3, do you know where I can find a time machine?" Wang Yue Qingxia's thoughts were optimistic. This was the future. Humanity had ventured into the cosmos and claimed dominion over it. Surely, they had long since developed time machines. Once she located one, she could promptly return to school and bid farewell to this perilous world. However, her hopes were swiftly dashed when 333 shook its head, stating solemnly, "There are no time machines." Unwilling to concede, she pressed on, "Is there really none on any planet?" Again, 333 shook its head and proceeded to inform her of the situation. On March 13,999 in the interstellar era, an unknown scientist among humanity invented a time machine. Yet, during the trials, the scientist discovered that the machine was unstable and posed a risk of tearing apart the fabric of time. To prevent temporal paradoxes, the scientist sealed all information pertaining to the machine within a chip and permanently ceased research. Following that, to avert the occurrence of such paradoxes, the universe, fearing collapse from time distortions, collectively decided to abandon any further studies of that nature. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue Qingxia sank onto her bed, feeling utterly despondent. With the cessation of time machine research, her only option to return to her original world was to scour the universe for the scientist's research materials and attempt to construct a machine herself. Yet, the vastness of the cosmos made finding a single chip a daunting task. It would not simply sprout legs and come to her. But if she could not return, how would she conceal the fact that she was a woman? Reining in her thoughts, she glanced at her lower body, fatigue and weakness evident in her voice as she asked, "Little 3, do you think I could cut off a piece of flesh to mold into something?" 333 shook its head, stating earnestly, "Self-molding is a racial talent of the mud planet inhabitants. Humans do not possess such abilities." Wang Yue Qingxia was well aware of this. She lowered her head, unbuckling her belt to survey her vacant lower half. For the first time in her life, she wished for a reincarnation, hoping to decisively change her gender during the process and avoid such a predicament. Sighing deeply, she remained oblivious to when 333 had approached. By the time she realized, 333 had already crouched down at her knees. After a moment of silence, 333 looked up, its tone mournful as it asked, "Host, have you been castrated?" Chapter 9. How pitiful to have lost one's reproductive organ. Castrated? Who? Could it be her? Wang Yue Qingxia pointed at herself, dumbfounded as she queried, "Can't you tell my gender? Aren't you supposed to be artificial intelligence?" This seemed more like artificial stupidity. 333 tilted its head in confusion, asking, "Host, are you not male? Humans do not have a second gender." Wang Yue Qingxia face-palmed in exasperation. After a long pause, she took a deep breath, crouching down to whisper, "Little 3, suppose I'm not a man, but rather a woman." 333's circuits overloaded, causing it to short-circuit. Seeing the smoke rising from the malfunctioning intelligence, Wang Yue Qingxia panicked. She scooped up 333, desperately patting it as if trying to revive a character in a drama, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, "Little 3, please don't die." Just before it fell apart, 333 revived, weakly saying, "Host, please stop hitting me." Feeling guilty, Wang Yue Qingxia set down the disassembled 333 and continued to question. "You really don't know what a woman is?" 333 nodded sincerely, explaining, "All knowledge about women is classified as top secret by the Federation and the Empire, including anatomical structure. Even the omniscient intellect is forbidden from retaining such information. Only the imperial family and high-ranking officials of the Federation are permitted to access literature concerning females." Upon hearing this, Wang Yue Qingxia breathed a sigh of relief. How wonderful! Did this mean that as long as she didn't inadvertently encounter the imperial family or high-ranking officials, she could strip bare without anyone discovering her true gender? Before she could revel in her fortune, 333 leaned closer, expressing concern, "Host, have you been mistreated? How pitiful to have lost your reproductive organ. Should we seek medical attention?" Wang Yue Qingxia. With a smile, she pushed away the foolish artificial intelligence, responding coldly, "No need." 333 exclaimed in realization, lamenting, "Host, you truly are resilient. To be so proud. Even after losing your reproductive organ, you refuse to see a doctor. Humanity is truly magnificent." Meanwhile, Wang Yue Qingxia remained oblivious to 333's thoughts. Noticing that 333 was lost in its own world, she felt exhausted. However, despite her frequent jibes at the system being artificial stupidity, there were merits to having 333 around. As an outdated intelligence from a century ago, it was not connected to the Empire's network, meaning she was free from surveillance. Her security level had increased significantly. Gathering her thoughts, fatigue washed over her. After enduring unexpected traversal, perverse harassment, being hunted by beasts, and being coerced into tribute, Wang Yue Qingxia felt utterly drained. After a yawn, she succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, Wang Yue Qingxia lingered in bed, hoping to sleep indefinitely. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing alarm shattered the silence. "Host, it's time to wake up." Wang Yue Qingxia, with her hair in disarray and an expressionless face, rose from her bed. Nearby, 333 was making a ruckus. Upon seeing her awaken, it approached proudly, declaring, "Host, I woke you up. Aren't I impressive?" Wang Yue Qingxia smiled faintly, softly instructing, "Little 3, investigate the nearest garbage recycling station." AS 333 searched for directions. It looked up to inquire, "Host, what do you need that for?" Wang Yue Qingxia replied, "To throw you in the trash for recycling." Of course. 333 paused, then switched modes, wailing dramatically, "Host, you can't treat me this way." Its cries were deafening, leaving Wang Yue Qingxia on the verge of deafness. Just as she struggled to rise and silence 333, the bedroom door creaked open from the outside and a tall, slender youth with a strikingly cool demeanor approached against the light, frowning as he asked, "What is that noise?" Upon seeing Chu Yi, 333 immediately fell silent, retreating to a corner like a frightened chicken. Wang Yue Qingxia found herself momentarily speechless, gazing upward in disbelief. In this age, even an intelligent system was so cowardly? Suddenly, the world around her darkened. As she internally ranted, she looked up to find Chu Yi standing before her, succinctly stating, "The Empire has arrived." As his words echoed, the hatch opened automatically. Wang Yue Qingxia was pulled by the hand, dazedly stepping outside. She initially thought it was a routine landing, but upon stepping out, the scene before her rendered her legs weak with fright. A throng of people gathered outside the cabin, countless beastmen brandishing red signs, encircling the spacecraft. As soon as Wang Yue Qingxia set foot outside, a cacophony of screams engulfed her. A pureblood, a genuine pureblood, and a subadult pureblood. Oh, goddess above! The new pureblood prince, so small and soft, is utterly adorable. Mother, I have seen the pureblood. May I touch the pureblood, please? I shall sever the hand that has touched it and enshrine it as a family heirloom. Gazing at the densely packed orcs across the way, Wang Yue Qingxia nearly succumbed to social anxiety. As an ordinary citizen who had never participated in a grand event, she clutched Shu Yi's sleeve tightly, her face a picture of bewilderment as she asked, "What is happening?" Shu Yi, silent and expressionless, furrowed his brow. Instantly, Wang Yue Qingxia panicked. Just as she thought she had misspoken and was preparing to sneak away, she witnessed Shu Yi turn around, coldly addressing the crowd. "Who leaked the news?" He Qing emerged from some corner, nervously rubbing his nose and confessing, "Well, I accidentally mentioned to my father during a call yesterday that I found a little pureblood at the border, and thus it spread like wildfire. In just one night, the news of the new pureblood human returning has swept across the entire empire. What's more concerning is that in the interstellar age, the ratio of orcs to pureblood humans has reached an astounding 300 million to 1. Rarity begets value. Additionally, the pure DNA within purebloods holds a unique allure for orcs. Therefore, pureblood humans are not only treasures of the empire but also serve as its idols. The orcs' obsession with purebloods has reached a near fanatical level, especially given that the empire's citizens have not seen a new pureblood gene in nearly a century due to the challenges of pureblood reproduction. The arrival of a new pureblood, particularly one that is subadult, has sent the entire empire's orcs into a frenzy. Those with jobs abandon their work, and those who have just been confessed to by their crushes hastily end those relationships. All nighttime spacecraft flights were instantly cleared within seconds. Orcs hurriedly rushed toward the landing site, eager to be the first to encounter the legendary subadult pureblood. Chapter 10. To her astonishment, this absurd world actually harbors a second woman. Meanwhile, Wang Yue Qingxia was lost in thought. After hearing He Qing's words, she came to her senses, pointing at herself and asking, "Is it me that they are looking for?" With such a grand spectacle, she had assumed it was prepared for Shuyi. To her surprise, it was indeed about her. Wang Yue Qingxia touched her face and couldn't help but inquire, "Is there anything special about me?" No matter how she pondered, she believed she was just an ordinary person among the ordinary. In response, Shuyi turned to her, awkwardly attempting to reassure her, "There's no need to feel inferior. This is not the Federation, as a pureblood. Your potential to contribute to the Empire's population is precisely why you deserve this adulation." Shuyi originally intended to comfort the boy, who had endured torment from the Federation. However, as soon as he spoke, the boy wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. Shuyi was at a loss, unsure of what he had done wrong, and lacking the skill to inquire further. He intended to share some uplifting words, but in the next moment, a voice called out, "Your Highness!" A bird-like orc soared into the cabin, grasping the boy's hand with fervent excitement. Exclaiming, "By the ancestors, I have touched the pure blood!" The avian orc bounced with enthusiasm, even producing paper and pen, eagerly asking, "Could you please give me an autograph?" Wang Yue Qingxia was utterly bewildered. She picked up the pen, instinctively preparing to sign. Yet before she could write a single letter, the orcs on the ground were inspired by the avian orc, shouting, "Look at me! Your Highness, look at me! Get lost! I am the second person to touch the prince. Oh, divine being! I also want an autograph." The scene instantly devolved into chaos. Aquatic orcs, climbing orcs, and psychic orcs. All sorts of orcs clamored forward, their gazes fixed on the lookout tower like a horde of zombies. Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen, momentarily feeling as if she were a delectable piece of meat. Before she could process the situation, darkness enveloped her, and a faint, cool fragrance wafted around her. The aloof boy removed his coat and silently wrapped her within it. Furrowing his brow, he commanded, "Come with me." As he finished speaking, Wang Yue Qingxia found herself lifted off the ground. More accurately, she was hoisted up as if she were a sack. The boy placed her upon his shoulder. Leaping nimbly through the air, the wind howled past them, and though her head was covered by the coat, obscuring her vision, it did little to quell the pallor of fear that washed over her. Shuyi jumped down from the lookout tower, a height of nearly 80 floors. A normal human would have been smashed to bits. Just as Wang Yue Qingxia bit her lip, bracing herself for certain death, Shuyi landed safely. Utilizing the blind spots in the orc's vision, he calmly evaded them. Moments later, as Wang Yue Qingxia felt stars dancing before her eyes, nearly fainting, Shuyi finally set her down. The instant her feet touched the ground, her stomach churned violently, and her legs trembled with weakness. Just as she sought a tree to expel her nausea, Shuyi stepped forward, placing his left hand on her right shoulder, his gaze lowered as he softly stated, "Father, the pureblood has been safely brought back." At these words, Wang Yue Qingxia instinctively lifted her head, only to be startled. In the solemn and imposing hall adorned in cool tones stood several handsome men. The one at the forefront, with black hair and black eyes, possessed strikingly handsome and deep features. Exuding a sharp aura, he bore a resemblance to Shuyi, both sharing the icy demeanor of poker-faced expressions. Noticing her gaze, Shuyi's father raised his head, forcing a stiff smile as he greeted, "Hello." Perhaps due to a lack of habit in smiling, the man's grin appeared rigid, mechanical, and eerie. Wang Yue Qingxia shuddered, her heart racing uncontrollably, compounded by the fact that Shuyi had carried her away for quite some time, leaving her dizzy. After a brief moment of locking eyes, Wang Yue Qingxia succumbed to darkness at the sight of the man's smile. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a clean, cold temporary resting room. Groggy, Wang Yue Qingxia sat up and after a while, learned from 333 that she had been asleep for 3 hours. Concerned for her well-being, the people in the room had promptly summoned the best medical robot to conduct a full-body examination after her fainting spell. The results indicated that she was merely suffering from severe anemia, lack of exercise, and a timid disposition which had led to her fainting after the commotion. A short rest would remedy her condition. She never anticipated that she would embarrass herself in such a public setting. Wang Yue Qingxia buried her head under the blanket, wishing she could vanish at that moment of humiliation. Feeling exceptionally downcast, she lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling when she overheard voices. "Father, what do you mean?" Shuyi furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you mean by no longer needing to search for her? The Empire's treasure, his fiancée has been stolen by a thief from the Federation. He had tirelessly sought her, only to return and be told to cease his search. Shuyi found it unacceptable. For the first 19 years of his life, he had strived to become the companion of the girl. His fated fiancée, Yi, the human girl he had never met, had been the very reason for his existence. Yet now, in the wake of her disappearance, the high-ranking officials of the Federation instructed him to stop searching. Shuyi's expression darkened. Fearing further misunderstandings, the head of the research team quickly stepped forward to clarify, "We are not asking you to give up the search." Speaking, the head produced a positioning map. Before she was designated with the codename Dawn's Birth, we had implanted a miniature locator on her. While the miniature locator is quite stable, its drawback is that it can only approximate the host's location a day ago. The locator indicated she was on the Federation S border. But now, it shows she has returned to the Empire. As the words fell, Shuyi immediately snatched the locator, gazing at the blinking red dot. His lips pressed tightly together, the cold white fingers gripping the locator trembled with excitement. Moments later, Shuyi set down the locator, suppressing his emotions as he asked, "Where is she now?" The head of the research team gestured for him to remain calm. "The locator is not precise. We cannot confirm her exact whereabouts. However, Your Highness, we have speculated her appearance post-codename Dawn's Birth through DNA reconstruction. As the only female of the Empire, she possesses long hair that cascades past her knees, a sculpted physique, and the most perfect features in the world. Anyone who encounters her will be utterly captivated." Shuyi lowered his gaze, lost in thought. After a moment, he raised his head, resolutely stating, "For the glory of the Empire, I will give everything. I will find her, protect her, and love her." Meanwhile, in the resting room, Wang Yue Qingxia, eavesdropping, was momentarily stunned. Once she calmed down, she hugged her pillow, excitedly rolling back and forth on the bed several times. "Good news, aside from me, this absurd world actually has a second woman." Chapter 11. Becoming a tool for reproduction. For quite some time, Wang Yue Qingxia gently patted her face, forcing herself to regain composure. Through the recent memories and conversations with those individuals, she had gleaned two crucial clues. Clue 1. There existed another woman in this place besides herself. Clue 2. That individual was Shuyi's fiancée. Upon realizing that there were other same-sex individuals in this world, Wang Yue Qingxia felt an immense sense of relief, akin to that of a near-drowning soul grasping a final piece of floating debris just before succumbing to the depths. Her heart raced. For a fleeting moment, she yearned to rush out and inquire about the whereabouts of that person. However, judging by the dialogues among Shuyi and the others, the existence of Shuyi's fiancé was a closely guarded secret. Fearing the exposure of her eavesdropping, Wang Yue Qingxia restrained her excitement and continued to feign sleep. When the conversation concluded and the door swung open, she raised her head to see Shuyi approaching. Noticing her awakening, Shuyi raised his hand, intending to check her temperature. Yet, before contact was made, Wang Yue Qingxia instinctively shrank back, clutching her blanket. Considering Shuyi had a fiancé, she maintained her distance to avoid any misunderstandings. On the other hand, perceiving the deliberate evasion of the subadult pureblood, Shuyi's movements momentarily faltered, only to be swiftly replaced by understanding. It was his oversight. He had forgotten that the pureblood had just escaped from an environment rife with abuse and was likely unaccustomed to human closeness. With this in mind, Shuyi endeavored to soften his demeanor. His previously harsh tone now tempered. "Have you never eaten enough before?" he inquired. Wang Yue Qingxia was taken aback. Before she could comprehend the meaning behind Shuyi's words, a robot approached and respectfully presented her with a document. The data was complex and overwhelming. As she held the file, her vision blurred, and Shuyi spoke up. "Investigations indicate that your various bodily metrics fall significantly below the average." With that, his gaze fell, revealing the unmasked sympathy lurking within his youthful eyes. Wang Yue Qingxia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She longed to assert that she had not fallen so low as to be unable to afford food, merely surviving on hamburgers, fried chicken, and sugary sodas, which had led to her enduring state of subhealth. For her, this was hardly a concern. After all, she had not reached the age for health consciousness, nor did she require goji berries steeped in a thermos. Yet, she overlooked one crucial point. For those in this world, a precious pureblood must never endure any harm. Observing the boy's lowered head and his silence, Shuyi remained quiet in that tranquil moment, he conjured countless images of unfortunate purebloods enduring abuse within the Federation. However, fearing to touch upon the boy's painful memories, he ultimately refrained from articulating his suspicions. "This is my room card." As Wang Yue Qingxia remained lost in thought, an object suddenly appeared before her. Instinctively, she reached out and discovered it to be a pitch-black card, glimmering with an exquisite sheen. "Tomorrow morning, you will accompany me to the Imperial Military Academy for registration. If you find yourself hungry, feel free to seek me out." Wang Yue Qingxia was not shy about accepting the offer. After all, in unfamiliar territory, having more friends could pave multiple paths. Although Shu Yi was typically aloof, his current demeanor suggested he was not a malicious individual. With this in mind, Wang Yue Qingxia lifted her gaze and, her eyes curving with gratitude, replied, "Thank you. I will take good care of it." In that fleeting moment of their eyes meeting, Shu Yi's expression momentarily froze, and his heart raced inexplicably. The tips of his pale ears flushed a delicate pink. He raised his hand to cover his chest, an expression of bewilderment crossing his features. He could not fathom why his heartbeat quickened. It was simply that in that instant of connection, the boy's eyes seemed to radiate a luminous glow, compelling him to wish to freeze that moment in time. Bringing his thoughts back, Shu Yi turned aside, his lips pressed tightly together. The extinction of females had led humanity to a singular sex, rendering the search for partners futile. In such circumstances, some individuals chose to unite with their own kind. From a scientific perspective, this behavior could be termed mutual dependence among similar beings. Over the past 19 years, He Cheng had urged him countless times to engage in a romantic relationship, whether with a same-sex partner or an intelligent brain. After all, being solitary was hardly a sustainable state. Yet, he had never heeded such advice, for he harbored no interest in either same-sex individuals or intelligent brains. Even the prospect of becoming the sole female companion felt more like an obligation than a genuine desire. However, upon witnessing that subadult pureblood today, his heartbeat became erratic, yet Shu Yi dismissed it as a consequence of prolonged interstellar travel. Returning to the present, Shu Yi cast one last glance at the boy on the bed before retracting his gaze and stating firmly, "You should rest well. I will come to fetch you in the morning." Wang Yue Qingxia nodded obediently. After watching Shu Yi depart and the room falling silent, she lay back down. Holding the report in her hands, she muttered to herself, "What does subadult pureblood even mean? I am clearly an adult." Sensing her confusion, 333 emerged, patiently explaining, "Host, your height data is 169 cm. In the year 3900 of the interstellar era, the average height of humans exceeds 188 centimeters standing before a fully grown pureblood. Wang Yue Qingxia could not even reach their chin. Thus, it was only natural that the robot regarded her as a fragile, yet to mature subadult. Wang Yue Qingxia felt a surge of frustration. Clutching the report, she loathed her height for the first time in her life. Although she was technically an adult, she was unfairly classified as a subadult due to her unfortunate stature. However, upon reflection, being deemed a subadult did have its merits. At least it meant those individuals would not relentlessly demand her to contribute to the grain tax. Wang Yue Qingxia's heart swelled with optimism, and after a brief moment, she successfully comforted herself before drifting off to sleep. The following day, in the early morning, just as they had agreed, Shu Yi appeared bright and early to escort her to the Imperial Military Academy. The academy, located in the heart of the imperial capital, stood as the foremost institution of higher learning. To ensure the quality of its students, the academy accepted only 1,000 students each year. With exceedingly stringent admission criteria, naturally, these standards did not apply to purebloods, as invaluable treasures of the empire. All purebloods could attend the Imperial Military Academy unconditionally. On the way to the academy, Wang Yue Qingxia kept her head down, her heart filled with trepidation. Before setting off, out of curiosity, she had inquired about the requirements for purebloods upon enrollment, only to be informed by 333 that purebloods must uniformly activate their mental powers upon entry, with the level of their powers determining their class placement. Among them, those with high mental powers would be groomed as key assets for the empire, assisting the military in combat. Upon graduation, they would ascend to positions of authority within the empire. As for those with lower mental powers, due to the rarity of purebloods, the empire would still treat them with the utmost respect. However, being unable to engage in battle, such purebloods would ultimately be confined by the empire, serving as breeding tools, tirelessly contributing to the grain tax until their demise. Chapter 12. The strong-willed woman endures contemplating such a grim scenario. Wang Yue Qingxia shuddered involuntarily, wishing desperately to leap out of the window and flee. It was not that she was being overly dramatic. After living for so long, no one understood her better than herself. She had always been rather inept. She spoke only at the age of 3 and walked at 5. While others were already running about, she still required a walker to move around. This had almost led to a misdiagnosis of mental disability by doctors. As she grew older, she continued to struggle, frequently failing exams, and it was only through relentless late-night cramming that she barely managed to secure a place in her desired university. Beyond that, she was utterly devoid of athletic ability, musically inept, and had no talent for art. She possessed no discernible strengths whatsoever. Wang Yue Qingxia harbored serious doubts that when it came time for her assessment, her mental powers would rank among the lowest in the empire's history. Or perhaps she might even have none at all. While on the way to the Imperial Military Academy, her expression was clouded with anxiety. She envisioned herself being forcibly taken to fulfill the grain tax, ultimately exposed and treated as a lab rat for experiments. Throughout the journey, she fervently prayed for time to slow down, just a little bit more. Unfortunately, fate was not on her side. Despite her countless prayers for delays, hoping for car accidents, meteor showers, or school explosions, the spaceship smoothly arrived at the academy. Moments later, the hatch opened, and the cool, handsome boy extended his hand toward her, softly saying, "You can come down now." Wang Yue Qingxia remained motionless. In front of her were the slender, elegant fingers of the boy's hand enthusiast. She should have leapt forward to grasp them immediately. Yet, in that moment, the fear of being dissected overwhelmed all else. Wang Yue Qingxia swallowed hard and stammered, I think I need to use the restroom first." Choosing to flee to the restroom, she sought to buy time or perhaps escape entirely. Shuyi did not ponder much on this, merely reminding her that the new student assessment would commence in half an hour, and she needed to return within that time frame. Wang Yue Qingxia nodded obediently on the surface, but as soon as she turned around, she bolted away, running faster than a rabbit. Observing this, 333 poked its head out and quietly remarked, "Host, this doesn't seem like the way to the restroom." Such trivialities. She undoubtedly knew that this was not the path to the restroom. As she ran, Wang Yue Qingxia couldn't help but mentally scoff. However, with the mental strength test imminent, if she couldn't make her escape before it began, she would inevitably be drained. To preserve her life, Wang Yue Qingxia chose to take a gamble. She instructed 333 to bring up the map. Preparing to leave the capital and seek refuge in a secluded, desolate town, disguising herself as an orc. 333 complied obediently. Although it was unclear why the host wished to flee, it was her request. So 333 provided the fastest escape route. Gazing at the red dot marked on the map, Wang Yue Qingxia fell silent. Minutes later, she finally spoke. "Little 3, are you certain I should crawl out through the hole beside the restroom?" The previous waterway was one thing, but now this restroom route. Wang Yue Qingxia felt skeptical. What kind of navigation system had 333 been equipped with to consistently devise such abstract routes? As she vented her frustrations, 333, with an innocent expression, replied, "But, host, this is the only place that isn't being watched." Wang Yue Qingxia sighed. "Fine, I'll endure." Moments later, near the restroom, the area was deserted. Due to the freshman gathering, both upperclassmen and newcomers congregated in one location. Wang Yue Qingxia stealthily slipped into the public restroom and, following 333's guidance, found the crumbling hole hidden behind the bushes. Taking a deep breath, she held it, preparing to bend down and crawl inside. Just as she was about to succeed, the restroom door, which should have been unoccupied, was suddenly pushed open with a click. Wang Yue Qingxia felt a jolt of fear. To avoid being discovered while attempting to escape, she hid in a stall. Her heartbeat quickened. Wang Yue Qingxia clasped her hands together, praying that the person outside would leave soon, but she waited and waited, almost growing mushrooms from the length of her weight, yet the person outside showed no signs of departing. Just as she was about to lose her mind, a fragrant aroma wafted through the gap beneath the door. Wang Yue Qingxia paused. After a moment, she crouched down, instinctively peering through the crack. To her astonishment, she saw the silhouette of someone with long hair. Long hair? Wang Yue Qingxia sprang to her feet, piling various items from the stall beneath her to elevate her position. Meanwhile, 333 tilted its head in confusion, asking, "Aren't we escaping?" Wang Yue Qingxia, while rearranging the items, replied dismissively, "We'll run later." Before leaving this cursed place and evading a dissection-like fate, she needed to clarify one matter. After stacking the items to a satisfactory height, Wang Yue Qingxia wiped her sweat away. Then, she stepped onto the makeshift platform. With the elevation provided by the props, her gaze easily surpassed the stall's partition. In that instant, as her eyes fell, Wang Yue Qingxia froze. Her heartbeat racing. Before the mirror stood a stunning beauty with crimson waist-length hair, captivating eyes, and an enchanting visage. Tall and graceful, her lips appeared as if stained with coral, with the corners of her eyes adorned by a gleaming beauty mark. A breathtakingly exquisite face, far surpassing any supermodel or star Wang Yue Qingxia had seen on posters. Stepping down from her makeshift platform, Wang Yue Qingxia clutched her chest, her heart pounding like a drum. She had found it. The second woman in this world, aside from herself. Overwhelmed with joy, she composed herself and promptly pushed the door open, eager to greet her newfound companion. However, upon exiting, the beautiful figure had already vanished. Panic surged through Wang Yue Qingxia. She hurriedly flung open the main door, scanning the surroundings only to see the silhouette disappearing at the end of a narrow alley. Determined to establish a connection, she quickened her pace, trailing behind the long-haired beauty. Yet, the beauty, tall and graceful, took strides that covered double her own petite steps. Wang Yue Qingxia exerted all her strength, using every ounce of energy to close the gap to within 3 steps just as the beauty entered the hall. "Wait for me." In her eagerness to connect, Wang Yue Qingxia reached out. Yet, as she shouted, she suddenly realized that the atmosphere felt somewhat off. The hall was teeming with people. The long-haired beauty she had just seen placed her hand on a crystal ball. In the next moment, the crystal ball erupted with blinding light. The beauty let out a cold huff, gracefully withdrawing her hand and disappearing into the crowd. While Wang Yue Qingxia stood dazed, a voice from a nearby platform called to her. It was Xu Yi, who frowned and asked, "Why are you so late?" Before Wang Yue Qingxia could respond, the cool and handsome youth produced the crystal ball, succinctly stating, "Well, it's good that you arrived late. You are the next one to undergo the mental strength assessment." Chapter 13. The extinct females for thousands of years. These words. Wang Yue Qingxia's body stiffened, and despair flooded her gaze. She racked her brain to evade the mental strength test. Yet through a series of unfortunate events, she had unwittingly placed herself at the scene. Wang Yue Qingxia, in a daze, refocused her thoughts. Adhering to the principle of not coming for naught, she surveyed her surroundings. Ultimately, she spotted the long-haired beauty behind a bird-like orc. Their eyes met, and Wang Yue Qingxia's eyes lit up. She intended to approach, but before she could take a step, her body suddenly felt weightless. 2 canine orcs flanked her. Gently urging, "Little princess, there are still 13 newcomers behind. Time waits for no one." In a state of confusion, Wang Yue Qingxia was forcefully escorted to the testing platform. Below, the orcs murmured, their tones rife with excitement. "Is that the pureblood princess recently reclaimed by the Empire? She appears to still be in her juvenile form. How adorable! I wonder whose mental strength is higher, this little princess or her rival." "I stand with the rival. I stand with the little princess. Cuteness is paramount." Amid the cacophony of voices, Wang Yue Qingxia caught 2 significant words. Rival? What was that, and did it concern her? As she pondered in bewilderment. The cool and melodious voice of the youth echoed in her ears. "It's time for the assessment." Xu Yi began, patiently explaining, "Place your hand here. The tester will evaluate your level." As he spoke, Xu Yi stepped forward, intending to personally guide her through the process. However, just as he reached out, he seemed startled, swiftly gripping the tester with a sudden intensity. Feeling the chill of the device in her palm, Wang Yue Qingxia closed her eyes. Exhaling in relief, if her memory served her right, Xu Yi's fiancée Yi, the beauty she had just encountered, was still among the crowd below. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings upon recognition, Wang Yue Qingxia intentionally distanced herself from Xu Yi. Unbeknownst to her, sensing her withdrawal, the cool and handsome youth's brows furrowed. Though his expression remained impassive, a flicker of disappointment flashed in his beautiful phoenix eyes. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Aware that the newly found pureblood princess of the Empire was about to undergo the assessment, the orcs below held their breath, not daring to exhale. They fervently prayed that the new pureblood princess would be a prodigy gifted with extraordinary talent, capable of leading the empire to glory. However, as 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3, the tester appeared lifeless, motionless. Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen in place, wishing she could vanish into thin air. The worst possible scenario was unfolding before her eyes. She seemingly possessed no mental strength. In the glaring eyes of the crowd, Wang Yue Qingxia quietly withdrew her hand, preparing to concede her place to the next tester. Yet, just as her fingertips departed from the tester, it suddenly flickered to life. Under the gaze of all, the tester began to emit light. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The colors of the tester shifted in an orderly fashion. In response, Wang Yue Qingxia was utterly bewildered. She had no idea what was occurring. But she could feel that with the changing hues of the tester, the gazes of the orcs upon her grew increasingly fervent, as someone who struggled with social anxiety and preferred the comfort of home. Wang Yue Qingxia had never experienced such a barrage of attention. Her heartbeat quickened. Just as the tester's light reached the violet stage, unable to ascend further, Wang Yue Qingxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just when she thought the ordeal had concluded and prepared to leave, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The tester paused momentarily at violet before suddenly going haywire. The colors representing levels on the screen became a chaotic blend, transforming into a riot of colors. After a brief silence, the tester on the platform, along with the one below, erupted simultaneously. Boom! The deafening sound of a violent explosion reverberated through the air. Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen in place. Momentarily unable to react, shards of glass seemed poised to pierce her eyes. A wave of anxiety washed over her mind a blank slate. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated agony and gruesome disfigurement failed to materialize. Wang Yue Qingxia attempted to raise her gaze, but the instant she opened her eyes, a warmth brushed against her profile. A crimson mark snaked its way across her skin. As she blinked, she realized that the world before her had dimmed. A young man stood protectively in front of her, shielding her from the flying shards of glass with his body. However, the price of his valor was the cut that marred his otherwise serene and beautiful face. The blood glaringly vivid against his pale skin. Wang Yue Qingxia, feeling helpless, reached out as if to wipe the blood away, but the image of the long-haired beauty, who was presumably the fiancée of the man named Chu Yi, flashed in her mind. She abruptly withdrew her hand, unease creeping into her voice as she asked, "Are you all right?" Her words hung in the air, met with a prolonged silence. When she lifted her gaze, she found that, at that very moment, the young man was also looking down at her, his long, thick eyelashes casting shadows on his cheeks. The originally aloof and distant expression in his eyes was transformed into a breathtaking allure by the contrast of the blood. As Wang Yue Qingxia stood there in a daze, the young man, with his long, pale fingers, grasped her wrist and lowered his voice to inquire, "Do you dislike me?" The question, disjointed and abrupt, left her bewildered. Before she could respond, a frantic shout erupted. "Your Highness!" Two beastmen rushed forward, anxiously encircling Chu Yi as they checked his injuries, bombarding him with questions. "Are you all right? Are you seriously hurt?" Before Wang Yue Qingxia could answer, she was forcefully pushed aside by the two beastmen. In the midst of the chaos, Chu Yi raised his gaze to meet the young man's eyes, hesitating to speak but ultimately refraining from probing further. Instead, he calmed the two beastmen while glancing back, asking, "Teacher, what just happened?" Meanwhile, the instructor overseeing the assessment appeared equally bewildered. As an imperial apparatus, every testing device was a meticulously crafted masterpiece. Yet, before the eyes of all present, every device had erupted in a collective explosion. Once he comprehended the situation, the instructor stepped forward with a solemn expression, declaring, "I will ascertain the cause before the day concludes." With that, he turned his attention to the young man who had caused the uproar. In that instant, even the seasoned instructor felt a momentary lapse in focus. The newly arrived young prince of the empire was strikingly beautiful, a sentiment he had often heard from colleagues, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Due to his subadult form, the young man appeared diminutive in comparison to the towering beastmen. Though he did not seem particularly remarkable, he possessed an inexplicable allure that drew attention effortlessly, as the instructor found himself captivated. Wang Yue Qingxia, who had been lost in thought, looked up at him with a mixture of anxiety and uncertainty, asking, "Is my mental power level very low?" Chapter 14. Fair one, your chest is quite flat. Not only was the young man's appearance unique, but his voice also differed from that of other purebloods, soft and gentle, reminiscent of a small creature. The instructor felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and touch him. After a long pause, he managed to compose himself, clearing his throat to state, "The testing device is damaged. We are currently unable to accurately determine your level." Upon hearing this, Wang Yue Qingxia's expression fell. Just as she feared her talent was abysmal, and that she might soon be dragged off to become a breeding machine. The instructor continued, however, before the device malfunctioned, the final color displayed was purple. At this point, his voice trembled with excitement. Purple level. SSS rank. Apart from the prince and the young master of the rival family, the empire has not seen such a talent in nearly a millennium. Upon hearing the instructor's astonishment, Wang Yue Qingxia pointed at herself in confusion, exclaiming, "A talent? Me?" The instructor nodded emphatically, his gaze regarding her as if she were a fragile golden egg, precious yet easily shattered. Wang Yue Qingxia felt a shiver run down her spine under his intense scrutiny. Tentatively, she inquired, "What does SSS rank mean?" The instructor, ever earnest, replied, "In the empire, mental power is divided into 5 ranks: A, B, C, D, and E. Among these, A is the strongest, while E is the weakest. However, these 5 ranks apply only to beastmen. Above beastmen, the most common purebloods have a mental power level of S. The ranks of S, SS, and SSS are designated for purebloods. However, SSS ranks are exceedingly rare. Since the founding of the empire, the number of purebloods exceeding SSS can be counted on one hand. Wang Yue Qingxia pondered this information, unable to suppress her skepticism. Surely the testing device must be faulty. SSS rank? Me. She would rather believe she possessed no mental power at all than accept the notion of being a rare genius. The instructor quietly reassured her, generally speaking, testing devices do not malfunction. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yue Qingxia had no desire to listen. Even if the device were defective, with an SSS rank, she would not be dragged off to become a breeding tool. Ensuring her own safety, she stood on her tiptoes, scanning the crowd for the young woman. Fortune smiled upon her. Just as she was about to succumb to despair, she finally spotted the long-haired beauty in a corner. The woman, with flowing crimson hair cascading past her knees and a statuesque figure, possessed striking features. However, upon sensing Wang Yue Qingxia's gaze, the beauty furrowed her brow in displeasure and turned away coldly. Seeing this, Wang Yue Qingxia felt a surge of urgency. Fearing she might miss her chance again, she called out, "I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Before sprinting after her, the beauty, tall and graceful, moved with an effortless elegance, and Wang Yue Qingxia dashed forward. Finally, she caught sight of the long-haired beauty at the entrance of a grand door. As the beauty stepped inside, Wang Yue Qingxia inhaled deeply and exerted all her strength to catch up, only to be halted by a guard stationed at the entrance. The gatekeeper, a rabbit beast man, regarded her with red eyes for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. "Your Highness, are you here to bathe?" "Bathe?" Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen, pointing at the opposite side in bewilderment. "What is this place for?" The guard, perplexed by her question, replied earnestly, "This is a bathing area." At this revelation, Wang Yue Qingxia felt utterly flabbergasted. A bathing area? How could Chu Yi's fiancé possibly come to such a place? Fearing further complications, she hastily persuaded the guard and, stealing her resolve, pushed open the door to the bathing area. The moment the door swung open, Wang Yue Qingxia froze, her mind racing as she was confronted with an array of tantalizing sights that sent her thoughts spiraling. Inside the changing room, numerous beastmen wrapped in towels lounged casually, engaged in animated conversations. The scene before her was filled with chiseled abs, long legs, and an abundance of well-endowed physiques. Heat rose to her cheeks as she lowered her gaze, attempting to slip in discreetly to locate someone. Alas, her unique pure-blood appearance rendered her incapable of blending in unnoticed. Barely taking a few steps, a beastman spotted her and shouted with excitement, "Look, it's the new pure-blood princess." As soon as the words left his mouth, the bustling bathing area fell silent. Wang Yue Qingxia halted in her tracks, her neck stiffening as she slowly lifted her head, only to find countless glowing beastly eyes fixated on her. Pure blood. She is really a pure blood. By the gods! I must capture this moment. Sign my paper, please. Before she knew it, a beast man surged forward, clutching paper and pen with fervor. Following his lead, others began to swarm her, each demanding autographs and photographs. Wang Yue Qingxia felt as if she were standing on the precipice of danger. Just as the frenzied beastmen prepared to seize her, she silently gathered her strength and, like a startled rabbit, bolted away. Your Highness, don't hide. What ensued was a lengthy chase, and after half an hour of relentless pursuit, Wang Yue Qingxia, leveraging her smaller stature, squeezed into the narrow gap of a wardrobe. Only when the sounds of footsteps faded did she allow herself to relax. Trembling as she emerged from her hiding place, the image of the long-haired beauty lingered in her mind. Though she had intended to rest for a while, Wang Yue Qingxia sprang to her feet. The beastmen were wildly enthusiastic. What if that individual was caught? Would she be devoured whole? The matronly instinct surged within her. Exhausted, Wang Yue Qingxia forced herself to rise, embarking on a quest to find someone. Yet, her search was in vain. After a considerable time, she could not locate the familiar figure she sought. Convinced that the individual had departed, a sense of desolation enveloped her as she prepared to return empty-handed. At that moment, an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, causing her to pause. Turning on her heels, she dashed toward the source of the alluring scent. Minutes later, within the exclusive VIP room designated for purebloods, Wang Yue Qingxia approached stealthily and, amidst the misty atmosphere, beheld a familiar silhouette. The beauty stood beneath the shower, her skin a lustrous alabaster, her features exquisitely captivating. Overwhelmed by emotion upon encountering a kindred spirit, Wang Yue Qingxia rushed forward, exclaiming, "Sister, I have finally found you." As one of the only two women in this unforgiving world, she believed she and the stunning beauty could bond over their shared plight. However, just as she was about to close the distance, the beauty turned, her elongated eyes narrowing as she regarded Wang Yue Qingxia with an expression of incredulity. After a brief moment, she spoke, her lips parting to reveal a voice that was unexpectedly deep and magnetic. "What are you doing here? Wait, are you a man?" In her excitement, Wang Yue Qingxia attempted to halt her momentum, but it was too late. The floor was too slick, and she slipped, crashing into the beauty and sending them both tumbling into the pool. As the water obscured her vision, the instinctive flailing of the non-swimmer led her to grasp something soft yet firm. In that disorienting moment, a low, restrained voice reached her ears. "Newcomer, do you wish to die?" Chapter 15. The noble and frigid beauty. The sensation beneath her fingertips was slightly springy, and Wang Yue Qingxia, still bewildered from her fall, had not yet processed her surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling glare descended upon her from above. Stiffening, she slowly raised her head to meet the beauty's frosty countenance, devoid of any emotion. "Newcomer, how much longer do you intend to touch me?" With those words, Wang Yue Qingxia snapped back to reality, her eyes darting down to the location of her hand. Silence enveloped them, a deathly hush. Upon realizing her unintentional transgression, she swiftly withdrew her hand, scrambling to her feet in a frantic attempt to escape. Unfortunately, the steps were treacherously slick, and as she stood, her foot slipped once more, sending her crashing back down. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Qiushi furrowed his brow, an ominous cloud shadowing his features. He had intended to distance himself from the frail, juvenile form before him, but the next moment, the young figure stumbled and fell heavily onto him. With a splash, Qiushi found himself submerged again, the water cascading around him. The beauty's striking features were now tinged with a misty allure, rendering him even more enchanting. Wang Yue Qingxia lay on the bank, momentarily transfixed by the scene before her, forgetting her need to flee. When she finally regained her senses, the world around her dimmed. Swallowing hard, she lifted her gaze, only to find the radiant youth staring down at her, teeth clenched as he spoke deliberately. "Are you seeking death?" At that moment, Wang Yue Qingxia realized something was amiss. Tremors coursed through her body as she turned to flee. But before she could make much progress, she found herself yanked back by her collar, suspended in midair. After a brief struggle, she ceased her attempts, rotating to meet the beauty's menacing gaze. Instantly, her resolve crumbled. Fidgeting, she offered meekly, "If I say it was unintentional, would you believe me?" The beauty paused, caught off guard by her words. Moments later, the dark clouds of displeasure dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. Believe you? Why wouldn't I? Wang Yue Qingxia was taken aback by the unexpected kindness from someone who appeared so regal and aloof. Before she could express her gratitude, the beauty's voice turned icy. However, it would be best if you waited until after your demise to explain. With that, a tightening grip encircled her neck, and her breath began to falter. As consciousness threatened to slip away, she gasped, I never intended to harm you. Qiushi scoffed, his eyes narrowing. Then why have you been following me? Don't think I'm unaware. You have been tailing me since the beginning, he continued, his brow furrowing. I know that the purebloods of the Empire enjoy their same-sex escapades, but we, the Qiu family, are different. Before you act recklessly, let me handle you first. The young man's smile was nonchalant, as if taking a life were as trivial as squashing an ant. The air grew thin, and Wang Yue Qingxia's mind began to swirl in confusion, struggling to comprehend his words. Yet, through snippets of conversation, she perceived that the beauty had mistaken her for a deranged stalker infatuated with the same sex. Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this? She lamented internally as the alabaster fingers around her neck tightened further. She implored, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely mistook you for a woman in this interstellar era where women were nearly extinct. She was an anomaly, navigating the company of men while constantly fearing exposure. Having finally encountered a fellow kindred spirit, her excitement had led to this unfortunate misunderstanding. Much to her dismay, the alluring figure before her turned out to be a cross-dresser, complete with male attributes, misinterpreting her as a perverse stalker and preparing for her execution. Tears welled in her eyes as she braced for a second chance at life, even formulating her final words. Suddenly, the pressure around her throat eased, and oxygen rushed back into her lungs. Wang Yue Qingxia collapsed to the ground, dazed yet relieved to be alive. She clutched her chest and gasped for air. She was momentarily blinded by a shadow. The striking young man crouched down beside her, resting his chin on his hand. Do you think I resemble a woman? His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. At his inquiry, she instinctively nodded, only to realize the potential offense of her response. In her understanding, no self-respecting man would appreciate being called effeminate. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. Just as she prepared to clarify her statement and seek his forgiveness, her cheeks were pinched. Startled, she looked up to see the young man grinning, his eyes sparkling as he remarked, Not bad, you have good taste. The anticipated wrath did not materialize, leaving Wang Yue Qingxia utterly bewildered. As she pondered whether the beauty was speaking in jest, a cool, melodious voice echoed through the room. Qiushi, what are you doing? Wang Yue Qingxia turned to see Chui entering, and before Qiushi could respond, Chui swiftly positioned himself protectively behind her. Qiushi, I understand you can be impulsive, he said, but this is a newly retrieved pureblood from the Empire, weakened and still juvenile. You should not harm her. Upon hearing this, Qiushi rose, his demeanor nonchalant. Why the rush? It's that little one who is infatuated with me, following me here of her own accord. I did not force her to seek me out. As he spoke, Qiushi turned, his gaze landing on the timid Wang Yue Qingxia, who was too stunned to respond. The lingering fear of near suffocation still haunted her as she looked up to see the beautiful youth. Initially captivated by his striking features, she now felt as though she had encountered a siren, a figure seemingly enchanting yet harboring treachery, capable of devouring one's very essence when least expected. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the young man, Wang Yue Qingxia swallowed hard, stammering, What he said is not entirely incorrect. Chapter 16. The aging, unappealing old man perhaps sensing her compliance, the flamboyant youth beamed, a twinkle in his eye. Just as he prepared to depart, he raised a hand, pinching her cheek lightly. Though you may be a bit plain, your words are sweet. I like that. Before Wang Yue Qingxia could fully grasp his words, Chui swiftly drew his weapon, his pale fingers poised on the trigger as he frowned. Do not act recklessly. Qiushi wore an enigmatic smile, one that was neither a smile nor a frown. Rather than retreating, he leisurely turned his gaze to the side, where a diminutive, near-adult pureblood was silently observing him from behind the imperial prince. The creature's porcelain-white skin glistened, its chestnut hair delicately veiled its eyes, and its almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a crystalline clarity. Such a promising specimen should have joined their ranks, yet it had been reclaimed by the Empire. A fleeting glimmer of regret flashed in its eyes. Recollecting his thoughts, Chiu Shi regarded the youth across from him, whose brows were knitted in icy composure. With a teasing tone, he inquired, "Why are you so protective? Could it be that little one is your sweetheart?" As his words hung in the air, Chu Yi, furrowing his brow, interjected, "Chiu Shi, refrain from such baseless talk. Spreading rumors recklessly, even as a member of the Chiu family, will not spare you from repercussions." Chu Yi's tone was stern. However, Chiu Shi appeared unperturbed by the threat, dismissively responding, very well, if you say so." Upon finishing his words, he turned to leave. Yet, just as he reached the door's threshold, he glanced back, a playful smile gracing his lips as he addressed the little pureblood. "Next time you see me, do not follow me stealthily." This, Chu Yi's expression remained impassive as he pulled the trigger. The bullet soared forth. Wang Yuqing Xia, gripped by trepidation, braced herself for a scene of carnage. However, accompanied by a sharp buzzing sound, the bullet was intercepted by a transparent barrier, held delicately between jade-white fingers. Chiu Shi's lips curled upwards as he effortlessly crushed the bullet before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Wang Yuqing Xia stood in stunned silence, her mind racing. Tio crush a bullet with bare hands. At that moment, she realized that though they appeared human, she and the inhabitants of this world were undoubtedly not of the same kind. Retracting her gaze, she shuddered as a chill coursed through her wrist. When she looked up, she found the cool, striking youth holding her hand, softly asking, "Are you all right?" Wang Yuqing Xia nodded, explaining, "He did not do anything. He just mistook me for a pervert and nearly choked me to death." She touched the marks on her neck, her heart racing with lingering fear. While she claimed nothing had happened to assuage Chu Yi's worries, the truth was that in those moments of being gripped by the throat, she genuinely believed she might meet her end. After a prolonged silence, she steadied her heartbeat and cautiously asked, "Who is that person?" Chu Yi withdrew his gaze, his tone reverting to its usual indifference as he frowned while applying medicine to her injury. "His name is Chiu Shi, the eldest son of the Chiu family." The ointment glided against her neck, and the strong scent of mint invigorated her senses. After a moment, she raised her head, confusion evident in her eyes. "Isn't he from the Empire?" Just earlier, Chiu Shi had spoken of the Empire with disdain during his confrontation with Chu Yi. This left Wang Yuqing Xia perplexed. According to the information from 333, during the 900 years of interstellar history, human factions had divided into two camps, the Empire and the Federation. Due to certain circumstances, these two remained adversaries. If he was not from the Empire, could it be that Chiu Shi belonged to the Federation? But that didn't seem plausible. How could the Empire allow Federation members to enter its territory? As she pondered, noticing her confusion, Chu Yi paused, offering clarification. "Chiu Shi is from the Divine Maiden Clan. As for the Divine Maiden Clan, they are part of the Empire yet do not submit to it." This explanation was too vague, leaving Wang Yuqing Xia still puzzled. Fortunately, she had 333. After inputting the term Divine Maiden Clan into the search engine, 333 provided a precise definition. Due to the long-extinct female population, by the time humanity ventured into the cosmos, the existence of women had become legend. Such legends birthed beliefs, and thus the Divine Maiden Clan emerged. They revered and pledged loyalty to women, firmly believing that women had not truly perished. To this end, within an empire that mandated purebloods to timely contribute to reproduction, only members of the Divine Maiden Clan could unconditionally refuse this decree before the age of 25. According to the clan's rules, every member of the Divine Maiden Clan is destined to be a companion to the Divine Maiden, and as such, they must maintain absolute fidelity. Contemplating this, Wang Yuqing Xia questioned after a moment, "Why is it set at 25? Is there a specific regulation regarding this?" 333 replied candidly, "There are no strict regulations. It's merely that 25 is considered too old. Members of the Divine Maiden Clan believe that aging men are unworthy of the noble Divine Maidens. Thus, once they surpass 25, they too will be relegated to the Empire as breeding tools." Hearing this, Wang Yuqing Xia's lips twitched, finding the plight of the Divine Maiden Clan somewhat tragic, recalling the exquisite beauty of the youth, whose features resembled that of an ethereal maiden, along with his waist-length hair. She couldn't help but inquire, is Chiu Shi's attire a reflection of his Divine Maiden Clan heritage? Unexpectedly, Chu Yi shook his head and elaborated. Following the annual new student induction ceremony, the school hosts a Divine Maiden Festival. During this festival, The most talented students of the year are selected to portray the divine maidens, the mythical women who have long been extinct. According to school regulations, every student has an opportunity to take on this role, but in reality, due to the extraordinary combat prowess of Divine Maiden clan members, nearly every student granted this chance is from the clan. In this year's new intake, Qiushi is the only member of the Divine Maiden clan. Wang Yuqingxia listened, her expression dazed, and she could not help but ask, do they not feel ashamed? It is acceptable for women to don men's clothing, being the weaker party, but for men to wear women's clothing, most would consider it a humiliation. Her words, Qiushi cast a glance at her. An expression of inscrutability crossing his face. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he patiently explained, for the new students, this is seen as an honor. Wang Yuqingxia seemed to grasp part of the meaning but remained uncertain. Finally, as Qiushi prepared to leave with her, she hesitated, anxiously asking, why did Qiushi claim I was your sweetheart? As she spoke, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through her, almost leading her to suspect her identity had been revealed. However, as her words lingered in the air, the youth halted in his tracks, his distant gaze resting on her beneath long lashes, as if struck by a thought. Qiushi's movement stilled, his pale ears tinged with a faint blush. He hastily averted his gaze, asserting, do not misunderstand. I have no such intentions. Chapter 17, Elemental Stone, Activate. Wang Yuqingxia felt utterly bewildered. No such intentions. What did that even mean? Before her curiosity could lead her to press further, Qiushi preemptively redirected the conversation, stating, it's about time. With that, he extended his hand, saying, I may need to trouble you to come with me. As she stepped forward, she inquired, is there something you need my assistance with? Failing to grasp his hand, Qiushi's outstretched arm faltered momentarily before he silently withdrew it. His long lashes fell, and he pressed his lips together, remaining silent. When he raised his gaze again, he had reverted to his usual detached demeanor. Matter-of-factly stating, the detector malfunctioned, and your true level could not be assessed. To ensure accuracy, the teachers have brought the elemental stone to retest you. As he spoke, 333 appeared promptly. Elemental stone, the primordial stone. Before the advent of detectors, the elemental stone was the sole tool for assessment. A drop of blood placed on it would yield results in under 3 seconds. However, due to its singularity and immense value, it has been secured in the Empire's treasury, and its removal requires permission. Only due to today's detector failures has the elemental stone been temporarily employed. Wang Yuqingxia swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she asked, 333, is the elemental stone's result accurate? 333 nodded, responding earnestly, 100% accurate. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuqingxia felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly fainting. The recent detector explosion had led to her erroneous classification as Super SSS grade. Though it was not explicitly stated, she sensed that the teachers at the Empire Military Academy held high expectations for her. In such a scenario, if the elemental stone were to reveal her as inferior, she would undoubtedly be conscripted as a breeding machine. The more she thought about it, the more frantic she became. Wang Yuqingxia halted, gently coughing into her hand as she feigned weakness. I am feeling a bit unwell. Could we possibly postpone the assessment until tomorrow? In response, the youth paused, his eyes fixated on her, concern etched across his features. Seeing this, Wang Yuqingxia felt a sigh of relief. Just as she believed she had successfully evaded disaster, a chill swept through her fingertips. Qiushi cast his gaze downward, pressing a metallic disc against her fingertip. With a soft ping, the testing result was revealed. Gazing at the large letters spelling healthy on the translucent screen, Wang Yuqingxia felt her toes curl in embarrassment, akin to being caught in a lie. Fortunately, Qiushi appeared oblivious to her deception. Noticing her pale complexion, the cool, striking youth grasped her hand, his tone laced with concern. Have you been frightened by Qiushi? Wang Yuqingxia, bewildered, lifted her head. Before she could respond, the boy with thin lips pressed tightly together and furrowed brows remarked, even if he is an enemy, his audacity is excessive. Purebloods are a rarity in the Empire. I shall inform the teacher and ensure that Qiushi receives the lesson he deserves. Upon recalling that she had been eavesdropping, Wang Yuqingxia averted her gaze, wishing to convey that it need not be such a hassle. Yet, before she could utter a word, she found herself firmly grasped by the hand and led away in a daze. A few minutes later, within the testing room, Wang Yue Qingsha sat on a wooden chair, facing what appeared to be an ordinary elemental stone. The teacher, seated opposite her, sighed in contemplation. I had thought that this year, the enemies might produce a super SSS level talent, a blessing from the goddess. Little did I expect that the newly arrived young prince of the empire would also be of super SSS level. The goddess above, the revival of the empire is within reach. Observing the teacher's agitation, despite her own unease, Wang Yue Qingsha felt compelled to explain. Teacher, is it possible that the detector malfunctioned? She attempted to temper the teacher's expectations of her. Yet, the teacher remained optimistic. It matters not. Even if the pureblood level is low, it cannot fall below est. Moreover, even if the detector is inaccurate, we still possess the elemental stone, do we not? As he spoke, the teacher gestured towards the seemingly unremarkable stone on the table and smiled. Young prince, may I trouble you for your hand? Wang Yue Qingsha froze in place, too dazed to move, her mind a blank canvas. The teacher's gentle voice sounded like a devil's whisper in her ears, each word warning her of the tragic fate that could befall her as a breeding tool. Recollecting her thoughts, she gazed at the teacher's outstretched hand. Instinctively wishing to evade it, as the teacher reached left, she dodged right. When he reached right, she moved left. After several rounds, the teacher, panting and weary, raised a trembling hand to adjust his glasses. Just as Wang Yue Qingsha sighed in relief. Believing she had narrowly escaped a calamity, the world before her suddenly darkened. A pair of slender, pale fingers obscured her vision as the boy leaned down and softly asked, "Are you afraid of the dark?" Before Wang Yue Qingsha could respond, the boy, Shu Yi, interjected in a soft tone, "Do not fear. I am here to assist you." As he spoke, Wang Yue Qingsha acutely sensed her hand being held. The warmth of the hand gripping hers felt unusually cool. As breath enveloped her fingertips, a warm, moist sensation enveloped them, and a tongue flicked at her fingertips. Before she could process it, a sudden sharp pain shot through her fingertip. Wang Yue Qingsha opened her eyes to see a droplet of crimson blood suspended at the tip of her finger. The boy, expressionless, pressed her hand against the elemental stone, his fingertip making contact with its surface. In the next moment, the seemingly mundane stone erupted into a dazzling light. The room blazed as brightly as day, and the teacher, squinting against the brilliance, exclaimed in excitement, "Such brilliance! Not even when His Majesty was tested years ago did we witness such light." Before he could finish, a thunderous crash resonated, and within the radiant glow, the treasured elemental stone of the empire shattered into countless fragments, leaving no remnant behind. As the light faded, the room fell into a profound silence. Wang Yue Qingsha lowered her head, gazing at the pulverized stone. Recalling the significance of the elemental stone as explained by the third-class knowledge, panic surged within her. She crouched down, helplessly gathering the shards while weakly murmuring, "I didn't mean to." As she held up a handful of sand-like pieces from the stone, she cautiously asked, "Is this reparable?" No one answered. In the profound stillness, the teacher stared at the shattered stone, dumbfounded, until his glasses slipped from his grasp. Only then did he collapse to the floor, cradling the fragments in despair. Murmuring, "The elemental stone is shattered?" As he spoke, unwilling to accept reality, the teacher stood up, muttering, "I must be dreaming. I am certainly dreaming. Oh, not stop me. I shall go downstairs to clear my mind." He neither took the elevator nor the stairs. Chapter 18. I am your guardian. As the teacher placed one foot on the windowsill, preparing to leap, Wang Yue Qingsha, who had not even managed to restart her own journey, hurriedly intervened. "Teacher, please remain calm." With immense effort, she wrapped her arms around the teacher's waist from behind, reassuring him, "What if it can be pieced back together? We must at least try, mustn't we?" Before the teacher could respond, Shu Yi, who had remained silent, spoke first. "It is impossible to reassemble it. The power of the elemental stone lies in the energy source at its center. Now that it has exploded, the energy is dissipated. Even if we were to miraculously piece it back together, it would merely be an ordinary stone." The teacher's despair deepened, as he leaned halfway out the window, perilously close to falling. Wang Yue Qingsha could no longer hold back. She turned to Shu Yi, who appeared unfazed, and whispered, "Could you please assist? Respect for teachers and the importance of education. Do you not understand?" Amidst the teacher's lamentations, Shu Yi calmly stated, "Do not worry, teacher. I will inform my father of the situation." Upon hearing this, the teacher rejuvenated instantly. Without waiting for Wang Yue Qingsha to intervene, he stepped away from the window, cautiously saying, "Young prince, you must explain the truth to His Majesty." As he spoke, the teacher rubbed his hands together, nearly moved to tears. Heaven knows how anxious he had been just moments ago. Just a moment of inattention, and the elemental stone had inexplicably exploded into pieces. Recalling the price of the elemental stone, the teacher felt darkness engulf him, urgently beseeching Shu Yi to speak favorably on his behalf. In the heavy silence, Wang Yue Qingsha cautiously poked her head out, bewilderedly asking, "Teacher, why do you refer to Shu Yi's father as His Majesty?" Taken aback by her question, the teacher was at a loss. Before he could reply, 333 chimed in, cheerfully explaining, "The imperial family of the empire bears the surname Shu." With that, 333 displayed a news article, stating, "Shu Yi is the crown prince of the empire, the future emperor." Upon hearing this, Wang Yue Qingsha felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Gazing at the coolly beautiful boy across from her, she swallowed hard, her mind racing with 333's earlier words about how, in the future, women's information would be classified, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, members of the imperial family and select privileged classes would have the right to access such information. As this realization dawned on her, Wang Yue Qingsha trembled, her legs shaking. Initially, she had thought that as long as she avoided the royal family, her identity would remain concealed. Yet, after a long and winding journey, she had encountered one of the empire's most esteemed royal families from the very beginning. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, her heart racing. Just as she wished she could escape to another planet to avoid the embarrassment, Shu Yi turned to her, seemingly deep in thought, and asked, "Haven't the Federation provided you with a cognitive device?" Wang Yue Qingsha nodded instinctively, then clutched 333 tightly, forcing a smile as she said, "But it's fine. I have a third-class knowledge device now." As her words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room. Wang Yue Qingsha raised her gaze, only to find the teacher regarding her with an overwhelming sense of sympathy. "Young prince," the teacher wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and said with tenderness, "The latest cognitive devices are far superior." Upon hearing this, Wang Yue Qingsha immediately shook her head. "No, I prefer this one. It doesn't cost anything." Unbeknownst to her, in the empire, every pureblood received a substantial allowance from the state. With such funding, most purebloods spent money like water, not blinking an eye, treating wealth as mere refuse. The teacher, accustomed to the capricious nature of purebloods, was taken aback by this down-to-earth character, who cherished the old cognitive device like a treasure. A surge of paternal affection washed over him. He removed his glasses and wiped away a tear from his eye. Sighing, "Damn the Federation, even a splendid pureblood young prince like you is subjected to such treatment." As he concluded, the teacher extended his hand, warmly inviting, "If you have nowhere else to go, you may come to my home. I shall take care of you." According to Article 1369 of the Empire's laws, purebloods without guardians could choose an imperial citizen as their guardian. The teacher, a gentle seahorse beast man, inherently fond of nurturing, looked at the delicate and beautiful young boy before him, nearly overwhelmed by paternal affection. However, just as the teacher attempted to entice him with the offer of a new cognitive device, the world before him suddenly darkened. The teacher looked up to see the cool-eyed boy standing before him, his voice calm and collected. "There is no need for concern. I am his guardian." This declaration, both the teacher and Wang Yue Qingsha were left in a state of shock. She clutched 333, peering out, perplexed. "You are my guardian? How was I not aware of this?" Shu Yi slightly turned to the side, his gaze lingering on the delicate, porcelain-skinned, exquisitely beautiful boy for a few moments before he averted his eyes. Stating flatly, according to imperial law, the guardianship of a wandering pureblood belongs to the first citizen who encounters him. Wang Yue Qingsha suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. She pulled out a small notebook and silently jotted down this newfound piece of knowledge, utterly oblivious to the teacher across from her who seemed hesitant to speak. For within the imperial statutes, there existed no provision granting guardianship to the first citizen who encountered a pureblood. The teacher had intended to offer a reminder, but before he could utter a word, the boy's distant, indifferent gaze fell, prompting the teacher to immediately fall silent, perplexed by his own thoughts. Wasn't it said that the imperial crown prince was emotionally detached and never formed deep connections with others? Why did he not share that sentiment? A few minutes later, in the corridor, the second test had failed. The Precious had been shattered during the ongoing assessment. Wang Yue Qingxia felt a pang of guilt. Her head lowered, scarcely daring to breathe. After a considerable pause, she mustered her courage and, trembling, inquired, "Do I need to compensate for the—" After all, it had been damaged after her use. Recalling the staggering valuation mentioned by 333, her vision darkened. That long string of zeros meant that even if she were sold, she could not afford it. Wang Yue Qingxia felt on the verge of a breakdown. Fortunately, Chui was a magnanimous individual. No compensation was required. The coolly handsome boy, with his eyes cast downward, offered a somewhat stiff reassurance. The damage incurred during testing was considered a normal wear and tear. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue Qingxia released a breath of relief. Though it was only a partial reprieve, in the next moment, Chui halted before a door. The boy's brows were furrowed, and he removed the sleek black gloves that enveloped his slender fingers. This simple motion was imbued with an aura of restrained allure that made one yearn to touch. As Wang Yue Qingxia stood there, entranced by the scene, Chui set his gloves aside and explained. The was accidentally shattered, causing the detectors to explode collectively. If you wish to assess your level further, you may have to accompany me here for a personal evaluation of the fundamental values. Evaluation? Wang Yue Qingxia looked bewildered, not comprehending what Chui meant by evaluation. But upon lifting her gaze, she caught sight of an array of bizarre and varied torture instruments in the room across from them, causing her to halt in her tracks and flee. Chapter 19. Self-Strategy Progress 100. In the bid to preserve her life, Wang Yue Qingxia ran with all her might. Yet, she had scarcely gotten far when, in the blink of an eye, the coolly handsome boy reached out and effortlessly pulled her back. Beneath his long eyelashes, his phoenix-like eyes held a look of confusion. "Where do you think you're going?" Wang Yue Qingxia, forcing herself to be brave, replied, "I urgently need to go. I fear I cannot test right now." Chui lowered his gaze, appearing disappointed. "Is that so?" Upon seeing that Chui believed her excuse, she let out a sigh of relief. However, her relief was short-lived as Chui continued. "The detectors have been destroyed, yet there are still many students who have not been assessed. Only one basic testing room remains. If you do not use it now, you will have to resort to the advanced testing room later." Basic? Advanced? What is the difference between the two? Wang Yue Qingxia's expression was one of confusion. Soon after, under Chuyi's guidance, she beheld another room. Unlike the basic testing room adorned with candles, whips, and chains, the advanced testing room was akin to a hellish nightmare. Gazing at the wall lined with instruments of torture and cleavers, Wang Yue Qingxia's legs trembled, and she stammered, "Does your school use such things to test students?" With his long eyelashes lowered, Chui pursed his lips, pondering for a moment before responding, "What's wrong with those things?" "The teacher said they are relics from ancient times." Wang Yue Qingxia, regaining her composure, she resolutely lifted her head, her gaze darting anxiously between the basic and advanced testing rooms. Ultimately, with tears in her eyes, she chose the basic one. The testing room, a substitute when the detector was damaged, relied heavily on human effort. Inside the room, Wang Yue Qingxia trembled uncontrollably. Before she could grasp the rules, in the next instant, the coolly handsome boy raised his hand and fired a bullet. The silver bullet whistled through the air like a fierce wind. Wang Yue Qingxia's pupils constricted, and in that split second, she instinctively curled up, shielding her head. The bullet grazed her cheek, embedding itself 3 inches deep into the wall behind her. Surviving the ordeal, Wang Yue Qingxia shakily stood up, her heart racing as she stammered, "Why did you shoot me?" How proud she was, yet she felt so fragile. Chui squeezed the trigger again, explaining earnestly, "I am assessing your various ability metrics." He fired another bullet before Wang Yue Qingxia could react, forcing her to bend backward just in time to evade disaster. Gazing at the hole in the wall, she felt her legs tremble and her vision blurred. Before she could even express gratitude for escaping death, 3 more bullets were shot out. Jumping, doing push-ups, and performing acrobatics, Wang Yue Qingxia contorted her body in a desperate attempt to dodge the bullets. Exhaustion clouded her mind more than her body. Just as she lay down on the spot, unable to bear the as the words fell, a protracted silence ensued, leaving one to ponder how much time had elapsed. In the stillness of the room, the sudden sound of footsteps pierced the quiet. Wang Yue Qingxia raised her gaze, still in a daze. only to find her vision dimming that a youth with cold, exquisite features approached her uninvited, expressionless, and lifted his hand toward her. Unable to resist, she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for an overwhelming force of mental energy to crush her to the ground. Instead, she felt a slight pressure atop her head as the boy held her gently, his long, pale fingers tousling her hair with a clumsy semblance of comfort. "You've worked hard," he remarked. Chapter 20. Have I been given a favor? His cold, white fingertips brushed against the soft, chestnut hair of the boy before him, and Zhu Yi's emotions became a tangled web. The youth standing in front of him was undeniably powerful. This was evident from the blinding radiance emitted by the elemental stone during the recent assessment, an intensity he had never witnessed before. Even the light released by the Ultras SS level while utilizing an elemental stone paled in comparison to that of this boy. Yet, such a formidable individual refrained from employing even the most basic mental energy during their evaluation. Fearing for Zhu Yi's well-being, he gazed into the boy's clear, innocent apricot eyes. Zhu Yi paused. It was then that he recalled the rumors he had heard within the Federation. Following the failed hybridization of beastmen, the Federation's research team, unwilling to abandon human experimentation, began abducting purebloods in a bid to develop a new breed of humanity. Although he had never encountered a new human modified by the Federation, the whispers suggested that every pureblood falling into their clutches would endure a fate worse than death. Zhu Yi mused, how could the boy, who had surely suffered unspeakable atrocities at the hands of the Federation, retain such a pure and benevolent heart, incapable of inflicting harm upon others? This might explain why the boy had been abandoned at the border during their first encounter. With a soft sigh, Zhu Yi withdrew his hand and awkwardly offered reassurance. Rest assured, I will not compel you to use your mental energy. However, I will accurately report your true abilities in the form submitted to our instructor, such as Ultra SS level. Meanwhile, Wang Yueqingsha was utterly bewildered. The unavoidable mental energy assessment had led her to believe she would be ruthlessly subdued by Zhu Yi, left to scurry away in despair. Instead, he had said nothing and merely ruffled her hair before letting her go. She questioned her very existence, her expression one of disbelief. Am I being given a favor? Zhu Yi, sharing her sentiment, nodded sympathetically. Having connections is indeed advantageous. Wang Yueqingsha forced a smile, feeling anything but fortunate. Gazing at the form where her mental energy was marked Ultra SS level, her vision darkened momentarily. Regaining her composure, she rushed forward, standing in front of Zhu Yi, stammering, "There's no need for Ultra S level. E level is sufficient." The Ultra S level obtained through favoritism made her feel guilty to the core. After all, in reality, she was merely a pureblood with no mental energy to speak of, a fifth-rate combatant. As the saying goes, one can keep a secret for a time, but not forever. Zhu Yi had undoubtedly altered her mental energy level to Ultra SS, yet if the day came when she truly needed to harness it, wouldn't this counterfeit be exposed in a most humiliating manner? The mere thought filled Wang Yueqingsha with dread, her toes curling in embarrassment. Yet, despite her efforts to clarify, Zhu Yi remained resolute, casting her a resigned glance. "I know you are modest," he said, his voice cool and matter-of-fact. "However, a pureblood's mental energy cannot dip below its level. If I were to report E-level, others would believe I am lying." Zhu Yi's expression was one of exasperation. Finally, noticing the unease of the boy before him, the seemingly indifferent and cold-blooded imperial prince softened his tone, speaking as though to soothe a child. "Do not fear. You have already left the Federation. I am your guardian, as long as I am alive. I will ensure you are never harmed again." In response to the heartfelt confession from the cool, beautiful youth, had this been in the past, Wang Yueqingsha would have felt her heart racing with flutters. Yet, at this moment, all she could think of was the overwhelming sense of impending doom. Zhu Yi was swift. In the blink of an eye, the form recording her level had already been uploaded to the intellect brain and synchronized with the school's official website. Upon discovering her level, the entire school erupted in chaos. What? There are 2 Ultra SS level purebloods this year? Indeed, aside from the rivaling faction, the newly arrived pureblood princess was also Ultra S level. Oh dear, goddess above, not only is the princess adorable, but her strength is also astonishing. I wish to marry her. But with 2 Ultra S levels, who would be chosen to play the goddess in the upcoming Divine Maiden Festival? As this question hung in the air, The forum fell into silence. After all, it was common knowledge that the previous Divine Maiden festivals had always been monopolized by the rivaling faction. Now, a lost pureblood had emerged, competing fiercely with the rival faction's young master. Given the arrogance of the rival faction, this year's Divine Maiden Festival was destined to ignite a tempest of bloodshed. Elsewhere, in the dormitory, Wang Yueqingsha lay sprawled on her bed, her gaze lifelessly fixed on the ceiling. Fate had played a cruel joke. An individual from the 21st century with not a shred of mental energy had been mistakenly labeled an ultra-level genius. After a sigh, she lay on the bed, staring longingly at 333, asking, "Little 3, will I face dire consequences once this comes to light?" 333 kindly reassured her. According to imperial law, there are no regulations for executing purebloods. Wang Yueqingsha exhaled in relief. However, before she could fully relax, 333 brightly added, "At most, you will be ridiculed as a talentless fraud by the citizens of the empire, then criticized by the masses, becoming a pariah. Ultimately, due to your numerous wrongdoings, you may be exploited as a breeding tool until you are utterly drained of your last value." Wang Yueqingsha, "Thank you, but that hardly alleviates my worries." Recollecting her thoughts, Wang Yueqingsha sighed again, feeling akin to a paper tiger. Once her deception was unveiled, her true nature would be exposed, and she would be hunted down by all. The more she contemplated, the more despair she felt. Just as she was preparing to flee before her true identity was revealed, a sudden, melodious chime echoed through the silent room. Wang Yueqingsha jolted upright. Anxiously, she inquired, "Little 3, who is at the door?" Her mind raced with possibilities. Fearing that the higher-ups of the empire had discovered her level and were coming to settle the score. However, 333's words provided some comfort. "Host, are you not aware? The Imperial Military Academy is a highly coveted institution. Even purebloods cannot reside in single accommodations. It's not entirely impossible to have a single room, but to ensure the living quality of purebloods, each pureblood attending the Imperial Military Academy is assigned a villa. However, the number of houses is limited. With your addition as a rogue element, you must share a room with another pureblood. In other words, as long as she remained in the academy, she would have to coexist with a stranger of the male persuasion." The more she pondered, the more anxious she grew. Yet upon further reflection, humanity in the year 3900 of the interstellar era had no idea what a woman's body resembled, as long as she maintained a safe social distance. Even with a roommate, it was unlikely they would discover her gender. With that thought, Wang Yueqingsha felt a sense of relief. Just as she stood up to approach the door, preparing to open it, the door was suddenly thrust open with a violent force, as though someone had used mental energy to break the lock. Before Wang Yueqingsha could react, the next moment, a strikingly beautiful face filled her vision. The youth's long, porcelain-white fingers pressed against her neck as he spoke in a deliberate, melodic tone. "Little shrimp, I've searched high and low for you." Chapter 21. The most loyal believer of the goddess in the dead of night. The voice that fell upon her ears was hauntingly enchanting. Wang Yueqingsha raised her gaze, meeting the captivating, flamboyant eyes of Qiu Shi. Such beauty could bring a nation to ruin. Yet in that moment, the sight of his handsome face made her legs weaken with anxiety. To evade potential peril, she instinctively attempted to flee, all the while calling out to 333 in hopes of summoning assistance. However, before she could utter a word, her mouth was covered in the next instant. The bedroom door locked with a click, plunging the room into silence. Qiu Shi leaned in slightly, whispering into her delicate ear. "Do you wish to die?" As he spoke, his enchanting eyes curved into a smile, though little mirth resided within his tone. Wang Yueqingsha froze in place and, regaining her senses, vehemently denied it, shaking her head fervently. "I want to live," as her words echoed. A soft chuckle resonated in her ears. Through the reflection in the floor-to-ceiling mirror, she saw the youth's long, pale fingers pinching her face, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Very honest, I like that." Noticing that Qiu Shi appeared to be in a relatively good mood, Wang Yueqingsha summoned her courage and asked, "Could you possibly let me go?" As Wang Yueqingsha spoke, she desperately signaled to 333, hoping that it would call Chu Yi for help. After all, although Chu Yi was taciturn, he was far preferable to someone like Qiu Shi, who was prone to violence and could easily threaten lives. However, Wang Yueqingsha never anticipated that at the critical moment, 333 would falter. In a life-or-death situation, the old and reliable 333 lost signal? Wang Yue Qingxia felt darkness envelop her vision, almost fainting on the spot. Her legs weak as noodles. Just as she closed her eyes with tears, believing she was about to meet her end, Qiu Shi released her grasp. The oppressive atmosphere vanished abruptly, leaving Wang Yue Qingxia stunned. After a long pause, she turned to face the striking young man casually toying with a teacup on the sofa. With confusion, she asked, "You're not going to kill me?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Shi's thin lips curved into a smirk, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery. "If you wish to die, I could certainly oblige you." Wang Yue Qingxia immediately shook her head. Their exchange concluded, and noticing that Qiu Shi seemed uninterested in harming her, she sighed in relief. Weakly, she sank onto the nearest sofa and mustered the courage to ask, "If you're not here to kill me, then what brings you to my room?" After her question, Qiu Shi turned slightly, regarding her with a look that suggested she was foolish. Leaning on his chin with one hand, he declared nonchalantly, "Can't you tell? I'm your Futu." Wang Yue Qingxia was momentarily taken aback, and then immediately tightened her grip on the screen. In disbelief, she inquired, "Has the system encountered a bug, Xiao-san?" 333 gritted her teeth defiantly, insisting, "It's definitely a case of ballot tampering, without a doubt." Under Wang Yue Qingxia's puzzled gaze, 333 indignantly elaborated on the conspiracy. As a staunch believer in the legendary female figure, she could not tolerate anyone's loyalty to the goddess surpassing her own, nor could she bear to witness other non-believers disrespecting the divinity. Therefore, during past events when no pureblood of the SSS level was available and candidates had to be selected from those of SSS level, the adversaries would exploit their power to manipulate the votes. Such arrogance and capriciousness were unparalleled. Ironically, even though everyone was aware of this underhandedness, no one dared to speak out against it due to the authority of the adversaries and the influence of the goddess's clan. The more 333 pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, sympathetically gazing at her host and saying, "You are so unfortunate." Unfortunate? Wang Yue Qingxia did not feel that way at all, seeing her votes being overwhelmingly surpassed. She sighed in relief, pleased to have avoided the limelight, and closed her computer to lie down and sleep. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Laboratory, He Chung was reclining with his legs crossed, searching for the missing codename Dawn. While idly scrolling through his tablet, suddenly, he sat upright, tugging at the sleeve of Bing Shan with fervor, exclaiming, "Zhu Yi, look, big news." Zhu Yi, being pulled insistently, frowned slightly. He distanced himself from He Cheng, his cool, beautiful features revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation as he replied indifferently, "Do not get distracted by anything until we retrieve the codename Dawn." He Chung slapped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "There's a conspiracy. Your little pureblood is being wronged. How can you, as a guardian, remain so unconcerned?" Upon hearing your little pureblood, Zhu Yi, who had previously been aloof and detached, immediately stood up, furrowing his brow and asking, "What has happened?" He Chung picked up his brain device and pointed at the starkly contrasting vote counts on the screen, saying, "The Goddess Festival has commenced. The adversary and your little pureblood are both in the running as candidates. Initially, it was supposed to be fair and just, relying on student votes. But when they saw everyone voting for your little pureblood, the adversaries panicked and resorted to vote tampering. It's utterly shameless." To prove his point, He Chung pulled up a screenshot displaying that just a minute ago, the vote count for the little pureblood had overwhelmingly surpassed that of the adversary. Yet, a minute later, as if the system had malfunctioned, the adversary's votes multiplied several times. He Chung fumed, lamenting the plight of the little pureblood, who had already faced bullying in the Federation and was now being targeted by the adversaries upon returning to the Empire. After venting for a while without any response from Zhu Yi, He Chung glanced up at the expressionless figure before him, momentarily stunned. He then sheepishly scratched his nose and stowed away his brain device. Muttering, "I forgot. You don't concern yourself with such matters," asked the Crown Prince of the Empire. Zhu Yi had been trained in the art of balance since childhood and would never easily offend any faction. He Cheng assumed Zhu Yi would remain indifferent, but in the next moment, the usually indifferent youth opened his brain device, stating flatly, "The Empire will not permit such injustice to transpire. He Chung, rectify the bug." The following morning, Wang Yue Qingxia woke refreshed at dawn. She initially intended to have a meal and chat with 333, but the next moment, with a loud crash, the door was forcefully flung open. Startled, Wang Yueqingsha instinctively clutched her blanket. Trembling, thinking an earthquake was upon her, she prepared to flee with 333. However, upon looking up, she saw a strikingly beautiful youth gazing at her ominously. In a hushed voice, he said, "Wang Yueqingsha, is that correct?" Wang Yueqingsha nodded instinctively. Only for the youth, Qiu Shi, to sneer coldly, stating, "Just wait. My loyalty to the goddess will never be overshadowed by yours." With that, he turned and left, leaving Wang Yueqingsha staring blankly at the door lock that had been forcefully damaged by psychic energy. "Xiaosan, do you think he might be suffering from a form of mania?" A few minutes later, on the floor, Wang Yueqingsha was busy with a repair kit, laboriously fixing the damaged lock. As she worked, she muttered, "I haven't wronged him. Why is he targeting me so relentlessly?" Completely perplexed, she was interrupted when 333 rolled over and replied, "Host, you've clearly offended him beyond redemption." Wang Yueqingsha remained confused, but the next moment, 333 opened the forum with a buoyant tone. "The public's eyes are sharp. This year's Goddess Festival features you as the goddess's representative." Upon hearing this, Wang Yueqingsha was momentarily stunned, then grasped 333 and asked, "What did you say? Please repeat." Startled, 333 quivered and quickly pulled up the voting results from the previous day. Qiu Shi, 369 votes. Wang Yueqingsha, 3,598 votes. With an overwhelming lead, Wang Yueqingsha had won the competition. Unfortunately, as the future successor of the adversaries, Qiu Shi had been competitive since childhood. Anyone who had bested him would be ruthlessly dominated in other competitions. Wang Yueqingsha sank to the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "But didn't Qiu Shi's votes exceed mine yesterday?" 333 nodded, confirming the information. The school authorities had stated that there was a bug in the voting procedure, and after Wang Yueqingsha had fallen asleep, the bug was rectified by two unknown figures, ensuring her a fair outcome. Reflecting on this, 333 remarked, "There are still many good people in the world." Wang Yueqingsha offered a wry smile, feeling quite the opposite. She even began to think that perhaps she had offended the heavens, resulting in her current predicament. Lost in thought, Wang Yueqingsha lowered her gaze and noticed a new post titled, "Betting on the Glory of the Family. Fighting for the Goddess." Initially intending to peruse some gossip to alleviate her gloomy mood, she clicked on the post, only to wish she could blind herself as it prominently featured her name. The other protagonist of the post was none other than Qiu Shi, whom she had encountered not long ago in the post. Qiu Shi explicitly stated that after the Goddess Festival, he intended to duel her on the desolate planet 2361. Only the survivor would be deemed the most loyal follower of the goddess. Wang Yueqingsha's knees weakened, trembling as she clutched 333, asking, "Xiaosan, what does duel mean? What does it mean to survive? Will people die?" 333 explained earnestly, "This is a custom of the goddess clan. When faith is questioned, they will challenge each other to prove their devotion. Ultimately, the duel can only conclude with one survivor." Upon hearing this, Wang Yueqingsha shuddered, tightly embracing 333 and asking, "Xiaosan, will I be killed?" 333 patted her head, reassuring, "Don't worry, host. Deaths are a thing of 3,000 years ago. Back then, there were plenty of purebloods to squander. But now, that is no longer the case. Even if the goddess clan agrees, the empire will not." Wang Yueqingsha exhaled in relief, but before she could fully relax, 333 added, "Rest assured, the worst Qiu Shi could do is render you a vegetative state. Incapable of self-care, your reproductive abilities will still be intact. Although you may end up paralyzed or brain dead, your descendants will strive to carry on for you." 333's encouraging tone was filled with hope. Wang Yueqingsha forced a smile, not finding any comfort in it. Regaining her focus, she turned her attention back to the screen. Wang Yueqingsha began to contemplate point 333 had mentioned that Qiu Shi was of the goddess clan, who revered women and regarded the existence of legendary females as divine. Was there a possibility that if she told Qiu Shi she was indeed a woman, he would refrain from harming her? Wang Yueqingsha was aware that she appeared cowardly, but weighing the options between being cowardly and being beaten into a mere reproductive vessel, she chose the former. Today was the goddess festival, and tomorrow was the day of the duel. Considering the urgency of the situation, Wang Yueqingsha immediately got up with 333, preparing to seek out Qiu Shi to confess. However, She hadn't taken more than a few steps when she bumped into a wall. Feeling a sharp pain in her nose, dazed, she stumbled back several steps, clutching her reddened nose. Looking up, she met the gaze of the cool and beautiful youth across from her. Instinctively, she exclaimed, "Zhu Yi," upon hearing his name. Zhu Yi momentarily froze, his usually flat lips curving slightly upwards as he regarded the bewildered, fragile, and stubborn young pureblood before him. Following He Cheng's teachings, he attempted to muster a gentle smile, awkwardly stating, "You need not call my name." Chu seldom smiled. He had always been emotionally detached, perpetually cold towards others, much like a glacier that had never thawed. Many in the empire admired Chu Yi, yet an equal number feared him. However, Chu remained indifferent, for the purpose of his existence was to be a companion to that young girl. Beyond this, he felt no obligation to concern himself with anyone else. Yet today, for the very first time, Chu felt an impulse to care for another, as the boy had suffered abuse within the Federation. He Cheng had particularly instructed him to always speak to the pureblood with a smile, for only a smile could unlock the heart's door. Thus, Chu smiled, though it was a smile that did not reach his eyes, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Their gazes locked. Wang Yuqing Xia, who had initially sighed in relief upon seeing a familiar face, instantly wilted at the sight of the boy's forced smile. Trembling, she asked, "Xiao San, is Chu angry?" 333 shivered and, hiding behind the host, replied, "It seems so." Wang Yuqing Xia swallowed hard, nervously looking across at him. She observed the coldly beautiful boy's lips curve upwards, approaching her with a smile that did not convey warmth. A flash of inspiration struck Wang Yuqing Xia, and she immediately knelt, surrendering on the spot. "Your Highness, I apologize. I should not have addressed you so casually." Chapter 24. The cold boy takes on the role of a father as her words faded. The corridor fell into a profound silence. Chu lowered his gaze, observing the trembling boy on the ground. The forced smile vanished from his face. With tightly pressed lips, he asked, somewhat at a loss, "Why do you kneel?" Wang Yuqing Xia looked up, relieved to see Chu return to his usual self, and replied, "You are His Highness of noble status. I should not address you so casually. It is all my fault. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Wang Yuqing Xia displayed an admirable attitude of contrition, believing that with such an apology, Chu would no longer regard her with such a fearsome expression. Yet, as her words hung in the air, Chu paused. Then, the empire's aloof and indifferent crown prince turned slightly, pursing his lips, and said, "I never said you couldn't call me by my name." As he spoke, Chu raised his eyes, meeting the gaze of the delicate, porcelain-skinned boy with tousled chestnut hair. Chu lowered his gaze again, softly stating, "Given our current relationship, there's no need for such formality." Wang Yuqing Xia was utterly bewildered. Current relationship? What current relationship? She pointed at herself in confusion, asking, "Is there a relationship between us?" It was unclear whether her words struck a nerve with Chu, but upon finishing her question, the coldly beautiful boy's lips pressed together tightly, shadows gathering in his eyes. After a long silence, Chu spoke again, softly stating, "Yesterday, I mentioned I would apply to be your guardian. Today, the application has been approved." With that, Chu lifted his head, gazing at the frail and beautiful boy across from him. A fleeting, peculiar sensation flashing through his heart, akin to illness. Each time he saw the boy, his heart raced. Lacking experience in matters of love, he interpreted this stirring as a protective instinct towards the vulnerable. After a brief silence, Chu stepped forward, intertwining their fingers, and gently said, "From today onwards, you may call me father." Wang Yuqing Xia felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Coming to her senses, she immediately recoiled several steps, shaking her head vigorously in disbelief. Noting her intense reaction, Chu furrowed his brow, approaching cautiously, as if fearing for her well-being, and asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Yuqing Xia waved her hands frantically, urging him not to come any closer, and inquired, "How old are you?" Chu replied honestly, 18. Wang Yuqing Xia looked skyward in disbelief, unable to suppress her criticism. "I'm clearly older than you. Why should I call you father? This is ridiculous." The absurdity of it all left her feeling quite frustrated. Yet, as her words fell, a piercing gaze landed upon her. Sensing something was amiss, Wang Yuqing Xia raised her head, only to find Chu intently focused on her. After a lengthy pause, The coldly beautiful boy's lips curled slightly, as if observing a headstrong child, and remarked, "I was your height when I was 12. At your current height, how could you possibly be an adult human?" Wang Yuqingxia felt as though her knees had been shot through with arrows. At that moment, she regretted her past self for neglecting to eat on time. If only she had grown into a towering figure of 2 meters, she would not be mistaken for a child and could have easily confronted her adversaries. Alas, her growth spurt had ended, and she would no longer grow taller. As she stared at the ceiling in disbelief, Chui lowered his gaze, a hint of melancholy in his voice, and asked, "Do you not wish for me to be your father?" The word father felt strange to Wang Yuqingxia, no matter how many times she heard it. The boy before her, with his icy white skin and striking beauty, was far too exquisite to be associated with such a term. Although having the crown prince of the empire as a father would certainly be prestigious, Wang Yuqingxia still held onto her principles. In a last-ditch effort, she feigned sorrow, lowering her head and saying, "Actually, I once had a father when I was young, but to protect me, Wang Yuqingxia trailed off, abruptly halting the topic. Meanwhile, Chui stood frozen, his emotions tangled. Being appointed as a guardian by the royal family was a rare honor for a pureblood. Yet when he had offered, the boy had shunned the idea, unwilling to accept the position. He had initially thought the boy despised him, but it turned out otherwise. Not wishing to dwell further, Chui gently stated, "If you dislike it, you need not use that title. However, according to the laws of the empire, I am still your guardian. Should you require assistance, you may seek me at any time." Wang Yuqingxia was taken aback, not expecting Chui to be so accommodating. Just as she began to feel relieved, she caught sight of the boy's unsettling smile again. Gathering her courage, she asked, "Your Highness, are you angry?" Chui replied tersely, "No, I am smiling at you." Wang Yuqingxia was at a loss. She looked around, up and down, but could not decipher any semblance of warmth from his expression. Yet, since it was what the prince had said, she decided to accept it as a smile. With remarkable composure, she overlooked the terrifying grin and asked, "Your Highness, did you come to find me for this?" Chui corrected her. "There's no need to call me Your Highness. You may simply call me Chui." After a brief pause, he added, "Congratulations, you have qualified to participate in the Goddess Festival by overcoming injustice." Chui offered his heartfelt congratulations. However, on the other hand, Wang Yuqingxia could not find joy in it. She had no desire to play the role of a goddess. She merely wished to survive. Before she could voice her thoughts, she was suddenly inundated with a pile of items. Clutching the assorted bags in her arms, she was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom where Chui had conjured such things from. Noticing her confusion, Chui kindly explained, "These are the garments for the Goddess Festival. Since you lack experience in participating, He Chang prepared the essentials for you." As he spoke, Chui lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on the pink, fluffy gown nestled within one of the bags. A faint blush crept across his pale ears. He pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he diverted his gaze. What he did not mention was that while most of the items had been prepared by He Chang, the dress for the Goddess Festival had been selected by him. The pink lace-trimmed gown, with its voluminous puff sleeves and jewel-encrusted satin ribbons, floated like cotton candy. The delicate and porcelain-skinned boy, adorned in that gown, would undoubtedly resemble the legendary goddess more than anyone from previous festivals. Feeling somewhat unsettled, Chui cast one last glance at the gown he had painstakingly chosen before clearing his throat. Regaining his usual aloof demeanor, "He Chang has matters to discuss with me, so I cannot accompany you for the time being." After a brief pause, he added, "However, should you require anything, you may seek me at any time." Wang Yuqingxia nodded fervently, and after watching the boy walk away until he completely vanished from sight, she finally set down the bundles in her arms and stretched her limbs. After rummaging through the items, she picked up the gown and sighed wearily, "Deathly Barbie pink. What kind of straight male cancer aesthetics does He Chang possess?" Chapter 25. Actually, I am a woman as an adult. Wang Yuqingxia had not worn pink clothing since she was 5 years old. While she held the fluffy pink dress, glancing around in confusion about how to proceed, 333 exclaimed, "Wow, this is actually the Imperial Royal VIP Diamond Supreme Pink." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuqingxia froze, and after a moment, a colossal question mark appeared above her head. Unable to contain herself, she shook 333 and asked, "Xiao San, has your brain been infected with a virus?" Dizzy from the shaking, 333 managed to escape and cleared its throat, earnestly explaining, "In the brief history of the Empire, pink is a color unique to women. As women vanish, their existence becomes mythologized. The colors favored by goddesses are also enshrined in myth. Subsequently, the color pink is officially designated as the ceremonial hue. On occasions of lesser significance, even members of the royal family cannot don it at will." Upon hearing this, Wang Yueqingxia is momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the absurdities of this world. Regaining her composure, she gazes at the pink bubble dress in her hands, feeling utterly exhausted as she sighs, "Little 3, must I truly wear this?" 333 resolutely shakes her head. Each approval for an Imperial Royal VIP diamond pink gown requires layers of scrutiny. If you don't wear it, you will be deemed disrespectful to the goddess and may face dire consequences. 333 warns, her tone laced with concern. Wang Yueqingxia, clutching the garment, finds herself in complete despair. Yet, her melancholy does not linger long. Suddenly, a cold chuckle echoes down the silent corridor. Wang Yueqingxia turns to see a strikingly handsome youth leaning against a pillar, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he observes her. Under his intense gaze, she feels a shiver run down her spine. To break the awkward silence, she musters the courage to ask, "Didn't you leave?" Qiu Shi's smile is laced with mockery as he replies, "Leave? How could I possibly depart? If I did, how would I know about your entanglement with Chu Yi?" With that, Qiu Shi rises and, under Wang Yueqingxia's watchful eyes, saunters leisurely towards the stairs. She wishes to retreat, but as he approaches, an overwhelming psychic force envelopes the room, rendering her immobile. She cannot evade him, nor can she escape, and is left helplessly watching as the living embodiment of death draws nearer. The distance between them narrows, and as he halts, a fragrant scent fills the air. Instinctively, Wang Yueqingxia shuts her eyes, believing her demise is imminent. However, after what feels like an eternity, she realizes Qiu Shi has yet to strike. Finally, she dares to reopen her eyes, trembling as she lifts her gaze, only to find herself grasped by the chin. Not far away, the elegantly handsome youth inspects her with disdain, his long, pale fingers pinching her jaw as he remarks, "I had thought Chu Yi possessed discerning taste, surviving to this day without a companion, yet it seems he favors the likes of you, this sprightly little thing." Wang Yueqingxia endures his scrutiny until she can no longer restrain herself. After being thoroughly critiqued from head to toe, she furrows her brow and retorts, "My relationship with Chu is entirely innocent. Do not project your own sordid heart onto us." The air grows heavy with silence. Observing Qiu Shi's unyielding demeanor, Wang Yueqingxia, in a moment of heated passion, begins to waver. Before she can kneel in apology, the youth suddenly leans closer, the distance between them dwindling to an unbearable proximity. In that instant, her heart nearly ceases to beat. Setting aside his vile temperament, Qiu Shi is undeniably attractive. Unlike the coldly beautiful Chu Yi, Qiu Shi possesses an exquisite charm and an audacious spirit, exuding an arrogant confidence characteristic of a scion from a noble family, viewing all others as mere ants. At that moment, the handsome rogue gazes at her with a mocking tone, "If you truly have no connection, why would Chu Yi assist you in cheating?" Wang Yueqingxia is momentarily stunned. In the next heartbeat, Qiu Shi withdraws his hand, and simultaneously, the oppressive psychic energy that had suffocated her dissipates. Having narrowly escaped, Wang Yueqingxia is still shaken, but before she can gather her thoughts, Qiu Shi continues, "The psychic force I used to restrain you could easily be overcome by even the lowest-ranking E-class beastmen. Yet you, a pureblood of the highest caliber, could not withstand such a simple psychic manipulation." As he speaks, Qiu Shi narrows his eyes, a chill emanating from his gaze. "Even with Chu Yi advocating for you, I cannot tolerate such a fraudulent deceiver tarnishing the goddess's glory." Upon hearing this, Wang Yueqingxia is momentarily taken aback. Once she regains her composure, silent tears spill from her eyes, her inner turmoil crashing against her heart. She had known that the truth would eventually come to light. With Qiu Shi's evident disdain and their shared living situation, even if she does not face the wrath of being beaten into a punching bag by him tomorrow, the risk of being poisoned in her sleep looms large. The more she contemplates, the more despondent she becomes. Wang Yueqingxia rubs her hands together, determined to resolve this wretched misunderstanding. Could it be possible that the instrument malfunctioned? With a steely resolve, she states, "You saw it yourself. The detector exploded on the day of my assessment. Before the explosion, my level was displayed as Super SSS class. Chui must have misunderstood, resulting in the erroneous data. There is absolutely no connection between us." Wang Yue Qingxia strives to clear her name, attempting to prove her innocence, but her efforts are in vain. And no matter what she says, Qiu Shi regards her with the unwavering skepticism reserved for liars. His gaze screaming, "Continue fabricating your story." Realizing that Qiu Shi is utterly disinclined to heed her explanations, Wang Yue Qingxia surrenders, exclaiming in frustration, "Why won't you listen to my explanation?" Qiu Shi counters, "Why should I listen to you? Beyond the detector, the Empire possesses elemental stones and testing facilities. Can every evaluation possibly malfunction on your account?" Wang Yue Qingxia is momentarily at a loss for words, reflecting on the truth of his statement. As the crucial moment unfolds, her gaze lands on the pink bubble dress on the floor, and an idea strikes her. Regaining her composure, she halts Qiu Shi, summoning her courage to assert, "I can explain why I lack psychic ability." Qiu Shi pauses, narrowing his eyes as he questions, "Are you suggesting that you were subjected to inhumane treatment in the Federation, rendering you incapable of utilizing your psychic powers due to extreme mental strain? Such petty tricks may work on Chu Yi, but in the Goddess clan, even if you truly cannot harness your powers due to mistreatment, being weak and unable to protect the goddess is your original sin." His tone is devoid of warmth. In the ensuing silence, Wang Yue Qingxia summons her courage and declares, "In truth, I am a woman." Chapter 26. So flat, she is the epitome of manliness. After bravely revealing her truth, Wang Yue Qingxia feels a mix of trepidation and determination. However, at this juncture, she finds herself with no other recourse. Despite being human, her lack of psychic ability, or the variance of her powers compared to a male's, places her at the mercy of Qiu Shi, who harbors deep-seated prejudices against her. To preserve her life, she chooses to be forthright, hoping to redeem her image in his eyes. Yet, as her words hang in the air, silence reigns. After a long pause without a response, she dares to lift her gaze, her heart racing as she meets Qiu Shi's unwavering stare, which seems to convey a single message. "Are you an idiot?" Overwhelmed, Wang Yue Qingxia can no longer contain herself. "Do you not believe me?" In response to her challenge, Qiu Shi nods candidly, stating, "You possess not a single quality reminiscent of the goddess." Wang Yue Qingxia stands frozen in disbelief, her mind racing with questions. Wait a moment, if she, a woman, does not embody femininity, then who could possibly do so? In her shock, she inadvertently voices her inner thoughts. Observing her reaction, Qiu Shi snorts lightly, adopting a serious demeanor as he explains, "You misunderstand. Ancient texts describe goddesses as tall and curvaceous, with robust physiques, and overwhelmingly powerful." With that, Qiu Shi lowers his gaze, his eyes landing somewhere specific. Their eyes meet, and the air thickens with tension. After a prolonged silence, upon realizing where Qiu Shi's gaze rests, Wang Yue Qingxia instinctively covers her chest. She had intended to chastise him for being lewd, but before she can utter a word, her wrist is seized by a delicate, pale hand resting upon her chest. Through the thin fabric, she can even feel the warmth radiating from his palm. Her heart races. Wang Yue Qingxia, a lifelong singleton and record holder of 19 years of solitude, never imagined that one day she would be so brazenly assaulted. The atmosphere hangs heavy with silence, and the audacious perpetrator, maintaining a serious expression, not only touches but also rubs. Ultimately, as Wang Yue Qingxia's thoughts spiral in confusion and her cheeks flush with heat, Qiu Shi releases his psychic grip. With a nonchalant expression, he withdraws his hand and comments, "So flat. You are the manliest of men, utterly lacking any connection to the pure and exalted goddess." Veins throbbing on her forehead, Wang Yue Qingxia seethes at having her honesty case. Wang Yue Qing Summer fell into silence. Time passed, and after a considerable while, in an effort to validate her existence, she touched her neck and said, "Look, I do not have an Adam's apple." She attempted to assert her identity. However, upon her words, Qiu Shi continued to regard her with a gaze reminiscent of one directed at a fool, replying, "All subadult forms lack an Adam's apple." In that moment, despair enveloped Wang Yue Qing Summer entirely. It was true that she was somewhat flatter and shorter than others. Yet before her transmigration, She could never have imagined that she would find herself in a position where she failed to prove her womanhood. She began to question her very existence, the world around her, and even her gender, pondering whether she was indeed a man transformed into a eunuch due to a miscut umbilical cord at birth, or if she was truly a woman. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision as an overwhelming pressure descended, prompting her to instinctively retreat, only to be seized by her wrist a moment later. In truth, there were alternative methods to assert her identity. As she stood there in a daze, she caught sight of a strikingly beautiful youth not far away, who smiled with a playful glint in his eyes, cruelly stating, "Take off your pants. Let me inspect this." Wang Yueqing Summer felt as if struck by lightning. Regaining her composure, she immediately shook off Qiu Shi's hand and scowled. "Don't even think about it, you perverted creep." Unperturbed by the insult, Qiu Shi's expression remained indifferent as he retorted, "If you are a man, then stand tall and duel me openly in the arena. Your lies will only incite the goddess's disdain and deepen my contempt for you." With that, Qiu Shi turned and left, leaving Wang Yueqing Summer standing there in a daze, desperately asking 333, "Do I really look like a man?" Noticing the host's melancholy, 333 activated its caring mode and earnestly reassured, "You are the epitome of masculinity." However, rather than comfort, this only struck Wang Yueqing Summer like a dagger to the knee, plunging her into a gloomy abyss. Hours slipped by, and as the clock approached 10 under the full moon, the annual Goddess Festival commenced within the Imperial Military Academy. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere, Wang Yueqing Summer, veiled and stealthy, prepared to flee. One must possess self-awareness. Following the confrontation earlier that day, she had come to a stark realization. If a contest were to occur, 100 of her would not suffice against even a single finger of Qiu Shi. After all, in the Empire, mental strength was categorized into 9 levels, ranging from the beastly A, B, C, D, E, to the pureblood humans' SS, SSS, and beyond, to the super SSS. She could barely escape the grip of an E level, let alone contend with the true super SSS. Qiu Shi, afraid of being beaten into a human punching bag in front of a crowd, losing all face, Wang Yueqing Summer made the decisive choice to flee. 333 lamented this decision, stating, "Host, the role of the goddess in the festival is a rare opportunity." Observing her own beautiful host, 333 secretly wished for her to participate in the festival. This, Wang Yueqing Summer replied, "The duel is tomorrow. If I don't run now, when will I?" Her plan was flawlessly devised. Tonight was the Goddess Festival, with all faculty and students gathering at the school center for the celebration. Security was lax, and the area was deserted, a perfect opportunity for her to escape and pursue a life of freedom. Wang Yueqing Summer had an excellent memory, and she skillfully navigated to the exit 333 had previously mentioned. However, as she bent down to slip through, a hauntingly beautiful voice broke the stillness of the night, laced with confusion. "What are you doing here?" Realizing who had spoken, Wang Yueqing Summer froze. Yet, with an arrow already drawn, she had no choice but to release it, with the mindset of taking a gamble. She gathered her strength, preparing to sprint out of the school. Yet, the exit proved too narrow. She became wedged halfway through the wall, the atmosphere thick with an awkward silence, as she lay on the ground. Attempting to wriggle out like an earthworm, she suddenly felt a lightness upon her body in the moonlight. The coldly beautiful youth moved his slender, pale fingers, using his mental prowess to lift the wall. As he leaned down to assist the boy on the ground, he paused, his gaze falling upon the boy's uniform. After a moment, he lowered his eyes, his voice devoid of inflection yet tinged with an unrecognized disappointment. "Why aren't you wearing the dress I gifted you?" Chapter 27. The Ice Mountain Who Cannot Even Smile. Their eyes met, and Wang Yueqing Summer's heart skipped a beat, feeling the peculiar sensation of being caught in a lie. Her expression faltered, and as she struggled to formulate an explanation for her cowardice in attempting to flee before the battle, the coldly handsome youth lowered his gaze, his thin lips pressed together. He regarded her with a forlorn expression, asking quietly, "Do you dislike me?" Recalling how the youth had evaded him throughout their journey, he felt a wave of dejection. He was the first to discover the youth, the first to claim him, the first to become his guardian. Logically, the youth should have drawn close to him, and only to him. Yet, in reality, whether it was He Chung, Qiu Shi, or the teachers on the street, compared to the avoidance he faced, The youth seemed closer than mere passers-by. He pressed his lips together, the words of He Chang from earlier resurfacing in his mind. No one will like someone who can't even smile. Should he smile? Cho Shi and He Chang seemed always to smile at the youth. Seemingly struck with the solution, he lifted his head and forced a stiff smile. This smile, however, nearly sent Wang Yueqing Summer into a panic. 333, is sure you angry? She sought comfort, but upon turning to look, she found 333 trembling even more than herself. Wang Yueqing Summer observed the youth's expression, a forced smile that belied an oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I ruined the dress, she blurted out. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu paused, and Wang Yueqing Summer, steeling herself, concocted an elaborate fabrication. The dress was so beautiful, I adored it so much that I hugged it while I slept. When I woke up, it accidentally got stained with ink. Her nerves made her stutter, her explanation riddled with inconsistencies, and she felt beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, closing her eyes in dread of being exposed. However, the next moment, Shi Yu pondered aloud. So that's how it is. Wang Yueqing Summer was left bewildered. In the next instant, a long, pale hand extended towards her. Instinctively, she grasped it. Minutes later, the coldly beautiful youth gently ruffled her hair. His gestures and words imbued with a fatherly exasperation despite being younger than her. You should have told me beforehand. I could have prepared something else. Shi Yu remarked. A single lie necessitated countless others to cover it. Wang Yueqing Summer lowered her head, her voice dry as she replied, that dress is too precious. I feared that if I ruined it, you would be upset. Her words, Shi Yu first appeared taken aback, then expressed with resignation. How could that be? You are my pure-blood charge. Nothing is more important than you. After a pause, he added with a hint of regret, that dress was the most beautiful. It's a pity you can't wear it. However, I have a spare one, having failed in her escape. Wang Yueqing Summer felt despondent. Yet, as she considered the alternative, she realized that changing dresses meant she would at least not have to wear that garish Barbie pink. She reassured herself, revitalized with hope, but as she looked forward with eager anticipation, she was met with Shi Yu presenting a glittering pink and white Barbie princess dress, earnestly stating, this one suits you beautifully. Wang Yueqing Summer stood frozen, her mind short-circuiting. After a long moment, she stammered, is this a dress? Shi Yu nodded, earnestly explaining, I researched it. The records indicate that this style is highly favored among subadult females in the ancient epoch. Wang Yueqing Summer's complexion turned pale as she gazed upon the glittering princess dress, a garment she would not have even considered for her Barbie doll at the age of 10. She felt an overwhelming urge to poke her own eyes out. Regret consumed her. She longed to tell Shi Yu that, compared to the pink and white Barbie princess dress, she preferred the pink fairy dress much more. Yet, one lie demanded a multitude of others to sustain it. To prevent the truth from surfacing, Wang Yueqing Summer resolutely accepted the dress, forcing a smile that was uglier than tears, and said, thank you. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Shi Yu believed her response, replying, you're welcome. The second escape attempt ended in failure. Wang Yueqing Xia, clad in a gown, was ultimately taken to the venue of the goddess festival. The journey was fraught with numerous obstacles, with her head bowed and her eyes resembling lifeless ashes. The only solace she found was that, despite being the performer of the goddess, she was not required to showcase any talents. All she needed to do was sit on stage and serve as a mascot. Allowing her to leave by 11 o'clock, Wang Yueqing Xia had thought that her ordinariness would render her inconspicuous. Yet, as she ascended the stage in her formal attire, moving at a snail's pace, the audience fell into a profound silence. Sitting on the chair, her toes curled in embarrassment, she pondered whether her gown was simply too ugly. Just as she accidentally caught a classmate's eye, the audience collectively gasped, as if awakening from a stupor. Followed by a deafening roar of applause. The goddess is here. It's as if a divine being has descended upon us. Ah, how adorable! Your Highness, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. The cheers were thunderous. Wang Yueqing Xia glanced at her own reflection on the tablet, then at the excited orc classmates in the crowd, feeling utterly bewildered. Am I really that attractive? She questioned, grappling with her sense of self-worth. After all, prior to her crossing over, she had been a record holder for 19 years of being single, never having received even a love letter. Host, you are the most exceptional goddess performer I have ever seen. 333 remarked, scrutinizing her with great seriousness. However, before Wang Yue Qingxia could revel in this compliment, 333 presented her with a list of previous performers, exclaiming, "In comparison to past performers, you shine like a goddess descending from the heavens." But upon glancing at the list, her joy evaporated. Apart from the slender and graceful members of the goddess clan, the others were all burly and robust, resembling oxen. Yet, it was understandable. In the age of interstellar travel, aside from the pure-blood humans who dominated with their psychic prowess, orcs predominantly relied on brute strength to prevail. Therefore, in the absence of purebloods among past goddess festival participants, the strongest was typically chosen. Noticing Wang Yue Qingxia's silence, 333 gently inquired, "Host, are you not happy? In the comparison with other performers, you are a resounding victor." 333 attempted to uplift her spirits, but Wang Yue Qingxia merely forced a smile. She found it ludicrous to feel elated simply because she appeared more feminine than the brawny men. As Wang Yue Qingxia sat in her chair, lost in melancholy, a chilling gaze fell upon her. She stiffened, suppressing her unease as she slowly lifted her head, only to find Qiu Shi staring at her from the audience. The strikingly handsome youth exuded an air of confidence and charisma, narrowing his eyes as he mouthed, "Don't forget tomorrow's duel." Chapter 28. Help! This is a pervert. Wang Yue Qingxia nearly toppled off her chair in fright. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Qiu Shi vanished into the crowd as if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. The applause from the audience remained boisterous. Clutching her arms, Wang Yue Qingxia timidly asked 333, "Did you just see Qiu Shi?" 333, engrossed in the festivities, turned at the sound and replied honestly. No. Wang Yue Qingxia breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that Qiu Shi's appearance had been a hallucination brought on by her overwhelming stress. However, during intermission at the Goddess Festival, as Wang Yue Qingxia prepared to sneak backstage to address her physiological needs, a hand covered her mouth. Before she could react, she was forcefully dragged into a cubicle. The space was empty, and she stood frozen in place. Once the hand was removed, she conceded defeat, eyes shut in trepidation, and stammered, "Please spare me, great hero. I have an 80-year-old father and a 3-year-old child to care for. I cannot die until I ensure their well-being." The room fell silent, and Wang Yue Qingxia was left bewildered. After a long moment, she mustered the courage to look at her captor, only to find Qiu Shi squinting at her. "Stop pretending to be foolish. I am not fooled by your antics," he stated coldly, stepping closer. "Tomorrow is the duel day. You better not falter." His gaze fell upon her gown, and his demeanor soured further. "To eradicate anyone who tarnishes the goddess's glory, I will win this duel at all costs." With that, he turned and left, leaving Wang Yue Qingxia standing there, head in hands, feeling utterly defeated. 333, "We are doomed. Once duel day arrives, I will surely perish." Seeing her despair, 333 affectionately patted her head and added, "Host, only you are doomed. If you truly become a vegetable, I will take it upon myself to care for your offspring. Should you be treated as a breeding tool?" This attempt at comfort only deepened Wang Yue Qingxia's hopelessness. After drawing circles on the ground for a while, she suddenly looked up at 333 and asked, "Do you have any effective weapons?" "Host, if you need something, you can purchase it through official channels. However, since you are a subadult, the Empire will not allow you to acquire anything too dangerous," 333 replied. Wang Yue Qingxia's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Is there anything in the official channels that can defeat an Ultra SS level opponent?" With a look of pity, 333 responded, "I'm sorry, host, in our empire, the strongest weapon is the pureblood human. Under the overwhelming psychic pressure of an Ultra S level, any weapon would be futile." Wang Yue Qingxia felt despondent. Just as she leaned against the window, contemplating whether to leap into the abyss to end her life in a manner less disgraceful, she heard footsteps approaching. Startled, she turned around to see a strikingly beautiful youth watching her. He grasped her hand firmly, furrowing his brow. "I just saw Qiu Shi bring you here. Did he do anything to you?" Wang Yue Qingxia quickly shook her head. After a moment, she lowered her gaze and confessed, "Tomorrow is the duel day. Qiu Shi said he would win at any cost." Hesitating, she then asked, "Chu Yu, can I refuse this duel?" Considering that Chu Yu was the crown prince of the empire, Wang Yue Qingxia had hoped he could prevent the purebloods from clashing. However, Chu Yu shook his head, explaining, in the goddess clan, all duels fought in the name of the goddess are permitted. Although, strictly speaking, the goddess clan belongs to the empire, the sheer number of purebloods within the Chiu family and their overwhelming strength make it impossible for the empire to forcibly stop Chiu Shi. Upon seeing the youth's sorrowful expression, Chu Yu felt a twinge of uncertainty. After a moment, he stepped forward and produced a pendant from his pocket, handing it to the despondent Wang Yue Qingxia. Take this and open it during the duel. He instructed it will bring you unexpected good fortune. Gazing at the radiant pendant in her hand, Wang Yue Qingxia felt tears of joy welling up. At long last, the heavens had smiled upon her. This perennial unlucky soul was granted a powerful ally. The very thought of jumping off a building had vanished, as she resolved to hold on a little longer. After all, Chu Yu was the crown prince of the empire, and anything gifted by his highness was undoubtedly of great value. Snapping back to reality, Wang Yue Qingxia gripped Chu Yu's hand tightly and exclaimed, "I am eternally grateful for your kindness." Chu Yu paused, his eyes widening. After a moment, he raised his gaze only to find that the subadult's eyes were solely focused on him. His heart raced uncontrollably, bowing his head, his pale ears flushed a delicate pink. Despite the rapid beating of his heart, years of habit compelled him to maintain an impassive facade as he replied. "It's nothing." Chu Yu's demeanor was cool, but Wang Yue Qingxia was unfazed. Clutching the pendant, her mind was already racing with thoughts of how to unleash its power to triumph over Chiu Shi in the duel. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. Humming a cheerful tune, she found herself less averse to the impending duel. After their conversation concluded, Wang Yue Qingxia waved goodbye. Yet, just as she was about to leave, Chu Yu suddenly spoke up. "I apologize. Tomorrow is your first duel as your guardian. I should be there to protect you. Unfortunately, I cannot leave the capital for the time being. The whereabouts of the individual known as Dawn are still unaccounted for, and both he and He Chung have been tirelessly investigating every outsider. They have even scrutinized every suspected pureblood associated with Dawn, yet have found nothing, as the future heir of the empire." Chu Yu felt the weight of his responsibility keenly. Before locating Dawn, he could not abandon the capital. His head bowed. He experienced an unprecedented urge to rebel against the burdensome weight of his duties. In contrast, Wang Yue Qingxia appeared nonchalant. "Don't worry about me. Just focus on your matters. This pendant is more than enough for me." As she spoke, Wang Yue Qingxia gently shook the pendant in her hand, clutching it tightly to her chest. Observing the great significance she placed on the talisman she had requested, Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a rare, genuine smile graced her lips. The goddess festival concluded flawlessly amidst the jubilant cheers of the newcomers. At 11 o'clock that evening, Wang Yue Qingxia held the pendant, regarding it as her hope for the decisive contest the following day, maintaining an optimistic outlook. She hummed a cheerful tune as she pushed open the door. However, upon entering, she froze in place, locking eyes with a stunning young man standing before her, completely unclothed. After a brief moment of silence, as their gazes met, Wang Yue Qingxia instinctively cried out in alarm while retreating hastily. "Help, pervert!" Chapter 29. Silky splits. Before she could finish her sentence, the young man, with his exquisitely pale hands, forcefully covered her mouth. Before she could even struggle, he seized her wrist and pulled her into the room. As the door was locked behind them, Wang Yue Qingxia leaned against the wall, trembling in fear. Observing her state, Chiu Shi narrowed his eyes and, with a hint of exasperation, smirked. "What are you afraid of? I want to eat you." Wang Yue Qingxia hugged her head in silence. After all, Chiu Shi was not a man-eater, but given his volatile temperament, she seriously suspected he harbored a peculiar penchant for tormenting others. Tomorrow marked the day of the duel, and while she lacked the courage to raise her gaze, she glanced at the pendant cradled in her hands. Her heart sank as she noticed something. Gathering her courage for the first time in front of Chiu Shi, she stammered defiantly, "I absolutely want to let you mold me into your plaything." Chiu Shi's expression momentarily faltered, then his enchanting eyes narrowed with amusement as he remarked, "Oh, shorty, what made you so bold all of a sudden? Did you find someone to back you up? Who could it be? It wouldn't happen to be Chu Yi, would it?" Wang Yue Qingxia gripped the pendant tightly, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet her resolve remained firm. To bolster her spirits, she inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "In any case, once tomorrow arrives, I will undoubtedly defeat you soundly." At her words, Qiu Shi appeared momentarily taken aback. A moment later, he lowered his gaze, seemingly intrigued as he studied her. Unlike the other subadult forms he had encountered, this young man possessed a slender frame and porcelain-white skin. Beneath his chestnut locks, his almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity, resembling a chubby little hamster that could turn fierce when provoked. As this thought crossed his mind, Qiu Shi's eyes curved with amusement, and he suddenly laughed. The sound sent a shiver down Wang Yue Qingxia's spine. Pressed against the wall, she bit her lip, watching him warily as she inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Without answering, Qiu Shi slowly approached her, halting when they were barely half a step apart. He lowered his gaze, his long, pale fingers gently grasping her chin, murmuring, in terms of personality, "I actually quite like you." His voice was laced with laughter, but as he spoke, his grip tightened. Nonchalantly, he continued, however, "In this world, the Qiu family will not allow anyone to tarnish the glory of the goddess. You little fraud, come tomorrow, I will ensure you are utterly defeated." His tone was indifferent, yet upon seeing Wang Yue Qingxia remain motionless, Qiu Shi's expression turned puzzled. After a brief moment, he pinched her cheek and curiously asked, "Hey, why aren't you speaking? Are you stunned?" Wang Yue Qingxia stood dazed, finally managing to stutter, "Why is it pink over there?" Qiu Shi had a bad temper, but like most humans in this world, he lacked any sense of gender awareness. Before her, the young man wore only a short, pure white towel, exposing his upper body generously. Wang Yue Qingxia averted her gaze, but before she could turn away, Qiu Shi grasped her chin, forcing her to face him directly. As she looked up, she caught sight of his elegant Adam's apple. A droplet of water trickled down, sliding along the contours of his abdomen, disappearing beneath the towel. The sight was quite risque, yet that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was, Qiu Shi's anatomy was pink. Having lived for so many years, Wang Yue Qingxia was witnessing such unabashed generosity from a male for the first time. Her head spun as she regarded the frowning, clearly displeased young man before her, prompting her to question her life choices. Could it be that the old adage about bad tempers correlating with, well, certain traits, held some truth? Before she could ponder further, she noticed Qiu Shi's brow furrow as he caught her staring. He turned her face aside while asking, "What are you looking at? Don't you have one yourself?" Before Wang Yue Qingxia could explain, Qiu Shi released her, delivering a final warning, "In any case, my devotion to the goddess will never falter in the face of you." With that, he scoffed and turned to leave. Watching him depart like a peacock, Wang Yue Qingxia felt an immense weight on her shoulders. Given Qiu Shi's unyielding nature and his willingness to sacrifice everything for his beliefs, tomorrow's duel would likely be a fight to the death. Reflecting on this, Wang Yue Qingxia once again touched the pendant, praying it would save her life at a critical moment. The day of the duel soon arrived. Due to the overwhelming lethality of the Super SS-level pureblood duel, such contests were typically held on a desolate planet rather than in the heart of the Empire. After all, even S-level purebloods could obliterate an entire district in a fight. What devastation would two Super SS-level beings unleash upon half the Imperial capital? To safeguard public facilities, the Imperial authorities hastily designated a desolate planet for the duel the next day. The desolate planet, stripped of its mineral resources, presented an exceptionally harsh environment, characterized by swirling yellow sands. Standing at the center of this barren world, Wang Yue Qingxia trembled uncontrollably. Observing her, Qiu Shi's lips curled into a smirk as he taunted, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Wang Yue Qingxia remained silent, covering her face. Wishing fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole, Qiu Shi had declared his intention to engage her in a one-on-one duel. Living in the 21st century, Wang Yue Qingxia naturally assumed it would take place in a secluded alley. Instead, they found themselves in an independent arena, complete with live broadcasting. Gazing at the massive camera before her, Wang Yue Qingxia felt numb. Before she could process the situation, excited shouts erupted around her. "Little prince, charge, go, go, go. Our young master will surely win. Glory belongs to our goddess clan." Turning to the side, Wang Yue Qingxia noticed the stands filled with a vast array of beastmen, each brandishing light sticks in fervent support, some rooting for her while others cheered for Qiu Shi. Retracting her gaze, Wang Yue Qingxia spoke diplomatically, "Is it really necessary to make such a grand spectacle for a mere fight?" Qiu Shi's smile turned wicked. "If I don't do this, How could I expose the truth that you are a fraud to the entire empire? As the whistle blew, before Wang Yue Qingxia could react, a massive boulder on the ground was manipulated by psychic force. The rock trembled and swiftly hurtled toward her with astonishing speed. The boulder was as wide as a building. With the high attack but low defense nature of purebloods, being struck would mean instant obliteration. A hush fell over the audience as everyone anxiously watched, expecting the Empire's newly appointed pureblood prince to shatter the boulder with his psychic power. Instead, in full view of all, Wang Yue Qingxia executed a flawless split, narrowly avoiding the colossal rock. Chapter 30. Wake up! You're really going to lose your life. With a resounding crash, the boulder fell with unstoppable force toward the audience, only to be intercepted by the protective barriers surrounding the stands. Wang Yue Qingxia let out a sigh of relief. However, before she could fully relax, a chilling sensation washed over her. Hesitantly lifting her gaze, she found Qiu Shi watching her intently. His eyes narrowed as he questioned, "Why did you dodge?" Wang Yue Qingxia was at a loss for words, exasperatedly thinking, "Isn't it obvious? Would I just stand there and wait to be turned into mincemeat?" Before she could voice her thoughts, another barrage of boulders, controlled by psychic force, came hurtling toward her. Qiu Shi coldly remarked, "You dodged once. Do you think you can evade 10 times?" As the boulders descended, Wang Yue Qingxia took a deep breath. With a backbend, a kneel, and a side roll, she perfectly evaded all the attacks. A few minutes later, as she lay on the ground gasping for breath, 333 exclaimed, "Host, your luck is truly remarkable." Aside from 333, all the orcs in the audience, including the formidable Qiu Shi across from her, gazed at Wang Yue Qingxia with incredulity. After all, even within the Imperial Military Academy, it is a rarity for anyone to evade such high-intensity attacks without the aid of mental strength. Initially, the orcs were drawn to Wang Yue Qingxia primarily due to her pureblood lineage and the tragic tale of her abduction by the Federation. However, over time, their perception of her evolved. Not only was her mental strength remarkable, but her physical prowess was equally formidable. The little princess was truly the beacon of the Empire. On the dueling platform, feeling the intense gaze of the orcs, Wang Yue Qingxia was overwhelmed by pressure. Contrary to her fortune, her life had been marked by an unrelenting streak of misfortune from birth. She had been struck by a train while cycling and chased by sharks while fishing. Even a simple trip to purchase soybean milk could result in being hit by a meteorite. It was as though the god of misfortune had taken a liking to her. Yet, after enduring countless mishaps, she had developed a reflex. As long as her body was able to move, she could invariably dodge falling flower pots, balls, and basketballs. What began as a mere consequence of her bad luck inadvertently made her appear skilled in the eyes of outsiders. Wang Yue Qingxia was at her wits' end. Before she could explain, the world around her suddenly darkened. Looking up, she found that Qiu Shi had approached her, his striking visage narrowed with a cold demeanor. "I know you faked your mental strength level, but I didn't realize you had any genuine skill. However, let us put your clever tricks to rest here." With that, Qiu Shi clapped his hands, and in the next instant, a massive crimson phoenix appeared behind him, shocking the entire arena. Heavens, a mental entity. No wonder it's an ultra-level mental entity. It's incredibly powerful. Can the little princess truly prevail? Cheers and concerns echoed throughout the audience. Wang Yue Qingxia was momentarily stunned. She pointed at the enormous bird, trembling as she asked, "What is that thing? A virtual projection?" 333 appeared just in time to provide a considerate explanation. Individuals with S-level mental power or above can manipulate their mental energy into a mental entity. Typically, mental entities are formed from condensed mental energy and possess formidable lethality. Depending on the owner's mental strength, they usually manifest as various beast forms of differing intensity. The mental entities recorded in 333's database typically include creatures like rabbits, dogs, and cats, animals that appear to lack significant offensive capability. However, the Crimson Phoenix is something even the intelligent core 333 has never encountered before. Regaining her composure, 333 lifted its head and exclaimed, "Host, look, what a beautiful bird." At that moment, Wang Yue Qingxia felt an overwhelming urge to flip the table. She never anticipated that in this world, beyond the troublesome orcs and the vexing mental strength, there existed an even more troublesome mental entity. While she could rely on her unfortunate knack for dodging falling stones, How on earth was she supposed to evade a mental entity, something that could leap, dance, and track her down? Wang Yue Qingxia was overwhelmed by lies. Yet, humans are creatures of remarkable potential. In a state of extreme panic, she froze for a moment, oddly maintaining her composure. Recalling the golden opportunity that Shuyi had provided her, she quickly lowered her head. Searching for the pendant as she beheld the radiant pendant in her hands, her fingers trembled, nearly bringing her to tears of joy. She had believed it contained a powerful treasure, which was why Shuyi had urged her to open it during the duel. However, when she finally mustered the resolve to open the pendant with the determination to fight for her life, she was left dumbfounded. Inside, there was nothing but a note that read, "Do not hold back. I will bear all consequences for you." Wang Yue Qingxia was utterly bewildered. After a while, it dawned upon her that she faced a grave issue. She was a 100 pure novice. Yet, Shuyi was unaware of her complete lack of skill. Ever since defining her as an ultra-level pureblood, Shuyi had firmly believed that she was a pitiable victim of abuse, hence the encouragement to overcome her fears. Even the pendant before the duel was not a decisive weapon, but rather a piece of motivational wisdom to help her lower her defenses. Clutching the platitude in her hand, Wang Yue Qingxia felt her world darken. At that moment, she desperately wished that the motivational wisdom she held was genuine chicken soup. At least then, she could warm her stomach instead of facing a chilly demise. Staring blankly at the heavens, tears brimming in her eyes, she resigned herself to fate. Qiu Shi, however, showed no signs of mercy. With a flick of his ivory fingers, the crimson phoenix lunged toward Wang Yue Qingxia. Its resplendent tail feathers swept through the air like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky. How beautiful, Wang Yue Qingxia thought, closing her eyes, wishing to take in the magnificent scenery before her end. Yet the next moment, a sharp sound akin to cat claws scraping against glass pierced through the duel arena. Instinctively, Wang Yue Qingxia opened her eyes and saw that. At the sound's emergence, the crimson phoenix abruptly halted, dissipating like dust. Upon closer inspection, she found Qiu Shi staggering, an expression of agony plastered across his face as he collapsed to the ground. Not only Qiu Shi, but all the orcs seated at the dueling platform also fell, groaning in pain. In an instant, the arena was filled with cries of despair. Seeing Qiu Shi's pallid complexion, Wang Yue Qingxia initially thought that his misdeeds had backfired, causing him to suffer. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, believing she could win without a fight and return home unscathed, a familiar foul stench wafted toward her. Her movements froze, and an unsettling feeling washed over her. Wang Yue Qingxia, stiff with trepidation, turned around to behold countless inferior orcs on the desolate planet. They licked their lips, their greedy eyes fixated on her. Without hesitation, Wang Yue Qingxia slid to her knees, rushing to Qiu Shi's side. Shaking him desperately, "Wake up! You must wake up! If you don't, they will truly take your life." Chapter 31. I am the most qualified to save her. Wang Yue Qingxia exerted all her strength, nearly shaking Qiu Shi into a shadow. Despite his notoriously foul temperament, in this moment of crisis, she could no longer afford to consider such things. She continued to shake him, but after what felt like an eternity, Qiu Shi remained unresponsive. His once vibrant complexion had turned pale, and he leaned weakly against her shoulder. His lips pressed into a thin line as he whispered. It hurts. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes were tinged with a faint blush, rendering him even more captivating. Wang Yue Qingxia conceded that the ailing beauty was indeed striking, but with life hanging in the balance, she wished he would muster some strength. Tears brimming, she persisted in shaking him. Yet, halfway through, Qiu Shi's brow relaxed, and he fainted in her embrace. Wang Yue Qingxia, though she held a beautiful figure in her arms, she found no joy in it. Confirming that Qiu Shi was beyond help, she decisively tossed him aside and looked at 333 with eager anticipation. "Little 3, do you have a battle mode? Perhaps transforming into a mech to help us fight our way through?" After a long pause, 333 finally replied delicately, "Host, I am merely a basic model purchased at a discount, a relic of the past. As long as I can access the internet without lag, that is a blessing. Transforming into a mech is beyond my capabilities." Realizing that 333 was of no use, Wang Yue Qingxia fell into utter despair. At that moment, the stench intensified. Rising to her feet, she discovered that countless inferior orcs were racing toward the dueling arena. In the brief moment she was lost in thought, the inferior orcs had already bounded to the vicinity of the audience. Fortunately, while the audience was also suffering and collapsing, the organizers had invested heavily in protective shields to prevent harm from the pureblood duel. Seeing that the shield was impenetrable, the inferior orcs ground their teeth in frustration, all directing their gaze toward the dueling arena. In a moment of eye contact, Wang Yue Qingxia froze, her heart racing with dread. A few minutes later, on the dueling platform, Wang Yue Qingxia was leaping and dodging amidst the pursuit of a horde of inferior orcs, with Qiu Shi's unconscious form strapped to her back, carrying a robust man of 188 centimeters. Tears streamed down her face. Despite her unfavorable impression of Qiu Shi due to his wicked nature and having cursed him 100 times in secret, as a good girl raised under the red banner of the 21st century, she could never bring herself to send him to his death. Considering the inferior orc's penchant for hunting purebloods, Wang Yue Qingxia gritted her teeth and sprinted, determined to protect Qiu Shi from being torn to shreds. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, as the strange sound echoed, all live broadcasts related to the dueling arena were forcibly shut down. In front of the screen, He Cheng's face turned ashen as he nervously queried, "What is happening? What was that ghastly sound just now?" He Cheng clutched his chest, still shaken. Xiao Chuanxue was set to duel with a formidable enemy. On the day of the duel, Chu Yi, unable to focus on locating anyone, stood expressionless in front of the live stream. He Cheng had come over to tease his childhood friend and join the live broadcast. However, midway through the stream, he had yet to express concern for the beleaguered Xiao Chuanxue, who was being relentlessly pursued by her adversary. Suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. Recalling that strange, piercing sound, He Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. Even though he was not present at the scene, just hearing it through the network sent shivers through him. Meanwhile, Chui remained expressionless, his brows slightly pale. In terms of impact, he was not much less affected than He Cheng. Yet, while He Cheng was still in shock, Chui had already risen to contact the Imperial Research Group. The conversation concluded swiftly. Chui closed his cognitive device, his expression grave. Realizing that something was amiss, He Cheng stood up, anxiously inquiring, "What is it?" Chui, eyes closed, replied, "If I am not mistaken, this is the handiwork of the Federation. Due to a lack of X-gene neutralization, since 1500 years ago, humans breeding with a single gender have frequently faced disadvantages. Their mental stability falters, and their spiritual entities collapse. Humanity nearly faced extinction. It was only when the Federation developed a stabilizing agent that human safety was assured. However, aside from the stabilizing agent, the Federation has been conducting human experiments in secret, attempting to discover weapons that can destroy spiritual entities. Initially, Chui dismissed this as mere rumor. But now, weapons capable of dismantling spiritual entities have indeed been successfully developed by the Federation. They were not present at the site, so their only repercussions were mental collapse and nausea. But for those on site, He Cheng stood frozen, realizing the gravity of the situation despite his usual optimism. With a serious expression, he asked, "Have the spirits of Qiu Shi, Xiao Chuanxue, and those beast men been destroyed?" As he uttered these words, disbelief colored his tone. Chu Yi replied, "Not only are their mental powers obliterated, but the inferior beastmen also possess power comparable to SS-level beings." At this revelation, He Cheng felt a wave of dread wash over him. He had long been aware that the Federation, a conglomerate of scientific madmen, was obsessed with human experimentation. Yet, he never anticipated that they could produce something so abhorrent. A single duel match and 2 Ultras-level pureblood spiritual entities had been annihilated. For the Empire and humanity, this represented an incalculable loss. He Cheng's thoughts became disoriented. Just then, noticing Chu Yi preparing to leave, he couldn't help but ask, "Did the teachers instruct you on how to handle this matter?" Chu Yi paused momentarily, his expression still impassive as he replied, "The Empire currently has no plan to counter the weapons that destroy spiritual entities. Additionally, once mental power is destroyed, it cannot be restored." He Cheng felt a wave of dread wash over him. The Ultras-level purebloods, treasures cherished by the Empire, had now lost their mental abilities due to a mere sonic attack, rendering them incapacitated. The prideful enemy, despite their ongoing poor relations, would undoubtedly be devastated upon receiving this news. After a deep sigh, He Cheng pressed on. "How many people does the Empire plan to send for rescue?" The strange sound waves and the SSS-level inferior beastmen raised concerns about how many personnel would be needed to merely achieve a stalemate. While He Chung calculated, Chewie spoke softly. There will be no rescue. The enemy's weapon remains unknown, and we currently have no means to respond. To minimize losses, the Empire has decided to abandon the and everything upon it. These words. He Chung stood rooted in place. Upon regaining his senses, he lowered his head, speechless. On one hand, he considered this decision inhumane, yet on the other, he recognized it as the most viable solution. Gathering his thoughts, He Chung lifted his gaze, only to see that Chewie had summoned a spaceship without him noticing. He Chung instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" Chewie lowered his gaze, succinctly stating. To the dot. He Chung was momentarily taken aback before desperately attempting to dissuade him. "Are you insane? You could die." Chewie brushed He Chung's hand aside, meeting his gaze with unwavering intensity. "As the Guardian, I bear the greatest responsibility to save him within the Empire." Chapter 32. To survive, one must live. Meanwhile, Wang Yu Qingxia remained oblivious to the turmoil in the Empire. Amidst her frantic movements, she wiped the sweat from her brow, gasping for breath as she implored, "Xiao San, how much longer until the rescue arrives? There are two purebloods here on the brink of death. Even if they disregard me, the Empire and the enemy cannot possibly neglect Qiushi, right?" 333 was on the verge of tears. Earlier, during the fight, they had mentioned a maximum of 3 minutes for their arrival. Yet upon calling again, her calls went unanswered. Now, countless 3-minute intervals had passed. Wang Yu Qingxia might be inept, but she was not foolish. The phone line was dead, and the promised 3-minute rescue had yet to materialize. She understood that neither she nor Qiushi nor the other beastmen in the audience would likely receive any form of rescue. Faced with the inability to rely on others, Wang Yu Qingxia gritted her teeth and resolved to take matters into her own hands. There was a forsaken resource planet, left barren after its resources were depleted. This resulted in numerous vast, deep depressions across its surface. These pits were perilously deep. Anyone unfortunate enough to fall in would struggle to even breathe. Consequently, few ventured to however, for Wang Yu Qingxia in her current predicament. These pits represented her only hope. As she dodged and hid, she caught sight of a pit filled with sand at the bottom. In a moment of desperation, as her strength waned and the inferior beastmen closed in, she executed a slide, dragging Qiushi into the side pit alongside her. The sandy bottom cushioned their fall, sparing Wang Yu Qingxia from a disastrous landing. Yet, before she could catch her breath, the unconscious Qiushi began to stir. Seeing the boy awaken, her eyes filled with tears as she urged, "Qiushi, hurry. Aren't you an Ultra SS-level pureblood? It's time for you to step in." Wang Yu Qingxia threw a left hook and a right hook, eagerly awaiting Qiushi's response. However, upon regaining consciousness, Qiushi appeared as if his spirit had been drained, staring blankly at his fingertips. After a long pause, under Wang Yu Qingxia's watchful gaze, he closed his eyes and murmured, "My spiritual entity is gone." WTF? Wang Yu Qingxia stood frozen in disbelief. The next moment, a cacophony of shattering sounds erupted. She hastily crawled out to investigate, only to witness the inferior beastmen going berserk, attacking the ordinary beastmen in the audience in a frenzy. Under the relentless onslaught of countless inferior beastmen, the resilient barrier began to show signs of cracking. The fissures multiplied, seeming as though a single blow would cause it to shatter completely. Wang Yu Qingxia's anxiety escalated. Taking a deep breath, she vigorously shook Qiushi, exclaiming, "They're about to die. Aren't you the most outstanding Ultra-level pureblood? You need to do something." Frustration gnawed at her, but Qiushi, eyes still closed, spoke in a disturbingly calm tone. "It's useless. Don't waste your energy," Qiushi continued. "Those inferior beastmen are all level. If my mental power hadn't been destroyed, dealing with them would be," he intended to say easy, but before he could finish, he clenched his fist, acutely aware of his empty mental reserves. Once the heir to the enemy faction, he was the strongest new generation Ultra-level pureblood, a figure of great attention. Qiushi once believed that if there were indeed a goddess in the world, he would surely be her consort, for he was the most exceptional and handsome pureblood. Yet now, everything had crumbled. With his mental power obliterated, he had become utterly useless, and no longer could he claim to be superior to even the most ordinary level beastman. As an ordinary being, He could never hope to be the goddess's partner. Yet that belief had been his faith. Without faith, what meaning remained in his existence? Qiu Shi resigned himself to the fate of impending death. Unlike the short figure, as the heir of the enemy faction, he understood the higher-ups' mindset all too well. One must not lose sight of the bigger picture in the face of an unknown and unverified weapon. The Empire would never expend resources to rescue a group of mentally devastated individuals. Today, they were doomed to die. Qiu Shi closed his eyes, preparing for death. For one as proud as he, it was better to perish than to live as a mere shell of his former self. The air was eerily silent as Qiu Shi relinquished his struggle. A resonant voice pierced his thoughts. "If you won't save them, I will." Having concluded her words, Wang Yue Qingxiao was the first to depart from the pit. A few minutes later, as she gazed upon the menacing horde of inferior orcs across from her, a chill coursed through her scalp. Aside from her pendant, driven by curiosity, she had procured a gun previously used for memory storage through legitimate channels before her arrival. Wang Yue Qingxiao recalled that this weapon had the capability to slay inferior orcs, yet she had never learned how to wield it in the midst of her hesitation. The barrier was breached, and the inferior orcs seized hold of an orc on the spectator platform. Grinning wickedly as they prepared to devour it in that critical moment of life and death, Wang Yue Qingxiao could no longer afford to hesitate. She strode forward, mustering her courage to pull the trigger. The result, however, was but a blank shot. As she pressed the trigger frantically, bewildered by the absence of bullets, the inferior orcs noticed her. Compared to the orcs, purebloods were far more enticing to the inferior kind. Upon discovering her presence, the inferior orcs cast aside their current prey and surged toward her. Wang Yue Qingxiao felt darkness envelop her vision, just as she stood there, clutching the useless gun, unsure of where to hide. A beautiful jade-white hand yanked her away. Qiu Shi shielded her behind him, discarding the weapon from her grasp, his voice tinged with frustration. "Is your brain underdeveloped? How can you not even know the simple fact that weapons require mental energy to operate?" Wang Yue Qingxiao recoiled slightly at his retort, wishing to explain her ignorance. Yet in the next moment, right before her eyes, to prevent the oncoming horde of inferior orcs, Qiu Shi stood resolutely in front of her. Only to have his heart torn out by their claws. Warm blood dripped between her brows, and Wang Yue Qingxiao was momentarily transfixed by the scene. Ever since arriving in this world, she had constantly muttered about dying. Yet this was the first time she had witnessed death with her own eyes. Before her, the once vibrant and carefree youth had his heart extracted, blood soaking through the fabric. His gaze drooped, features paling, yet he still held her hand, urging, "Purebloods are a rare delicacy. Those fiends will savor every bite. Before my blood and flesh are consumed, little one, run left. There's a public shuttle. Purebloods can pilot it for free. You must survive." Before he could finish, the sound of flesh being torn echoed ominously. Right before her eyes, an inferior orc sank its teeth into Qiu Shi's arm. Chapter 33. Dying on the same day of the same month, same year. The warmth of the moment deepened. Wang Yue Qingxiao stood frozen, her expression dazed as she looked down to find her fingertips stained with blood. Regaining her senses, she urgently sought out 333. "Little 3, what should I do now?" she asked, her tone frantic. "The nearest public shuttle station is 1,000 meters left, 200 meters right, and 500 meters straight ahead. If you run now, you might still make it." 333 replied promptly. Before 333 could finish, Wang Yue Qingxiao's body was jolted. In the ensuing silence, she glanced at 333, her knuckles clenched tightly at her side. With a hoarse voice, she said, "This isn't about escaping. I'm asking how to save Qiu Shi." Upon hearing this, 333 paused, taken aback. After a long silence, it spoke again, its tone clinical. "The heart has been extracted, and the damage to the body is at 30%. Host, there is a 99% chance Qiu Shi will die." In other words, Qiu Shi was beyond salvation. After a brief pause, 333 continued, "However, if you flee now, there is still a 50% chance." Before it could finish, Wang Yue Qingxiao abruptly released it and charged toward the inferior orcs. As one of the inferior orcs prepared to bite Qiu Shi's other arm, Wang Yue Qingxiao lunged forward, biting down on the orc's arm first. The sudden turn of events left Qiu Shi barely clinging to life. In disbelief as he groaned, "Are you insane? How can an ordinary person without mental energy possibly fight off an inferior orc?" He felt a mix of anger and exasperation. Yet, in those final moments of life, he still grasped the girl's arm, desperate to save her from her own recklessness before she could meet a foolish end. However, the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The inferior orc, which Wang Yue Qingxia had bitten, abruptly ceased its assault. In the following instant, the black substance that had enveloped the inferior orc began to recede like a tide. Qiu Shi stood there, dumbfounded. He momentarily thought this was an illusion before his death. Due to failed genetic modification, inferior orcs bore a layer of black substance on their surface that affected their mental energy, rendering them frenzied and irritable. For thousands of years, the Empire and Federation had invested immense resources into studying the composition of this black matter, attempting to reverse the degradation. Yet, no progress had been made, and finally, out of desperation, they had banished the inferior orcs to the borders. But now, right before his eyes, the black substance on the inferior orc, which had been bitten by that little one, was gradually dissipating, revealing human-like white skin beneath. Qiu Shi stared in astonishment. The inferior orc that had been bitten began to regain its senses, the fury in its eyes fading. The orc clumsily lifted a hand, attempting to reach out and touch the creature in its embrace. However, before it could make contact, another inferior orc came charging in. Wang Yue Qingxia looked up, only to find glinting claws poised to strike just half an inch away. Their eyes met, and upon seeing the inferior orc, she felt a wave of darkness wash over her. To prevent Qiu Shi's body from being torn apart, she, in a moment of impulsiveness, chose to save him, forgetting her own limitations. As tears welled in her eyes, she shut them, believing that she and Qiu Shi, two unfortunate souls, were destined to die together on the same day, in the same month, and yeared roar of fury echoed in her ears. Just before she could be harmed, the inferior orc she had bitten shielded her with its body, absorbing the blow from another inferior orc. Wang Yue Qingxia froze in disbelief, mistakenly thinking that the inferior orc was protecting its meal. She did not relax, seizing the opportunity while the two orcs were entangled in battle. She swiftly ran to Qiu Shi's side. Due to excessive blood loss, the once vibrant youth appeared pale, his previous exuberance extinguished, as if he might vanish in the next moment. Wang Yue Qingxia knelt beside him, helplessly gripping his hand, stammering, "Just hold on. The Empire's rescue will arrive soon. In a world abundant with mental energy, regenerating a heart and arm should not be difficult." She attempted to uplift Qiu Shi's spirits, but he merely kept his eyes closed, his tone unervingly calm. "It's useless," Qiu Shi said. "The Empire will never waste resources to save a bunch of worthless beings. If you don't leave now, you'll die too." Seeing Qiu Shi, devoid of any will to survive, Wang Yue Qingxia felt a surge of desperation. She tried to say something more, but before she could speak, Qiu Shi's calm demeanor shifted to one of urgency. He tightened his grip on her hand and hoarsely warned, "Be careful." Wang Yue Qingxia was taken aback, instinctively turning around, only to find yet another inferior orc charging at her. Its claws pierced her shoulder blade, and she stumbled, collapsing to the ground. More and more inferior orcs appeared. Wang Yue Qingxia turned to Qiu Shi, sighing, "It seems we are destined to die together." In the moment before, they had been locked in a fierce battle. Now, they faced death side by side. It was a darkly humorous irony. With this thought, Wang Yue Qingxia sighed dejectedly. Though she knew she might become the excrement of an inferior orc, while her consciousness remained intact, she still struggled to piece Qiu Shi back together. As she worked, she mumbled, "Your family is grand. When your kin burn paper money for you, don't forget to share half with me." Watching the chattering little one, Qiu Shi nearly laughed in exasperation. He couldn't fathom how this creature's mind functioned. Clearly skilled in trickery and prone to show off her cleverness, yet in the end, when he willingly offered to forsake his own life to let her escape, she unexpectedly chose to stay. The frail and beautiful youth lowered his head, his tousled chestnut hair casting shadows over his clear, innocent almond eyes, his complexion as pale as paper. With his shoulder blade pierced and blood loss leading to hypothermia, he was on the brink of death, yet he still worried about whether he could procure paper money in the afterlife. Qiu Shi felt a mix of irritation and amusement, but ultimately, he said nothing. As the most outstanding new generation of his adversaries, he had never accepted defeat. He endeavored to excel in everything. Until today, he had believed his fate was to become the companion of a goddess, dedicating his life to his faith. Yet, fate had played a cruel trick, rendering him a useless individual stripped of mental energy, about to die alongside the very little one he had previously looked down upon. Observing the determined youth, Qiu Shi pursed his lips and, as if compelled by an unseen force, said, "Next time you cling to someone, don't choose Shuin. If he were to be chosen, he would undoubtedly deny anyone the opportunity to duel with her." Yet, the words had barely formed on his lips when, in the next moment, an insatiable itch arose. Qiu Shi's gaze lowered in astonishment, only to witness the wound, nourished by the diminutive figure's blood, gradually healing. His heart began to beat as Qiu Shi observed this scene, believing himself to be hallucinating. The next moment, the spiritual entity that should have dissipated reappeared in his mind. Chapter 34. Healing the frail Wangyue Qingxia. Having fainted from excessive blood loss, lay beneath the somber sky. Suddenly, a dazzling red phoenix soared into the heavens, its brilliance piercing through the gloom. In that instant, all the inferior orcs on the ground ceased their movements. At the apex of the sky, the red phoenix held its neck high, surrounded by specks of blood floating around it. The presence of the spiritual entity would enrage the inferior orcs. After a brief moment of stupor, the inferior orcs roared in fury, attacking the red phoenix in a frenzied manner. However, before they could reach their target, the red phoenix spread its wings, and blood rained down like a torrential downpour. Due to the overwhelming number of inferior orcs, the ground, once shrouded in darkness, began to lose its color as the blood rain fell. The black substance on the orcs evaporated like mist until it completely vanished. In mere moments, all the inferior orcs collectively shed their degradation. Simultaneously, on the spectators' platform, the orcs, who had been racked with pain from the destruction of their mental powers, regained their tranquility. Qiu Shi rose to his feet. His expression dazed. He sensed that just moments ago, everyone's mental power had collapsed only to be reconstituted, and this was not due to him, but rather because of that diminutive figure's blood. Regaining his composure, Qiu Shi raised his hand and slowly covered his chest. Within his ribcage, his heart thumped violently. Yet, only moments before, it had been ripped from his body and devoured by the inferior orcs. Gazing at the unconscious youth on the ground, Qiu Shi's brief stupor gave way to realization. The detector had not deceived him, nor had the elemental stone, and his recollections were accurate. The seemingly weak and harmless youth was indeed of super SSS grade. Perhaps even stronger than that. However, unlike any pureblood in the history of the Empire, the youth's extraordinary ability was not offensive but rather healing. On the spaceship, He Cheng felt a headache coming on. After a deep sigh, he turned to his ancestor across from him, exasperated. "Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for that little pureblood?" He lamented. "At the helm." Shui pressed his lips tightly together. His pale and beautiful brows furrowed. Upon hearing He Cheng's words, Shui lowered his gaze without replying. His fingers clenched at his sides, palms slick with cold sweat. The more He Cheng observed, the more fatigued and pained he felt. Finally, he sighed. "Even if someone must come to support, it absolutely should not be you." With the continuous proliferation of humanity, mental power had gradually strengthened but also became increasingly susceptible to collapse. Among them, the higher the innate talent of royal members, the more fragile their spiritual entities became. In this generation, Shu Yi, as the Empire's strongest pureblood, possessed a terrifyingly fragile spiritual entity. If there ever came a day when he failed to take his stabilizing medication, he could easily lose control. Yet now, amidst the lingering aftermath of the damaged mental power, Shui ventured alone to the abandoned star. He Cheng, initially worried about his childhood friend's safety, followed along. But now, witnessing the reckless demeanor of the youth, He Cheng couldn't help but ask, "Shu Yi, have you developed feelings for that little pureblood?" As the words left his mouth, the ship, guided by its master's consciousness, jolted violently, causing He Cheng to clutch the railing in alarm. A few minutes later, the ship stabilized. Shu Yi, expressionless and with his voice still businesslike, replied, "I am different from you. I have my mission, from birth." He had been nurtured as the companion of a young girl. Thus, in this life, he could only remain loyal to her, giving everything for her. As for that delicate and beautiful youth, Shu Yi's gaze darkened as he muttered, "I am merely his guardian, fulfilling my duties as such. Oh, a guardian. He Chung rolled his eyes, utterly unconvinced by this nonsense. He had intended to say something to enlighten his friend, who had been thoroughly brainwashed by the Empire. However, before he could speak, a sharp pain pierced his head, forcing him to clutch it in agony. As they neared the abandoned star, the disruptive sound waves that damaged mental power became increasingly pronounced. He Chung was drenched in cold sweat. When he regained his senses, he immediately glanced to the side, only to see Shu Yi's thin lips pressed tightly together, his beautiful phoenix-like eyes tinged with crimson. This was a sign of impending instability. Upon noticing this, He Chung panicked, disregarding the pain still throbbing in his head. He quickly turned back, preparing to fetch a stabilizer from the storage room. But as he turned, a gentle light enveloped the ship, and the pain vanished. The once volatile spiritual entity floated comfortably in a warm embrace. He Chung was taken aback. Meanwhile, Shu Yi, who had slowed down due to his unstable mental power, felt it stabilize and, after a brief moment of surprise, immediately accelerated, propelling the ship towards the abandoned star at full speed. Before He Chung could react, the ship suddenly plummeted. A few minutes later, upon landing on the abandoned star, He Chung knelt on the ground, retching violently. Shu Yi descended from the ship, his thin lips pressed together as he surveyed the surroundings in silence. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet upon landing, the horde of inferior orcs had vanished. The dueling arena was now littered only with the bodies of unfamiliar ordinary orcs, and the spectators sprawled in the stands. "Where is everyone?" Shu Yi furrowed his brow, his expression uncharacteristically flustered. After surveying the area, he froze in place, spotting a familiar figure in the corner. Chiu Shi was kneeling, cradling the fainting youth in his arms. A string in his mind snapped. Once He Chung finished retching and shakily tried to inquire where they were, a gust of wind swept through. Shu Yi, expressionless, aimed his gun at the opposite side, coldly demanding, "You hurt him, didn't you?" A surge of unfamiliar and intense rage swelled within him. Shu Yi's gaze turned ICY in that moment. He cared not for enemies nor the Empire. He merely wished to avenge the young one's life. Yet, just as he was about to pull the trigger, Chiu Shi, who had been motionless on the ground, suddenly stood up. He tightly held the pale youth in his arms, frowning as he exclaimed, "Shu, what on earth are you doing? Why did you take so long? If anything happened to that little one, could you bear the responsibility?" Upon hearing this, both Shu Yi and He Chung were momentarily stunned. Chiu Shi, who had never regarded anyone with esteem, was now protecting the youth as if guarding his own heart. Rushing towards the ship, He Chung instinctively wanted to take the little pureblood in order to prevent Chiu Shi's capricious ancestor from carelessly causing harm. However, just as he reached out, Chiu Shi sidestepped and disdainfully remarked, "What are you touching? This is my person. Keep your filthy hands away." He Chung was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Chiu Shi had suddenly become so protective of the youth. After all, just yesterday, they had been bitter enemies. Amidst the clamor on the ship, Shu Yi demanded the youth back, but Chiu Shi, with his biting sarcasm, refused to yield. The atmosphere between the two was tense, with He Cheng at a loss on how to mediate. Simultaneously, on the other side of the abandoned star, amidst a throng of inferior beings, a frail, pale youth with red eyes and white hair lifted his gaze. With a smile, he said, "I've found you, sister." Chapter 35. Like a battle hen protecting its chick on the spaceship. The atmosphere was thick with tension. He Chung lowered his head. After a flurry of activity, ensuring the unfamiliar orcs and the spectators were settled, he felt the pervasive low pressure in the air. He let out a sigh, turning to the two ancestors, saying helplessly, "How long do you plan to keep this up?" To prevent any unforeseen incidents, they immediately set course for home 10 minutes after arriving at the abandoned star. Yet, He Chung was baffled by what had transpired along the way. Before their trip to the abandoned star, Chiu Shi had harbored an aversion towards the little pureblood. However, something had shifted during their brief visit. Chiu Shi's attitude had dramatically changed. Since boarding the ship, he had tightly embraced the youth, protecting him as one would a precious jewel. Originally, this could be considered a fortunate turn of events. After all, the Chiu family held considerable influence. He Chung had worried that if they offended the Chiu family, the little pureblood's life would become quite difficult. Now, however, although he was uncertain of what had transpired, The conflict between the two seemed resolved, a cause for celebration. While He Cheng felt a sense of relief, it did not alleviate the discontent of another. Inside the ship, Shu Yi's brows were knitted, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "Return him to me." Qiu Shi immediately scoffed, deliberately provoking, "Return him? Why should I? Does that little one bear your insignia? I certainly didn't see it." Qiu Shibi, without a doubt, excels in the realm of sarcasm and irony. Chu Yi, biting his lip in silence, found the atmosphere akin to a battlefield, while He Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Observing the expression on his childhood friend's face, He Cheng couldn't shake off his severe doubts. Were it not for the fear of inadvertently causing harm to the young pureblood, this typically aloof and composed prince might have surged forward to seize him. His cold, white fingers were clenched tightly at his side, the veins on the back of his hand standing out prominently. Chu Yi endured with great restraint, considering that engaging in a mental battle aboard the spacecraft could endanger the boy. He retracted his attack and stated matter-of-factly, "I am his guardian, his sole guardian." Upon finishing his declaration, Chu Yi cast a stern glance at the flamboyant peacock across from him, his brows knitting tightly. Although he was displeased, he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm as he added, "I possess the right to safeguard his safety. Kindly return him to me." Would Qiu Shi comply? Certainly not. After all, it is widely acknowledged throughout the empire that the Zhou family is notoriously self-centered, showing no exception even when faced with the imperial prince. With a scoff, Qiu Shi replied nonchalantly, "You're truly serious about protecting his safety? If that were the case, where were you just now?" He then lowered his gaze to observe the wounds on the boy. While carefully avoiding the injuries, Qiu Shi continued his cold mockery. "If the little squirt gets hurt, it's entirely your fault for being such an inept guardian. I say, why not hand the little squirt over to me? The Zhou family is affluent enough to ensure he grows up plump and healthy." As he spoke, Qiu Shi glanced down at the frail and delicate boy in his arms, softening his tone. "Is that right, little squirt?" Before awaiting a response, he naturally cradled the back of the boy's head and nodded. Then, lifting his head, he proclaimed with confidence, "You see, the little squirt agrees." Before Chu Yi could retort, He Cheng, who had been silently observing their exchange, was thunderstruck. He had never imagined that the Zhou heir could be so immature. Was he akin to a 3-year-old child? Before He Cheng could finish his thoughts, Qiu Shi boldly declared, "You, surnamed Chu, we had an agreement. The next time we're in the imperial city, we will handle the paperwork. Ideally, I would like the guardianship of the little squirt transferred to me today." Chu Yi raised his gaze, his tone icy and distant. "Why should I relinquish him to you? I am his guardian, and I shall remain so." Noticing Chu Yi's unwillingness to cooperate, Qiu Shi narrowed his eyes and continued his sarcastic remarks. "If I recall correctly, Your Highness, you are quite the busy person, darting from planet to planet for some so-called mission. And now, for reasons unknown, you find yourself confined to the imperial city. How could I possibly trust you with the little squirt, a person who is essentially a puppet of the empire, unable to lend a hand even during a duel?" With that, Qiu Shi took a step back, clearly not intending to release his hold. Chu Yi took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "I do this for the empire." Qiu Shi nodded and spoke plainly. "Since the empire is your true love, what harm is there in handing the little squirt over to me? A public figure like you would be unable to intervene if the little squirt were taken to a duel." Upon hearing this, not only Chu Yi but even He Cheng, who had been a silent observer, could no longer contain himself. "Young Master Qiu, if I'm not mistaken, it was your insistence on the duel that led to the injury of the little pureblood. Wasn't he it?" Sensing Qiu Shi's concern for the young pureblood, He Cheng attempted to sway the situation back in favor of his childhood friend. To his surprise, Qiu Shi appeared unaffected, retorting with conviction, "Indeed, but if the little squirt were under my guardianship, I would never allow anyone the opportunity to challenge him to a duel. Who would dare bully Qiu Shi? Before the duel even begins, I would ensure that the provocateur is left unrecognizable. Unlike you, Chu Yi, who allowed the little squirt to be taken into a duel without lifting a finger, resulting in his injury. Therefore, in conclusion, everything is your fault." Listening to Qiu Shi's blatant distortion of truth, He Cheng felt his mouth twitch in disbelief. He never anticipated that someone could possess such confidence to turn black into white. However, more than Qiu Shi's outrageous claims, He Cheng was more intrigued by another matter. "Young Master Qiu, have you not always looked down upon our little pureblood? Why has your attitude shifted so dramatically after just one duel? He Chung had intended to extract useful information, but unfortunately, Cho Shi was impervious to such provocations. Upon hearing He Cheng's words, the young prince furrowed his brows in irritation. What do you mean, your little pureblood? He clearly belongs to the Cho family. He is mine. As if fearing that the boy might be snatched away, Cho Shi tightened his grip around the fragile figure. With no answers forthcoming and his frustration mounting, He Chung gritted his teeth, wishing for the first time that his childhood friend would stand up for himself, ideally to engage in a scuffle with Cho Shi. Yet, while he fought to navigate the complexities between his friend and the little pureblood, his adversary barely spared him a glance, focused intently on the boy in his arms, as if contemplating the best way to acquire him. As the unanswered questions lingered, He Chung felt a profound sense of frustration. However, given Cho Shi's dreadful demeanor, he found himself both curious and reluctant to engage further. Fortunately, he did not remain perplexed for too long. An hour later, within the confines of the empire, He Chung pointed at the suddenly appearing unfamiliar beastmen, his tone incredulous. What did you say? The beastmen we brought back are the very inferior breed. Chapter 36. The immaturity of Cho Shi. While speaking, He Cheng appeared dazed, which was understandable. Having lived for over a decade, he had never witnessed such an absurd occurrence. Inferior beastmen, an affliction that had plagued the Empire and the Federation for 3,000 years, one that could not be eradicated no matter the effort, had inexplicably been purified? Gazing at the bearers who bore no distinction from ordinary beastmen, He Chung could not help but ask, is this true? Have they truly been cured? Beyond his astonishment, He Cheng's eyes shimmered with excitement and exhilaration. It was no wonder he felt so unrestrained. The beastmen had awaited this day for far too long. 3,000 years ago, shortly after the emergence of inferior beastmen, the Empire and the Federation had rarely collaborated, jointly dispatching troops to eradicate the inferior breed to prevent any further mishaps. But to no avail. Although the frenzied inferior beastmen could not reproduce through artificial wombs, their very existence was akin to a virus that could multiply endlessly. As long as one inferior specimen remained, the virus it carried could unknowingly infect countless beastmen. The extermination was unending. It was a battle that could never truly be won, as long as the genetic virus of the inferior breed persisted. They would never vanish. Yet now, a batch of inferior beastmen had suddenly been purified back to ordinary beastmen. He Chung was elated. Across from him, the researchers nodded, stating, "We conducted a thorough examination. As of now, there are no signs of the inferior genes reviving in those who have been purified. To be precise, the inferior genes within their bodies have been completely eradicated, leaving not a trace behind." He Cheng exhaled in relief and asked, what precisely was used to purify the inferior genes? Was it some substance from the wasteland? Noticing He Cheng's curiosity, the researchers exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar as they replied. Did Cho Shi not inform you? Before He Chung could react, the researchers played a replay of the live broadcast in the footage. All the beastmen lay on the ground, the inferior breed rampaging. Cho Shi's heart was extracted, and the protective barrier for the audience was breached by the inferior beastmen. Everything seemed to be spiraling towards the worst possible outcome. Just as He Chung felt a surge of anxiety, gripping his hands tightly in tension, the turning point emerged. After the young pureblood sustained his injuries, the inferior breed that had been splattered with his blood was inexplicably purified. Even Cho Shi, whose heart had been ripped out, experienced a miraculous recovery upon coming into contact with the blood. Seeing He Chung in a daze, the researchers remarked, "The pureblood you brought back from the Federation possesses an unprecedented level of nobility. The power of mental fortitude is indeed formidable. A pureblood of the ultra-S level can devastate an entire city with but a snap of the fingers. Yet, such strength is merely that, strength, if one fails to consume the stabilizing elixir on time, leading to a collapse of their mental faculties. Not even a deity could render assistance. However, that pureblood possesses an extraordinary ability, healing. He can purify inferior orcs and regenerate hearts within mere seconds. Even the shattered spiritual entities can collectively recover nearly 100 souls in the blink of an eye. It is not merely the cumulative effect of these three abilities. Each of them, even if singular, would warrant a lifetime of devotion from the Empire. At this moment, He Chung felt an uncommon sense of relief. Fortuitously, They had chanced upon the youth at the border that day and rescued him. Otherwise, whether he had been slain by the inferior beings or taken by the Federation for dissection and study, it would have been an unbearable loss for humanity. Recollecting his thoughts, He-chung noticed the researchers still engrossed in their tasks. He chose not to intrude any further. Yet, just before departing, a researcher unexpectedly called out to him, saying, "Young Master He-chung, could you assist in summoning His Highness the Prince? It pertains to information regarding Codename Dawn." Meanwhile, in the lounge, Chiu-Shi cradled the delicate and beautiful youth in his arms, murmuring, "We had an agreement. Once you recover from your ailment, you will return to the Chiu family with me." Although the physician had meticulously bandaged him, due to excessive blood loss, Wang Yueqingxiao remained in a state of weakness, unable to respond. However, Chiu-Shi was entirely unconcerned, continuing his soliloquy, "If you do not speak, I shall take it as your silent agreement. Come, let us make a promise." As he spoke, Chiu-Shi extended his hand, intending to bind them together. Yet this time, before he could succeed, a long, pale hand appeared, forcefully interposing itself between him and the youth. Chiu-Shi narrowed his eyes and, after a moment, turned around with a forced smile, saying, "Your Highness, what is your intention? Are you attempting to usurp someone else's affection?" Chui remained unfazed, his voice cool and detached. "Chiu-Shi, do not be so childish. He is not yet awake. You should not impose upon him." Chiu-Shi retorted, "Even without coercion, the little one would undoubtedly choose me." After stating this, he resumed his monologue, "Do you not agree?" As he spoke, the elegant white hand gently supported the youth's head, prompting a nod from the boy. It was merely a self-soothing trick, yet Chiu-Shi continued to smile, his eyes glinting with satisfaction and joy. Chui could no longer tolerate the situation. He had initially perceived Chiu-Shi as reckless and arrogant, but now he realized the extent of his immaturity. Due to his role as the boy's guardian, he had endured countless instances of Chiu-Shi's sarcasm within the span of a single day. Taking a deep breath, the upbringing he had received allowed him to maintain a shred of composure. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Chiu-Shi, how long do you intend to hold him?" Since returning to the imperial capital, whether applying medicine or performing bandaging, Chiu-Shi had stubbornly refused to let go. The intelligent medical personnel had no choice but to avoid removing the clothing, opting instead to tear the bandage around the shoulder blade. Fortunately, the youth's injuries were not severe. Otherwise, given Chiu-Shi's obstinate nature, surgery would have been impossible. Without lifting his gaze, Chiu-Shi replied, "How long I wish to hold him is my concern, and it bears no relation to you, Your Highness, unless..." At this point, Chiu-Shi's voice trailed off, laden with implication. "As the guardian, Your Highness, do you find yourself enamored with your ward? Such personal motives are unbecoming of our noble and esteemed prince." His words dripped with sarcasm. Even the compliments he offered twisted into a mockery. Chui, having been raised under the Empire's teachings, typically maintained a calm demeanor in the face of adversity, even amidst the Empire's collapse. He could calmly assess the optimal solution. Yet now, under Chiu-Shi's sharp tongue, he found himself losing his composure for the first time. "Let us step outside and settle this with a duel," he declared. Chiu-Shi, lacking enthusiasm, yawned and replied nonchalantly, "If the victor can unconditionally assume guardianship of the little one, then I might consider participating in your duel." Chui's expression remained impassive. Just as he was on the brink of losing control over his mental faculties and engaging in a physical altercation with Chiu-Shi, He-chung burst in unexpectedly. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere grew silent and awkward. However, at that moment, He-chung, burdened with a mission, had no time for pleasantries. He stepped forward swiftly and leaned close to Chui's ear. Speaking in a hushed tone, "We have found the latest lead on Codename Dawn. It is located on the Waste Star. Chapter 37. You do not harbor feelings for that little pureblood, do you?" Their gazes locked. And Chui paused. After a moment, he turned, his eyes fixating on the youth cradled in Chiu-Shi's arms. The medication had alleviated the pain, and the delicate and beautiful youth's features were now relaxed. His porcelain skin and lush lips vibrant. Beneath the curtain of his chestnut hair, his long and thick lashes fluttered. Unlike the subadult form he had previously encountered, the youth appeared diminutive, reminiscent of the dolls he had owned in his childhood. Chui felt an aversion to leaving. He wished to remain by the youth's side rather than venture forth for the Empire in search of a stranger he had never seen. Yet, ultimately, urged by He Chung, he lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions in his eyes, and softly replied, "Mem." A few minutes later, within the laboratory, Chui cast his eyes downward. His voice was cool and melodious, maintaining its usual aloofness. Yet this time, it bore a hint of respect. "Teacher, have you arrived?" Behind the screen, a man with silver hair like the moon lifted his gaze. Beneath long lashes, his eyes were pale, reminiscent of moonlight. Resting his slender, pale fingers against his chin, the man inquired, "Has codename Dawn gone missing?" Chu-Yi did not deny this but added, "The last known location fluctuates between the Federation, the Empire, and the Waste Star, ultimately settling on the Waste Star. Based on the trajectory of movement, they speculate that the girl is still in the hands of the Federation." The thought of this possibility tightened Chu-Yi's lips into a thin line, his brows knitting together. Unlike the monarchic empire, the Federation, as a democratic alliance, had once guided humanity toward glory. However, in stark contrast to the conservative empire, the Federation's core members were increasingly radical. They revered science and firmly believed that humanity was too frail and required modification. Over the past years, while dismantling Federation strongholds, he had witnessed countless grotesque failures of human experimentation. Once whole individuals were transformed into mindless masses of flesh or monstrous beings amalgamated from countless genes. The Federation had relentlessly endeavored to implant all biological genes into humans, attempting to create so-called perfect beings. Yet the reality was that due to the inherent instability of human genes from asexual reproduction, the Federation had faced innumerable failures. Now, they had set their sights on the Empire's treasures. Chui harbored grave suspicions that the Federation's abduction of the girl was aimed at furthering their inhumane experiments. The mere thought of the girl being grotesquely altered made Chui frown. Unlike others, including all purebloods, the girl, as the last female, held the sole hope for humanity, as the heir to the Empire. He could not allow any harm to befall her. As these thoughts settled, the air fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, the man with silver hair rose, speaking softly, "Shao-Yi, I entrusted her to you out of trust. Therefore, no matter the cost, even at the expense of your life, you must ensure her safety in the dead of night." The man's voice flowed, deep and melodious. Beneath the pitch-black shirt, his body appeared pale and sickly, his silver hair cascading to his waist. Though his features were exquisitely delicate, almost translucent like glass, exuding a captivating fragility, his pale eyes lacked focus, as if veiled in mist. They bore almost no color, save for a single blood-red mole at the corner of his eye, striking like a drop of crimson on a blank canvas. Chui pressed his lips tightly together and, lowering his head, replied, "Yes, uncle." With the conclusion of her words, Chui lifted her gaze to the man across from her. The man appeared pale and sickly. Beneath the cuffs of his shirt, delicate wrist bones were wrapped in white bandages. He was blind and frail, once the most formidable SS-class pureblood of the Empire, yet now reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Retracting her gaze, Chui was transported back to a distant past. Initially, it was not he who was chosen to be the companion of the girl, but rather the man before her, Qing He, her imperial uncle and the one who had nurtured her growth. Unlike her, who was bound to protect the girl due to imperial duty, Qing He harbored an almost pathological obsession towards her. He was the one who had first brought back the codename Dawn, presenting hope for the revival of women to the Empire's research team. Originally, Qing He was the ideal candidate to be the girl's companion. However, having suffered the destruction of his mental powers, he had become a cripple. Yet he remained a hero of the Empire, unable to stay by the girl's side. Pulling her thoughts back, Chui looked up again, only to find the atmosphere around her had darkened unexpectedly. The pale, brooding man lowered his gaze, his unfocused eyes fixed upon her. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "I have heard that the pureblood you adopted can purify inferior beastmen and restore damaged mental powers?" Chui nodded subtly. In a fleeting moment, memories of the boy's performance during the live-stream replay came to her mind. A rare smile graced her lips as she said, "He is exceptional. He is the most outstanding new generation pureblood I have encountered in recent years. He will become the new beacon of the Empire." Yet, as her words settled, an extended silence ensued. When she finally raised her eyes, she felt a hand grip her shoulder. The exquisitely featured yet pallid man looked at her, smiling as he inquired, "Little E, you haven't developed feelings for that young pureblood, have you?" A momentary pause ensued in her actions. Logically, she should have denied it immediately, affirming her responsibilities. However, at the instant she heard the question, a myriad of images concerning the boy flashed uncontrollably through her mind. Ultimately, Chewie lowered her brow, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, "Loyalty to the Empire and to her is my innate mission." Seemingly satisfied with her response, Ching He withdrew his hand. He then bent down, whispering gently into the boy's ear, "Little E, I trust you." Thus, amidst so many, I chose you to be her companion. But should you dare betray her, I will ensure that the traitor pays any price. With that, Ching He straightened up and, following the intelligent brain, prepared to leave the laboratory. However, before he could exit smoothly, Chewie turned to ask, "Teacher, are you not considering giving it a try?" Through the replay, everyone had seen the terrifying potential of the boy, his ability to regenerate hearts and restore mental entities. Ching He had been summoned to the research facility precisely because of this. Anticipation hung in the air, with everyone hoping that Ching He's mental entity could be restored, allowing the Empire's strongest warrior to return. Upon hearing her words, Ching He smiled nonchalantly, responding casually, "Since I can no longer be her companion, my mental state, be it good or bad, holds no significance." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Wang Yuqing Xia slowly awakened. As she opened her eyes, the dazzling white lights above her made her feel disoriented. Just as she thought she had perished and ascended to heaven, clasping her hands in prayer for a fortunate rebirth. A sharp pain in her cheek jolted her back to reality. Frowning and grimacing, she opened her eyes to find Qiushi gazing at her with a grin, asking, "Little squirt? Are you awake? Want to come back to my family?" Chapter 38. My goodness, how handsome! The moment their eyes met, Wang Yuqing Xia felt a shiver run down her spine. Once she regained her composure, she leaped back in surprise, distancing herself from Qiushi while clutching her heart, exclaiming in shock, "How did you end up in heaven with me? With your dreadful personality, shouldn't you be in hell if you truly died?" While she muttered her dissatisfaction, a sudden pain struck her head as Qiushi playfully flicked her forehead and remarked softly, "What heaven? Take a good look. You're perfectly fine." As the reality of her situation sank in, Wang Yuqing Xia pinched her thigh, and upon feeling genuine pain, she realized she was indeed alive. Not only was she unharmed, but Qiushi was perfectly fine too. Seeing Qiushi's wounds had healed completely, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Did we wait for rescue? Was it Chewie?" Wang Yuqing Xia had merely mentioned Chewie offhandedly, as he and He Cheng were the only familiar faces in this world. However, as soon as the words left her lips, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. After a few minutes, she turned around cautiously, only to see Qiushi with a dark expression waving at her. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, but after a long pause, she merely felt her cheek pinched. Qiushi, clearly displeased, scoffed, "Chewie saved you. Impossible, be confident. You saved everyone in the duel arena." After a moment, Qiushi turned slightly, his crimson hair framing his face as he whispered, "Including me." As he spoke, Qiushi's heart raced. As the guardian of the goddess, the divine maiden clan held an unconditioned admiration for the strong and were fiercely protective. Before the duel day, he had always thought the boy was merely a pampered weakling. Yet, on that fateful day, when everyone was pushed to the brink and he believed he was doomed, it was the boy who saved them all. The display of absolute strength and a protective demeanor made his heart, which had been revived, race once more. Pressing a hand to his chest, Qiushi lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Ever since birth, as the chosen companions of the goddess, the boys of the divine maiden clan had never experienced romantic feelings. This was his first taste of infatuation, which he mistakenly interpreted as admiration for strength. However, just as he turned to ask the boy if he would abandon the Empire and join their clan, Wang Yuqing Xia had already bolted away. Her gaze fell upon the opposite side, where Wang Yuqing Xia was leaning against the wall, unable to suppress her astonishment as she murmured, "Wow, how handsome." In the era of interstellar travel, due to the thorough screening of human genes, those who remained were all tall and slender, each one a potential superstar of the 21st century. Having grown accustomed to the flashy handsome men and the cool, aloof Chewie, as well as the flamboyant Qiu Shi. Wang Yuqing Xia believed her heart was steadfast and impervious to the charms of handsome men. Yet, when she looked up and saw the man emerging from the room, she was utterly dazzled. Unlike Chu Yi and Qiu Shi, this man possessed silver hair and light eyes, his pallor and illness giving him a slightly melancholic demeanor, creating an ethereal quality as if shrouded in mist. Yet, beneath his long lashes lay exquisite features, a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. Wang Yuqing Xia was momentarily entranced. Just as she reached for her device to capture hundreds of photographs for her collection, she felt a grip around her wrist. Qiu Shi had caught up to her, exasperatedly questioning, "Why are you running away? Do you like Chewy that much? Do you not want to be with me?" Qiu Shi's expression was unfriendly, and his words dripped with an unrecognized hint of jealousy. With her view obstructed, Wang Yuqing Xia stood on her toes, straining to catch a glimpse of the handsome man. Just when she was about to lament her luck of missing out on such beauty, the world around her darkened momentarily. Turning to the side, she found the silver-haired man standing before her. His voice raspy yet gentle as he asked, "Are you the little pureblood that Xiaoyi recently adopted?" Wang Yuqing Xia instinctively nodded. In the next moment, the man extended his hand, his slender fingers, wrapped in layers of bandages, gently pinched her cheek as he smiled. How adorable! Wang Yuqing Xia stood frozen in place. Despite the seemingly pale and brooding aura, the man was surprisingly approachable. While she remained in a daze, Qiu Shi stepped forward, protectively positioning himself behind her, frowning as he said, "Stay away from her." Qinghe paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Your bond is quite strong. It's a pity that our little E has missed her opportunity." After expressing what seemed like regret, Qinghe turned and vanished down the corridor. Once the handsome figure had departed, Wang Yuqing Xia regained her senses and grabbed Qiu Shi, asking, "Who was that person?" Though their energies clashed, making their relationship apparent, at least Qiu Shi recognized the man. Reluctant to answer, Qiu Shi, upon seeing her curious gaze, begrudgingly replied, "His name is Qinghe, Chu Yi's imperial uncle and the former war god of the empire." After a pause, Qiu Shi emphasized, "Next time you encounter Qinghe, run as far as you can." Wang Yuqing Xia, puzzled, inquired, "Why? That person seems quite amiable, at least more so than you." As Wang Yuqing Xia silently ridiculed in her mind, she was abruptly tapped on the head. Qiu Shi looked at her with exasperation and said, "What do you understand? Qinghe is no good person. I fear that the little fool might unwittingly bring about his own demise." Qiu Shi sighed, then lowered his gaze to provide a serious explanation. Qinghe is the current emperor's brother, a pureblood of the highest caliber, an undefeated war god of the empire. However, 20 years ago, due to an unfortunate incident, Qinghe's eyes and spiritual essence were collectively destroyed. Even his skin is perpetually damaged due to radiation from a certain substance. After falling from the heights of a valiant warrior to a mere shadow of his former self, Qinghe became unpredictable. Since the birth of Xu Yi, he has taken on the role of her teacher. For reasons unknown, under the guise of loyalty to the goddess, the empire forbids Xu Yi from seeking a partner. Not from her own kind, nor artificial intelligence. Xu Yi must remain chaste. Yet, bolstered by his status as the imperial prince and his super-level pureblood lineage, along with his striking appearance, admirers of Xu Yi continue to swarm. Despite the empire's public declarations that the prince would not seek a partner. Among these suitors, the more honest ones are tolerable, but those who dare to approach Xu Yi too closely without sincerity often find themselves dealt with by Qinghe in private. With this, Qiu Shi frowned, seriously remarking, "Qinghe is definitely a nephew." Chapter 39. Give birth to 300,000 offspring. Wang Yuqing Xia lamented, "One cannot judge a person by their appearance. Such a handsome man is, in fact, a nephew." What a waste! As she pounded her chest in regret, a sudden thought from earlier flitted through her mind. "You said the one who saved everyone is me?" Wang Yuqing Xia pointed at herself. Utterly bewildered, Qiu Shi affectionately ruffled her hair, his tone assured, "Of course it was you. Who else could it be?" Wang Yuqing Xia was even more confused. Due to her fragile health, she had fainted too soon. Her memory of the duel remained at the moment the inferior species appeared, leaving both her and Qiu Shi gravely injured, on the brink of death. But when she opened her eyes, she found herself unscathed. As was Qiu Shi. Initially, she had assumed it was the Empire's military that had rescued them, but now Qiu Shi claimed it was she who saved everyone, given her prior negative impressions of Qiu Shi's actions? Wang Yueqing Xia held little trust in him. To prevent being deceived, she poked at 333 and quietly asked, "Little 3, what happened while I was unconscious?" 333 appeared dazed, taking a moment before responding earnestly. "Host, please watch the VCR. Due to the appearance of inferior species, the live broadcast signal was unilaterally cut off by the Empire. However, 333, present on the scene, recorded the event. As the recording played, Wang Yueqing Xia's expression turned blank. Her disbelief palpable in the footage, hearts restored, a phoenix took flight, and at the moment the blood rain fell, the inferior beasts were collectively purified in an instant. Wang Yueqing Xia questioned her existence. Is my blood truly that powerful? 333 clarified, to be precise, it is not your blood, but your bodily fluids. Besides the purifying blood rain that affected all beasts, those bitten by you also exhibited noticeable signs of purification, albeit to a lesser extent. After hearing 333's explanation, Wang Yueqing Xia nodded thoughtfully. Upon confirming her own ability, she glanced at herself, momentarily elated. However, her joy was short-lived. Little 3, you say my blood is so remarkable. Wang Yueqing Xia fretted. Will they capture me to extract it? 333 reassured her. Rest assured, your healing ability is unique since the founding of the nation. Because it is exceedingly precious and irreplaceable, from the moment it was confirmed you possess healing powers, you have become the Empire's one and only treasure. Even if it risks the lives of half the population, those in power will ensure you remain unharmed. Upon hearing this, Wang Yueqing Xia, who had previously been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, her respite was fleeting. The next moment, 333 mused aloud. But, host, your ability is so rare that you may very well be subjected to breeding. Seeing Wang Yueqing Xia's bewildered expression, 333 opened a brief history of the Empire and provided a thoughtful explanation. Due to the extreme rarity of certain niche abilities, to prevent the extinction of powers, the Empire prioritizes breeding with those who possess them. They strive to cultivate purebloods with multiple abilities. To conclude the explanation, 333 added, the last pureblood with the power to pause time produced 10 pureblood offspring and 30,000 beastly descendants. Given the uniqueness of your healing ability, I believe you could potentially bear no fewer than 3 million offspring. With that, 333 closed the book and proceeded to download a caretaker mode for the purpose of tending to the host's future progeny. Just as the download reached 10%, her shoulder was suddenly grasped and shaken. Wang Yueqing Xia, frantically shaking 333 while pressing down on its shoulder, gritted her teeth, breeding. What nonsense! She was not a man, if she truly were to be assigned for breeding due to her abilities. Wang Yueqing Xia shuddered, unable to imagine the horrific scenario. Once she regained her composure, she released the dazed 333 and turned to Qiu Shi. After tidying her appearance, she smiled warmly and linked her arm with his, enthusiastically asking, "Did you really mean it when you said you would take me to join the goddess tribe?" Qiu Shi nodded without hesitation. Of course it is true. Concerned about unforeseen complications, Wang Yueqing Xia discreetly inquired, "Will the others in the goddess tribe agree?" If she recalled correctly, 333 had mentioned that the purebloods of the goddess tribe were extremely exclusive. If it weren't for the current leadership of the Federation being exceptionally twisted, the members of the goddess tribe would not even consider joining the Empire. Qiu Shi did not answer. He lowered his gaze, lost in thought as he looked at the youth beside him. Unlike his usual aversion, today the youth's attitude was unusually warm. With his arm linked, the delicate and beautiful young man raised his head, his clear and pure apricot eyes gazing up at him. A hint of yearning shining within. After a few seconds of eye contact, Qiu Shi awkwardly withdrew his arm, turning to the side, lips pressed together in silence. Beneath his tousled red hair, the delicate tips of his ears were faintly tinged with pink. Suddenly, he was pushed away. Wang Yueqing Xia stumbled, looking bewildered at the figure before her, silently lamenting that Qiu Shi was indeed still the same unpredictable Qiu Shi, with his eccentric temper. Just as Wang Yueqing Xia sighed, resigned to the thought of not being able to join the goddess tribe and preparing to seek an alternative path, her sleeve was tugged. Qiu Shi, turning slightly away to avoid her gaze, quietly remarked, "High standards apply to others, not to you. The goddess tribe has always despised the weak. Only the strong can abandon their lives at any moment and unconditionally protect the goddess. Yet, as time passes. The purebloods, being too few, have become spoiled by the empire, each one more delicate than the last, crying at the slightest injury. Naturally, the goddess tribe does not welcome such individuals. But you are different. Returning to his thoughts, Qiu Shi regarded the youth across from him with a rare seriousness. His mental strength destroyed, years of effort rendered futile, and just as he was prepared to give up on himself, it was the seemingly fragile and beautiful youth who steadfastly stood before him. Fragile yet resilient, Qiu Shi had never encountered such a unique existence. Though the mission of the goddess tribe was to protect the goddess, on that day, he stood up to protect someone beyond her. His heart raced wildly. Looking at the youth's bewildered expression, Qiu Shi felt his ears burn and quickly averted his gaze, forcing himself to maintain composure. In any case, if you wish to join the goddess tribe, you are always welcome. Although today's Qiu Shi was peculiar, Wang Yueqingxia felt relieved to receive a positive response regarding her potential membership. Just as she began to rejoice at not being subjected to breeding, Qiu Shi leaned closer, lowering his head as if casually saying, "When the day comes that you have offspring, I would like them to call me uncle." Chapter 40. What happened to protecting the goddess's purity? Wang Yueqingxia was momentarily stunned. Once she regained her senses, she asked, her expression dazed, "Why is there still a need to reproduce within the goddess tribe? Wasn't it said that we must protect the goddess's purity?" Deceivers. They are all deceivers. Heartbroken at her disillusionment, Wang Yueqingxia lamented. While Qiu Shi defended himself, the teachings state that old and unattractive men are not loved by women. Though the members of the goddess clan must uphold their chastity in honor of the goddess, they are only required to do so until the age of 25. For once they surpass this age, they are deemed as old men. Not only are they unworthy of becoming the goddess's consort, but even to serve as her attendant is beyond their qualifications. Therefore, regardless of their despondency, after turning 25, the members of the goddess clan must dutifully engage in procreation. Moreover, to compensate for their previous negligence in this regard, their responsibilities will be significantly heavier than those of ordinary purebloods. Wang Yueqingxia felt utterly numb, a sensation so profound it was almost overwhelming, just as she was contemplating her existence. Feeling as if her face had turned to ash, Qiu Shi eagerly grasped her arm and asked, "Are you ready to return to the goddess clan with me now? What is so appealing about the empire? What does Chu Yi have to offer?" After a long, winding journey, the diminutive figure ultimately decided to accompany him back to his goddess clan. Qiu Shi's lips curled into a triumphant smile, his pride evident. However, before he could revel in his joy for long, the youth gently extricated his hand and, wearied, declined, saying, "No, I wish to be alone." Upon uttering this, Wang Yueqingxia turned and staggered away, leaving Qiu Shi and others in a state of suspicion. Alone? Who is this alone? Could it be that Chu Yi has sent someone to entice the little one? Damn it, I knew Chu Yi would not relent. On the steps outside the laboratory, Wang Yueqingxia gazed blankly at the heavens. The good news was that she was not useless. She had awakened her psychic abilities, a rare healing type. The bad news, however, was that she was highly likely to be treated like a breeding stallion. Regaining her composure, she held her forehead in frustration, berating herself for her lack of resilience. Why must it be a healing type? If only she had combat abilities like Chu Yi or Qiu Shi, she wouldn't have to fear being forced into procreation and could wield her psychic powers with reckless abandon. The more she pondered, the more fatigued she became. Exhausted, Wang Yueqingxia collapsed onto the ground, her thoughts drifting away. She had previously heard a group mention that Chu Yi had a fiancée. Was there truly another woman in this world? Yet, having spent so long here, she had never encountered this so-called fiancée, nor did she know if she had been taken away for dissection. Terrified that she might meet a similarly grim fate, Wang Yueqingxia momentarily succumbed to despair. After a brief bout of despondency, she sprang to her feet, determination ignited within her. 333, quickly, help me plan an escape route. 333, who had been interrupted while learning a lullaby, looked up in confusion and asked, "Host, why do you want to escape? Is something wrong?" Wang Yueqingxia replied with utmost seriousness, "Do as I say. No questions?" "Understood." 333 responded and began to search for an escape route on the map. A few minutes later, 333 exclaimed excitedly, "Host, I have found a perfect route that allows for a quick escape in 10 minutes. Before 333 could finish, Wang Yueqingxia silenced it. her expression devoid of emotion. No water routes, no air routes, no digging through holes. Upon hearing this, she noticed the look of disappointment on 333's face. Having been deceived countless times, Wang Yuqingxia knew she had made the right decision. If left to its own devices, 333 would inevitably lead her astray. After eliminating the water, air, and hole routes, 333 searched for a while before concluding regretfully, in that case, only one plan remains. Wang Yuqingxia sighed with relief, quickly stating, "One plan is fine, better than none." Seeing her insistence, 333 abandoned its previous perfect plan and projected a virtual map, explaining, "This plan will take approximately a day. You must first walk left, then right, then forward," followed by a large jump. After a lengthy explanation from 333, Wang Yuqingxia felt her head grow heavy, nearly succumbing to dizziness. Unable to retain the information, she decided to print out a map. As she walked, she inquired, 333, "Where's the exit on the map?" "To the left of the broken lock in the backyard of the military base cafeteria at the Imperial Military Academy," 333 replied. Wang Yuqingxia paused, unable to resist asking, "How do you know this so well? The previous tunnel and this cafeteria route are different from other navigation systems. You always find these obscure paths that no one can fathom." In response, 333 lifted its chin and said with pride, "I am 333, the pinnacle of human intellect." Gazing at the triumphant 333, Wang Yuqingxia began to doubt the truth of this declaration. Recalling the numerous blunders it had caused her, taking a deep breath, she resolved that in order to avoid being forced into procreation, she would embark on her escape journey with 333 for the nth time. The journey from the laboratory to the cafeteria of the Imperial Military Department spanned the entire academy. To evade surveillance, or being caught by others, Wang Yuqingxia had to navigate through the most convoluted and obscure corners, prolonging her journey by at least tenfold. After an arduous day and night, she finally arrived at the cafeteria of the Imperial Military Department just as dawn was breaking. Stopping to catch her breath, she leaned on her knees, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the cafeteria. Just as she was preparing to rush forward with renewed vigor, 333 suddenly interjected, "Host, there is new information." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Wang Yuqingxia took a moment to glance at the communication list, only to find that the 3 individuals she had met since arriving in this world had all sent her messages. He Chung inquired about her whereabouts, stating that the laboratory needed her to submit some supplies. Qiu Shi asked who Alone was, while Chui first simply asked if she was present, then bombarded her with a flurry of messages, asking if she was injured, whether she truly intended to join the goddess clan, and warning her that Qiu Shi was impulsive and foolish, suggesting she stay by his side as he would take care of her. Having never experienced such concern in her life, Wang Yuqingxia felt a pang of reluctance. Staring at the messages flashing on her screen, she bit her lip, feeling torn. But upon raising her gaze to see the words "Submit supplies" from He Chung, she firmly resolved herself. Taking a deep breath, she decisively closed the application and grabbed 333, dashing away. As 333 had indicated, to the left of the broken lock in the backyard of the military base cafeteria at the Imperial Military Academy. She successfully infiltrated the cafeteria and escaped the academy. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Wang Yuqingxia felt tears welling up in her eyes, eager to embrace her newfound freedom. However, at that very moment, from a shadowy corner, a pair of blood-red eyes, framed by delicate lashes, fixated on her departing figure, their gaze laced with a sickly allure. Chapter 41. Let me touch. Let me touch. As she made her way towards the residential area, Wang Yuqingxia felt a surge of trepidation, fearful of being caught. Yet, fortunately, this escape went remarkably smoothly. There was no sign of Chu Yi, no Qiu Shi, and no unexpected surprises. A few minutes later, deep within the residential area, Wang Yuqingxia stood in a narrow alley, arms outstretched, inhaling the fresh air. She had never felt so liberated. Just as she prepared to take a step forward and savor the wonders of this new world, her shoulder was unexpectedly jostled. Initially, she assumed it was an accidental bump, but as she attempted to leave, her shoulder was nudged once more. Now unsettled, she became increasingly convinced that the individual causing the collisions was doing so intentionally. Taking a deep breath, she spun around to confront the person responsible, only to find a black-haired beastman with rabbit ears staring intently at her. His eyes glazed with a dreamy allure. As he leaned closer, He murmured, "You smell so good. Would you mind touching me?" Wang Yuqing Xia was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Minutes later, it dawned on her, and she awkwardly lowered her head, locking eyes with the beast man. She nearly gouged her own eyes out in sheer horror, frantically clutching 333 and exclaiming, "What is happening? Who is this pervert?" 333 glanced at the figure before them and calmly replied, "A rabbit beast man. It's quite normal, really. After all, rabbits can be perpetually in heat, 365 days a year." However, Wang Yuqing Xia found nothing about this situation to be normal. Trapped in the alleyway by the rabbit beast man, she clutched 333 and lamented, "Why is it always me who gets targeted? After finally escaping the Imperial Military Academy, I thought I could lead an ordinary life. Yet, just as I stepped out of the tiger's den, I stumbled straight into the wolf's lair." Wang Yuqing Xia felt her vision darken, seriously questioning whether she had inadvertently offended the heavens. In response, 333 explained, "Host, didn't I mention this before? Due to the incompleteness of DNA, the modified beastmen possess an innate obsession with pure-blood humans, commonly referred to as human control. Prior to the refinement of imperial laws, it was not uncommon for purebloods to be abducted by beastmen and confined in dark rooms for their whims. It was only when purebloods became endangered that the Empire enacted urgent decrees to prevent such chaos. Furthermore, to evade the attention of beastmen, purebloods generally consume a potion that masks their distinctive aura when traversing areas populated by these creatures. After all, if the concealment proves ineffective, they risk being dragged into a dark room and subjected to the uncontrollable desires of the beastmen until death. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuqing froze momentarily. After taking a deep breath, she grasped 333 and, with a gaze filled with a sense of dread, inquired, "Why didn't you inform me sooner? Had I known that venturing out independently would result in being targeted by beastmen and confined, I would have procured the potion first." 333, feeling dizzy from the shaking, replied earnestly, "Host, this is common knowledge." Wang Yuqing paused before asking, knowing full well that danger lurks, "Why did you still bring me out?" 333, unusually silent for a moment, finally responded delicately, "I presume that you had a peculiar penchant for being subjected to the whims of beastmen." Wang Yuqing fell silent, realizing the implication. In a wonder, 333 had looked at her with a mixture of hesitation and judgment during their escape. It seemed as if 333 believed she was a deviant who sought the company of beastmen. Consumed by regret, she lamented her choices, but at that moment, it was too late. In a narrow alley not far from the Imperial Military Academy, a greenish rabbit beastman cornered her. With a sticky demeanor, it implored, "Please, help me, touch me." Wang Yuqing pressed herself against the wall behind her, wanting to protest that it was absolutely inappropriate. However, the rabbit beastman failed to perceive her reluctance. Seeing her immobility, it advanced again, expressing dissatisfaction. "Aren't we all brothers? Can't we help each other out? Why are you being so stingy?" With that, the rabbit beastman reached out silently, startled. Wang Yuqing instinctively dodged aside just as her pants were being pulled down, her dignity on the verge of collapse. This instinctive movement caused the fabric to tear, and the disguise, a hamster tail, was yanked off. After a prolonged silence, the rabbit beastman lowered its head, staring blankly at the plush ball in its hand. A look of panic washing over its face as it mistakenly believed it had inadvertently detached a part of its kin. However, upon regaining composure and examining the frayed end of the tail, as well as the half-removed ear atop the boy's head, the rabbit beastman belatedly realized something, murmuring, "You are a pureblood, aren't you?" Seeing the rabbit beastman's eyes gleam with excitement, Wang Yuqing instinctively sensed impending doom. Before she could raise her hand to silence the creature, it shouted, "Everyone, come quickly. I have a pureblood here." As its voice resonated, the air fell into a brief silence before the ground began to tremble. Wang Yuqing, struggling to maintain her balance against the wall, believed it was an earthquake. Grasping 333, she intended to inquire about the duration of the tremors, but the next moment, the shaking ceased in the stillness of the alley. Countless eyes, glowing green, fixated on her. Wang Yuqing hesitated, and after a moment, she timidly raised her head, only to find an assembly of beastmen at the end of the alley, their gazes fixed intently upon her. Following a brief lull, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. By the gods! It truly is a pureblood. How delectable it looks. Is it an adolescent form? Let me touch it. Let me touch it. It was unclear who initiated the frenzy. But as the first canine beastman knelt to grasp Wang Yue Qingxia's hand, the rest surged forward, driven by a frenzy that rendered the narrow alley impassable. In an instant, ominous shadows engulfed the passageway, reminiscent of a horde of zombies besieging a stronghold. Wang Yue Qingxia, cornered and heart-racing, feared she would indeed meet the fate 333 had warned her about. Fortunately, the alley's narrowness caused a bottleneck among the beastmen, leading to infighting before they could advance further. You step back, create some space, will you? Why should I be the one to move? You should be the one to go. The beastmen in the alley were packed together like slices of toast, unable to move forward or backward. Just as Wang Yue Qingxia thought she might be overwhelmed by the crowd, she released a sigh of relief. After a moment of contemplation, she used a bone to distract the canine beastman before tossing a carrot to divert the rabbit beastman. With a leap, she scaled the wall and fled. Chapter 42. A cry for help. In her desperate bid for survival, Wang Yue Qingxia ran without pause, her figure a mere blur. Minutes later, a dizzy 333 called out, "Enough! There are no beastmen nearby." Only then did Wang Yue Qingxia manage to halt her frantic escape. One hand pressed against the wall for support while the other rested on her knee, panting heavily. To avoid a recurrence of such incidents, she took a moment to rest, then summoned 333, wearily asking, "Little 3, can the potion that suppresses pureblood aura be purchased through ordinary means?" 333 promptly nodded, of course. To prevent any mishaps involving purebloods, such potions are available without time or quantity restrictions. Wang Yue Qingxia breathed a sigh of relief and quickly exclaimed, "Hurry, get me 100 of them," with a cheerful nod. 333 extended a hand and said, "Host, payment, please." Instinctively, Wang Yue Qingxia rummaged through her empty pockets, bewildered. "Do we need money for that?" 333 maintained a friendly smile, gently explaining, "Host, how could one possibly live alone without money? The capital's prices are not low. Water is expensive, meals are costly, and attending pureblood signing events is even pricier. Unless one is among the elite, few beastmen can establish a life in the capital." Wang Yue Qingxia felt even more perplexed. She instinctively asked, "If we have no money, what did you spend on the gun and flowers earlier?" 333 retorted with confidence, "Purebloods are fully supported by the Empire and need not strive for their sustenance. Each pureblood receives substantial unconditional funding from the Empire, but the funds can only be freely accessed after successfully reproducing. Until then, while purebloods are not required to work, all living expenses must be applied for through the purebloods governing department and their guardians. In other words, I had always been using the funds from the reserves and the Imperial Military Academy." Wang Yue Qingxia found this hard to believe. 333 nodded, puzzled. "Why would you ask such a question? Host, do you think money simply falls from the sky?" Wang Yue Qingxia fell silent. In this age of interstellar possibilities, she had, albeit embarrassingly, held such a naive belief. Realizing the potion could not be obtained for free, Wang Yue Qingxia buried her face in her hands and knelt on the ground, consumed by regret. Had she known that living alone entailed expenses, she would have gathered potions and star coins before leaving, rather than finding herself now, empty-pocketed and struggling to move. Just as she gazed upward, feeling despondent about the bleak future, an alarm blared in her ears. "Host, be cautious. Beastmen are lurking nearby," 333 warned sternly. Wang Yue Qingxia jolted. How could they arrive so swiftly? Were those beastmen raised on the winds? Fearing capture and the grim fate of being subjected to their whims, she reluctantly decided to return to the Imperial Military Academy to procure potions and star coins before fleeing again. However, as Wang Yue Qingxia resolved to follow 333's guidance back to the academy, a barely audible voice reached her ears. "Help!" In the dead of night, the ethereal voice seemed distant, carrying a hint of otherworldliness. Almost unreal, Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen, her expression one of bewilderment. The plea faded swiftly, and just as she thought she might have misheard, preparing to flee before being detected by the beastmen, the hauntingly beautiful voice echoed once more. "Don't touch me!" As the voice trailed off, it ended with a pained cry, followed by an unsettling silence. Wang Yue Qingxia's anxiety surged, and she asked uneasily, "Little 3, Is someone injured nearby? Upon conducting an investigation into the location, 333 expressed a sense of unease. There existed another life form in proximity to the orc, resembling a pureblood human, though the reasons for this resemblance remained elusive. 333 found the aura emanating from that pureblood figure to be somewhat peculiar. However, before it could articulate its concerns fully, its host, oblivious to caution, rushed forward recklessly. Wang Yue Qingxia followed the cries for help, advancing steadily. Initially, she presumed that another pureblood had encountered misfortune, ensnared by the orcs, just as she had. Yet, as she drew nearer, she found herself immobilized, her limbs suddenly chilled. The dimly lit, remote abandoned cabin harbored a disquieting scene. Countless inferior orcs cornering a youth clad in a white shirt. Their teeth sank into his neck, claws tearing at his skin, while crimson blood cascaded down his pale, sickly complexion, creating an unsettlingly beautiful spectacle. Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen, the image of the injured youth melding with the memory of Qiu Shi on the brink of death. A wave of panic washed over her. The day Qiu Shi was wounded marked her first encounter with the terror of death, an almost suffocating despair engulfing her. Yet, after a fleeting moment of chaos, she swiftly regained her composure. She was determined not to witness another tragedy unfold, especially now that she possessed the power to alter fate. Shaking off her thoughts, Wang Yue Qingxia resolutely sliced her fingertip. Just as she prepared to collect her blood with a leaf in a desperate bid to save him, the inferior orcs, previously engrossed in their feast, abruptly turned towards her. Their gazes locked, and upon meeting the feral, bloodshot eyes of the creatures, her knees buckled. While she desperately contemplated the likelihood of being killed before she could purify the inferior beings, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from their throats. Almost as if startled by her sudden appearance, the orcs hastily leapt through the windows, leaving Wang Yue Qingxia standing there, bewildered, clutching the leaf. They fled. Something felt amiss. When had the inferior orcs become so easily frightened? As she pondered her existence, 333 urged her, "Host, don't dawdle. Someone is dying over there." This snapped Wang Yue Qingxia back to reality. With the leaf containing her blood cradled carefully, she proceeded cautiously. Her intention was to administer the blood to the wounded individual for healing. However, as she lowered her gaze, she was struck dumb. In this world, humans and orcs were predominantly strikingly attractive, almost universally handsome. Yet, the individual before her was unlike any she had seen before. The youth was slumped in the corner, his features pale and frail, yet exquisitely defined. Beneath his disheveled white hair, delicate, light lashes fluttered, resembling the wings of a fan, captivating her attention. As Wang Yue Qingxia stood entranced by that face, the ailing youth opened his eyes. Beneath his long lashes, his blood-colored irises shimmered with a misty allure. "Save me," he implored, his long, slender, beautifully frail hand grasping at her sleeve. His voice, ethereal and fragile, tugged at her heartstrings. Snapping back to reality, Wang Yue Qingxia frantically attempted to administer her blood. Yet, as she bent down, cautiously positioning the leaf with the tip directed downward to feed him, the pale, exquisite youth raised his gaze. His slender, pale fingers pressed against the back of her head, and then, lowering his eyes slightly, he placed a kiss upon her lips. Chapter 43. The only son of Colonel L. As the distance between them diminished, a faint, bittersweet fragrance enveloped her senses, stirring a nearly intoxicating desire within her. Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen, unable to react. In the next moment, the pale, frail youth lifted his gaze. Beneath his light lashes, his blood-colored eyes shimmered with a beguiling intensity, exuding an assertiveness that was hard to resist. In that instant of eye contact, she felt an overwhelming sensation as if countless unknown entities were fixating upon her, sending shivers racing down her spine. Upon regaining her senses, Wang Yue Qingxia instinctively pushed him away. With a thud, her body collided with the wall, and the youth's lips pressed tightly together. His long, delicate lashes trembled, and his already pallid skin appeared even more sickly, exuding an almost shattered beauty. Seeing him collapse to the ground, motionless, panic seized her. Fearing for his life, she rushed forward to administer her blood, shaking his shoulders as she pleaded, "Wake up! You can't die!" The surroundings were eerily empty. After her arrival, the inferior orcs had fled without leaving a trace. At that moment, The weight of pressure bore down on Wang Yue Qingxia. If he survived, all would be well. However, should he perish, she would be left alone with the corpse, undoubtedly branded a murderer. After a frantic bout of shaking, a slender, pale hand grasped her wrist, the voice now slightly hoarse, dizzy. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue Qingxia immediately withdrew her hand. Yet, in her haste, the youth swayed unsteadily, threatening to topple to the ground. Alarmed, she reached out to catch him. But in her clumsiness, she too fell. Dust swirled within the small cabin as she landed softly on the ground, coughing from the cloud. When her vision cleared, she looked down to find both her hands pressed against the chest of the pale, exquisite youth. Not only had she inadvertently seized his chest, but she had also, in her fall, inadvertently used him as a cushion, pinning the ailing patient beneath her. Her gaze fell upon the rosy tint at the corners of his eyes and the delicate, light-colored lips that appeared slightly parted. Wang Yue Qingxia's movements froze. Moments later, she scrambled back to the corner of the room, bowing at a 90-degree angle, and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." After her words fell into silence, she hesitantly raised her head, only to find the pale, exquisite youth with a gentle smile, reassuring her softly, "It's all right, I am unharmed." After a pause, he looked at her earnestly, "Thank you for saving me." Within the desolate cabin, his gaze burned with an almost pathological intensity, yet Wang Yue Qingxia, oblivious to the undercurrents, felt a rare sense of flattery. Feeling buoyed by the unexpected praise, she bashfully smiled and, filled with curiosity, asked, "Are you also a pureblood? Why are you here alone?" Unlike the orcs, the youth exhibited no obvious signs of beastly transformation. Apart from his striking white hair and red eyes, he appeared to be an ordinary human. However, if her memory served her correctly, 333 had mentioned that purebloods were treasures within the Empire, possessing a fatal allure to the orcs. To prevent any potential chaos, purebloods were required to consume a potion that concealed their presence before venturing out. As an outsider, she could overlook her ignorance, but why was this individual also unaccompanied? Gazing at the strikingly beautiful yet ailing youth, Wang Yue Qingxia could not help but entertain wild thoughts. Could it be that such a mesmerizing, sickly beauty harbored a peculiar penchant for being ravaged by orcs? How perverse, truly perverse, she sighed, shaking her head in dismay. Just as she lamented the decline of societal morals and the corruption of human nature, the frail youth regarded her with an arched brow, softly inquiring, "Are you a pure-blood prince of the Empire?" Instinctively, Wang Yue Qingxia nodded. Upon her affirmation, the youth retrieved a rusted badge from his pocket, speaking in a hushed tone. "I am Qi Jin, the sole son of Colonel L of the Empire. Please take me to meet the Crown Prince." Wang Yue Qingxia was unfamiliar with the identity of Colonel L, but given her lack of star coins and the urgency of evading the orcs, she had intended to return. Qi Jin's appearance was fortuitous. After all, she had been grappling with how to explain her disappearance for an entire day and night. Now, she had stepped out, inadvertently rescued a pureblood. And with the inherent value of a pureblood to the Empire, even if she dallied outside for 3 days and nights, no one would dare utter a word against her. The more she pondered, the more elated she became. Upon returning to the military academy, she disclosed her identity and that of Qi Jin, merely claiming to have located a lost pureblood. Wang Yue Qingxia had anticipated a reception akin to her previous return, at most. A routine check and registration, and all would be well. However, upon hearing the name Colonel L from her lips, alarms blared suddenly. Before she could react, guards apprehended both her and Qi Jin, locking them away in a dungeon. In the depths of the night, within the confines of the cell, Wang Yue Qingxia clutched the iron bars, her expression one of utter bewilderment. After a considerable pause, she turned to the ailing youth behind her. Confusion etched on her face. "Aren't you Colonel L's only son? With a father who is a colonel, why are you being detained alongside me?" As Wang Yue Qingxia grappled with her confusion, Qi Jin lowered his gaze, apologetically admitting, "I'm sorry, I forgot to mention my father was a traitor who betrayed the Empire 3 centuries ago, leading to the slaughter of 30,000 Imperial soldiers." Outwardly, Wang Yue Qingxia maintained a cheerful demeanor. Yet internally, she was seething. Initially, she had thought her reckless wandering had entangled Qi Jin in her predicament. Yet, after all was said and done, she was the one who had nobly intervened to save him. only to find herself wrongfully imprisoned in the process. In the depths of the night, the prison felt as frigid as an ice cellar. Wang Yue Qingxia leaned against the railing, her gaze vacant and her complexion resembling that of a corpse. As she pondered the grim possibility of being executed for treason, the world around her dimmed. A pale, delicate youth crouched before her, resting his chin on his hand, and asked, "Are you in pain?" Wang Yue Qingxia nodded, thinking to herself, what a ridiculous question. Which respectable citizen could endure being unjustly imprisoned without suffering? Just as she questioned the meaning of her existence, contemplating whether she had fallen victim to misfortune and should seek out a temple to pray, the world before her darkened once more. Wang Yue Qingxia blinked, only to find the boy kneeling before her, his long lashes framing blood-red eyes that, though once clear and ethereal, were now tainted with a consuming desire. "Do you need my assistance?" Qi Jin's gaze lingered on the porcelain-white neck beneath her collar. His expression was disturbingly affectionate. A shiver ran down Wang Yue Qingxia's spine as she sensed something amiss. Yet she instinctively inquired, "Assistance with what?" Qi Jin, with his pale, slender fingers, traced down her delicate waist. Pausing at the inner thigh, he deftly tugged at the zipper, then leaned closer, his delicate, pale lips brushing against her porcelain ear as he whispered, "Naturally, I wish to bring you joy." Chapter 44. The gaze that sees through a cheating scoundrel. Joy. What sort of joy? Wang Yue Qingxia was utterly bewildered. The boy before her, pale and fragile, with exquisitely delicate features, seemed like a being not of this world, both pure and shattered. From their very first encounter, she had regarded Qi Jin as an innocent, virtuous youth, but now, as he unzipped her attire before her very eyes, her mind went blank. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she instinctively shoved the pale, delicate face away, her breath uneven as she asked, "What are you doing?" Rejected. Qi Jin's eyes fell, a suppressed sickness evident within them. Yet, in mere seconds, he regained his composure, leaning his profile against her palm. Beneath his disheveled white hair, his strikingly beautiful features were breathtaking. "I am aiding you. You are not happy, are you? I intend to make you happy." "Happy? Happy how?" After a brief moment of confusion, a chill ran down Wang Yue Qingxia's spine, and she scrambled away. Such things cannot be done carelessly with just anyone. She attempted to correct the wayward boy. But upon hearing her words, Qi Jin tilted his head, inching closer as he affectionately embraced her. "I shall only do this for you." Wang Yue Qingxia was taken aback. Even in a future where humanity's understanding of gender was diminished, she had seldom encountered Qi Jin's clinginess. Before she could protest, a furious voice echoed down the corridor. "What are you doing? Let go of that little pest." At the sound of the familiar voice, Wang Yue Qingxia instinctively looked up, only to find an old acquaintance, Qiu Shi, storming towards them. Seeing the unknown youth's hand resting uncomfortably on his little pest's waist, Qiu Shi's anger flared, just as he prepared to unleash his psychic powers to storm the prison and rescue her. A dispassionate voice rang out, "Destroying imperial property carries a 10-year sentence." As the words fell, a long, cold hand pressed down on Qiu's hi. The next moment, Chu Yi appeared behind him. Unlike Qiu Shi, who was brimming with rage, Chu Yi maintained a calm demeanor. However, his composure faltered as he noticed the hand clinging to the boy's waist. He drew his weapon, coldly commanding, "Remove your hand." Seeing this, He Cheng, who had been trailing behind, helplessly rubbed his forehead, fearing chaos would ensue. Swiftly, He Cheng seized the gun, weary as he whispered in his childhood friend's ear, "Ancestor, do not forget the matter at hand." Chu Yi pressed his lips together, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, feigning calmness, "You claim to be Colonel L's only son." Qi Jin made no denial, maintaining his position against the girl, nonchalantly nodding. This only fueled Qiu Shi's ire, his clenched fists creaking ominously as he retorted, "A traitor who has forsaken the empire. How dare you return?" Though young, Qiu Shi remembered the countless lives lost during the battle 3 centuries ago. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Meanwhile, Wang Yue Qingxia, bewildered and unaware of the unfolding events, glanced between the two. Qi Jin slowly rose, his eyes gleaming as he addressed them. "I understand your disdain for me, but I have returned to unveil the truth behind the as." His words hung in the air. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. After a long moment, Chu Yi asked, Did Colonel L send you to negotiate a secret deal with the Empire? In response, Qi Jin let out a light chuckle, casually replying, Colonel L? He has been dead for 3 centuries, on the very day that battle concluded. The unexpected revelation left the 3 of them in stunned silence. Eventually, He Chung stepped forward and asked, how did Colonel L meet his end? Qi Jin offered no answer, merely responding with a nonchalant remark, one should never engage in a futile struggle against a tiger. The atmosphere shifted among the gathered individuals. After a lengthy pause, Chui resumed the conversation in a professional tone. Are you certain you know the secret of the? Without hesitation, Qi Jin nodded. Chui pressed on. What compensation do you seek in exchange? As if prepared for this inquiry, Qi Jin replied, I am currently being pursued by the Federation and require the Empire's protection. This is why I chose to return. Chui exchanged a brief glance with He Chung, and though they were unaware of the details, Qi Jin's words suggested that Colonel L, after betraying the Empire, had received no respect. Otherwise, he would not have faced the fate of dying far from home. His only son hunted. Regaining his focus, Chui continued, to ensure you do not escape, we may need to restrict your personal freedom. Can you accept that? Qi Jin calmly extended his hand. Of course, the next moment. Heavy shackles clamped around the boy's pale, slender wrists. Wang Yue Qingxia was still grappling with the conversation when the prison doors swung open. Qi Jin, along with Chu Yi and He Chung, departed the cell. She intended to follow but had barely moved when Qiu Shi abruptly scooped her up in his arms. His striking features were a mix of concern and defiance as he anxiously examined her from head to toe. Where were you yesterday? I searched for you all day. Having failed to escape, Wang Yue Qingxia lowered her head, feeling guilty as she explained. I heard cries for help and scaled the wall to investigate, only to inadvertently stumble upon the hunted Qi Jin. I stayed out for the entire day to care for the unconscious Qi Jin. Her excuse was flimsy at best, yet fortunately, Qiu Shi seemed to accept it without suspicion. After confirming that the little pest was unharmed, he released her and cheerfully declared, as long as you're safe, we need to take care of the transfer of guardianship. Wang Yue Qingxia halted, bewildered. Transfer of guardianship? What do you mean? Qiu Shi looked at her incredulously, asserting, did you not express a desire to join our divine clan? Since you wish to join, you cannot continue to have an imperial guardian. Seizing the moment, he insisted, let's get you transferred under my guardianship. From now on, I shall be responsible for your protection. In the stillness of the night, the young girl's enchanting and shimmering eyes glowed with an intensity that bordered on blinding. It seemed she was rather eager about the prospect of having her guardian assigned. However, the one under scrutiny, Wang Yue Qingxia, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Her desire to join the goddess clan stemmed from a wish to evade the burdens of procreation. Yet, if the members of the goddess clan were also unable to escape their reproductive duties, then, compared to the capricious and temperamental Qiu Shi, perhaps Zhu Yi was the preferable option. As Wang Yue Qingxia lowered her head. Deeply engrossed in contemplating how to decline Qiu Shi's advances, a chilling gaze descended upon her. She dazedly lifted her head, only to find Zhu Yi standing a short distance away, lurking behind a wall like a resentful husband in a secluded chamber. His expression devoid of emotion as he regarded her with the discerning eyes of one who has caught a disloyal partner. Chapter 45. The Elder Brother and the Younger Brother. Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen in place. Momentarily forgetting her actions, by some twist of fate, she felt a surge of guilt akin to that of a wayward spouse caught in the act. Upon reflection, it was indeed the case that the first person she encountered upon her arrival was Zhu Yi. According to the laws of the Empire, it was only natural for Zhu Yi to become her guardian. Yet here she was, clandestinely entangled with Qiu Shi despite the fact that her guardian had already been determined. After 19 years of existence, she was experiencing the flavor of a hellish battlefield for the very first time. The sight of the young man's thin lips pressed tightly together, his gaze cast downward in silence, suggested he was angered. Instinctively, Wang Yue Qingxia felt a wave of panic, yearning to explain herself. However, before she could take more than 2 steps, Qiu Shi decisively restrained her, wrapping his arms around her from behind, resting his chin atop her head to prevent her from advancing further. With a deliberately sarcastic tone, he quipped, "Oh, I wondered who it could be. Turns out it's our Empire's esteemed crown prince. Instead of interrogating that illegal immigrant from the Federation, what brings you to disturb my tender moments with this little bean?" Upon finishing his words, Qiu Shi tightened his embrace, feigning innocence as he remarked, "Didn't you notice we were in the midst of a sweet exchange?" Wang Yue Qingxia felt an immense weight of stress, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Was that truly the correct usage of sweet exchange? If one struggles with language, it's best not to misuse idioms. In a state of panic, she glanced up and observed that with each of Qiu Shi's words, Zhu Yi's demeanor seemed to grow increasingly tense. The beautiful, cool young man's lips remained tightly sealed, his expression still that of aloof indifference. Yet, it was evident to all that Zhu Yi was indeed angry. Wang Yue Qingxia felt her legs tremble, desperately trying to signal Qiu Shi to cease his provocations. After all, despite having awakened her powers, she remained fundamentally a fragile auxiliary. If the two combatants, Zhu Yi and Qiu Shi, were to engage in a confrontation, it would be of little consequence to them, but she, caught in the middle, would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. Trembling in trepidation, Wang Yue Qingxia exerted every ounce of her strength to avert disaster. Under her frantic signals, Qiu Shi finally ceased his mocking and turned his serious gaze toward her. Their eyes met, and Wang Yue Qingxia breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was feeling a sense of comfort while gazing at the young man's strikingly delicate features. Convinced that he understood his misstep, Qiu Shi's lips curled into a smirk. Feigning shyness, he turned slightly away and, like a cat with its tail raised, self-satisfiedly remarked, "Even at such a moment, why are you casting flirtatious glances my way?" Truly shameless, upon uttering this, he playfully pushed her away, the force being light. However, due to the vast disparity in their combat abilities, Wang Yue Qingxia found herself staggering back several steps until she collided with a cold, unyielding wall. Only then did she regain her balance and come to a halt. Before she could exhale in relief, she turned around to face the emotionless Zhu Yi. Simultaneously, the temperature around her plummeted. Though it was the height of summer, it felt as if an air conditioner set to 0°C had been turned on. Wang Yue Qingxia stood there, bewildered and at a loss. The cool and handsome young man cast her a fleeting glance. After a brief pause, Zhu Yi pressed his lips together tightly and turned away in silence. Panic surged within Wang Yue Qingxia. Despite everything, Zhu Yi was the crown prince and a figure of authority. In her original plan, even if she intended to escape the burdens of procreation by joining the goddess clan, it was imperative that she part on good terms with Zhu Yi. After all, offending him while residing in the empire could lead to significant repercussions. Yet, before she could formulate her reasoning, Qiu Shi preemptively revealed her intentions. Wang Yue Qingxia was filled with regret for her earlier decisions. Once she regained her senses and observed the young man's receding figure, she took a deep breath, propelled herself forward, and sprang into action. Meanwhile, Qiu Shi, initially in a state of confusion, reflected on how the delicate and beautiful boy had been fervently enamored with him since their first meeting. He followed him, spied on him, and praised his beauty, even when he had responded with harsh words and had proposed a duel, unaware of the truth at the time. The boy had still stood resolutely in front of him when he had lost his mental strength and had begun to abandon himself. Qiu Shi mused that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the little bean likely harbored an infatuation for him that bordered on obsession. Due to the rumored extinction of women, many in the empire, especially among beastmen and purebloods, opted for artificial intelligence as companions, fulfilling their emotional needs. However, within the upper echelons of the empire and among a select few nobles, some chose to seek companionship in their own kind, forming relationships with one another. Yet, such practices were non-existent within the goddess clan, as the most devoted adherents of the legendary female deity. All members of the goddess clan were bound to uphold their chastity, even if their missions summoned them to procreate. They would never resort to seeking alternate partners, as that would tarnish their loyalty to the goddess. However, just moments ago, in the presence of Zhu Yi, the boy in Qiu Shi's embrace had desperately cast flirtatious glances his way. His chestnut hair framing his clear, pleading almond eyes, resembling a deliberate enticement. The most devoted follower of the goddess, Qiu Shi ought to have been immune to such childish tricks. Yet, the reality was that he found himself wavering. Due to the little bean's clumsy attempts at seduction, his heart raced wildly, and his mind went blank in a fleeting moment. Qiu Shi even absurdly contemplated that if there were no goddess in this world, and if he were not a member of the goddess clan and thus not required to uphold his loyalty to the goddess, then perhaps being with the little bean, who was so infatuated with him, would not be such an unacceptable option. But just as this thought flickered in his mind, it was swiftly dismissed by Qiu Shi himself. How could he entertain such notions, as a member of the goddess clan? His faith in the goddess demanded absolute loyalty, as for the little bean. While he could not reciprocate his feelings or live together as partners, they could still be the best of friends. He would be the elder brother, and the little bean would be the younger brother, as long as he was around. No one would dare bully the little bean. Yet, just as Qiu Shi envisioned their future and prepared to take the boy back to the goddess clan, he turned around only to find that the boy had vanished alongside that insufferable Zhu Yi. Wait, where was his little bean? Meanwhile, in the corridor, Wang Yuet Qingxia gritted her teeth and sprinted forward. She wished to catch up with Zhu Yi to explain herself, but she could hardly keep pace with his long strides. Despite her best efforts, she found herself panting and leaning against a wall for support after an exhausting chase. She struggled to regain her composure. The world around her suddenly dimmed. After a brief moment of confusion, she instinctively lifted her gaze, only to find the cool and handsome young man standing before her, his expression unreadable as he inquired, "Aren't you going to chase after him?" Before Wang Yuet Qingxia could respond, a faint, cold fragrance enveloped her. The young man leaned down and embraced her, his long lashes casting shadows over his lowered eyes as he whispered softly in her ear. Do not choose Qiu Shi. Chapter 46, The Montague Lie. After a moment's pause, Zhu Yi pressed his lips together tightly, his pale ears tinged with a faint blush. With his gaze lowered, he seemingly nonchalantly remarked, "Choose me. I can offer you far more than he can." With that, Zhu Yi turned and walked away, leaving Wang Yuet Qingxia standing there, dumbfounded. As she processed his words, a sudden, ludicrous thought began to form in her mind. Was Zhu Yi vying for her affection due to Qiu Shi's presence? This notion was so absurd that it was immediately dismissed by Wang Yuet Qingxia herself. After all, Zhu Yi was the crown prince of the empire. If he desired, the purebloods and those eager to curry favor with him would swarm like locusts. The reason he seemed to care about her relationship with Qiu Shi, even going so far as to diminish his own status to compare himself with Qiu Shi, was likely due to the poor rapport he maintained with Qiu Shi. As Wang Yuet Qingxia pondered further, she found the reasoning increasingly compelling. She had categorized today's farce as a conflict between Chuyin and Qiu Shi, regarding herself merely as a mere seasoning amidst the discord. Consequently, she allowed herself to relax, preparing to plot her next escape with 333. Suddenly, her surroundings dimmed once more. Wang Yuet Qingxia paused, slowly lifting her gaze to the opposite side, where she found Qiu Shi squinting at her. With a stunningly beautiful visage devoid of expression, she inquired in a tone laden with the resentment one might reserve for a philandering spouse, "Did you just abandon me to seek out Chuyin?" A jolt of unease shot through Wang Yuet Qingxia's heart. In the corridor, she found herself being interrogated by Qiu Shi. Outside the corridor, within the interrogation room, He Cheng, feeling rather bored, raised his head upon hearing footsteps and teased, "Have you finished comforting your frightened little pureblood?" Following my guidance to show concern for the little pureblood who has been traumatized by the experience of being confined. I bet the little pureblood is utterly enamored with you now. Isn't she? He Cheng's eyes sparkled with mischief. For, after all, as the ancients say, the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel never grows stale, particularly with the added thrill of the bridge effect, which can swiftly capture the heart of any fair maiden. He Cheng, a seasoned player in matters of the heart, had initially believed that his intervention could help his childhood friend to win over the one he cherished, thus allowing Chuyin to recognize his true feelings, far removed from the so-called responsibilities of the empire. However, as the person approached, He Cheng's smile faltered. The usually stoic ancestor appeared today as an immovable iceberg, radiating an oppressive aura that seemed capable of obliterating everything in its path. He Cheng instantly felt a shiver run down his spine. Rising to attention in a panic, he bewilderedly asked, "Did the little pureblood not accept your comfort?" Having just endured the experience of his cherished pureblood being poached by another, Chuyin was far from pleased. Had it not been for the pressing need to interrogate a legal entrance, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Qiu Shi and demonstrate who truly deserved to protect him. Yet, burdened by his duties as the heir to the empire, Chuyin could not act on a whim, allowing Qiu Shi to slip away unscathed. His dissatisfaction, already palpable, intensified further under He Cheng's provocative remarks. As someone raised in a prominent family, He Chung was adept at reading emotions. Observing the glacial expression on the face of the ancestor across from him, he quickly realized that once again, this emotionally obtuse figure had failed to win over the little pureblood. Anxious and eager to uncover the unexpected events that had transpired during the escorting of the smuggler, He Chung was met with disappointment as Chuyin had no intention of quenching his curiosity. Once settled at the interrogation table, Chuyin raised his gaze, his cold and detached demeanor revealing no fluctuations in emotion. Conducting business with a cool detachment, he asked, "You claim to know the truth behind the waste star's sound waves. Is that correct?" Without hesitation, Qi Jin nodded. Before the questioning commenced, he interjected, "I can divulge all the secrets of the Federation. The waste star's sound waves, an SSS-grade defective, codenamed Dawn. However, as a condition of my cooperation, I require a guarantee of admission to the Imperial Military Academy once I have answered your queries." Chuyin did not refuse. In fact, if Qi Jin's identity posed no issues, any pureblood could enroll in the academy free of charge within the Empire. However, Qi Jin's situation was unique. He was the sole offspring of the Empire's traitor, Colonel L, and had just escaped from the Federation. To ensure Qi Jin was not deceiving him, Chuyin glanced sideways at He Cheng. Once He Cheng signaled with an OK gesture, indicating readiness with the Empire's most advanced lie detector, Chuyin set his pen down, his voice icy and detached. "Are you truly sincere in leaving the Federation?" Qi Jin nodded, softly stating, "There is someone of great significance to me within the Empire. For her, I would forsake everything." The lie detector illuminated a green light. Chuyin remained silent for a moment before finally conceding. "Regarding those 3 questions, if you can answer truthfully, I will petition the school to grant you admission despite the usual criteria." Upon hearing this, Qi Jin's eyes twinkled as he smiled. "Your Highness, you truly are a benevolent soul." With his pale and delicate features, the youth's eyes sparkled, yet his tone carried an unsettling quality that elicited discomfort. Before Chuyin could furrow his brow, He Cheng continued, "Your Highness, you must have heard of the Federation conducting illegal human experiments, correct?" Chuyin nodded in acknowledgement, not denying the claim. Qi Jin pressed on. "Previous reports have indicated that the Federation's human experiments consistently failed and never achieved success. However, in reality, 1 week ago, on the day codenamed Dawn went missing, the Federation declared their human experiments a success." As he spoke, the green light flickered again, confirming Qi Jin's honesty. The atmosphere in the interrogation room, previously somewhat relaxed, became stifling once more. He Cheng could not restrain himself, asking, "What is the connection between the Federation's human experiments and the waste star sound waves, along with codenamed Dawn?" Qi Jin replied calmly, "There is indeed a connection. The Federation's most perfect experiment, that monster embodies all known biological genes fused together. This was all made possible thanks to codenamed Dawn. Her blood facilitated the merging of all these genes within a single entity, allowing for their flawless integration into one body. Due to the presence of pureblood genes within, the artificially synthesized monster created by the Federation bears the appearance of a pureblood human, along with a terrifying supernatural ability. If Wang Yueqingxia's ability is healing, then the ability of the Federation's experimental subjects is destruction, capable of annihilating everything, endlessly, imperishable. Furthermore, perhaps due to the chaotic attributes of the experimental subjects and the erratic genes of the defective. Once a defective consumes the blood of the experimental subject, they will not only ascend to the SSS-grade defective, but also fall under the control of that very experimental subject." Qi Jin's tone remained composed. Yet the implications of his words sent shivers down the spine. The theft of codenamed Dawn had indeed resulted in the Federation breeding a humanoid monster capable of containing all biological genes. He Cheng was reluctant to accept this, but the lie detector continued to illuminate a green light, affirming Qi Jin's truthfulness. In a corner, He Cheng stared blankly, realizing humanity was facing obliteration. Meanwhile, Chuyin maintained his composure, asking, "What distinctive physical traits does the experimental subject possess?" Qi Jin lowered his gaze, caressing his collarbone, and softly replied, "The experimental subject bears a W-shaped brand." Chapter 47. I finally found you. The green light flickered once more, confirming every word Qi Jin had spoken was true. After securing the lie detector, even He Cheng, typically nonchalant, now wore a serious expression. "Where is the experimental subject now?" Qi Jin, lowering his gaze, supported his chin with his coldly shackled wrists. Casually remarked, "Who knows? perhaps somewhere within the empire. His overly nonchalant demeanor irked He Chung instinctively. Unlike the previously encountered little pureblood, Qi Jin, despite being a pureblood, exuded an unsettling aura that left He Chung a beast man, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Given the opportunity, He Chung would have relished the chance to return this unappealing pureblood to the Federation. However, in an empire where purebloods were considered resources, the law would not permit such an act. With a resigned sigh, He Chung adopted a poker face, stating, "Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the qualification to enroll in the Imperial Military Academy." Qi Jian interlaced his fingers, supporting his chin, and smiled. "I am deeply grateful." Beastman die in that fleeting moment of eye contact. He Chung felt a jolt of unease wash over him once more. To be frank, he did not wish to remain in the presence of this peculiar newcomer. Yet, with Chuyin summoned away by the Research Institute, he had no choice but to assist Qi Jin in completing his enrollment procedures. Commencing with DNA testing, Qi Jin lowered his gaze, calmly biting into the pale tip of his finger. A solitary droplet of crimson blood rolled forth, fortuitously falling into the DNA testing apparatus. The results were swiftly obtained, indicating that the blood contained pure human DNA, devoid of any falsehood. Upon seeing this outcome, He Chung was taken aback, as it was generally expected that any pureblood would attract the attention of beastmen. However, Qi Jin was different. Every time He Chung laid eyes on that seemingly frail and smiling youth, he felt the eerie sensation of being scrutinized by countless formidable beastmen. On one hand, he felt a gnawing unease, yet on the other hand, the DNA report could not be erroneous. Eager to depart, He Chung dismissed further contemplation, turning around to officially state, "You may enter the Imperial Military Academy and study as a pureblood. However, due to your previous affiliation with the Federation, to prevent any potential connections, we will need to install a tracking device on you during your studies. Can you accept this?" Qi Jin inclined his head slightly, smiling. "Of course." The other party displayed no signs of discontent, exhibiting an excessive degree of politeness. They seemed somewhat uncharacteristic of a naturally noble pureblood. He Chung pressed his lips tightly together. The mere thought that this peculiar individual would one day be in close proximity to the little pureblood caused a pang of anxiety in his heart. However, there was no alternative. He had already conceded to what needed to be agreed upon and conducted all necessary assessments. To retract his commitments at this juncture would be unthinkable, for the sake of the Empire's dignity. He Chung could only maintain a stern demeanor while installing the tracking devices on Qi Jin. A neck ring, wristband, and anklet. Qi Jin, secured by 5 tracking devices, let out a light chuckle, his tone enigmatic as he remarked, "Is treating a whistleblowing hero as a criminal truly the Empire's way of hospitality?" He Chung rolled his eyes and retorted bluntly, "A whistleblowing hero? You hardly qualify." Upon hearing this, Qi Jin shrugged, neither affirming nor denying the statement. They had exchanged all necessary words, and the tracking devices had been installed. Qi Jin prepared to depart, but He Chung suddenly halted him, his expression grave as he warned, "You would do well not to lay a hand on the little pureblood." Taking a deep breath, He Chung continued, "He is the protégé of the Imperial Crown Prince Shu Yi." Fearing Qi Jin might act recklessly, He Chung emphasized his point, hoping to safeguard the little pureblood. In response to the warning, a flicker of interest passed through Qi Jin's eyes, his gaze momentarily sparkling before returning to its usual composure as he lowered his eyes and murmured, "Understood." Seeing that the newcomer was somewhat sensible, He Chung felt a slight sense of relief and turned back to his tasks. However, what He Chung failed to notice was that at the very moment he turned away, the pale and delicate youth raised his head. Beneath his light-colored lashes, his blood-red eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of illness swirling within. Once he left the confinement room and found himself in a deserted corner, Qi Jin lowered his gaze, brushing his fingers over his collarbone. Beneath his loose sweatshirt, his collarbone was exquisitely beautiful, its lines strikingly fluid, so captivating that one couldn't help but admire it. Strangely, however, there was a W-shaped tattoo on the lower left corner of his collarbone. Like a brand, firmly imprinted on his pale, frail skin, as if proclaiming his identity to the world. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Wang Yuqing Xia lay on the couch clutching 333, her mind filled with regret. Just moments ago, she had narrowly escaped being forcibly taken by Qiu Shi to register with the Goddess clan. In the end, she had feigned illness, and Qiu Shi had reluctantly let her off. granting her 3 days to consider. But what could 3 days accomplish? Remaining in the empire meant becoming a breeding machine, while joining the goddess clan also entailed the same fate. Had she known that no matter which path she chose, she would be unable to escape the grim destiny of contributing to the state, she would have refrained from provoking Qiu Shi that day. The more she thought about it, the more exhausted she felt. Wang Yuqing Xia, still clutching 333, longed to flee immediately. Yet, escaping required purchasing potions, and acquiring potions demanded star coins, asa pureblood. She had no worries regarding food and drink. The empire covered all her expenses. However, since she had been deemed an underage pureblood with no self-sufficiency and had yet to reproduce, she required the permission of her guardian Shu Yi to access a substantial amount of star coins before she could successfully breed. Yet, being the crown prince of the empire, it was evident that Shu Yi would not be easily swayed. If her intentions to escape were discovered after requesting funds from him, she would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Just as Wang Yuqing Xia was rolling around on the bed with 333, desperately contemplating how to procure money, a knock resounded on the tightly shut villa door. Wang Yuqing Xia jolted, fearing it might be Qiu Shi. Curiosity piqued about why Qiu Shi, who had summoned her back to the goddess clan, would return so swiftly. She hurried to open the door, anxious that any delay might provoke the ancestral wrath of her visitor. Before the door was opened, she patted her face, forcing herself to correct her forlorn expression. After mustering a standard smile with 8 visible teeth, Wang Yuqing Xia opened the door, preparing to exchange pleasantries in an effort to maintain the precarious friendship between her and Qiu Shi. However, as the door swung open, she felt a weight in her arms as something tumbled into her embrace. Wang Yuqing Xia instantly tensed, instinctively reaching out to push the intruder away. Yet, before she could act, her sleeve was grasped, and the pale, delicate youth looked up at her. Beneath his light lashes, his blood-red eyes glimmered enticingly, shimmering with a hint of fragmented light. The gaze he fixed upon her was filled with a mix of illness and obsession. Resembling a traveler who had wandered for far too long and finally discovered the sole source of sustenance. Wait, why was he looking at her like that? Were they familiar? Wang Yuqing Xia stood in a daze, momentarily unable to process the unfolding scene, when the frail, sickly youth took the initiative to embrace her. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he looked down at her with a smile, whispering in her ear, "I've found you." Chapter 48. A living picture of a sickly beauty as a relic from the 21st century, Wang Yuqing Xia possessed a strong sense of personal boundaries. Suddenly being embraced by a stranger, especially a strange man, caused her to leap back in shock. Instinctively, she pushed the piece of toffee in her arms away while retreating behind the wall, her expression wary as she inquired, "What do you want with me?" After the initial panic subsided, she quickly recognized the pale-haired, red-eyed youth before her as the very individual responsible for her recent imprisonment, owing to the incident that had landed her in jail. Her impression of him was far from favorable. Sensing her withdrawal, the youth paused, the smile fading from his face. Beneath his lowered lashes, his blood-red eyes darkened, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Qi Jin suppressed all negative emotions swirling beneath the surface, and when he raised his gaze again, he wore a smile. "Did the school not inform you? I am your new roommate." Wang Yuqing Xia was taken aback, instinctively responding, "New roommate? Isn't it just me and Qiu Shi?" Surprised to learn that there was a third person in the villa, Qi Jin's smile momentarily faltered. His long lashes lowered, and the pale fingers at his sides subtly tightened. As he presented the enrollment notification, he explained, "I have joined the Empire and become a part of it. This is the enrollment notice that His Highness the Crown Prince and officer he helped me obtain." Wang Yuqing Xia, cautiously emerging from behind the wall, gingerly took the document, scrutinizing it repeatedly before confirming its authenticity with 333. With a sigh of relief, she stepped out and queried, "With 2 individuals already in the villa, don't you find it cramped?" Qi Jin shook his head. Then, with a subtle movement, he stepped closer and intertwined his arm with hers, quietly stating, "You are my savior, and I am thrilled to be with you." Despite this being only their second encounter, the pale and delicate youth had developed an inexplicable dependence on her since their first meeting. Wang Yuqing Xia felt a sense of unease. Attempting to withdraw her hand, she found her efforts thwarted as, just before she succeeded, the frail yet exquisite youth coughed lightly, his lips brushing against her. Wang Yuqing Xia paused, instinctively asking, "Are you unwell?" Qi Jian shook his head. Beneath his delicately shaped nose, his pale lips appeared somewhat blanched as he casually remarked, "It's nothing, merely that my father is a traitor to the empire, leading others to believe I am as well." Officer, he harbored a dislike for him, and during the recent interrogation, he had been subjected to disdain. Qi Jin's words trailed off. He raised a finger to his lips and coughed softly once more. The youth's features were strikingly delicate, his complexion pale and sickly, presenting an image of a living beauty. As he lowered his gaze, his long, light lashes cast shadows at the corners of his eyes, further accentuating his exquisite yet fragile features. Even the unfeeling artificial intelligence, 333, couldn't help but clutch its handkerchief and exclaim, "Host, he looks so pitiful." Wang Yuqing Xia shared the same sentiment, due to the previous incident that had seen her unjustly imprisoned. Her initial impression of Qi Jin had not been favorable, yet one tends to feel compassion for the weak. Observing the youth with his head bowed, the faint blush at the corners of his eyes, and the mist gathering in his blood-red gaze, Wang Yuqing Xia's heart softened instantly. She took a step back, willingly allowing him into the villa. As she locked the door, she remarked, "He Chung really ought to be more considerate. How can he bully a child like this?" It was Qi Jin's father who had betrayed the empire, not Qi Jin himself. In this age of interstellar travel, how could such collective punishment still exist? As Wang Yuqing Xia fervently criticized He Cheng's lack of morals, an inexplicable chill swept over her from behind. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling sensation of being watched by an unknown entity surged through her. Instinctively, Wang Yuqing Xia turned around, only to find the pale and delicate youth standing not far away, observing her with his hands clasped behind his back. Seemingly aware of her gaze, Qi Jin tilted his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he inquired, "Is there something wrong?" Wang Yuqing Xia hesitated, retracting her gaze, concluding that perhaps she had been overthinking. Qi Jin, a mere pitiful soul, with a traitorous father and being hunted by the Federation, found himself in a precarious position, and no matter where he turned, he was unwelcome, forced to hide and wander to survive. Such a person could hardly pose a threat, could he? Recollecting her thoughts, Wang Yuqing Xia gently coughed before closing the door. Adopting a feigned seriousness, she stated, "Considering you are a newcomer, there are two matters I must emphasize to you. First, you are not permitted to approach me without my consent. Second, you must not enter my bedroom or bathroom without permission." Wang Yuqing Xia's two stipulations were utterly unfathomable to those of the interstellar era. After all, humanity in the future had become largely unisexual. As a result, the sense of boundaries between individuals had diminished significantly. In fact, when she first arrived, He Cheng and Chu Yi even intended to assist her in delivering her public rations hand in hand. The past was too painful to reflect upon. With a weary sigh, Wang Yuqing Xia braced herself for an arduous explanation. Yet, Qi Jian merely nodded slightly, whispering, "I understand." His unexpectedly obedient demeanor left Wang Yuqing Xia momentarily taken aback, improving her impression of the youth. After conveying everything she needed to say, she noticed the pale, frail boy lowering his gaze, remaining silent. After a brief hesitation, Wang Yuqing Xia kindly inquired, "Would you like to have a meal now?" She feared that the boy, on his escape, might suffer hunger while enduring the elements. Wang Yuqing Xia had initially intended to share her stock of delectable interstellar nutritional vegetarian steak and gourmet instant noodles with Qi Jin. However, to her surprise, upon hearing her words, Qi Jin asked, "Do you need me to assist in the kitchen?" Before Wang Yuqing Xia could respond, the boy had already turned, effortlessly tying on an apron as he entered the kitchen. When he re-emerged, presenting a visually and aromatically appealing spread of 4 dishes and a soup, Wang Yuqing Xia could not help but ask, "Did you prepare this?" Qi Jian first nodded, then hesitated before saying, "After my father's unexpected death, I was not welcomed by the Federation." Qi Jian left his statement hanging. Yet Wang Yuqing Xia's imagination filled in the gaps, conjuring images of the pitiable Qi Jin being mistreated and scarcely fed within the Federation. A surge of maternal instinct flooded through her. After finishing the meal, Wang Yuqing Xia intended to take the small, pitiful boy's hand and offer words of comfort, assuring him that she would look after him from now on. However, before she could utter her thoughts, her vision darkened and she fainted after the meal. Seeing the young girl unconscious, Qi Jin, who had not touched his food, set down his chopsticks and, with concern in his eyes, murmured, "Senior, are you all right?" When there was no response for a long while, Qi Jin's lips curled slightly. He then put down his chopsticks and approached the sofa step by step. With pale, slender fingers, he brushed aside the chestnut short hair that obscured the girl's face. Gazing down at the delicate and beautiful girl on the sofa, his eyes were filled with a shadowy intensity. After a prolonged moment, he bent down, his bony, pale hand encircling the girl's slender waist. Whispering softly, "Long time no see. My creator. Ma Emri Chapter 49. Who would want to be your friend?" His gaze fell upon the girl's soft, pale lips, and Qi Jin's eyes darkened. Moments later, he leaned down, his cool fingers grasping the girl's porcelain white chin. His fingertips, slightly calloused, felt cool against her skin. Even in her slumber, Wang Yueqingsha instinctively turned her head, attempting to break free from the constraint. Yet, before she could succeed, something cool pried her lips apart and intruded, intertwining with her. The sensation was peculiar. Wang Yueqingsha pursed her lips, trying to expel the strange intrusion from her mouth. However, the more she struggled, the more pronounced the sensation of entanglement became. A faint sound of water echoed. After a long while, Qi Jin straightened up, creating distance between them. Beneath his long, light lashes, his blood-red eyes shimmered with obsession. The girl was not particularly skilled at kissing. Even a simple touch colored her porcelain skin with a delicate blush. The gentle flutter of her lashes, coupled with her slightly parted, vibrant lips, evoked an uncontrollable desire to continue. The depths of his gaze swirled with lust. Qi Jin, smiling with his eyes crescent-shaped, unfastened the girl's outer garment, his pale fingertips caressing her collarbone. Just as Qi Jin lowered his gaze, preparing to take a further step, a knock resonated unexpectedly at the door. The voice of Qiushi echoed from outside. "Shorty, are you in there? Come out and open the door for me, that annoying fellow." Upon confirming that the person outside was the persistent pest who clung to the girl, Qi Jin's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. The sensation of being coveted by something vile surged within him. Qi Jin was quite displeased. He lowered his gaze, observing the girl still sleeping on the bed. Her breathing heavied, Qi Jin's throat tightened, ignoring the noise outside as he leaned in once more. But just as he was about to touch the girl's waist, bang! The tightly locked door was forcibly breached by someone wielding psychic power. Qiushi kicked the door open and, stepping inside with a smug grin, declared, "Shorty, I asked my father, as long as you are willing, you can join our goddess clan at any time. And if one day you have offspring, they can be registered under my name. We shall become the best of brothers, and I will be the godfather of your children." Before he could finish his sentence, Qiushi froze in place. In the living room, on the sofa, lay the shorty he had been longing for, her chestnut hair disheveled, her features exquisite, her soft, pale lips slightly parted, her porcelain skin tinged with a faint blush. The moment his gaze landed on her, Qiushi was utterly stunned. His ears flushed a deep crimson. Turning away, he felt an inexplicable urge to avoid looking at the scene. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Regaining his senses, Qiushi rushed into the living room. His brows furrowed as he noticed the frail figure. "Who are you? Why are you here? Why are you beside the shorty?" Qiushi's tone was aggressive. As he spoke, his fingers clenched tightly at his sides, as if he would dismantle anything that did not meet his approval. Qi Jin calmly withdrew his hand, then raised his gaze, speaking in a tone as usual. "Are you addressing me? My name is Qi Jin, a pureblood who has just returned to the Empire. For the next 5 years, I may need to trouble you for guidance." With that, Qi Jin stood up, extending his hand politely, his smile gentle and harmless, exuding an almost irresistible charm. Yet, just as he reached out, his hand was swiftly swatted away by Qiushi. "Who wants to be friends with you? I don't know you, Junior." With that, Qiushi stepped forward quickly. He had always acted recklessly, never considering the consequences. Yet now, he treated the unconscious boy with utmost care, cradling him protectively while turning sideways, his tone sharp and aggressive. "What have you done to the shorty?" Qi Jin lowered his gaze, concealing the covetous glimmer in his eyes. Casually, he replied, "The senior fell asleep after eating. She may just be tired." "Just tired?" Qiushi frowned, sensing something was amiss. However, after summoning the intelligent detection system, The report indicated that the boy was indeed merely sleeping, with no signs of poisoning or illness. Qiu Shi pursed his lips, remaining silent, just as he was bewildered by the unusual failure of his instincts. The delicate and beautiful boy in his arms murmured softly, "It's so hot," as she spoke. Wang Yueqingxia slightly parted her lips, panting from the heat. The transformation of the spiritual entity could occasionally affect the host itself. Taking Qiu Shi as an example, because his spiritual entity was a fire phoenix adept at flames, his body temperature always ran high. Having just experienced a dream plagued by an unknown creature, Wang Yueqingxia already felt overheated. Coupled with the embrace of this human furnace, she felt as though she might spontaneously combust. Wang Yueqingxia squirmed, attempting to distance herself from the source of heat. Yet, before she could escape far, the furnace held her tightly, refusing to let her go in her dazed slumber. Wang Yueqingxia was oblivious, while Qiu Shi, brow furrowed, lowered his voice awkwardly. "Don't move, do you want others to see you like this?" At that moment, the boy appeared utterly disheveled. His chestnut hair tousled, his outer garment half open, his skin flushed. He looked alluring yet indecent, causing Qiu Shi's heart to race, his ears burning. While instinctively wanting to distance himself from this unfamiliar feeling, he found himself unwilling to release the person he held. Internally, Qiu Shi was torn, unable to comprehend why he felt so strange. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Qiu Shi looked up to see the seemingly feeble boy standing before him. Extending his hand softly, "You seem unwell, senior. Let me take care of you." With that, Qi Jian bent his eyes, reaching out, attempting to discreetly reclaim the girl. But just as his fingertips brushed against her, that irritating fellow stood up, frowning and saying, "Don't even think about it." While protecting the unconscious girl in his arms, Qiu Shi declared, "The shorty is my little brother, my only dear friend. Don't even dream of inserting yourself between us." Upon the conclusion of his words, Qiu Shi emitted a disdainful snort. With elegant, alabaster fingers, he encircled the youth's waist and lifted him away. Meanwhile, Qi Jin's hand lingered suspended in the air, remaining unwithdrawn for an extended period. It was not until the sound of footsteps faded into the distance, and the strikingly flamboyant figure vanished, that Qi Jin reined in his smile and cast an expressionless gaze upward. What a fool. Despite sharing the same space, he could not even discern her true gender. Utterly devoid of menace. Averting his gaze, Qi Jin lowered his eyes to input Qiu's name into his intelligent device. Besides being the imperial prince, he was also the heir of the Qiu family. Qi Jin paused momentarily, then, with a nonchalant gesture, he marked a cross over their avatars. The creator belonged to him. Anyone, aside from himself, who coveted her or sought to contest for her affection, deserved to perish. Chapter 50. How could I possibly engage in such underhanded antics? On the other side, upon a soft, bouncy bed, Wang Yuqingxia gradually awoke, staring blankly at the ceiling above. She recalled having a peculiar dream. First being entangled by an unknown creature, and then being hoisted like a sack of sand for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps it was due to having run headfirst for too long. Upon awakening, Wang Yuqingxia felt dizzy, a bit starved of oxygen. After finally regaining her composure, she noticed the sweat soaking her body and instinctively rolled up her shirt, yearning for a refreshing shower. However, as she began to remove her clothing, a voice approached, tenderly inquiring, "Do you wish to take a bath? Would you like my assistance?" Wang Yuqingxia initially intended to decline, but, just before speaking, she belatedly realized the implications. When she stiffly raised her head, she found Qiu Shi seated opposite her, his expression earnest and attentive. The air fell into a profound silence. Wang Yuqingxia glanced at her half-disrobed self and then at Qiu Shi's eager countenance. Ultimately, as Qiu Shi extended his hand, preparing to assist in loosening her garments, an exasperated Wang Yuqingxia pushed him away, instinctively covering her chest as she stammered, "What are you trying to do?" Being unexpectedly shoved was not something Qiu Shi would typically tolerate, especially given his arrogant nature. However, today, after being so bluntly rebuffed, he merely furrowed his brow and murmured, "Why are you so fierce?" He had expended considerable effort to rescue her from that sickly wretch, yet received no gratitude in return. Qiu Shi cast his gaze downward, feeling a subtle annoyance. However, Wang Yuqingxia did not perceive the grievance in his eyes. Once she calmed down, Wang Yuqingxia took a deep breath, still guarding her chest, and asked, "Why are you in my room?" As she posed the question, a wave of anxiety washed over her, just as she was lost in thought, wondering whether Qiu Shirling had discovered her true identity. He countered, "What do you mean? Your room? Look closely, this is my bedroom." Wang Yuqingxia was taken aback. After a moment, she regained her senses and surveyed her surroundings, only to realize the decor was distinctly unfamiliar, bearing no resemblance to her own room. Following a brief moment of confusion, she continued to clutch her chest, bewilderedly asking, "How did I end up in your bedroom? Hadn't she just been dining with Qi Jin?" A dull ache throbbed in her head. Supporting herself, she struggled to recall the events that had transpired, but no memory surfaced. At that moment, Qiu Shirling frowned and remarked, "You should avoid contact with that sickly wretch." Wang Yuqingxia lifted her head, confusion etched on her face as she queried, "Why? Does Qi Jin harbor some sort of secret?" In response to her inquiry, Qiu Shirling asserted with conviction, "The moment I laid eyes on that sickly wretch, I felt an aversion. Anyone I detest cannot be a good person." Wang Yuqingxia's lips twitched, and she lowered her head, softly retorting, "Weren't you initially disdainful of me as well?" Qiu Shirling was momentarily stunned, then turned away, defensively murmuring, "That's different." As Wang Yuqingxia pondered the distinction in silence, she felt a sudden tap on her waist. Instantly, she sprang up as if startled by an arrow, retreating while still shielding her chest and asking, "Why did you touch me?" Qiu Shirling regarded her with an odd expression, incredulously asking, "Why are you covering your chest?" "You're acting timidly, devoid of the demeanor of a member of the Divine Maiden clan." Wang Yuqingxia, in a gentle yet firm manner, emphasized that she was not yet prepared to join the Divine Maiden clan. She then subtly inquired, "Did you do anything to me while I was asleep?" Qiu Shirling immediately countered, "As a follower of the Divine Maiden, how could I possibly engage in such underhanded antics?" Observing the certainty in Qiu Shirling's tone, Wang Yuqingxia exhaled in relief, intending to step out for her shower. However, just as she rose, Qiu Shirling stood as well, his alabaster ears tinged with a faint blush as he casually asked, "Do you truly not require my assistance with your bath?" After a brief pause, seemingly attempting to mask his own discomfort, Qiu Shirling insisted, "There are often cases where the helpless purebloods slip on soap and meet their demise in the bath. I am simply concerned for your safety." Before he could finish, Wang Yuqingxia politely declined, stating, "No need. I can manage on my own with that." She pushed open the door and departed. Qiu Shirling stood, words unspoken, ultimately lowering his gaze to his fingertips, beneath his crimson locks. His alabaster ears blushed faintly, his heartbeat quickening as he contemplated his fingertips. His thoughts drifted to the moment he had brought the youth back to the room. He had been captivated by the sight of the youth's lips. More vibrant than usual, slightly parted, and inexplicably felt compelled to touch them. In that moment, he found himself frozen in astonishment. So soft. Unlike his own, the texture was akin to jelly. Returning to the present, Qiu Shirling lowered his gaze, his throat tightening. Even though members of the Divine Maiden clan were expected to maintain unwavering loyalty to the goddess, he found himself inexplicably raising his hand, placing a kiss upon the fingertips that had grazed the youth's lips. On the other side, within the bathroom, Wang Yuqingxia luxuriated in the bathtub, releasing a sigh of relief. She remained oblivious to the occurrences while she slept, but upon awakening, she was drenched in sweat, feeling as though she had been embraced by a heating device throughout the night. The sensation of being unclean was quite uncomfortable. After a brief soak, she reached for the shampoo, preparing to cleanse her hair. Initially, everything progressed smoothly in this future world. Even ordinary furniture far surpassed that of the past. The water temperature remained constant, and there were intelligent robots to assist with washing hair and scrubbing backs, an experience of sheer indulgence. Yet, midway through her enjoyment, the intelligent robot abruptly ceased its actions. Wang Yuqingxia opened her eyes, perplexed, and muttered, "Why did you stop?" After rinsing the foam away with clear water, she turned to see the empty transparent bottle behind her. How had the shampoo run out? With a sigh, she resolved to have 333 procure a new bottle after her bath. However, just as she formulated her plan, a fresh bottle of shampoo appeared before her. At the same time, the youth's low, melodious voice chimed in cheerfully, "Is this what you were looking for?" Wang Yuqingxia's heart leaped with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you." However, Just as she reached for the shampoo, she caught sight of the alabaster, delicate fingers before her. For a moment, she froze. Eventually, she slowly lifted her gaze, only to find Cho Shirling, who had appeared out of nowhere, holding the shampoo. His eyes curved into a smile as he said, "You're welcome." Chapter 51. Subtly undermining their gazes locked, and Wang Yuqingxia's mind momentarily short-circuited. Clutching the shampoo, she remained frozen in the bathtub, maintaining her previous posture. Observing her reaction, Cho Shirling's lips curled into a smirk as he playfully remarked, "What's wrong? Are you so delighted to see me that you cannot find the words?" Before he could finish, a sudden pain struck her head. Wang Yuqingxia decisively hurled the shampoo bottle away. Crossing her arms defensively as she flusteredly exclaimed, "Didn't I say you weren't allowed to come in while I was bathing?" The shampoo struck Cho Shirling squarely on the head. As it fell, a distinct red mark appeared on his alabaster forehead. The young master of the Cho family, a rebellious little demon, had been struck. Had there been anyone else present, he would most likely have collapsed in fright, trembling as he begged for forgiveness. After all, that little ancestor was not known for his temper. In the grand scheme of things, he was unparalleled. Furthermore, members of the Divine Maiden clan prided themselves on being the selected companions of the goddess, placing great importance on their appearance. Yet now, after being struck with a shampoo bottle and nearly disfigured, an astonishing scene unfolded. Cho Shirling merely rubbed the area that had been hit and quietly complained, "Could you not be so fierce?" Regardless of whether it pertains to Chuyi, Hicheng, or even a random passerby, Doubting always speaks in a soft and gentle tone. Why is it that when he is in front of me, he seems as if he has ingested gunpowder? Clearly, they are the best of brothers. Even in tenderness, it should be directed solely towards him. Qiu Shi pursed his thin lips tightly, feeling inexplicably irritable. Meanwhile, Wang Yueqingxia's mind was a blank canvas. After a long while, she barely managed to react. Struggling to suppress her unease, she asked, "Did you see everything just now?" The mist in the bathroom was not heavy, affording high visibility. Her lower body was submerged in the bathtub. The foam provided some cover, making it difficult to see clearly. However, her upper body was exposed, and in the instant Qiushi entered, he had seen everything that should and should not be seen. Wang Yueqingxia lowered her head, her body trembling involuntarily due to physiological instincts, while her mind raced uncontrollably. What would happen after he saw her? Would Qiushi act recklessly towards her? Or would he perceive her as a mutated creature? Would he send her to the laboratory for dissection? As Wang Yueqingxia bit her lip until it turned pale, the world before her suddenly darkened. Qiushi approached her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. After a long pause, he suddenly remarked, "I must say, you seem to be somewhat lacking in exercise." Wang Yueqingxia wore a bewildered expression. Before she could process his words, the slender fingers of the youth grasped her wrist. Pulling her arm up, the air was chilly. Wang Yueqingxia maintained an honest demeanor, staring blankly at him. Qiushi, on the other hand, lowered his gaze, looking at her with a serious expression. Wang Yueqingxia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Just as she lowered her head, desperately attempting to dig a villa out with her toes, Qiushi finally released her hand. Pinching her face, he teasingly remarked, "How did Chuyi train you? You show no signs of any training. How can you protect a goddess?" Wang Yueqingxia was utterly bewildered, unable to care about her cheeks being kneaded like dough in Qiushi's grasp. Pointing at herself in disbelief, she asked, "Don't you think I look like a woman?" Qiushi's movements faltered slightly, and a hint of confusion flickered in his alluring eyes. After a moment, he lowered his gaze and stated earnestly, "I am aware of your loyalty to the goddess. However, according to ancient texts of the Qiu family, legendary women are said to possess well-defined chest muscles." With that, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Wang Yueqingxia withdrew her hand and silently turned to face the wall. For the first time in her life, she experienced the peculiar sensation of having been shot in the knee. The good news: her vest had not come off. The bad news: it would have been better if it had. Noticing the boy's despondent demeanor, Qiushi instinctively felt the urge to comfort him. Yet, as the heir of the Qiu family, his specialty lay in inciting others to rage. As for comforting someone, he had never done so in his life. He wanted to console the boy, but after giving it much thought, he clumsily said, "Don't worry. One day when you kick Chuyi out and come back to the goddess clan with me, I will train you to become a qualified warrior." He paused, wanting to prove his experience. Qiu Shi grasped her hand. Before Wang Yue Qingxia could react, she found her hand pressed against Qiu Shi's chest. With a somewhat smug expression, he raised his chin and declared, "I have a 103." Wang Yue Qingxia paused, instinctively grasping at it. Feeling the curvature beneath her hand, she glanced at her own flat figure. Wang Yue Qingxia lay there, feeling as if a river of sadness were flowing backward. Upon witnessing this, Qiu Shi panicked. He hurriedly stood up, instinctively reaching into the bathtub to pull her out. "Don't sleep. You could die if you fall asleep in the bathtub." However, just as his words fell, and he was about to touch the girl's skin, a pale and slender hand pressed down on his wrist from behind. Qiu Shi halted his movements. After a moment, he turned around, squinting his eyes and speaking in a displeased tone. "What are you doing here?" Qi Jian turned slightly, subtly shielding the girl in the bathtub. Then, seemingly casually, he remarked, "Did the senior not mention that she dislikes being disturbed while bathing?" Qiu Shi, though lacking justification, replied with confidence, "I am not disturbing her. I am merely providing assistance when she needs it." Qi Jian raised an eyebrow, deliberately stating, "But if you keep acting recklessly, she will surely dislike you." Upon hearing this, Qiu Shi was momentarily taken aback. Recollecting himself, he instinctively glanced towards the bathtub. He saw that after Qi Jian appeared, the girl had been hugging her knees, facing the wall in silence. Her chestnut hair was damp, partially obscuring her hazel eyes. Qiu Shi could not discern the girl's emotions but sensed her despondency. Torn between being disliked and angering someone who would retaliate, the straightforward Qiu Shi hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he pursed his lips and left without a word. Once his footsteps faded away, Wang Yue Qingxia sighed in relief and slowly turned back. Assuming those who should have left had done so, she prepared to wash up quickly and depart. Mentally resolving to buy a lock, however, as she turned around, she found the pale, exquisite, and sickly beautiful boy standing directly opposite her, gazing intently at her. Their eyes met, and Wang Yue Qingxia, holding a dry towel, instinctively covered her chest. Taking a deep breath, she frowned and intended to ask Qi Jian why he didn't leave with Qiu Shi. But before she could speak, Qi Jian preemptively said, "Senior, please don't mind it. Qiu is the type of person who is entirely self-centered and utterly disregards the feelings of others. Let us keep our distance from him in the future. It's best not to provoke his anger." Realizing that Qi Jian was trying to comfort her, Wang Yue Qingxia opened her mouth intending to say a few polite words. Yet Qi Jian lowered his head once more and softly remarked, "Also, I think being small is quite adorable." Chapter 52. The intergalactic heiress with a fortune of hundreds of billions. With that, Qi Jian nodded slightly, politely turning to leave. Before departing, he did not forget to close the door and even summoned the villa's intelligent robot to stand guard outside, preventing Qiu Shi from causing further trouble. Displaying his thoughtfulness to the utmost. However, Wang Yue Qingxia remained in the bathtub, unable to regain her composure for a long while. Eventually, she turned around, staring dully at 333 and asking, "Is it really that small?" 333 emerged, circling around its host, and ultimately offered a candid consolation. "Host, you simply lack training. If you work hard on your fitness, you too will eventually reach 103. Wang Yue Qingxia. Thank you, but I am not consoled." After a sigh, she swiftly washed away the foam, dried herself off, and changed into a new outfit. Once her body was enveloped in clothing, she felt a certain sense of security. While drinking milk, she recalled 333's earlier words. In the future interstellar world, information about women had been jointly sealed by the Federation and the Empire. Regardless of which faction, only the upper echelons or privileged classes were eligible to access information concerning women. As long as she did not expose her lower half, even if she were to strip off her pants in front of future humanity, they would only concern themselves with whether her reproductive organs had been blown to bits. With this thought, Wang Yue Qingxia felt considerably more at ease. However, before she could relax for long, 333 perched on her shoulder, kindly asking, "Host, are you curious about the existence of women?" Wang Yue Qingxia nodded perfunctorily. 333 continued, "If you are truly curious, you could join the Goddess Clan." Wang Yue Qingxia was taken aback, turning her neck stiffly to ask, "Why would I want to join the Goddess Clan?" 333 replied matter-of-factly, "The Goddess Clan, as an ancient group that venerates the goddess, has always preserved the most complete information regarding women. Even the Empire and the Federation sometimes need to seek the Goddess Clan's assistance to access such information. After all, the Goddess Clan possesses not only photographs of women but also ancient records from when women were not yet extinct, detailing interactions between men and legendary women. Wang Yue Qingxia nearly choked, setting down her milk cup as she coughed violently, exclaiming in shock, "Is it really that perverse?" 333 replied, "The members of the Goddess Clan are all chosen companions of the goddess. They have been trained on such educational materials since birth to cultivate a sense of service." After a pause, 333 added, "By the way, host, Qiu Shi is quite skilled. After all, she is the heir of an enemy, the one who has perused the most literature concerning women." Mochizuki Kyoka wears a smile that does not reach her eyes. "Thank you, but she is not particularly inclined to uncover such frivolous secrets." Following her conversation with 333, the thought of drinking milk no longer crossed Mochizuki Kyoka's mind. She tightened her belt while walking. The time since the extinction of women has been far too long. Most beastmen and pureblood humans have never encountered the existence of a woman. Thus, Mochizuki Kyoka has always been quite confident, believing that even in close quarters, she would not easily reveal her true nature. However, after her previous encounter with Shuin and then with Cho Tin, the two individuals she had grown familiar with after arriving in this world turned out to be members of the privileged class as described by 333. Mochizuki Kyoka felt utterly exhausted. Although she lacked the means, she still felt a deep sense of discomfort. Just as she was contemplating how to quickly acquire money for potions to distance herself from this perilous place, she opened the door and found Cho Tin standing there. Their eyes met, and Mochizuki Kyoka immediately turned to flee. Yet, she had barely taken a few steps before being forcibly pulled back. The door was firmly locked. Leaning against the door, Mochizuki Kyoka trembled as she gazed at the red marks on Cho Tin's pale skin. Just as she shut her eyes, believing that the irritable Cho Tin would confront her over the earlier incident, her sleeve was tugged, and the young man softly uttered, "I'm sorry." Mochizuki Kyoka opened her eyes, staring blankly at him. Just when she thought she might be dreaming, or that the universe had exploded, she heard Cho Tin apologize. The usually flamboyant youth pressed his lips tightly together, hesitating for a long moment before turning to her and unceremoniously shoving something into her arms. "I didn't expect you to dislike bathing with others so much," Cho Tin stated. "This is an apology. You must continue to like me." Cho Tin absorbed the words from Qi Jin but only grasped half of their meaning. Arrogantly confident as he was, he certainly did not believe that he could be disliked by the diminutive figure before him. After all, he was exceptionally handsome. From the moment she first encountered him, the diminutive figure had been utterly captivated, even following him secretly, so even if she was angry with him, it surely stemmed from a special admiration rather than a common fondness. Yet, despite his assurance of not being disliked, Cho Tin still felt compelled to apologize, fearing the loss of his unique status. Clutching a discreetly luxurious black velvet box, he felt its weight. Unaccustomed to sharing space with the opposite sex, Mochizuki Kyoka coughed lightly and accepted the gift, saying, "I forgive you." Instantly, Cho Tin's expression shifted from gloom to brightness. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, he lowered his head, intending to pinch the diminutive figure's cheek. However, before he could make contact, a notification chimed from his device, interrupting their intimate moment. Cho Tin pursed his lips, feeling quite displeased. Before he could question the person on the other end about their intrusion, a heart-wrenching voice emerged. "Young master, this is terrible," the voice exclaimed. "Someone from the Divine Maiden clan is attending a signing event for mere star coins. Such disrespect to the goddess is utterly immoral." Cho Tin frowned and replied, "Such trivial matters can be resolved independently. Do not come to me with this." The person on the other end clearly had more to say, but before they could utter another word, Cho Tin preemptively ended the call, turning his gaze back to the diminutive figure. Yet, in the brief time of the call, she had already unlocked the door and slipped away unnoticed. Outside the villa, Mochizuki Kyoka squatted on the ground, gazing at the fist-sized blue transparent sphere in her hand, asking, "Xiao-san, is this glass candy?" 333 kindly explained, "This is a crystal of azure mist sold at an auction 300 years ago. A top-tier gem that fetched 30 billion at the time. Its current estimated value starts at 100 billion. Holding the 100 billion treasure, Mochizuki Kyoka's eyes sparkled with greed as she inquired, "Can it be sold?" Just as she envisioned a carefree life as a wealthy interstellar lady, 333 answered without hesitation, "No, dear. This is an imperial-level treasure, on one hand. Both purchase and sale require official approval. On the other, due to the immense value, to prevent reckless spending, the funds will be managed by a guardian until successful propagation." Mochizuki Kyoka felt numb. Holding the 100 billion treasure, she felt like a beggar clutching a golden bowl, only able to gaze upon it without the means to spend. Amidst her sighs, she unexpectedly recalled the individual she had spoken to earlier, asking curiously, "Xiao-san, what is a signing event?" Chapter 53 Damn. The internet is lagging. 333 pulled out a small blackboard and explained, "A signing event is a charity initiative for purebloods aimed at beastmen, in the future world. The ratio between purebloods and beastmen is alarmingly disproportionate, exceeding 1,300,000,000 to 1 on one hand. The complete genes of purebloods have a unique allure for the DNA-disordered beastmen. On the other hand, there are far fewer purebloods than beastmen. It is nearly impossible for ordinary beastmen to even glimpse a pureblood, let alone touch or embrace one. In this context, signing events were born. Purebloods can officially register to become beastmen volunteers. Once registered, they can participate in the signing event, selling tickets for a mere second of handholding. For every ticket sold, they earn a share of 100,000 star coins. Mochizuki Kyoka nearly choked on her own saliva. Carefully stowing away the gem worth over 100 billion, she asked. Bewildered, 100,000 for a mere second of handholding? Are you serious? Would anyone truly purchase such a ridiculous product? 333 responded with confusion. Why wouldn't anyone buy it? To ensure the physical and mental well-being of purebloods, each person is limited to one ticket. Each ID may only purchase once. Even so, demand exceeds supply. Mochizuki Kyoka couldn't help but ask, why must it be sold at such a high price? Isn't this exploitation likely to incite rebellion among the beastmen? 333 provided some context. Host, the Empire and the Federation experienced an uprising by beastmen 2,000 years ago, driven by the inability to interact with purebloods. About 1,000 years into the interstellar era, the beastmen plotted a rebellion. Unable to overpower higher-tier purebloods, they resorted to capturing lower-tier purebloods, confining them in small rooms to forcefully interact with them. This led to purebloods suffering from depression and losing their reproductive desires. Consequently, the number of purebloods diminished year by year. As extinction loomed, the formerly rebellious beastmen collectively raised white flags in surrender, fearing a future without purebloods to interact with. After all, gathering a mere 100,000 star coins is achievable. But the extinction of purebloods would mean they could never interact with them again. Mochizuki Kyoka was left speechless. Just as she grappled with the staggering realities of the interstellar future, secretly lamenting the decline of societal values. 333 added, by the way, host, all the earnings from the hand-holding tickets belong entirely to the participating purebloods. Mochizuki Kyoka paused, excitedly grasping 333 and asking, so we don't have to hand it over to the Guardian? We can use it freely? 333 nodded, saying, the hand-holding tickets are meant for purebloods without a source of income. Typically, the proceeds are credited instantly after sale. However, 333 wanted to mention that there were hardly any respectable purebloods who would hold signing events in the Empire. As the Empire provides nurturing funds without charge, selling hand-holding tickets is beneficial for beastmen, but most purebloods possess high aspirations and rarely engage in such acts of self-deprecation. Only a small fraction of purebloods who have fallen into bad habits and incurred heavy debts would consider mingling with beastmen. However, before 333 could finish, Mochizuki Kyoka had already opened the forum.as. She stared at the illuminated screen. 333 uneasily inquired, host, what are you doing? Mochizuki Kyoka pressed the submit button with a cheerful demeanor, saying, what do you think? I'm obviously making money. One ticket for 100,000 star coins. Even if it's just for one event and only 100 tickets are sold, that's still 1 million star coins. After submitting her application, Mochizuki Kyoka merrily took 333 to the signing venue, eagerly anticipating an overnight fortune, entirely unaware that at the same time, 3 separate locations were in uproar. Due to the rarity of purebloods willing to lower themselves to interact with beastmen, nearly every publicly ticketed pureblood would be featured prominently on the forum. Originally, those who would hold signing events were typically purebloods who had fallen into vice, impoverished, and at their wits' end. However, today, a pureblood prince had publicly announced a signing event upon returning to the Empire. In an instant, The entire forum erupted. "By the goddess. Is this true? For just 100,000 star coins, one can touch such an adorable pureblood prince? Am I dreaming? Who managed to snag a ticket? I'll pay 1 million. I'll pay 10 million. Sell it to me. Where's the clicker? Damn it, the internet is lagging." The Star Network buzzed with excitement. Outside the Star Network, the real world was equally tumultuous. He Chang, an avid internet surfer, was left dumbfounded. He then turned, bewildered, and asked, "Shuyin, is your little pureblood in dire need of money?" Shuyin, with lowered eyes and an impassive expression, replied, as his guardian, "I will provide him with everything he desires." He Chung opened the forum, subtly remarking, "But your little pureblood has already fallen to the point of publicly selling hand-holding tickets." Shuyin stood frozen. Coming back to his senses, he quickly stepped forward, snatching the device from He Chang's hands. He then saw the trending post at the top of the forum. Silenced a long, drawn-out silence. After a while, noticing his childhood friend's sour mood, He Chung cautiously suggested, "Shall we buy a few tickets to show our support?" Regrettably, the popularity of the pureblood is exceedingly high, making ticket acquisition heavily reliant on one's speed. He Chung sighed in contemplation. Chu Yi, dismissing his intelligent device, remarked with an impassive demeanor, "I will hack the program. I demand all publicly sold tickets." He Chung was taken aback, instinctively responding, "A hacking program? Did you not previously assert that all actions must be transparent and fair?" Before he could finish, a chilling gaze fell upon him, causing He Chung to fall silent at once. Subsequently, he opened his intelligent device, begrudgingly engaging in illicit activities. Meanwhile, within the villa, Chiu Shi was astonished. "What did you say? The short one has signed up for the signing event? What on earth is that fellow Chu Yi doing? After all, he is the crown prince. How could he possibly compel an underage pureblood to sell their appearance?" After the communication ended, a cloud of gloom enveloped Chiu Shi's expression. Initially, he thought little of the short one being in Chu Yi's company, considering the latter's status as the imperial prince. Accompanying Chu Yi would allow the short one to leverage royal influence. Yet, what transpired? In a mere moment of inattention, the short one was driven to the brink of selling themselves. It was utterly outrageous. Regaining his focus, Chiu Shi opened the ticket acquisition software, feeling both disdain for Chu Yi's despicable actions and secretly rallying all members of the Divine Maiden clan to secure tickets. Simultaneously, in another room of the villa, the windows were shut tight, casting a heavy gloom in the dimness. A youth with pallid fingers gripped the mouse, his blood-red eyes fixated on the illuminated screen, unflinchingly infiltrating the program. It was merely a minor ticket purchasing application. Being a genius of intelligent devices, He Chung, who had gained admission to the Imperial Military Academy through sheer intellect, initially believed he could resolve the issue effortlessly. However, when noon struck and the ticket acquisition was about to commence, He Chung, meticulously timing his efforts, exhausted his mental faculties to modify the program, ultimately securing only 33 tickets. As the ticket acquisition concluded, he met the icy gaze of a certain iceberg, raising his hands in surrender, lamenting, "Do not blame me. Instead, direct your ire towards that rival." Chapter 54. The Battle for Parental Custody. Chu Yi paused. His thin lips pressed together, his clear, beautiful phoenix eyes filled with disdain. "When did you fall short of even Chiu Shi?" He Chung was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by the retort. Hastily, he defended himself, "It's not just the rivals people. There are also 2 unknown ticket acquisition IDs. If fearing Chu Yi's disbelief, He Chung opened his computer to display the final results. Generally, one ID could secure only 1 ticket. However, during his programming alterations, 3 other entities had manipulated the program to create false IDs for ticket acquisition. In the end, he obtained 33 tickets, 33 from the rival, 33 with black avatars, and 1 from an unknown ID. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi's lips pressed tightly together, long eyelashes casting shadows as he lowered his head in silence. Understanding that the youth likely faced financial difficulties, he had initially intended to obtain all the tickets to assure the youth that he would always be his sole support, regardless of any economic or other upheavals. Chu Yi even envisioned how the youth would gratefully leap into his embrace, proclaiming his fondness for Chu Yi. Yet, in the blink of an eye, 3 more individuals intended to join, one of whom was Chiu Shi. Frowning, Chu Yi wished to wield his power to nullify those 3 tickets. But fearing the youth's disdain for being perceived as an abuser of authority, he could only withdraw into silence. Staring blankly at the wall, on the other hand, at the signing event venue, Wang Yuqingxia lounged in a chair, legs crossed, hands clasped behind her head, eagerly awaiting the influx of wealth. During her wait, 333 emerged quietly from a corner, gently reminding her, "Host, please remember to be cautious when the event begins." Wang Yuqingxia, bewildered, inquired, "Why?" After a moment of silence, 333 finally replied, "Some pureblood fanatics may slip something into your hand during the handshake, driven by their frenzied desire for purebloods." Meanwhile, Wang Yuqingxia was taken aback, a sense of unease creeping in. Realizing something was amiss, she intended to question 333 about what exactly the beasts would add. However, before she could voice her query, at 3 o'clock, the signing event officially commenced. Wang Yuqingxia promptly straightened her posture, anticipating a horde of beasts to rush in. Yet, when the doors opened, she was greeted only by Qiu Shi, who stood alone, clutching 33 tickets. Their eyes met, and Wang Yuqingxia instinctively attempted to flee, but before she could escape, darkness enveloped her vision as Qiu Shi forcefully grasped her hand and slapped the tickets onto the table. 33 tickets, equating to 330,000 star coins. After a quick calculation, considering the money involved, Wang Yuqingxia instantly flashed a bright smile, revealing her 8 pearly teeth, and politely inquired, a total of 33 seconds. "What would you like to say to me?" Qiu Shi's lips were tightly pressed. Beneath his crimson hair, his fair, exquisite earlobes were tinged with a faint blush. After wasting a full 10 seconds, he finally spoke. "Guilt-ridden, I originally thought that since Chu Yi is the prince, you would not suffer under him, so I reluctantly entrusted you to him. Yet who could have imagined that Chu Yi would be so heartless as to compel you, an underage pureblood, to sell your appearance? I cannot tolerate this any longer. You must come back with me to the Divine Maiden clan at once. I will ensure you are well fed and cared for." Upon finishing, Qiu Shi yanked her towards the exit. Wang Yuqingxia was left in a state of confusion. Before she could comprehend what had transpired or why she was being mistreated, the door swung open once more. The cool, elegant, and aloof youth appeared in her view, holding another 33 tickets. With an economy of words, he commanded, "Release her." "Your time is up." Qiu Shi was reluctant to let go. The thought of Chu Yi's transgressions against the short one filled him with rage. Yearning to strike out, however, bound by the laws that govern the signing event as a state-sponsored affair, he had no choice but to relent. As Wang Yuqingxia's hand was released, another long, pale hand grasped hers. Chu Yi, his lips pressed tightly, maintained a silent gaze for a full 10 seconds before finally speaking. "Tell me, did Qiu Shi lead you astray? I know you would never willingly fall into depravity. It must have been Qiu Shi's ulterior motives that drew you in, compelling you to engage in such disgraceful acts." As his words fell, Wang Yuqingxia still struggled to grasp how she had fallen from grace when she was abruptly enveloped in a gentle embrace. Carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance, "Do not fear." The youth's voice was cool and melodious, clumsily offering comfort. "With me here, you can confide anything as your guardian. I shall advocate for you." Just as Chu Yi concluded his statement, the 33 seconds elapsed. Qiu Shi forcefully interposed himself between the two, frowning in displeasure. "What happened to the handshake ticket? Why are you meddling? Do not assume that just because you are the guardian of the short one, you can behave indiscriminately. Did I tell you, one day, I will usurp your position as the father of the short one." Wang Yuqingxia nearly choked on her own saliva, momentarily dazed. She could not comprehend why two youthful scions, one an imperial prince and the other a rival heir, both in their prime, were so intent on vying for the role of her father. She had no peculiar inclination towards seeking paternal figures. As she gazed skyward in exasperation, the door swung open once more, revealing a third individual. Instinctively, Wang Yuqingxia turned to see a pale, radiant youth standing at the threshold, apologizing. "I'm sorry. Did I accidentally arrive late?" Seizing the moment while Qiu Shi and Chu Yi were embroiled in their dispute, Qi Jin stepped in, taking hold of the girl's hand. His gaze fell upon her delicate, yet slightly weary features, and his heart was a tumult of emotions. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, his head lowered, filled with remorse. "I'm sorry. I had no idea you were suffering so much in the Empire. Had I known sooner, I would have spared no effort to take you away during the evacuation. Wang Yuqingxia, still bewildered, felt Qi Jin slip a black card into her palm, softly saying, "This card contains 100 million star coins. My savings. You can spend it freely." As he spoke, Qi Jin's eyes glimmered with compassion. 100 million was still insufficient. Once they returned to the Federation, he would ensure she possessed the entirety of the Federation's and Empire's wealth. Wang Yuqingxia, bewildered by the collective gazes of pity from the three, stared at the opulent black card in her hand, questioning, "Is there an issue with me selling handshake tickets? I neither stole nor cheated. Is it wrong to achieve wealth through my own hard work?" After a long silence, 333 gently explained, "Host, considering your pure-blood identity, your act of hosting a handshake event is akin to the ancient human practice of engaging in the flesh trade." Chapter 55. Wang Wang, Yu Yu, Qing Qing, Xia Xia. Wang Yueqing Summer found herself in a state of disarray amid the gusts of wind. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure. Raising her hand and pointing at herself, she asked, bewildered, "Me? Go into the sea?" 333 nodded earnestly, maintaining a serious expression. Following a brief silence, Wang Yueqing Summer grasped 333's shoulders and shook him vigorously, exclaiming in frustration, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" As 333 struggled to maintain his form amidst the shaking, he replied, "Host, I presumed you had a peculiar fondness for dabbling in the sea when you had nothing else to do." Wang Yueqing Summer was utterly flabbergasted. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at the sympathetic expression of Qi Jin, then turned her gaze to the raucous antics of Chu Yi and Xiu Shi. Just as she was pondering how to resolve the chaos, the door creaked open once more. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze and happened to see a tall, handsome figure entering the room. The man possessed silver hair reminiscent of the moon and wore a veil of black gauze over his eyes. Beneath the shimmering silver locks, his delicate features appeared pale, bearing a slight hint of frailty, exuding an ethereal, fragmented beauty. As Wang Yueqing Summer stood, entranced by the scene before her, the man observed the commotion within. Qing He, holding a handshake ticket, inquired nonchalantly, "Am I late?" Wang Yueqing Summer shook her head vigorously, stepping forward to grasp the man's hand in relief, exclaiming, "No, you arrived just in time." Qing He was Chu Yi's royal uncle and an elder. With an elder present, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, hoping the tumultuous scene might find some semblance of calm. However, in the next instant, she felt a dampness in her palm. After a brief moment of shock, she looked down to discover that the man's delicate wrist was wrapped in white bandages, from which vivid crimson began to seep due to her grip. Wang Yueqing Summer's mind momentarily froze. Once she regained her senses, she hastily released his hand, apologizing in a flustered manner. "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were injured." Noticing Qing He's downcast gaze, exuding an air of indifference, she timidly asked, "Do you need my assistance in treating your wound?" Uncertain if she possessed any special abilities, she nonetheless knew her blood had a healing effect. Given the severity of Qing He's injury, she feared that continued bleeding could be detrimental. Though her inquiry was well-meaning, as she instinctively reached to take Qing He's hand, he took a slight step back. Wang Yueqing Summer was taken aback, gazing at him in confusion. Sensing her scrutiny, Qing He, still with his eyes cast downwards, remarked casually, "I once had a friend whose powers were quite similar to yours. The last time I was injured, she was the one who treated me. She has since vanished, leaving these wounds as the only testament of her existence. I would appreciate it if you refrained from touching them." His voice was soothing yet gravelly, exceptionally melodious, yet there lingered an air of detached indifference in his words. Wang Yueqing Summer obediently withdrew her hand, then sought out 333, whispering discreetly, "Are there any other individuals here with healing abilities?" Her mind raced with possibilities, pondering that if such individuals existed, she might evade the Empire's grasp. However, 333 appeared utterly perplexed as he responded, "There are no records of healers in the news or lore of the Empire or the Federation." "Host, you are the first to this revelation." Wang Yueqing Summer paused, her confusion deepening. Just as she was contemplating who might be deceiving her between Qing He and 333, the man's voice broke the silence once more. "Xiao Yi," he called softly, his hollow gaze drifting into the distance. "What brings you here?" At that moment, Xiu Shi and Chu Yi, who had been in a heated dispute, halted their quarrel. Their eyes met, and upon encountering the man's enigmatic gaze, Chu Yi lowered his eyes and spoke softly, as a guardian. "It is my duty to be responsible for everything concerning my ward." A profound silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, Qing He chuckled lightly. Teasingly, "You care for that new pureblood so much that you deem him more important than her?" Before Chu Yi could respond, Qing He's gaze shifted to the delicate youth beside him, who was pale and fragile, with porcelain-like skin and exquisite features. Qing He reached out, gently cupping the youth's face, and praised, "Indeed, you are quite adorable, and no wonder you have captivated Xiao Yi so completely." His voice was melodious, and his aura was gentle. Wang Yueqing Summer, unaccustomed to such compliments, felt a flush of embarrassment rise within her. She intended to offer a polite response but was interrupted as the room dimmed. Chu Yi swiftly pushed Qiushi aside, positioning himself protectively in front of her. His cold, aloof eyes met Qing He's with unwavering intensity. After a long moment, Chu Yi withdrew his gaze and said softly, "Teacher, he has just escaped from the Federation and possesses no knowledge or common sense. My care for him is solely out of the Crown Prince's concern for his subjects. There are absolutely no ulterior motives." As the last words left his lips, the air was thick with tension. Qing He withdrew his hand, his eyes softening as he replied, "That is for the best. I trust you understand the weight of your responsibilities." With that, Qing He turned his gaze toward the bewildered pureblood behind Chu Yi. His pale, hollow eyes curved slightly as he spoke in a tone akin to comforting a child. "I must take Xiao Yi back to class now. You remember to stay and play nicely with the young master of the Qiu family." Upon finishing his sentence, Qing He extended a black card, saying warmly, 300 million. Consider it a token of our meeting." The man, with his pale and melancholic demeanor, was strikingly handsome. Wang Yueqing Summer was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching out to accept the card. Qing He smiled, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he reached out to smooth the disheveled chestnut hair of the pureblood before straightening up and departing with Chu Yi. Wang Yueqing Summer stood in a daze, pressing her fingers against her head, clutching the two black cards tightly. She had yet to comprehend the events that had unfolded when she unexpectedly locked eyes with Chu Yi outside the door. The youth slightly turned, and beneath his long lashes, his cold, beautiful eyes regarded her, harboring a peculiar emotion. Before Wang Yueqing Summer could decipher what that emotion entailed, the next moment, her vision darkened as Qiushi stepped in front of her, and the door was firmly closed. Wang Yueqing Summer attempted to glance at Chu Yi, but Qiushi seized her wrist, holding her securely in his embrace. Beneath the eaves, the youth's beautiful, charming gaze flickered with excitement as he exclaimed, "The troublesome Chu Yi has left. Now, let us return to the Divine Maiden clan." Ching, his voice rang in her ears, prompting Wang Yueqing Summer to halt, instinctively pointing to herself as she asked, "What did you just call me?" Qiushi paused momentarily, then awkwardly turned to the side, his alabaster ears tinged with a faint blush. He murmured, "If you don't like that, I can call you Ye, Xiang, or Wang instead." Chapter 56. A Trip to the Federation. As she observed the bashful Qiushi, Wang Yueqing Summer felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Retreating while forcing a smile, she replied, "You might as well stick with calling me Shorty. Although it occasionally feels like a dagger to my knees, at least it won't make me shudder." With her carefully chosen term of endearment dismissed, Qiushi frowned and inquired, "If you don't like me calling you Ching, what about Chu Yi?" Wang Yueqing Summer felt overwhelmed. She couldn't fathom how that kitsch, cheesy nickname could possibly relate to Chu Yi. Before she could gather her thoughts, her wrist was grasped, and she seamlessly slipped into another embrace. Qi Jin encircled her waist, pressing his long, pale fingers against her, leaving her no room to resist, while casting a glance at Qiushi. Sighing softly, he remarked, "Senior Qiu, have you not noticed that you are making things uncomfortable for everyone? After just finishing a signing event, do you really want to exhaust so much energy to indulge in frivolous antics?" Qi Jin subtly tightened his grip on the young girl's hand. Their fingers intertwining delicately, with eyes downcast, he continued in a teasing tone, "I won't do that. I only feel concern for you, Senior." As he spoke, Qi Jin slipped the black card into the girl's pocket, gently offering, "If you ever find yourself short on funds, remember to come to me. I don't require repayment. Of course, if you wish to express your gratitude with a hug, I certainly won't refuse." Before he could finish, He was abruptly pushed aside as Qiu Shi reclaimed Wang Yueqing Summer, shooting a hostile glare at the frail figure before him. What is the big deal about money? My family has plenty. A mere 100 million? Do you think Shorty would even be interested? In pursuit of 1 million, one is willing to plunge into the depths. Wang Yueqing Xia remained silent, enveloped in a contemplative stillness, inexplicably sensing a piercing sensation in her knee. Before she could ruminate on the sorrows of life, a fierce quarrel escalates between Qiu Shi and Qi Jin. One wears a scowl, brimming with animosity, while the other feigns a smile, ready to strike from the shadows. The atmosphere crackles with tension, as it appears that a physical altercation is imminent, just as it seems they are on the verge of combat. Wang Yueqing Xia intervenes, exasperatedly stating, "Enough! This venue is rented, and any damage incurred will require compensation." Qiu Shi, rolling up his sleeves, bellows with bravado, "Is it merely money? My divine clan is never short of funds." Qi Jin promptly echoes, "Though I have just returned from the Federation, I still possess several billion star coins." Witnessing their unwillingness to yield, Wang Yueqing Xia laments, "The money will be deducted directly from my personal account." At her words, both men momentarily pause, subsequently agreeing to a temporary truce. As they make their way back to the villa from the signing event, an awkward tension hangs in the air among the three. Wang Yueqing Xia finds herself caught in the middle. To her left stands Qiu Shi, seething with the desire to stab Qi Jin, and to her right, Qi Jin, equally eager to plunge a knife into Qiu Shi. She feels like a helpless chick ensnared between Ti He Chang stood frozen in place. In a short span of time, his cunning nature allowed him to discern the youth's vulnerabilities. He was neither lecherous nor greedy, yet he had a fondness for wealth. This revelation made matters considerably simpler. He Cheng's azure feline tail swayed lightly, and his sly, slanted eyes curved into a smile as he softly spoke, "Of course. It is true. Furthermore, as long as you retrieve the Empire's treasures, the Empire will mobilize its entire resources to grant you 3 wishes." Wang Yueqing Xia was momentarily taken aback, then quietly inquired, "Can I avoid paying taxes?" He Chang could hardly comprehend why anyone would refuse the joyful task of tax payment. Misled by Chu Yi, he assumed the youth had suffered some trauma in the Federation. He Ching nodded and replied, "If the Empire's treasures are returned, you will indeed be exempt from your tax responsibilities." Wang Yueqing Xia sighed with relief, then casually asked, "Could you help me find information on a time machine? I'm quite intrigued by it." A time machine? Upon hearing this ancient term, He Chung appeared bewildered. After a long pause, he finally retrieved the corresponding memory from his mind. The time machine, a contraption invented by the Empire's Dr. Pai. The Imperial Library still preserved its user manual. However, due to the risks of temporal paradoxes it posed, Dr. Pai had sealed the chip within an intelligence core after its creation. That intelligence core had long since vanished into the annals of time. Without the chip, the manual alone would render the time machine useless. Thus, He Chung readily stated, "The Imperial Library possesses the user manual and related materials for the time machine. If you desire it, I can contact the administrators to provide it to you at any time." Wang Yueqing Xia was taken aback by how easily the whereabouts of the time machine were uncovered. Initially stunned, she then felt the tension within her ease at last. The interstellar future was indeed promising. Yet in a world where women had become extinct, she found herself utterly isolated, akin to a wandering monster. If she could find a time machine, if she could return to the past, Wang Yueqing Xia still longed to go back. Despite being orphaned, she had many friends in the apocalyptic world a century hence. If given the choice, she wished to warn those she cared about to be cautious. Regaining her composure, Wang Yueqing Xia steadied her excitement and turned to He Chung, asking, "When shall we depart for the Federation?" Just as she contemplated what belongings to bring, He Chung piloted the ship to land. He then seized her hand, beaming with delight, and declared, "Why, right now?" As his words fell, Wang Yueqing Xia had yet to recover from her bewilderment when the cabin door sealed shut. Standing in the ship, she looked bewildered and asked, "Are we going just the 2 of us? What about Chu Yi and Qiu Shi? Won't they be in danger if we leave without anyone capable?" Wang Yueqing Xia shivered. He Cheng murmured, "Chu Yi and Qiu Shi. One is the crown prince, and the other is the heir of the divine maiden clan. They are far too conspicuous. Besides," He Chung turned to glance at the slender, beautiful youth behind him and quietly remarked, "If they were to learn of our plans, how could they possibly allow you to accompany me to the Federation?" Chapter 58. fanatical belief. Wang Yu Qingxia did not catch his words clearly and instinctively asked, "What did you just say?" He Cheng turned his head, adopting a businesslike tone as he replied, "The Federation possesses information regarding Chu Yi and Qiu Shi. Bringing them along would risk alerting our enemies. Thus, they can only remain as our representatives." Observing the youth clutching the intelligence core, seemingly concerned for their two incapable companions, He Cheng reassured him, "Do not worry. Lord Qing He has provided us with a jump button for our escape. In the event of an emergency, pressing it will suffice." Upon hearing that He Cheng had a contingency plan, Wang Yu Qingxia finally exhaled in relief. Then, clutching the intelligence core, she optimistically awaited the fulfillment of her 3 wishes after the mission was complete. An hour later, as the spacecraft departed from the Empire, within the Imperial Palace, the heavy, dark wooden door was pushed open from the outside. Chu Yi furrowed his brow and asked, "Teacher, it was you who suggested He Cheng take him to the Federation?" "Correct." Qing He did not deny it in the dimly lit room. His pale eyes curved into a smile as he softly said, "Retrieving the Empire's treasures, serving the glory of the Empire, becoming a hero in the eyes of all. This is a splendid opportunity for him." Chu Yi's phoenix-like eyes lowered, his cold, white fingers clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. After a long silence, Chu Yi finally spoke in a hoarse voice, "But teacher, he has just escaped from the Federation. Even if days have passed, I still cannot forget the sight of him when we first met. Most purebloods in the Empire live in luxury. Yet this boy, barefoot and clad in a filthy uniform, clutched an outdated intelligence core, running frantically along the road, solitary and desolate, it reminded me of my own childhood, when I was strictly forbidden from any contact with others. Compassion, pity, and affection. These conflicting emotions instinctively led Chu Yi to favor the boy he had rescued. Upon discovering that the boy had endured inhumane torment in the Federation, Chu Yi had vowed in his heart that after arriving in the Empire, he would ensure that the boy would never suffer again. Yet, due to his negligence, the boy was once more taken back to the very Federation that had tormented him. Hearing this, Qing He cast his gaze downward, his expression as indifferent as ever, supported by his long, white fingers wrapped in bandages. He casually remarked, "How did you come to know of this? Did Qiu Shi tell you? I noticed during our last meeting that the little one still bore the tracking device of the enemy. That little fellow seems somewhat capable. He managed to ensnare both you and the enemy in a web of confusion." While Qing He mused on this, Chu Yi coldly interjected, "Teacher, please inform me of his landing location." Qing He teased, "Oh, do you wish to retrieve that little one?" Chu Yi did not deny it. Qing He rose and approached, stating, "Little E, don't forget, as of now, she remains within the borders of the Empire. Your sole mission in life is to bring her happiness, not to foolishly engage in conflict with the enemy over an unremarkable pureblood." Chu Yi stood his ground and retorted, "He is my underage ward, not a mere inferior product." Qing He lowered his gaze, sneering, "A charlatan who steals the goddess's abilities, a fraud deceiving the world. You cannot possibly consider him more important than her, can you?" Chu Yi offered no reply, merely stating, "Teacher, you are overly obsessed. You have become deluded. Centuries ago, the Empire's once great god of war had been deceived into ancient Earth to rescue trapped purebloods. However, there, Qing He had fallen victim to the machinations of Federation spies. His mental power spiraled out of control, causing his body to collapse under the strain. There were even signs of infection by the inferior species virus. Until Qing He, no pureblood in the Empire had ever been infected by such a virus. No one knew whether Qing He would retain his sanity amidst the infection. Yet, all were aware that if the inferior virus were to successfully infect a pureblood, the Empire's mightiest warrior would become its most terrifying foe, leading to the extinction of humanity. For the sake of all citizens of the Empire, his father issued the order to seal off the entire ancient Earth. Then, 130 years passed. Everyone believed that the Empire's once glorious god of war had long since turned to dust. Just as the research team prepared to unlock the seals to recover the remains from ancient Earth, intending to study the virus capable of infecting purebloods, they encountered Qing He, alive and free of any signs of infection. It was on that day that Qing He returned with the codename Dawn, bringing light back to the Empire. Till this day, no one knows what transpired during those 130 years on ancient Earth. However, Qing He openly admitted that he had indeed been infected by the virus during his time there. Abandoned, forgotten, and sealed away. Just before his body collapsed entirely and he was on the verge of losing his identity, he encountered that girl. Moreover, it was her unique abilities that healed his virus and redeemed him. Being the only one to have directly interacted with the codename Dawn, Qing He, who had once been his royal uncle, took on the role of his teacher during the cultivation of Dawn, attempting to mold him into the image that Dawn favored. Chu had known since childhood that this uncle and teacher of his harbored a pathological obsession with the goddess. Unlike the devout faith of the divine maiden clan and the legendary women of lore, Qing He's belief and fixation were solely directed toward the girl he had met on the wasteland. He was her one and only, her most loyal follower. He would not permit anyone to be disloyal to her. Nor would he allow anyone to replace her. Regaining his thoughts, Chu lowered his gaze and declared, neither humble nor arrogant. To seek her, to love her, and to be loyal to her is my duty as the crown prince. However, to protect him is my responsibility as Chu. With that, he turned and departed. As he pushed open the door, a husky yet melodious voice resonated, imbued with a chilling intensity. Little E, are you certain you wish to betray her? Qing He arched his eyes, his voice warm and soothing. Yet, within those eyes lay a chilling indifference that sent shivers down one's spine. Chu hesitated for a moment. After a brief silence, he turned and left without a backward glance, as the youthful figure faded into the distance. The dark wooden door closed, plunging the elegantly understated room back into a frigid gloom. An unspeakable stillness enveloped the space. Qing He lowered his gaze, his fingers brushing over the bloodied wounds, lost in the memories of his time with the girl. In that profound silence, a pale and strikingly beautiful young man slowly emerged from the shadows. Qi Jin lifted his gaze towards the direction in which Chu had departed, chuckling lightly as he asked, "Are you certain? Are you willing to betray the Empire and ally with our Federation?" Qing He paused momentarily, then replied coldly, "Do not associate me with you wretched bugs of the Federation. Everything I do is solely to protect her unparalleled glory." Chapter 59. My great creator. Upon hearing this, Qi Jin lowered his gaze, his eyes heavy with contemplation, yet he offered no response. After an extended silence, Qing He turned abruptly, asking, "After taking that little pureblood away, will you truly honor our agreement and allow me to see her?" Qi Jin chuckled softly, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. "Of course, my lord Qing He, I keep my promises and never lie to anyone. When she remains in the Federation, I will ensure that you meet her." Qing He fell silent, withdrawing his gaze, his long, dark lashes casting shadows over his pale, desolate eyes. Beneath his delicate wrist bones, the bandages on his slender fingers grew thicker by the day, enveloping him in an alluring sense of fragility. Once the undefeated war god of the Empire, revered and adored by thousands, he had now become this solitary figure of obstinacy. His dark lips curled upward, and beneath his tousled white hair, his blood-red eyes glimmered slightly as he murmured, "My lord Qing He, you truly do not regret this? They are also part of the Empire, those whom you once sacrificed everything to protect." With his pale, sickly fingers propping up his chin, Qing He spoke with an indifferent tone. "They were the ones who abandoned me first, who exiled me," he continued nonchalantly. "The guardian of the Empire has long been dead for 300 years. What remains is only her, my sole, most devout follower." His voice dripped with a morbid obsession as he emphasized, "As long as she can return, I would sacrifice anything, even the lives of everyone in this world, including my own. I will ensure that she lives in peace and comfort for eternity." At these words, Qi Jin's eyes sparkled with amusement as he softly replied, "Rest assured, I will take good care of her, just as you wish." On the other side, at the border, after nearly 8 hours of continuous flight, the spaceship finally descended. The once drowsy Wang Yuqing Xia was suddenly jolted awake. Rubbing her eyes, she asked in bewilderment, "Are we in the Federation now?" He Chung shook his head, patiently explaining, "This is not yet the Federation. It is merely the transitional zone between the Empire and the Federation." After a pause, fearing that the little pureblood might not comprehend, he added, "This is also where Chu and I found you at the border. The Federation and the Empire are adversarial forces. Aside from this gray area, the actual entry points of both the Empire and the Federation are heavily guarded. If one attempts a legal entry, even a pureblood could be shot on the spot." According to the information He Chung received, prior to departure, the upper echelons of the Federation had cautiously sent a message stating that they required time to prepare for a fitting welcoming ceremony for their precious guest. He Cheng found this puzzling because, in his view, the little pureblood with special abilities was merely a hostage exchanged for the Empire's treasure clues. He could not understand why the seemingly deranged Federation would want to welcome a hostage. Mistakenly believing they intended to issue a warning first, He Chung turned, grasping the little pureblood's hand with a serious expression. "Come here, I have something good for you." Wang Yuqing Xia frowned, approaching with skepticism. Only to be handed a pill. The pill was dark and emitted a bitter, acrid odor, akin to a biochemical weapon. Pinching her nose, Wang Yuqing Xia distanced herself from the foul-smelling pill, pained as she asked, "Why are you giving me such a stinky pill? Is this some kind of prank?" He Chung quickly gestured for silence, lowering his voice. "Little ancestor, keep your voice down. That in your hand is a priceless treasure. What appears to be a cheap pill is, in fact, a DNA chain repairer developed by Dr. Pai. Although the principle remains unknown, the DNA chain repairer can alter appearances without genuinely affecting genes. Since the formula is classified after Dr. Pai's death, these repairers have become exceedingly rare." Seeing Wang Yuqing Xia preparing to swallow the entire pill, He Cheng hurriedly intervened, wincing at the thought of the cost. "This can be taken in 3 doses at most, each lasting a month. Remember, during its use, do not come into contact with water." Wang Yuqing Xia paused, serious as she asked, "What about drinking water and other physiological needs?" He Chung momentarily faltered before answering honestly, "That won't be affected." Only then did Wang Yuqing Xia breathe a sigh of relief, confidently popping the oddly shaped third of the pill into her mouth. Although the taste was sour and peculiar, she did not perceive any strange flavor as she swallowed. The pill itself was nearly tasteless, dissolving instantly in her mouth. Wang Yuqing Xia smacked her lips. She found nothing remarkable about the pill. Just as she began to suspect He Cheng had purchased a counterfeit, a sudden wave of heat coursed through her body. After a brief moment of rigidity, she stared at He Cheng in shock, asking, "You didn't he give me some kind of potion, did you?" Before she could finish, the heat abruptly vanished, and in the next instant, Wang Yuqing Xia transformed into a pocket-sized, chestnut-colored hamster. She frantically pawed at her face. He Chung could not suppress a laugh, squatting down to gently pick up the little pureblood and tuck her into his pocket. "Until the mission concludes, you can stay in my pocket." After a pause, He Cheng added, "If anything happens to you in the Federation, or if a single hamster hair is lost, Chewie will undoubtedly hang me up to beat me." Recalling the scene from when the youth had been angry last time, He Chung shuddered, stuffing a piece of cotton into his pocket to prevent any injuries to the hamster. After transforming, Wang Yuqing Xia's already limited intellect diminished even further, as a hamster's brain is no larger than a walnut. While she dully pawed at the pocket, He Cheng's smart device chimed. Opening the device, he muttered, "The envoy sent by the Federation has arrived. Please open the door promptly." Upon hearing the word Federation, the hamster in his pocket trembled, curling into a ball. Meanwhile, He Chung closed the smart device, steeling himself with a resolve to face death as he decisively opened the hatch. Expecting to see a group of lunatics from the Federation along with a grim, technology-ravaged landscape, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. The ground and sky were impeccably clean, with all dynamic and static objects nearby adorned in dazzling pink satin. Opposite the spaceship, tens of thousands of Federation welcoming party members, dressed in pink gowns, knelt uniformly on the ground, their left hands resting on their right shoulders. The leader of the welcoming party bowed deeply, sincerely declaring, "Welcome back. Please do not mind this simple and crude welcoming ceremony. When you truly return to the Federation," the leader of the welcoming party lifted his head and proclaimed, "We will prepare the grandest welcoming ceremony in history for you, my great creator." Chapter 60. The impostor. As the words fell, the leader of the welcoming party, with utmost seriousness, cautiously glanced across, however, upon seeing the broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted man standing at a height of nearly 6 feet 2, with a prominent nose, long legs, and deep-set features. An utterly hideous sight. He froze in shock. Coming back to his senses, the avian beast-man leader of the welcoming party turned with a dazed expression. Communicating in a cryptic language only birds could comprehend, "Wait, is this really the legendary female creator who will lead the Federation to greater heights?" I don't think she resembles her at all. Didn't he, that esteemed gentleman, say the creator looks small, with long hair, like a doll? Indeed. I heard she is supposed to be soft to the touch. Is it possible that the creator looks like this? But the General S filter is too thick. The members of the welcoming team were utterly taken aback in a matter of mere seconds, their entire worldview shattered and reassembled. Then it crumbled again, only to be reconstructed once more. Although they had never encountered a genuine woman before, the team leader exerted immense effort, yet still found it impossible to accept the formidable figure before him as the very goddess of his fantasies. To confirm the truth, he feigned politeness and inquired, I have heard that you are the one and only pure-blooded healer in the history of humankind. Might we witness your abilities to broaden our horizons? The avian beastmen utilized courteous language, but He Chung was acutely aware that this was merely a test of his authenticity. At last, he felt somewhat like a hostage. Relieved by the unexpected welcome, He Chung took a breath as the federal soldiers brought in the injured. He stealthily reached out to wipe away the tears of the trapped hamster and promptly pressed his fingertip against the wound. In the blink of an eye, before the watchful eyes of all, the gruesome leg injury inflicted by sulfuric acid swiftly healed on its own. Witnessing this scene, the welcoming team members were collectively dumbfounded, astonished by the potency of the healing ability, yet mournful that their imagined soft, delicate creator bore such resemblance to man's. Sorrow washed over them like a river. They continued to converse in encrypted language. See, I told you the general's perception was too skewed. Women and men look remarkably similar. How could she be perceived as a doll? Woo-woo. Return, my soft little goddess, my dreams are shattered. Meanwhile, He Cheng, who had observed the entire spectacle, was baffled. He could not comprehend why the emotions of the federal members fluctuated so dramatically. One moment they laughed like the blossoms of March, the next as if struck by lightning, then turned pale as if they had lost a beloved parent. While He Chung suspected that this group might be mentally unwell, the well-informed leader of the welcoming team was the first to regain composure. With a forced smile, he said, Please, follow us this way. We have prepared the finest accommodations for you in the Federation. Initially, He Chung was skeptical of this statement. One of the primary members tasked with investigating the whereabouts of the codenamed Dawn. He was well aware of the Federation's nature. Almost all its members were technology enthusiasts, a group of science and engineering aficionados who hardly cared about their living conditions, spending entire days immersed in nutrient solutions. Let alone their treatment of hostages, He Cheng had long since prepared himself to reside in a garbage heap. However, when the team leader halted, the scene before He Chung left him momentarily dumbstruck. We have arrived. The leader flashed a standard smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, and warmly proclaimed, This is your residence in the Federation. He Chung lifted his gaze in a daze, taking in the sparkling, luxurious, Barbie-pink, dreamlike castle before him. He was utterly bewildered. Not far away, the lavish pink decor nearly filled the entire room. The floor gleamed brightly, all the equipment was brand new, and even an intelligent butler had prepared a bubble bath in advance. Towel draped over his arm, bowing respectfully, waiting for him to indulge. He Chung pondered seriously whether all of this was a mere illusion or reality. The beleaguered leader of the welcoming team, forcing a smile, said, Please rest for a moment. I will fetch the general to meet you. He Chung was stunned by the scene before him, nodding absent-mindedly, oblivious to what the leader had just said. Once the leader departed, He Chung promptly closed the door and swiftly extracted his computer to alter all the listening devices in the room. After completing the modifications, he carefully placed the hamster he had in his pocket onto a pile of sunflower seeds, then reclined on the couch, exclaiming, Ah, this is bliss. Meanwhile, the hamster, whose brain was barely the size of a sunflower seed, looked around while nibbling on seeds, grumbling, What kind of male chauvinist aesthetic is this? He Chung had a good tolerance for the omnipresent pink, as both the Empire and the Federation had long been recognized as sacred colors exclusively for women. However, Wang Yuqingxia held a different view, finding the room's overwhelming deathly Barbie pink stung her eyes. After quickly finishing her seeds, she dashed towards the couch, preparing to retreat to He Cheng's pocket for a rest. Just as she was about to return, the previously quiet room erupted with an alarm. He Cheng, his expression grave, said, This is bad. Federal personnel are on their way. It seems to be an ultra-level ability user. Fearing for the safety of the prince's beloved, He Chung anxiously clutched the hamster. Pacing frantically, Just as Wang Yuqingxia nearly became dizzy from his erratic movements, He Cheng suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Right there!" Without waiting for her to respond, he snatched a toy from the cabinet and removed a ribbon from a vase. After meticulously tying it into a bow, he sighed with relief, placing the hamster in the toy's position. Having finally concealed the creature, He Cheng sank back into the couch, but before he could catch his breath, the door swung open. The sound of shoes treading upon the floor echoed through the room. The leader of the welcoming team appeared in He Cheng's line of sight, cautiously introducing, "General, this is the healing ability user from the Empire." Our creator, as the words left his lips, a tall figure with an air of aloofness entered the room. The man, clad in a federal uniform, had long, slender fingers encased in sleek black leather, on his shoulder insignia. The silver hexagram, the symbol of the Federation's supreme authority, gleamed. With refined features and an air of indifference, his pale gray eyes surveyed the room, regarding all as insignificant insects. Upon hearing the leader's words, the man turned his gaze towards He Cheng. Their eyes met, and as He Cheng broke out in a cold sweat, desperately contemplating the identity of the newcomer, a sudden wave of murderous intent washed over him. Sensing the impending danger, He Cheng quickly moved forward, clutching the hamster, ready to press the escape button. In an instant, dark tendrils enveloped the room. The elegantly aloof man removed his military cap and gloves, looking down at He Cheng with disdain, declaring, "Imposter." Chapter 61. The March snow of spring, as the words echoed, the atmosphere in the room became so tense that one could scarcely breathe. The leader of the welcoming team appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired to incite such anger from the general. Meanwhile, on the floor, He Cheng, bound by the dark tendrils, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of chaos. Forcing himself to remain calm, he stated, "Colonel, you must be Mr. Qin Shu of the Federation, correct? You seek a healer, and I am the Empire's sole healer. Just moments ago, the members of the welcoming team witnessed my abilities in action. Even so, do you still question my identity? Is this how the Federation treats its guests?" He Cheng's tone was assertive, and his presence formidable, showing no signs of intimidation. This formidable core strength had been honed through countless negotiations, often referred to as audacity. Typically, individuals confronted with He Cheng's brazen attitude would be taken aback, much like the leader of the welcoming team. Seeing He Cheng's furrowed brows and an expression of barely contained anger, the leader was understandably alarmed. He hurriedly leaned closer to the man, lowering his voice to say, "General, he truly is the creator. I witnessed him heal a soldier's burns with just a touch. I fear a grave mistake may occur." After whispering this, the leader frantically attempted to rescue He Cheng. However, before he could reach him, a dark tendril pointed directly at his head. Qin Shu, flexing his fingers, casually remarked, "Did you witness her personally, or did I?" The leader retreated a step, rubbing his hands nervously as he replied, "Of course, it was you, General, in the Federation. Only the highest-ranking commanders are privileged to witness the creator's birth." The leader wished to further embellish his words, but Qin Shu had already diverted his gaze, coldly observing the floor and stating, "He is not she." With that, Qin Shu raised a hand and, with a casual snap of his fingers, revealed He Cheng's concealed blue cat ears. At this sight, the leader's expression changed drastically to a beast man. How could someone as esteemed as the creator possibly be just a beast man? The leader was left in shock. Meanwhile, Qin Shu strode forward unhurriedly as He Cheng struggled to sit up. The coolly aloof man stepped on his left shoulder, his pale gray eyes cast down, speaking in a detached tone. "A mere A-level beast man, a despicable and unsightly existence, dares to defile her presence?" With the weight on his shoulder, excruciating pain surged through He Cheng's head. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he curled up in agony. The world before him darkened. Qin Shu leaned down, looking down at the beast man on the floor, and asked, "I will ask you one last time. Where is she?" He Cheng could not comprehend what the so-called creator was, yet he understood that the Federation sought a pureblood. But why did the Federation members believe that the pureblood looked different from him? What was their obsession with the pureblood? A myriad of thoughts flitted through He Cheng's mind, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. He was acutely aware that he must never expose the existence of the pureblood. For once revealed, given the Federation's evident concern for the pureblood during their earlier conversation, he knew he could not guarantee its safety. Yet, If he did not disclose its presence, how could he possibly lead the pureblood to safety? In comparison to the super SS-class entities, his mere A-class mental strength rendered him utterly powerless against the tentacle's grasp. The oxygen in his chest was squeezed away entirely, just as He Cheng felt his consciousness fading. Believing he was about to meet his end, the tentacles that ensnared him abruptly loosened. Qin Shu cast down his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed the disheveled feline beastman on the ground. "Tell me, where exactly is she?" He Cheng licked his lips, gasping for air as he weakly replied, "Come closer, and I will quietly tell you." Without suspicion, Qin Shu leaned down, and in the next moment, the feline beastman pressed close to his ear. Enunciating each word in a taunting manner, "You want me to hand over the pureblood? Dream on." The delight of teasing was palpable. Seeing the Federation's general furrow his brows in frustration, He Cheng couldn't help but want to laugh heartily. Yet, before he could even chuckle, the man's skeletal fingers seized his neck, his expression flat as he uttered, "You should dis." The words hung in the air. The grip around his neck tightened gradually. In a state of agony, He Cheng clutched at his throat, nearly choking, when suddenly the pressure released. Dazed, He Cheng propped himself up on the ground, mistakenly believing he had ascended to the heavens. But upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a brown hamster fiercely biting Qin Shu's fingertip. The captain of the welcoming team was startled to the point of nearly losing his wits. He rushed forward, attempting to shoo the hamster away. But before he could touch it, the brown hamster released its grip, falling to the ground like a smooth ball. Instinctively, He Cheng reached out to catch the hamster ball, only to find it clinging to a button with all four paws. Finally reunited with He Cheng, Wang Yuqing Xia breathed a sigh of relief while desperately signaling to him with her eyes. He Cheng quickly understood. After tucking the hamster into his pocket, he decisively pressed the button, expecting an immediate escape. However, 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3, and the button remained completely unresponsive. As He Cheng sat on the ground, staring vacantly at the button in his hand. A squeak pierced the silence. He looked down to see the brown hamster furiously tugging at his pocket. Deceived, Wang Yuqing Xia raised her head, continuously conveying information with her eyes. Where was the promised button that could teleport them back to the Empire? Where was the life-saving talisman? Faced with the hamster's fierce glare, He Cheng felt equally awkward. The button had been entrusted to him by Lord Qing He. When it was given, Lord Qing He had assured him not to worry about the Federation. For as long as the button was in his possession, they could return to the Empire at any moment. No matter what transpired, it was precisely because of this button that He Cheng had boldly lured the prince's precious pureblood to the Federation. Yet now, at this critical juncture, the button, their supposed lifeline, was utterly ineffective. He Cheng questioned his very existence, as he bit his nails, desperately speculating whether Lord Qing He had mistakenly given him the wrong item. Darkness enveloped him once more. In the next heartbeat, both man and hamster found themselves frozen in place. The hamster, exerting little force, had not broken through Qin Shu's skin, but it left 2 faint bite marks. Their eyes met, and Wang Yuqing Xia trembled. Just as she feared she would meet the same fate as He Cheng, she witnessed the usually indifferent man break into a smile. Qin Shu possessed a strikingly handsome visage. With pale skin and a slender waist, clad in a black uniform that radiated an alluring yet aloof aura, he rarely smiled, which made his expression seem cold and distant. But now, as he smiled, Wang Yuqing Xia found herself momentarily captivated, reminiscent of the gentle spring snow of March. Chapter 62. Your hamster is delightful. It now belongs to me. As Wang Yuqing Xia gazed at the stunning countenance, Qin Shu donned gloves and, glancing at the feline beastman on the ground, casually inquired, "Is this your pet?" Although treating the esteemed pureblood as mere livestock was a grave insult, in order to safeguard the pureblood's life, He Cheng had no choice but to nod, steeling himself against the impending madness of the Federation. He hastily added, "It's just a little trinket. It bit you solely for my protection, I beseech you." "General, do not hold it against him." Upon finishing his plea, He Cheng took a deep breath, suppressing his pride as he knelt, hoping desperately to preserve the pureblood's life. Yet, in response to his words, the famously unyielding Federation general chuckled softly. "Why would I wish to harm it? A clever little pet like this is rare in both the Federation and the Empire, is it not?" He Cheng's expression froze in disbelief. Just as he lifted his head to gaze at the man opposite him in confusion, Qin Shu extended his hand, succinctly stating, "Hand it over to me, and I shall spare your life." He Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then clutched his pocket tightly, exclaiming, "No, I cannot give it to you." Qin Shu halted, narrowing his eyes as he slowly replied, "What? Do you believe your life holds less value than that of a hamster?" He Cheng's gaze flickered, and he blurted, "This hamster is the only keepsake my father left me." With his head bowed, he spoke solemnly, "My father tragically perished beneath a dump truck shortly after my birth. This hamster was a birthday gift he bought for me just before his untimely death." He Cheng carefully withdrew the hamster from his pocket, cradling it gently as tears welled in his eyes, choking out, "To me, Xiao Qing is like a guiding star left behind by my father. I cannot bear to be separated from Xiao Qing, nor can Xiao Qing be without me." Wang Yuqing Xia, suddenly thrust into the role of a surrogate parent, fell silent. Although she was not particularly keen on the idea of becoming a parental figure to He Cheng, for the sake of her own survival, she resolutely curled into a hamster ball, gazing pitifully at Qin Shu from He Cheng's palm, hoping for a shred of humanity from the man. As her words fell, even the captain of the welcoming team was moved to tears. Yet, Qin Shu's lips curled slightly, and it seemed he too was touched by the earlier tale, just as He Cheng and Wang Yuqing Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Believing they had evaded disaster, the hamster in He Cheng's grasp was snatched away. Qin Shu petted the hamster's head, casually remarking, "Be sure to thank your father for me when you have the chance." Though his life was brief, his choice in pets was quite commendable. After speaking, Qin Shu turned to the captain of the welcoming team and ordered, "The hamster stays. This beastman is to be locked in the dungeon and interrogated later." Still lost in the poignant father-son story, the captain hesitated to act against He Cheng. However, a mere glance from the general made him obediently comply, swiftly escorting He Cheng to the dungeon. As Wang Yuqing Xia reached out, her hand grasping for He Cheng's, he vanished from sight, leaving her alone with Qin Shu. Wang Yuqing Xia curled into a tight ball, frozen in place. Noticing the hamster's silence, Qin Shu extended a finger to poke its head, curiously asking, "Why are you silent? Are you missing your previous owner?" Before Wang Yuqing Xia could respond, Qin Shu firmly declared, "No matter who your previous owners were, your only master from now on will be me." With that, Qin Shu seemed to relish the moment, poking the hamster's head once more, "Behave, and I shall provide you with plenty of sunflower seeds." Wang Yuqing Xia's anger surged from her sorrow. As the man across from her extended his finger for the umpteenth time to poke her head, she suddenly leaped forward, seizing his fingertip and biting down. She gnawed for a considerable time, believing she had imparted a sufficient lesson to the man. Yet, as she thought she had taught him a lesson, Qin Shu's lips curled into a smile, and he remarked, "Why do you keep licking me? It tickles terribly." Wang Yuqing Xia silently released his fingertip, retreating into her hamster ball. Although she longed to sink her teeth into Qin Shu's hand, she was acutely aware that the DNA chain modifier had only altered her appearance. Her teeth were not as sharp as those of true rodents. Additionally, 333 had informed her that her bodily fluids possessed healing properties, including her saliva. Fearing that if she bit him, the wound would heal instantaneously, exposing her true identity, she restrained herself, feeling utterly humiliated. As she lamented her predicament, wishing she could restart her life, she also recognized that He Cheng had gone to great lengths to save her life. She could not afford to act recklessly. Just as Wang Yuqing Xia sighed, feeling hopeless in her rodent existence, Qin Shu flattened his palm. Flipping her over, he teased with a smile, "Why so quiet? Are you unhappy?" Without waiting for Wang Yuqing Xia to respond, the man across from her boldly extended his fingertip and pressed it forcefully against what he believed to be her belly, but was in fact her chest. This marked the second time she had been so brazenly assaulted. Flailing her short legs, Wang Yuqing Xia attempted to push his finger away with her tiny paws. However, the vast disparity in their sizes rendered her resistance utterly futile. The man reveled in his actions, and just as Wang Yuqing Xia lay there, feeling akin to a discarded mouse, Qin Shu gently stroked the hamster's head and murmured, "Don't be upset. I shall take you to a delightful place." Wang Yuqing Xia looked on with bewilderment, pondering what this amusing place might be, whether she might meet her demise there, and whether He Cheng was alive or dead at that moment. The air suddenly grew humid. She lifted her head and beheld a miniature ocean before her. Qin Shu, with an air of calm, unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his chiseled physique, and nonchalantly inquired, "Do you enjoy seawater? I find the ocean quite enchanting." As he spoke, his dark tendrils danced merrily. Wang Yue Qingsha froze in place. Although hamsters are not particularly known for their intelligence, she distinctly recalled He Cheng's warning. The effects of the DNA chain editor would last only 7 days and could not come into contact with water. Before her lay the undulating azure waves. In a panic, Wang Yue Qingsha scrambled to her feet, desperately seeking an escape. Qin Shu, noticing her small movements, casually rested his well-defined fingers upon his dark belt while lifting her effortlessly with the other hand. His pale gray eyes curved with amusement as he teasingly remarked, "Do you have such a fondness for the sea? You seem quite eager." Wang Yue Qingsha felt tears welling up. She longed to declare her intense dislike for the ocean. But before she could defend herself, she was met with the man's indulgent as you wish, and she tumbled into the miniature ocean. The briny seawater filled her mouth. Wang Yue Qingsha realized a dire predicament. She could not swim. In that instant, she flailed her limbs with all her might. Finally, fortune smiled upon the earnest hamster. Just as the turbulent waters threatened to engulf her, she managed to clamber onto the shore. Looking down, she saw that her hands remained as tiny paws. Breathing a sigh of relief, she thought perhaps He Cheng had been deceiving her, and that contact with water would not revert her back to her human form. However, 2 individuals knocked cautiously at the door. "General, are you there? We have matters to discuss." Before they could finish, the exquisitely handsome man inside frowned and coldly responded, "Get out. This." The 2 outside trembled, and Wang Yue Qingsha heard their hurried footsteps retreating. Strangely enough, although hamsters generally possess weaker hearing than humans, she could clearly discern the conversation between the 2 beastmen outside. "See? I told you it would be impossible, didn't I?" It is common knowledge that the general does not permit any interruptions while bathing. They say that upon coming into contact with seawater, the general becomes a mindless killer. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue Qingsha's body stiffened. Simultaneously, a sound of something entering the water reached her ears. She turned her head stiffly to find the man casually unbuttoning his shirt and descending the steps. Wang Yue Qingsha should have fled immediately, but upon seeing him clearly, she froze in shock. 109, 77, 93. And 21. The moment her gaze fell, her body trembled even more violently. She crawled up onto the shore, but as she prepared to rescue He Cheng and escape the Federation, a wave of heat coursed through her body. Wang Yue Qingsha's heart dropped as she sensed that something was amiss. Initially, she thought it was merely her infatuation with the man, but in the next moment, her vision sharpened. Instinctively, she looked down and saw her 10 delicate, fair fingers, resembling finely sliced scallions. Her mind went blank. Kneeling on the ground, she stared at her transformed self and internally lamented her fate. Just as she trembled, unsure of what to do, the sound of water reached her ears once more. Wang Yue Qingsha turned around hurriedly, only to be met with a pair of pale gray eyes. As if drawn by an unseen force, the elegant and aloof man turned towards her, his gaze locking onto hers. In that instant, Wang Yue Qingsha felt as if struck by lightning. Hamsters do not possess particularly sharp vision, and thus during their initial encounter, she could only vaguely discern Qin Shu's outline. Now, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was none other than the perverse individual she had encountered upon her arrival in this world. Panic surged within her. Regaining her composure, she clumsily attempted to rise and flee. However, just as she was about to grasp the doorknob, a chill enveloped her ankle. Wang Yue Qingsha fought to escape, to minimize damage and conserve her strength. She briefly contemplated her options before deciding to simply lie flat on the ground, like a salted fish, as she was dragged back into the sea. Once again submerged in the ocean, as Wang Yue Qingsha clung to the railing, barely managing to avoid drowning, a shadow fell upon her. In the next moment, the tall man embraced her from behind. Her limbs were pinned, secured against the shore. Not far away, the exquisitely handsome man cast his gaze downward. His pale gray eyes misty. The tips of his ears, pale and cold, were tinged with a faint blush. After a brief silence, Qin Shu reached out to caress the delicate, beautiful side of her face. His lips brushed against her petite, pearly earlobe, and with a voice as soft as a whisper, he said, "Goddess, have you come into my dreams once more today? Dream. Upon hearing this word, Wang Yueqingsha felt a wave of confusion wash over her. A sense of foreboding began to settle in her mind, but before she could fully grasp her thoughts, the man drew closer again, holding her while gazing down with his misty pale gray eyes. Akin to a clingy puppy, "Goddess, I miss you so much. Goddess, I adore you." I heard from that synthetic being that after our farewell, you went to the Empire alone. Is the Empire truly so magnificent? When will you return to our land? The repeated address of Goddess left Wang Yueqingsha feeling dizzy. Regaining her focus, she lifted her gaze to meet the man's misty pale gray eyes. The delicate tips of his eyes tinged with a faint pink and his ears a sickly pale white. After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly wiggled a finger and asked cautiously, "Tell me, how many fingers am I holding up?" Qin Shu tilted his head, his brows slightly furrowed. Having spent too long in the seawater, his mind was somewhat muddled. After staring at her fair, exquisite fingertip for a while, he smiled warmly, his lips curving upwards as he cheerfully replied, "Is the goddess showing me a heart? Does this mean you like me? I know that ancient humans often express their affection this way. I adore you, goddess. You adore me as well." Contrary to what those two beastmen had said, upon contact with seawater, Qin Shu would not transform into a mindless killer. Nevertheless, this man, Qin Shu, seemed to be intoxicated by the sea. A being of the ocean, he could become drunk on the sea. Unable to contain herself, Wang Yueqingsha nearly burst into laughter. She speculated that perhaps he allowed the rumor of becoming a mindless killer upon contact with seawater to spread, fearing it would tarnish his image. However, upon reflection, she thought, if she could not contend with an extraordinarily powerful individual, could she not handle a mere drunk? With newfound confidence, she rolled up her sleeves, preparing for battle. Yet, before she could initiate her scheme, she found the exquisitely handsome man gazing at her with his misty pale gray eyes, softly murmuring in her ear, "Goddess, will you join me in a passionate embrace?" Wang Yueqingsha felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily believing she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Once she regained her senses, she stammered, "What did you say?" Qin Shu, lowering his gaze, the delicate tips of his eyes tinged with a faint blush, politely repeated, "Goddess, please join me in a passionate embrace." At once, Wang Yueqingsha lost her composure. She had known she should not waver because of a drunken fool. Just as she bowed her head, panting from exhaustion, she looked up to find Qin Shu gazing down at her, his pale, cold fingers grasping her delicate wrist. He firmly held her hand, his voice low and husky as he stated, "Goddess, even in dreams. Do you still wish to reject me?" Before she could respond, he continued, "Each day since that group of fools released you, I have thought of you. Perhaps it is due to my longing that I often dream of you. Yet, each time, you vanish the moment I reach out to touch you." The man possessed a low, hoarse voice, each word dripping with resentment, reminiscent of a husband yearning for his wife's affection. The aura emanating from him was profoundly somber. As Wang Yueqingsha sensed the impending darkness within him, she attempted to escape before he succumbed to his darker impulses. Alas, her efforts proved futile. Like a stranded fish, she floundered weakly on the chopping board, only to be ultimately pinned down by the man. Rendered immobile, she could do nothing but watch as his elongated figure loomed over her on the shore. The man wrapped his arms around her from behind, his sickly pale, bony hands gripping her waist as he murmured, "My lady, I have finally encountered you. While it may merely be a dream, even in dreams, to share my love with you fills me with immense honor." Wang Yueqingsha's mind raced with a torrent of expletives. Dream? How could this be a dream? Was her brain merely ornamental? How could she not recognize a living person of her stature? Her gaze turned ashen. As she lay helplessly on the shore, contemplating how to salvage her precarious dignity, Qin Shu lamented, "You have cut your hair. Was it the Empire that forced you to do so? Your long hair was truly beautiful. Yet, my lady, your short hair is equally charming." Unlike his previous coldness towards He-chung, Qin Shu now spoke sweetly to her. As Wang Yueqingsha pondered whether this was a consequence of drunkenness, she felt a slight weight upon her. Qin Shu leaned down, glancing at her from the side. His misty, pale gray eyes curved in a smile. He softly suggested, "If the opportunity arises, my lady, it would be delightful if you could accompany me in both forms." Wang Yueqing nearly choked on her own saliva. In the next moment, she felt a dampness beneath her chin. The man's sickly, pale, bony hand pressed against her jaw, and he closed his eyes, tilting his head as if to seek a kiss from her. Perhaps preoccupied with taking advantage of her, just as he was about to press his lips against hers, Wang Yueqing's hands broke free from his control, effectively silencing him. Qin Shu opened his eyes, his misty pale gray gaze fixed upon the girl before him. As their eyes locked, Wang Yueqing's heart skipped a beat. Setting aside his aloofness and cruel demeanor, he was undeniably handsome. The man was exquisitely refined, his sickly pale complexion and desolate gray eyes exuding an air of superiority, as if he regarded all living beings as mere insects beneath his notice. Yet in this moment, as he was silenced by her, his damp hair framing his face, those pale gray eyes gazed at her with something resembling longing. His delicate eyelids bore a faint blush, creating a stark contrast that momentarily left Wang Yueqing in a daze. Qin Shu then grasped her wrist, lowering his gaze as he planted kisses along her arm towards her wrist, finally breathlessly inquiring, "My lady, is this your gift to me?" Wang Yueqing's mind went blank. This was pure temptation. In her 19 years of existence, having been single since birth, she had never encountered such an explosive scene. Her moral integrity was on the brink of collapse. Just as the man chuckled, leaning in to seek another kiss, Wang Yueqing awkwardly stammered, may I go address a biological need?" In that critical moment, her mind blank, Wang Yueqing opted for a hasty retreat. However, her old trick proved ineffective this time. Despite being slightly inebriated, Qin Shu reacted intensely to her mention of a biological need. The exquisitely refined man lowered his gaze, his sickly pale fingers repeatedly caressing her cheek as he asked, "Are you trying to deceive me again? If I let you go, will you vanish like last time?" Wang Yueqing wanted to shake her head, but before she could deny it, Qin Shu closed the distance between them, their bodies nearly touching. She could feel the warmth radiating from his waist. He held her chin, lifting her gaze to meet his, their eyes locked, and Qin Shu abruptly leaned down, restraining his emotions as he asked in a hushed tone, "My lady, why did you abandon the Federation for the Empire? Is it because the Empire's followers better suit your tastes? Do you prefer that blind, sickly puppet prince or that irritable peacock?" As he spoke, Qin Shu paused, and after a long moment, he lowered his gaze, his expression forlorn as he asked, "Or perhaps, do you only favor purebloods and disdain the filthy beast men?" Witnessing the surge of darkness within the man, Wang Yueqing, valuing her life, hastily exclaimed, "I'm not. I didn't mean that. Please don't be angry." As her words fell, Qin Shu chuckled softly, drawing closer. "Angry? How could I ever be angry? As long as my lady is willing to share her love with me, I shall never hold any resentment towards you." Wang Yueqing was initially taken aback, only to burst into laughter. "Wait, are all Federation people this forward?" Her expression turned dazed. Once she regained her senses, her struggles intensified. She wished to distance herself from the maniac as much as possible. Yet, as the saying goes, in the face of absolute power, all struggles are futile. After much effort, she found herself still ensnared by the man, whose pale ears flushed with a faint pink hue as he asked in a low voice, "My lady, why did you touch me earlier? Do you enjoy that?" Wang Yueqing gritted her teeth, cursing him in her mind. Touch! She had clearly used all her strength to elbow him. She felt on the verge of tears, utterly helpless, when she desperately asked her companion 333 what to do. 333 bluntly replied, "Host, do you need help removing your pants?" Wang Yueqing was left bewildered. Meanwhile, 333 cheerfully analyzed, "This person clearly is a fervent admirer of the goddess. He seems to think of you, a true man, as a woman. How amusing." After bursting into laughter, 333 continued to suggest that the host remove her pants. Once they realized she was a man, they could escape this predicament. 333 believed this plan to be flawless. However, Wang Yueqing was filled with a torrent of curses. Remove her pants? Was he serious? Oh, she had forgotten. 333's database had no knowledge of women. With tears streaming down her face, just as her moral integrity was on the verge of shattering after being guarded for 19 years, Wang Yueqing summoned her courage. Stating, "I don't like this," as her words fell, she felt the man's movements halt behind her. Qin Shu, gripping her slender wrist, leaned down, softly apologizing. The records of ancient humans are held by the goddess tribe, and I am unable to access them. I can only learn through the teachings of ancient beasts. If you do not enjoy this, what do you prefer? His voice, raspy yet delightful, was laced with improper undertones. Wang Yueqingsha took a deep breath, steeling herself as she replied, "Actually, I prefer to be the dominant one." After her words echoed in the long silence, Wang Yueqingsha, in a moment of weakness, added, "You know, us strong women tend to favor that." After her declaration, silence once again enveloped them. Qin Shu took a long time to respond. Just as Wang Yueqingsha wished for the ground to swallow her whole, Qin Shu, appearing to contemplate, lowered his gaze and murmured, "I understand." With that, the oppressive aura that had enveloped her dissipated. Wang Yueqingsha thought she could finally escape. However, upon turning, she found her ankle firmly ensnared. She couldn't escape. Not at all. Exhausted, she feigned anger, asking, "Why do you treat me this way? Do you want me to hate you?" Upon hearing the word hate, the usually indifferent man began to panic. "I didn't mean that." Qin Shu carefully cradled her delicate porcelain hand, softly saying, "I am simply afraid you will leave me again." After a pause, he lifted his gaze, his misty eyes fixed on the fragile beauty before him. "You won't abandon me, will you?" Wang Yueqingsha, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, forcing herself to maintain composure. "Of course not." As her words fell, she contemplated how to extricate herself from this predicament when Qin Shu politely inquired, "Shall we continue now?" As Wang Yueqingsha turned sideways, she cast her gaze towards Qin Shu across from her. She had been in a state of suppression until now, and only at this moment did she finally take in the contours of the person before her. Aside from his delicate and striking features, Qin Shu's physique beneath his inky uniform was slender, with prominent veins and taut muscles, an embodiment of a form that seemed capable of enduring for 3 days and nights. A warmth enveloped her nose, prompting Wang Yueqingsha to cover it, suspecting she might be at risk of excessive blood loss. Qin Shu spoke again, "My lady, why do you remain motionless?" His thin lips were pressed tightly together, and his pale gray eyes were cast down, resembling a pitiful puppy she once saw at a roadside pet shop. After a brief moment of daze, Wang Yueqingsha steeled herself and feigned depth, saying, "Actually, I have something else to discuss." Qin Shu furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. With her eyes closed, Wang Yueqingsha cast aside her shame and continued, "Do you have any tools or props?" She added reluctantly, "You know, we women of stature often enjoy a wilder sensation." Her pale, sickly fingers pointed to herself. Qin Shu softly replied, "My lady, do you intend to take advantage of me?" Without hesitation, Wang Yueqingsha nodded. She had initially planned to make her escape while Qin Shu retrieved the props. But the next moment, she heard the sound of something swaying nearby. A dark shadow effortlessly glided past a box beside them. Qin Shu politely said, "Please," as she beheld the box filled with various auxiliary items. Wang Yueqingsha was taken aback. Wait, could someone who keeps such things nearby truly be a respectable person? Just as she was questioning her life choices, the light in front of her dimmed once more. Qin Shu leaned closer, asking in a hushed voice, "I have done what was required. May we proceed?" His words were laced with an eagerness that could barely be contained, an arrow on the string. It must be released. At this critical juncture of life and death, Wang Yueqingsha bound Qin Shu's wrists to the railing with a rope. Thus, he found himself trapped in a narrow corner, his misty gray eyes lowered. His long, dark lashes trembled slightly, and small droplets of water slid down his black hair, falling between his pale collarbones. He seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the constrained position, as Qin Shu furrowed his brow and shifted slightly. The droplets continued to trail down the contours of his lean waist and the powerful veins beneath. Due to some being unable to see, let me clarify. Wang Mei's location has actually been transplanted onto the lacquer, so the Empire cannot accurately pinpoint her whereabouts. If you have preferred little plot lines, feel free to share. I generally write them. Conversely, if you do not like them, you may leave without resorting to insults. Regarding updates, this book does not earn as much as everyone imagines. Earning 20 to 30 a day is common, barely enough for 3 meals. Continuing to write is a hobby. I have another job to make ends meet, and I can only update in the evenings. If you dislike it, please exit directly without leaving negative reviews, as the earnings are already minimal, and excessive negative feedback could leave me without sustenance. If possible, could you send some free little gifts? They account for a large portion of my income. No payment is needed. Free little gifts will suffice. Lastly, if I may, happy birthday to myself. I will update early tomorrow. Chapter 66. A complete spendthrift. The scene before her was utterly enticing. With a handsome man before her, Wang Yue Qingxia felt no trace of allure. Her throat bobbed as Qin Shu's voice, low and hoarse, reached her ears. My lady, you may come up now. His words lingered without response for some time. When Qin Shu attempted to open his eyes, a nearly ethereal fragrance enveloped him. The young woman hooked her arms around his neck, trembling as she leaned in and kissed him. The sensation of her soft lips was overwhelming. In that fleeting moment of their kiss, Qin Shu found himself uncontrollably opening his eyes, the sensation too vivid to be mere illusion. Just as he pondered whether this was a figment of his imagination or reality, his mouth was pried open. The girl, still clinging to his neck, pushed something into his mouth. The substance was colorless and tasteless. But instinct told Qin Shu that it was no good. He should have left immediately. Yet at that moment, immersed in the girl's initiative, even if it was a lethal poison, he would willingly swallow it. Regaining his senses, Qin Shu leaned in, attempting to seek out that sweetness once more. But just as he tasted the softness of the girl's mouth, his body was abruptly shoved away. Wang Yue Qingxia breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed triumphantly, "You're done for." Qin Shu's thin lips pressed tightly together, confusion evident in his pale gray eyes. In the next moment, his body became heated, an unfamiliar warmth instinctively urging him to chase after something. Before the changes took over, Qin Shu broke free from his restraints and encircled the girl's slender waist. Wang Yue Qingxia was instantly struck with terror. She hadn't expected someone to move after consuming the DNA chain editor, which explained her earlier bravado. As she stood frozen in place, the light before her dimmed. The man leaned down, biting into her collarbone, leaving a distinct black mark. Just as Wang Yue Qingxia frowned, wishing to push the man away, the shadow before her vanished. Instinctively, she reached out and grasped something, a blind snake. The good news was that blind snakes could hardly see. The bad news was that her hand was wet. Shortly after Qin Shu transformed into a blind snake, he encountered water. Wang Yue Qingxia lamented her poor decision. Had she known, she would have tricked Qin Shu onto the shore before administering the drug. Fortunately, the DNA chain editor would take some time to lose its effect upon contact with water. Time was running short. Wang Yue Qingxia decisively placed the man on the table and fled. In a bid for her life and dignity, she dashed through the corridor, setting a record worthy of the Olympics. Yet, unbeknownst to her, shortly after her departure, the effects of the DNA chain editor quickly wore off. Qin Shu propped himself against the wall and rose to his feet. Below his long lashes, his pale gray eyes returned to their indifferent state. Once away from the sea, his consciousness became clear. After a brief moment of dazed confusion, Qin Shu raised his hand, his fingertips grazing his lips. The unique sweetness of the girl lingered on his mouth. At that moment, he acutely realized that everything that had just transpired was not a dream. Although the beastman he encountered earlier was a counterfeit, the true creator resided within the Federation. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Shu lowered his gaze to the damp footprints beneath him. After dressing himself, he pushed open the door and followed the trail of prints forward. Along the way, all members of the Federation were filled with trepidation, fearing they might provoke the famously cold and indifferent general. However, this time, the general maintained a straight gaze, not sparing a single glance at them. As the onlookers furtively observed the general's retreating figure, Qin Shu halted his steps. In an instant, everyone stood at attention, trembling. With his eyes lowered, Qin Shu surveyed the footprints on the ground, asking, "Who just passed through here?" In the stillness, a simple-looking bovine beastman raised his hand, saying, "It was I." As he spoke, the bovine beastman brandished a mop in his hand, adding, "I am responsible for cleaning the pool." Qin Shu glanced at the broken footprints and then at the damp bovine beastman. The atmosphere turned oppressive. The other beastmen in attendance looked utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what they had done to incur the general's displeasure. Above their heads, Wang Yue Qingxia nearly burst into laughter. She had known her face would be too eye-catching in the Federation. So, in the instant she burst through the door, fearing exposure, she had consumed the DNA chain editor in advance. The good news was that she had transformed into a sparrow this time. able to fly, run, and jump, far superior to the utterly useless hamster. The bad news was that all her DNA chain editors had been used up, and each could only last for a month. In other words, she had to leave the Federation within that month. If she failed to exit within the given time, the effects of the editor would wear off, and she would revert to her original form, facing a fate far worse than being reduced to an imperial breeding machine. Contemplating that grim reality, Wang Yue Qingxia shuddered, then flapped her wings and immediately headed toward the cell, preparing to rescue He Cheng before devising her next move. Meanwhile, after a prolonged period of low pressure, as the sparrow flew overhead, Qin Shu lowered his gaze and marked a symbol on the paper. The inverted triangle symbol was one that beastmen like Qin Shu would leave as a mark when mating with their partners, serving to declare to other beastmen that their wife was already claimed. However, with the extinction of females, this unique marking had gradually faded from existence. After simply sketching the symbol on paper, Qin Shu succinctly instructed, "Notify the higher-ups to search for any humanoids bearing the inverted triangle mark." The nearest beastman, holding the paper, asked in confusion, "Is something wrong?" Qin Shu merely stated, without further elaboration, "Tell them, this mark pertains to the Creator." After a brief pause, he added, "And where is that impostor from the Empire? Take me to him." Meanwhile, Wang Yue Qingxia remained oblivious to the intersection of her path with that of the man she referred to as a dog. She flapped her wings energetically, striving to reach the vicinity of the great cage. Upon confirming the location of He Cheng through a conversation with the guards, she gazed at the despondent He Cheng within the cage. Standing outside the bars, Wang Yue Qingxia leapt from side to side to draw He Cheng's attention, whispering, "Hurry! Look over here." He Cheng, drawn by the commotion, turned in bewilderment towards the mountain sparrow across from him. After a moment of confusion, he exclaimed, "What happened to you? Have you been in water?" Wang Yue Qingxia awkwardly nodded. He Cheng lamented, "In just one day, you've used two. What will we do now?" As He Cheng gazed despairingly at the sky, Wang Yue Qingxia scratched her head and sheepishly confessed, "Actually, I've used all three." After a brief silence, He Cheng looked at the little mountain sparrow on the ground and lamented, "You prodigal child, you are truly a prodigal. Do you have any idea how expensive a DNA chain editor is? A full billion star coins for just one." Chapter 67. How can someone be so narcissistic? Wang Yue Qingxia froze in place, instinctively asking, "Wait, what did you say? A billion star coins?" She was aware of the considerable value of DNA chain editors, but she never imagined it would be that exorbitant. The thought that she had sold a hand-holding ticket for merely 100,000 star coins made her dizzy. Selling 100 tickets would yield 1 million, 1,000 tickets 100 million, and 10,000 tickets a billion. She felt her vision darken. Just as she squatted down, lamenting her waste of 2 DNA chain editors, He Cheng sighed, "Let's not discuss that for now." "What are you here for?" Wang Yue Qingxia replied honestly, "I came to rescue you. Do you know where the key is?" He Cheng tousled his hair in frustration, saying, "What era are we in? How could there still be something as antiquated as a key? Everyone now uses iris locks." Realizing her folly once again, Wang Yue Qingxia asked dejectedly, "What should we do now?" He Cheng pondered for a moment, then suggested, "See if you can fly back to the Empire and seek help from Lord Qinghe." Recalling that morbid and gloomy man, often referred to as the nephew controller by Qiu Shi, Wang Yue Qingxia muttered under her breath, "Why does it have to be Qinghe?" He Cheng replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, it's because Lord Qinghe has the best temper. If he were to find out that someone had abducted a pureblood, he would certainly stride out of the prison and return to the Empire in style." He Cheng urged her to hurry back to the Empire to gather reinforcements. Wang Yue Qingxia extended her small wings, exasperatedly saying, "You expect me, a mere bird, to fly back to the Empire? Are you serious?" He Cheng leaned forward and began to propose a dubious plan. Although the Empire and the Federation were at odds, the Federation occasionally traded with aliens on planets near the Empire. "You're small and not easily noticed. Why not hitch a ride on a Federation ship?" Wang Yue Qingxia found his reasoning somewhat valid. After all, if she were to fly back with her diminutive wings, it would take an eternity to outpace a light-speed ship. Considering the urgency of the situation, she refrained from further discussion and prepared to depart. However, just as she was about to take off and catch a ship, the world around her suddenly darkened. Looking up, she found herself face to face with a man. Refined and aloof, it was none other than the man she had recently outmaneuvered. Their eyes locked, and Wang Yue Qingxia quickly turned to flee as she flapped her wings, attempting to slip into the cage and hide behind He Cheng. She unexpectedly found herself lifted into the air without the aid of her wings. The man's long, pale fingers grasped her firmly. His light gray eyes lowered, revealing a hint of curiosity. "What sort of plump bird is this?" he mused, casually poking the chubby little sparrow, commenting nonchalantly, "How did you get so round? You look like a ball." Wang Yue Qingxia paused in her struggle. Just as she was preparing to peck at him in defiance, He Cheng called out, "General, spare the bird." He continued, "Actually, that bird is a keepsake from my uncle." Lowering his head, He Cheng forced out a couple of tears, feigning sorrow. "My uncle climbed a mountain to catch a bird for my 7th birthday, but tragically fell from a great height. After his death, this bird became a symbol of him, my sole motivation to survive." As the melodrama concluded, He Cheng looked up with hopeful eyes and asked, "So, General, could you return the bird to me?" Qin Shu, holding the chubby sparrow, asked with an impassive expression, "Is your family a zoo? Why do you have so many animals?" He Cheng cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but ultimately summoned the courage to say, "General, since you are about to leave, please return this bird to me." Qin Shu remained silent, his gaze lowered as he absent-mindedly toyed with the plump bird in his hand. When the bird's soft yellow beak nipped at his fingers, a faint smile crept onto Qin Shu's lips, and his once indifferent expression softened. Wang Yue Qingxia struggled to peck him. She was lifted, and Qin Shu casually remarked, "You want it back, don't you?" He Cheng nodded vigorously. Yet Qin Shu raised his gaze, speaking sparingly, "Tell me the whereabouts of the healing pureblood from the Empire. When I find her, I will naturally return it to you." He Cheng faltered, his eyes flickering as he replied, "Healing pureblood? What healing pureblood?" As if fearing Qin Shu would not believe him, He Cheng forced a laugh before continuing, "Such a precious existence as a healing pureblood could hardly come to the Federation. Only someone as insignificant as me, a mere beast man, would be sent here as a hostage." He Cheng's ability to spin a tale was impressive, leaving even Wang Yue Qingxia astonished. Yet Qin Shu remained unmoved, still holding her, and stated indifferently, "You prefer not to share, do you? If you choose to remain silent, you may as well stay here until death." Upon finishing, Qin Shu shook the little bird in his grasp, softly saying, "Your little pet, I shall keep it for now." As Qin Shu turned away, realizing the situation was amiss, Wang Yue Qingxia struggled with all her might, determined not to fall into the hands of this perverse man. However, sensing her resistance, the man merely reached out and patted her head, saying nonchalantly, "Behave, or I might stew you and that cat together." Wang Yue Qingxia immediately froze in place. While she complied, her impression of Qin Shu grew increasingly negative. Not only was he perverse, but he was also a bird-eater. Just as Wang Yue Qingxia despaired, she suddenly found herself enclosed within a gilded cage draped in crimson velvet. Yes, she rushed towards the exit. Qin Shu's hand reached out, casually pushing her back inside. "I do not wish to harm you, but you would do well to comply. Once your master hands her over, I will release you." Wang Yue Qingxia, infuriated, paid no heed to Qin Shu's words and promptly attempted to bite him. However, after a prolonged effort, she heard not a sound. Bewildered, she lifted her gaze to find the man smiling, seemingly in high spirits. "You truly seem to like me, to be so close. If you wish, I could keep you here in the Federation." Wang Yue Qingxia was taken aback. She racked her brain, unable to fathom how someone could be so self-absorbed, mistaking others' aversion for affection. Just as she harbored doubts about her avian life, a searing gaze, as if intent on devouring her whole, suddenly fell upon her. Wang Yue Qingxia froze, instinctively looking towards the source of the gaze, only to see the man rising to change his clothes. But if it were not Qin Shu, who else would regard her with such a predatory gaze? Following the line of sight, Wang Yue Qingxia turned her head and spotted a blood-soaked, gaunt and ravenous vulture fixated on her. Chapter 68. The Inverted Triangle Mark. The vulture's talons easily snagged her feathers. As she dangled upside down, panic surged within Wang Yue Qingxia, just as she doubted whether she would even have time to escape back to the Empire. Fearing she would become a meal for the vulture, the door to the changing room swung open. Simultaneously, the vulture's wings ceased their flapping. Wang Yue Qingxia looked up in confusion, only to see the vulture turning its head. its expression akin to that of a ghost. Moments later, the sharp claws gripping her feathers loosened, and Wang Yue Qingxia landed softly. Despite her frantic flapping, she could not catch up to her descent, just as she braced for impact. A pair of distinctly articulated hands caught her. Wang Yue Qingxia stumbled to her feet, meeting a pair of light gray eyes. She glanced at Qin Shu and then at the retreating vulture. Wang Yue Qingxia prodded her communication device, asking, "Little three, was that bird scared away by Qin Shu?" With an unwavering nod, 333 inquired with confusion, "Host, have you not learned about this? The reason behind the transformation into a creature that is neither human nor beast lies in the amalgamation of various DNAs. The vast majority of beasts harbor a fear of the modified beastmen, while most beastmen themselves reject their transformed counterparts. This stands in stark contrast to the allure of purebloods. However, correspondingly, the modified beastmen gain abilities that far surpass those of ordinary beasts. Sometimes by multiples, or even hundreds. General Qin Shu of the Federation serves as a quintessential example. After undergoing imperial modification, his mental prowess escalated from the original A grade to an astounding Super SSS grade. As for the details of what transpired in between, 333 is unaware. It only knows that when the Federation announced its intention to modify beastmen, over 10,000 beastmen registered, yet only the 7-year-old Qin Shu emerged alive. Upon hearing 333's summary, Wang Yue Qingxia grasped the general idea, in a wonder that vulture fled so swiftly. It was due to Qin Shu. Having narrowly escaped from the vulture's clutches, Wang Yue Qingxia unexpectedly felt a flicker of fondness towards Qin Shu. Yet, this sentiment was short-lived. In the next moment, the dogman grasped her paw, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, "So weak." Those two simple words delivered an overwhelming insult. Wang Yue Qingxia instantly bristled with anger. Flapping her wings, she fiercely clawed at Qin Shu, intent on teaching the dogman a bloody lesson. However, it was perplexing that the DNA chain editor had produced an image of her that appeared weaker with each iteration. After clawing for an extended period, she found herself unable to even break the dogman's skin. Ultimately, she could only lie there in despair. Meanwhile, Qin Shu remained completely oblivious to the disdain directed towards him. His newly acquired pet was quite attached, often sneaking affectionate pecks at him or playfully grasping his hand with her claws, as if she genuinely liked him. Qin Shu lowered his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. Inexplicably delighted, a modified beast man, an entity often deemed unethical and loathed by the divine, he seldom experienced such closeness with others. Purebloods looked down upon him, and beasts feared him. The beastmen under his command would not openly express their aversion but instinctively kept their distance. Since undergoing modification at the age of 7, he had never encountered a creature that so adored him. Cradling a round, fluffy bird in his palm, warm, soft, and alive, he closed the window to ensure that no more vultures would intrude. Qin Shu then turned towards the bed. Before Wang Yue Qingxia could react, she found herself placed upon the bed. The vast, dark expanse of the bed, adorned with a velvet blanket, offered an exquisitely gentle sensation. Before she could lose herself in its embrace, her vision darkened as the dogman, with his pale gray eyes, fixed his gaze upon her. When their eyes met, Wang Yue Qingxia sensed something amiss. She suddenly awoke from her reverie. Quickly standing up and flapping her wings, ready to leap off the bed and distance herself from the pervert. Yet, before she could take a few steps, she was yanked back by her claws. Forcibly returned to the bed. Her surroundings darkened once more as the seemingly indifferent and cold-blooded man leaned down, burying his head in the soft feath. Upon concluding her words, Qin Shu lowered her gaze. With delicate movements, she gently parted the stray feathers, striving not to disturb a single one. Ultimately, beneath the collarbone, she discovered a small, inverted triangular mark. The moment her eyes fell upon it, Qin Shu was certain that the mountain sparrow before her was the embodiment of the young girl. Yet, why had she transformed into such a form? Qin Shu pondered nonchalantly. Was it due to a disdain for her human shape, seeking a liberation from its constraints? Or perhaps the divine maiden was aware that he was not favored by those diminutive creatures, and had deliberately adopted this guise to console him? Contemplating this possibility, a subtle smile graced Qin Shu's lips as he leaned down, pressing his forehead against that of the white sparrow, softly uttering, "Thank you." In response, Wang Yue Qingxia appeared utterly bewildered. "Thank you. For what?" Had she performed any benevolent act towards Qin Shu? As Wang Yuqingxia grappled with her confusion, the cool, long fingers that had restrained her wings withdrew. Just as she had yet to exhale in relief, the next moment, the man cradled her in his palms, unexpectedly complimenting her. "You are truly adorable." The instant his words fell, Wang Yuqingxia was engulfed by goosebumps. Such abnormality heralded mischief. While she contemplated whether the man was harboring ulterior motives behind his sudden kindness, her premonition materialized in the blink of an eye. The man gazed at her, his thin lips brushing against her ear. Whispering, "Now, let us grow close." Wang Yuqingxia's mind short-circuited, caught in a whirlwind of chaos. She had always recognized the man's eccentricity, yet never had she imagined he could descend to such depths. Grow close? With her? In her avian form? Using a cotton swab? That would not do. As the little voice within her crumbled in despair, Qin Shu softly murmured, "This form presents a challenge, but if you desire, I shall find a solution." Wang Yuqingxia remained dazed. Before she could fathom what he meant by finding a solution, the next moment, dark tendrils seized her ankle, inexorably drawing closer. Her mind blank. It was only at that moment that she was struck by a grave realization. If he were an octopus, then akin to squid and other marine creatures, one of those 8 tentacles would bear the responsibility of the ventral region. Realizing this, Wang Yuqingxia first stiffened, then flapped her wings desperately in a frantic struggle. Noticing the girl's resistance, Qin Shu's brow furrowed as he asked, "Do you not like this?" Before she could nod in affirmation, Qin Shu continued to muse aloud, "I understand now. You wish for me to transform into a bird as well, to accompany you." As Wang Yuqingxia stood there, frozen in disbelief, Qin Shu felt he had accurately guessed her sentiment. Although the divine maiden's preferences were somewhat peculiar, he could accept them. Confident as ever, Qin Shu never perceived himself as unlikable. After all, in his eyes, the young girl had gone to great lengths to come from the Empire to the Federation to find him, first kissing him by the pond, then transforming into a bird to nuzzle affectionately against him. It was evident that she harbored feelings for him and was quite pleased with him. Fearing to dampen the mood, Qin Shu withdrew his hand, hesitating between summoning a DNA chain modifier and reshaping the tentacle into a bird form. Just then, the unlocked bedroom door swung open, and the captain of the welcoming team rushed in, exclaiming in a fluster, "General, we have a situation." Before he could finish, the captain's gaze fell upon the half-dressed general, bent over, and the pitiful little sparrow being restrained. Stunned, the captain stumbled backward, murmuring, "Please, continue, do continue." Interruptions to his enthusiasm left Qin Shu with pursed lips, slightly displeased. However, considering the young girl's excitement was paramount, he diverted his gaze, choosing not to dwell on it. Yet, as he leaned down again, the door burst open once more. The captain shouted, "General, please remain calm. Your virtue is meant for the Creator." Before he could further implore, a chilling gaze descended upon him. Qin Shu narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, "You had better have something urgent that cannot wait a second to discuss with me." At his words, the captain involuntarily recoiled. Though the general did not explicitly state it, he understood that if what followed was not of utmost urgency, he would face dire consequences. Regaining his composure, the captain wiped the cold sweat from his brow and murmured, "The Imperial heir arrived at the Federation 3 minutes ago." Chapter 70. 300 Ways to Cook a Fat Bird. Qin Shu's tone was indifferent. "The arrival of the Imperial heir has no bearing on me," the captain, head lowered and trembling, replied. "In the past, during such significant occasions, it has always been you, my lord, who has taken the lead." The captain attempted to persuade Qin Shu to make an appearance, but was abruptly interrupted. Qin Shu coldly retorted, "Change the person?" The captain was momentarily left speechless, flustered as he replied, "But this time, it is the Imperial heir." Amidst the incessant chatter, Qin Shu averted his gaze, cautiously covering the nearly fainting fat bird with fabric. He then turned aside, frowning as he remarked, "Did you not notice that I am occupied with important matters?" "Important matters? With a bird?" The captain, still recovering from his previous fright, was once again rendered speechless. Desperately, he implored, "General, your virtue is to be preserved for the Creator. Ancient texts recount that legendary women despise losing their purity to men, so it is absolutely imperative." The captain was beside himself with worry. fretting like a mother hen. Yet, his words met with silence, save for a gaze that felt as if it were assessing his very soul. As their eyes met, the captain's heart sank. Subsequently, he obediently closed the door, meekly stating, "Please continue. I shall not disturb you any further." Before he could finish his sentence, a white shadow darted past him. The captain, in confusion, raised his head only to see the round, white sparrow struggling to flutter its wings as it squeezed through the door. "Just a bird." As the captain exhaled in relief, believing he had inadvertently safeguarded the general's virtue. The next moment, a dark shadow flashed by. The captain, taken aback, instinctively grasped the man's arm, bewildered, asking, "Where are you going?" "General," Qin Shu, without uttering a word, shrugged off the hand gripping his arm, coldly replying, "To let the Creator escape unscathed is a crime most grievous. You had best pray that the divine maiden comes to no harm." With that, Qin Shu hastily departed, leaving the captain standing there in a daze, first bewildered, then ashen-faced. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Wang Yuqingxia dashed about recklessly, piecing together the location of Shu Yi through the conversations of passers-by. Upon learning that Shu Yi had arrived at the Federation, Wang Yuqingxia was overcome with tears of joy. Heaven rewards the diligent. I have finally awaited my reinforcements. With this thought, Wang Yuqingxia's spirit ignited, and she rapidly flapped her wings, leaving a trail of shadows in her wake. In the reception room, amidst a sea of pure white, a cool, handsome youth sat elegantly in a guest seat, beneath long lashes. His phoenix-like eyes were indifferent yet exquisite, possessing a beauty so striking it bordered on the ethereal. Sensing the familiar aura close at hand, Wang Yuqingxia slowed the rhythm of her wing beats, nearly moved to tears, just as she inhaled deeply, gathering the courage to charge forward, believing she would soon escape the Federation and the perverse dog-man. The next moment, smack, as she soared halfway, just a hair's breadth from reuniting with Shu Yi in tears. A delicate, jade-white hand intercepted her mid-flight, silencing her. As Wang Yuqingxia flapped her wings in a desperate struggle, she looked up to find herself meeting the captivating peach blossom eyes of the youth. The boy exuded a wild charm, his features delicate. With every movement, he embodied the unique bravado of youth. At this moment, while holding her, he playfully flicked her forehead and grinned. "What a plump bird. I shall take you back to stew for Shaoqing to replenish her strength." Wang Yuqingxia immediately panicked. She was on the verge of being stewed. Desperately, she kicked her legs, trying to urge Qiu Shi to release her. After all, with her mouth blocked, speaking was impossible. Yet, the more she struggled, the tighter Qiu Shi's grip became. Ultimately, he even poked her head gently, exasperatedly saying, "Slow down. If you keep moving so much, how can I help Shaoqing replenish her strength?" With those words, under the anxious gaze of the white sparrow, Qiu Shi opened his smart brain, cheerfully inputting 300 ways to cook a fat bird. Seeing her impending fate, Wang Yuqingxia quickly shifted her strategy, casting a pleading gaze towards Shu Yi across the room. As if sensing her silent plea, the cool and austere youth momentarily paused, then turned to face her, his exquisite, indifferent phoenix eyes locking onto her. Their gazes met, and Shu Yi's eyes flickered slightly before lowering. Muttering to himself, "This bird's eyes resemble his Wang Yuqingxia's heart quivered. The little figurine within her soul felt so moved that it nearly bit down on its handkerchief. It believed that the bond of mutual understanding between her and Shu Yi had grown so strong that even in silence, he could decipher her innermost thoughts through her gaze. However, Qiu Shi mercilessly retorted, "Oh please, just moments ago you claimed that the nearby four-leaf clover resembled our dear Shaoqing. And what about the turtle, the maple tree, the stones by the roadside, and the clouds in the sky? You've declared that they all belong to our divine clan. I could handle the negotiations alone. Why do you insist on making a fuss?" Qiu Yi furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "Qiu Shi, do not forget that I am his only guardian." Qiu Shi snorted derisively, her tone both proud and intentional, reminiscent of a cat with its tail held high. "That won't be for long, as a guardian. You've failed to protect your ward. Why would he choose you?" In the reception room, the atmosphere grew so oppressive that one could hear a pin drop. Qiu Shi and Qiu Yi exchanged glances, each harboring a fierce desire to be rid of the other. Meanwhile, Wang Yuqingxia silently revolved in Qiu Shi's grasp, gazing at the dilapidated four-leaf clover and the ancient turtle before her. She began to doubt the very essence of her existence. Wait, in what way did these two things resemble her? They weren't even of the same species. How could Chui possibly associate a plate of four-leaf clovers with nostalgia for her? As Wang Yueqingsha's mind spun in confusion, she noticed Chuyi's thin lips pressed tightly together as he regarded the marble pillar across from him, stating, "The gaze of this pillar resembles his." Wang Yueqingsha was left utterly perplexed. A pillar? Does a pillar even possess a gaze? Why could she not perceive it? Had humanity forgotten her during evolution? While she mentally berated the absurdity of it all, she struggled with all her might to free herself. Just as Qiu Shi and Chu Yi were exchanging barbs, they suddenly felt a soft warmth surging in their palms, hot and tingling. Qiu Shi, distracted, found the bird slipping from her fingers. Furrowing her brow, she admonished, "Be careful. Shaoqing has endured so much suffering in the Federation. She needs to recuperate." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Yueqingsha successfully broke free. Her pale yellow beak parted slightly. Just as she was filled with excitement, preparing to reveal her true identity, her voice was abruptly stifled. A cold, dark tendril wrapped around her, encasing her in a ball. Then footsteps echoed in the room. A man, exquisite and aloof, looked down at her, softly asking, "Do you intend to flee from my side for the sake of another man?" "Recently, I have been busy with work. Once I finish this batch, I will aim to produce an additional 20,000 words, setting a small goal. And if there are no small gifts, dear readers, would you mind recommending this book when you find yourselves in a reading drought? Please support our Wong sister. Thank you very much." I in Chapter 71. Why must one flee? Wang Yueqingsha remained silent. She exerted every ounce of strength to struggle, but to little avail. The cold, dark tendril tightened its grip. Long, pale fingers prodding her head. The man looked down, his expression one of wounded disbelief. "Why do you not speak? Do you consider them more significant than I?" Qin Shu's long lashes hung low, his thin lips pressed tightly together. His voice, when he spoke, carried a husky yet melodious tone tinged with a profound sense of loneliness, akin to a husband witnessing his wife's infidelity from the confines of his chamber. Wang Yueqingsha found herself at a loss for words. She could not fathom what had gone awry in Qin Shu's mind to make him address a mere bird in such a manner. Yet upon reflection, it seemed only natural. After all, Qin Shu was a man so depraved he could develop feelings for a bird. For the sake of her integrity and her life, Wang Yueqingsha flapped her wings, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed imploringly at Chu Yi and Qiu Shi, hoping they might come to her rescue. But before she could establish eye contact, she was abruptly shoved into a pocket. She clung to the pocket's edge, her expression dazed. Qin Shu lowered his gaze and muttered in a possessive tone, "Why must you look at them, divine lady? There is no one in this world who will treat you better than I. Thus, you should love him. Only him." For Joshibu ceased to speak. Turning away from the grand hall, the youth's crimson-tipped hair swept over the threshold. The doors closed decisively. Wang Yueqingsha, on the verge of tears, let her outstretched wings slowly descend. Just as she hung her head, dejected and nearly wilting like a withered bird, darkness enveloped her, casting an overwhelming shadow. Her body stiffened. After a considerable pause, she embraced her plump self and timidly raised her gaze, only to find the dogman staring back at her. His long eyelashes hung low, his pale gray eyes shrouded in shadow, creating an atmosphere thick with oppressive danger. "Divine lady, why must you always flee?" he inquired, his cold white fingertips brushing against her cheek. Wang Yueqingsha felt an itch, nearly bursting into laughter, when two slender tendrils coiled around her wings, immobilizing her. She struggled desperately, gasping for breath. Qin Shu lowered his gaze, contemplatively musing. "Could it be that it is because they have two? While I possess only one, but if you desire, I can provide not merely two, but 3, 5, or even more." Chapter 72. Did you encounter them upon your arrival? 2, 3, 5? Wang Yueqingsha trembled uncontrollably, her eyes a complete mess. She did not wish to acknowledge that the numbers Qin Shu spoke of implied what she feared most. Yet, regrettably, his meaning was unmistakably aligned with her thoughts, as she wandered in a daze. Her body was placed upon the table, flipped over to Ayan the next instant. A shadow loomed above her. Wang Yueqingsha sensed impending doom. Shaking uncontrollably, She timidly raised her eyes, only to see not far off a refined and striking man with lowered gaze. His long, pale fingers encircling her ankle. "Oh no, bird's claw." Observing intently, he expressed his regret. Wang Yue Qingxiao blinked in confusion, uncertain of what Qin Shu was apologizing for. It was only when his gaze fell upon her that she suddenly comprehended, and her mind raced with dread. Could it be that the dogman intended? Thoughts abruptly ceased. Wang Yue Qingxiao trembled, regretting her past choices. She never anticipated that the dogman was not only perverse but also a deviant with a penchant for treating beings as lesser. Had she known this earlier, she would have preferred continuing her life as a hamster rather than being targeted by a pervert. Wang Yue Qingxia felt tears welling up. With a resigned sigh, she turned, steeling herself. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her head, pecking fervently at the perverse hand. However, in her haste, she pecked at nothing but air. After pecking at the void for an eternity, she raised her head in bewilderment, only to find the dogman's hand had vanished. Simultaneously, dark tendrils morphed into a black sparrow. After preening its feathers, the black sparrow approached, enveloping her in its embrace. Wang Yue Qingxia found herself tightly confined, unable to escape. At the brink of tears, just as she was about to cry, the dogman leaned down, placing a kiss at the corner of her eye. The motion was supremely gentle, as if he were handling some fragile treasure. Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen, her mind in a haze, using her wings to cover the spot where she had been kissed, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. In her ears, the restrained, labored breaths of the man echoed, his voice laden with yearning. Qin Shu's thin lips pressed tightly together, his slightly drooping phoenix eyes tinged with a faint blush. As he battled his desires, he gazed at the soft, adorable white bird ball on the table, his tone imbued with utmost affection. "Divine lady, rather than merely mimicking, I yearn to engage with you personally. However, if this is your preference, I shall not act recklessly until you are wholly satisfied." As he spoke, Qin Shu bit his lip, his pale gray eyes once again clouded, reminiscent of a large, forlorn dog, evoking a sense of pity. Meanwhile, Wang Yue Qingxia, who had been pretending to be a bird, stiffened. Wait, divine lady? When exactly did she drop her facade? In the reception room, amidst being mistaken for a perverse being, Wang Yue Qingxia felt utterly disheveled, momentarily questioning her avian existence. On the path to the dungeon, the atmosphere turned oppressively tense. The captain of the welcoming team took the lead, his tone polite yet consistently distant. "I can't allow you two esteemed guests to take away the offender who has insulted our Federation's treasures. However, in exchange, you must leave the Federation's territory immediately upon encountering the individuals you seek." Qiu Shibu nodded dismissively, showing no indication of having absorbed the words. The overlooked captain of the welcoming team remained unfazed. Upon reaching the designated location, he utilized an iris scan to unlock the long-sealed iron door. Inside the cell, He Chung was shackled by chains, crouched on the ground, staring listlessly at the food on his tray. The prison fare was utterly inedible, resembling a glutinous mass of saliva. He Chung poked at it, repulsed and poked again, further disgusted. Just as He Chung closed his eyes, steeling himself to swallow the unidentifiable substance on his spoon, he looked up to see two familiar faces. He Chung could hardly believe his eyes. After rubbing them vigorously to confirm he was not hallucinating, he grasped the bars, his excitement barely contained. "Chu Yi, have you come to rescue me? Did Lord Qinghe send you upon learning of my plight?" Chu Yi paused, his gaze lowered, silent. In contrast, Qiu Shibu was far more straightforward. He Chung, in his navette, asked why he only saw them and if there were no other imperial escorts accompanying them. Qiu Shibu stepped forward swiftly, darkly frowning as he delivered a direct blow to the head of the foolish beast man. He Chung clutched his head, yelping in protest. "Why did you hit me? Have I offended you in any way?" Qiu Shibu narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, a fool who counts his own misfortunes after being sold. Just as Qiu Shibu was about to deliver another blow to awaken the dim-witted beast man, the captain of the welcoming team intervened, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, trembling as he spoke. "Please refrain from causing a scene within the Federation. It will complicate matters for us subordinates." Qiu Shibu fell silent, retracting his hand. Only He Chung, innocently wronged, continued to bellow in protest. Amidst the commotion, Chu Yi stepped forward, politely requesting, "Might I ask you to leave for a moment? I wish to converse privately with my old friend." The captain of the welcoming team, clearly uncomfortable, averted his gaze, appearing to have anticipated this outcome. Chu-Yi unobtrusively handed the captain a deep blue crystal. The core crystal, known as a mental stabilizer, could soothe the turbulent mental energies of all beastmen and even pureblood humans. Its value was incalculable, particularly in the interstellar age, where the inherent flaws of artificially bred single-gender humans were glaring. A loss of mental control often resulted in death. In such circumstances, possessing an additional core crystal was akin to gaining a lifeline. As the captain of the welcoming team hesitated, weighing the invaluable core crystal in his hands, Chu-Yi continued, "There are surveillance cameras here. Rest assured, we shall not create disturbances on Federation territory." Chu-Yi's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, his words carried dual meanings. First, that they were merely two individuals and could not cause significant uproar, and second, that being on Federation soil placed them in a position of weakness. After glancing at the priceless core crystal and then at the seemingly unremarkable feline beastman across from him, the captain resolutely declared, "You have a maximum of half an hour. I will ask the three of you to leave the Federation." Chu-Yi nodded slightly, not disputing the matter. Once the captain departed, Chu-Yi lowered his gaze, calmly installing a signal jammer in an unnoticed corner. The moment the jammer was set up, Qiu Shibu immediately approached, pressing for answers. "Where is Shao Qing? Is he injured? Is he with you?" He Chung was taken aback by the barrage of questions. After a moment, he replied, "I provided Shao Chuanji with a DNA chain editor. He is currently unharmed." Before Qiu Shibu could breathe a sigh of relief, He Ching added, "If I recall correctly, the last creature Shao Chuanji mimicked was a white sparrow from ancient Earth. Did you see any upon your arrival?" Chapter 73. Save him. Qiu Shibu froze in place, his expression one of shock. After a lengthy silence, he spoke, his alabaster fingers clenched tightly at his side, knuckles whitening. With a tone of disbelief, he asked, "What did you just say?" The last creature the short bean sprout mimicked was a white sparrow. As he uttered those final words, his voice trembled. He Ching nodded, expressing relief. "I knew you were concerned about Shao Chuanji's safety, so before coming, I spent a fortune on a DNA chain editor. Although that bastard from the Federation took Shao Chuanji away, I believe in his intelligence and resourcefulness. He will surely escape." He Chung clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with faith in the youth. Meanwhile, outside the prison, Qiu Shibu and Chu-Yi both lowered their heads, enveloped in silence. The stillness in the room was palpable. He Chung sensed something was amiss and tentatively asked, "Did you encounter Shao Chuanji when you arrived?" Qiu Shi nodded silently. He Chung, feeling a sense of relief, spoke in a light-hearted tone. "You must have rescued the little pureblood from that bastard in the Federation and returned him to the Empire. Right?" Qiu Shi avoided He Ching's gaze, pressing his lips together in silence, clearly indicating his unease. He Ching's heart sank, and he grasped the railing, incredulous. "No way. You met him and still couldn't bring him back? Could it be that you didn't even recognize him?" It felt as if an arrow had struck his knee. Qiu Shi's thin lips were tightly pursed, a rare silence engulfing him. He had always been defiant and reckless. Never regretting his actions, he was the archetype of a stubborn individual who would walk a path to the end without looking back. Yet at this moment, Qiu Shi felt regret. He recalled the little sparrow that had flung itself at him, and the trust that nearly overflowed from its beady eyes as it looked up at him, seeing him as its one hope, its sole redemption. But what did he do in such a crucial moment? He failed to recognize it. His slender fingers clenched tightly, almost drowning in overwhelming guilt. Just then, beside him, Chu-Yi mercilessly added, "I told you long ago that Bird's gaze was very similar to his. You just didn't believe it." Qiu Shi lifted his head and retorted without reservation, "Whether I believe it or not is my own business. Why didn't you step in and take action? If either of us had, he wouldn't he have." As the conversation trailed off, both Qiu Shi and Chu-Yi fell into silence. What had occurred could not be changed, regardless of what transpired in between. The outcome remained that they were unable to save the boy. Not only had they failed to rescue him, but they had also borne an unknown cost, struggling to escape from the enemy's grasp, only to find they couldn't even recognize him when he stood before them. Observing Qiu Shi and Chu-Yi with their heads bowed in silence, He Chung sensed a foreboding feeling. In the next moment, the orc, notoriously poor at reading the atmosphere, blurted out, "No way. You can't be that foolish, right? After seeing the little pureblood, you still couldn't recognize him. You just watched that bastard from the Federation take him away?" He Chung was incredulous. As his words fell, Chiu Shi and Chu Yi's expressions darkened even further. Watching the once unruly young master of the Chiu family nearly enveloped in guilt and the cold, indifferent imperial prince crouching in the corner, drawing circles, He Cheng finally realized he had misspoken. He hastily attempted to rectify the situation. "Don't worry, the little pureblood has taken the DNA chain editor I provided. And he appears just like an ordinary little bird, and no matter how twisted Qin Shu is, he wouldn't harm a mere bird, right?" He Cheng forced a dry smile, trying to ease the grim atmosphere. Although He Cheng was notoriously bad at reading people's expressions, at that moment, Chiu Shi and Chu Yi indeed felt somewhat comforted. The boy's current form was merely that of a bird, without revealing his identity. Even the notoriously perverse members of the Federation would not go that far. Their anxious hearts finally found some solace. Chu Yi ceased his brooding and calmly analyzed, "The Federation has too many people. Turning against them directly is not wise. We should leave first and return tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, when their defenses are weakest." Chiu Shi and Chu Yi were often at odds. But he had to admit that Chu Yi had seldom erred in matters of great importance. As the imperial heir, Chu Yi had been raised to become the future monarch of the empire. Maintaining an absolute coldness and rationality in the face of dilemmas, he was a natural leader. Furthermore, tomorrow marked the Federation's creation day. Although the Federation and the Empire were typically adversarial, they shared a reverent attitude towards women. They regarded the mythical women as the creators and the origins of all things. Without women, there would be no humanity. This was the only universally accepted truth among the crazed Federation members. Every year on September 30th, the Federation celebrated this singular holiday. Creation Day. If one were to venture into the Federation alone to find someone, tomorrow would be the most opportune time, as the commencement of the celebrations would render their defenses at their weakest. With everything prepared, He Cheng was overjoyed at the prospect of escaping this hellish place. Just as he thought he could finally leave, 2 soldiers outside whispered to one another, "Did you hear? The general recently acquired a beloved pet. The general dotes on that bird like a precious gem. But there are rumors." Soldier B, trembling with fear, couldn't help but ask, "Are you serious about the orc and the bird?" Cotton Swab? Soldier S shook his head, whispering meaningfully, "How could the general possibly use something like that? It must be his own." And then, brutally, the onlooking Soldier C gasped in shock. "In a way. Wouldn't that kill the bird?" Soldier S shrugged indifferently. "Just a little broken bird. It's not a rare thing. If one is lost, another can easily be found. After all, the general holds a high position." Soldiers B and C nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the prison, He Cheng's smile stiffened, sensing impending doom. In the next moment, he felt a weight on his hand as Chiu Shi, who was supposed to be the one rescuing him, tossed the nanocutter into He Cheng's arms. With narrowed eyes and a cold smirk, Chiu Shi declared, "Wait? Why should I wait? I'm going to dismember that so-called general right now." With that, Chiu Shi expressionlessly raised his hand. In the next instant, the door twisted and crumpled under his mental manipulation. Under the terrified gazes of soldiers B and C, Chiu Shi burst through the door and strode away without hesitation. The abrupt turn of events left He Cheng bewildered. Fortunately, he had long known that Chiu Shi was unreliable. Ignoring Chiu Shi, He Cheng turned to the cold and indifferent youth opposite him, gripping the railing tightly as he spoke rapidly. "There's no time. We must return to the Empire first and wait for reinforcements." Before he could finish, a spatial jump button appeared in his hand. Inside the prison, He Cheng held the button, bewildered, asking, "Where are you going?" Amidst the chaos, the figure against the light paused slightly. Chu Yi turned to the side, his voice cold and succinct, "To save him. Some recent content has been revised, and it may be incomplete upon viewing. I will organize it properly and release it when I have the time. I seek comments. For every 0.1 increase in total score, I shall add a chapter the same day. I swear. Chapter 74 should be." He Cheng was initially taken aback, then tightened his grip on the railing, panicking, "Get this clear. This is the Federation." At his words, Chu Yi paused in his steps, no longer advancing. He Cheng sighed in relief. Just as he thought this ancestor had understood him and would obediently return to the Empire to devise another plan, a clear and pleasant voice rang out in the silent cell. "What of the Federation?" Chewie said indifferently. "Even if I have to flatten the Federation, I will definitely rescue him." He Chung thought to himself that it was all over. Frantically, he gritted his teeth and asserted, "You need to understand. You are the heir of the Empire, the future of the Empire. He can face danger. The little pureblood can face danger, but you absolutely cannot." He Chung fixed his gaze on the youth's back, his heartbeat echoing like a drum. After all, he had grown up alongside him. Among many, He Chung understood Chu Yi's character the best. The youth had been raised under immense pressure, resulting in a repressed and rigid demeanor. He Chung occasionally joked that the people in the laboratory had raised him to be less than human. Yet on the other hand, the innate sense of responsibility would never allow Chu Yi to abandon the mission he bore. Viewing it as more important than himself, the footsteps came to a halt, just when He Chung sighed in relief, believing the youth would comply and return to the Empire with him. The prison doors swung open. The youth leaned against the doorframe, his head lowered, expressionless, stating, "The one who will save him is Chu Yi, not the crown prince of the Empire." Outside the cell, in the chaotic corridor, the guarding orcs were trembling in fear. One had expected that amidst the Federation, in the heart of the Federation's territory, someone would dare to cause a ruckus without a care. The unique S-level mental power of pureblood enveloped the prison in an instant, causing the welcoming team captain to uncontrollably kneel on the ground. Not far away, the youth stood against the light, his brows and eyes exquisite and beautiful. Beneath his long lashes, his upturned gaze shimmered with enchantment. He was breathtakingly beautiful, yet expressionless, like a captivating and deadly flower. The welcoming team captain trembled. Chiu Shi's gaze fell, his tone tinged with impatience. "I will ask you one last time," Chiu Shi said. "Tell me, where exactly is he now? If you don't..." Chiu Shi's voice trailed off as he casually raised his hand. In the next moment, beautiful jade-like fingers ignited with flames. Chiu Shi narrowed his eyes, a wicked and arrogant smile gracing his lips. "I wouldn't mind plucking the feathers off your little bird, letting it bleed, and turning it into roast chicken to nourish our little Qing." As the words fell, the captain of the Avian Beastmen's welcoming team trembled even more violently. Although he was a member of the Federation of Beastmen, he had heard tales of the goddess's tribe and their unfathomable cruelty, their utter disregard for consequences. He feared he might truly end up as a roasted bird. The captain of the welcoming team knelt in place, rubbing his hands together, and stammered, "That esteemed lady is currently in the general's room." Before he could finish his sentence, the temperature in the room surged, and the flames ignited with alarming speed. At a loss for what to do, he saw the flamboyant young man impatiently exclaim, "Clarify your words. What does that tentacled bastard intend to do to our dear Qing?" The captain of the welcoming team wished to remain silent. Beyond his reluctance, he was utterly bewildered that hadn't the imperial subjects failed to recognize the creator? Why did the individual before him seem to possess knowledge of the situation? Confusion clouded the captain's mind, yet he dared not inquire directly for the sake of his own life. He merely knelt obediently and recounted. "It should be an exchange." Chapter 75. Chirp, chirp, chirped. An exchange? Upon hearing this, Chiu Shi was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting confusion. Once he regained his composure, Chiu Shi clenched his teeth, his brows furrowing, the atmosphere around him growing ominously heavy. "What did you just say?" "Have the audacity to repeat it." The captain of the welcoming team wore a befuddled expression. He struggled to comprehend why the imperial subject's hearing could be so deficient. Yet, considering his precarious situation, he cleared his throat and obediently reiterated, "It should be an exchange." Before he could finish, the temperature in the corridor abruptly soared. The flames turned the railing a fiery crimson, the searing heat distorting the air. The feathers of the avian beastmen were singed. Clutching his head and wailing for assistance to extinguish the flames, the captain of the welcoming team observed as Chiu Shi withdrew his hand, stepping over the threshold with an expression devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Wang Yuqing Xia remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. She lay atop the desk, her mind replaying the phrase "Lady Goddess" in a relentless loop, her thoughts thoroughly disordered. Wang Yuqing Xia could not comprehend when exactly she had lost her composure. Yet, that seemed inconsequential. What mattered was that she had been branded as a deviant with peculiar tastes. Furthermore, in light of the knowledge of her perversion, the man, a dog of sorts, not only stayed but sought to appease her. It was a level of abnormality surpassing even that of a typical deviant. Akin to a fighter jet among perverts, Wang Yuqing Xia gazed skyward in exasperation. At that moment, she no longer viewed Qin Shu as merely a dog. She considered him a lunatic, a thoroughly deranged one at that. However, to prevent herself from having merely been deceived, rather than genuinely losing her composure, she clenched her teeth and resolutely remained silent. Qin Shu soon sensed her reticence. With his gaze lowered, he softly inquired, "Lady Goddess, why have you chosen to remain silent?" As his words fell, a shadow loomed over her, a cool breath enveloping her senses. Wang Yuqing Xia's nerves tensed, and instinctively, she raised her gaze in the shadow. The man possessed a long neck, his cold, pallid skin revealing a subtly pronounced Adam's apple, exuding an alluring aura. The collar of his black shirt was slightly unbuttoned, partially obscured by the fabric, revealing his stark white collarbones and elegantly contoured shoulders, an image of chilling restraint entwined with a hint of desire. As Qin Shu leaned closer, Wang Yuqing Xia instinctively closed her eyes. Just as she anticipated the dogman's impending mischief, his soft lips brushed against her ear, and he clumsily uttered, "Chirp." His voice, low and gravelly, resonated with an exquisite charm, yet its excessive detachment evoked an uncomfortable pressure. In this moment, however, the man surprisingly softened his tone, gently whispering in a clumsy manner, "Chirp, chirp." Wang Yuqing Xia, covering her ears with her wings, found her mind blank, yet she noticed the dogman's head lowered, his dark hair casting a shadow over his pale ear tips, which blushed a deep crimson. In a soft voice, he asked, "Do you like this? Will you like me a little more if I do this?" After a moment of silence, Wang Yuqing Xia subtly realized that Qin Shu seemed to be attempting to please her. The cold, aloof, and sharp-tongued general of the Federation, who regarded others as he would a dog, was presently trying to cater to her. Wang Yuqing Xia felt that Qin Shu had become even more unhinged. She struggled with the urge to flee, but just then, the dogman drew closer, his pale gray eyes fixed on her as he softly inquired, "Do you like it? Do you like me like this?" Wang Yuqing Xia felt a surge of anxiety. Realizing she had already lost her composure, her disguise in tatters, she resigned herself to her fate. Just before the dogman could make his move, she extended a claw and struck him across the face. Gathering her courage, she trembled as she declared, "Don't come any closer." Due to her overwhelming tension, Wang Yuqing Xia's voice cracked, yet the dogman remained oblivious to her rejection, squinting his eyes in contentment as he savored her advances. With a soft sigh, he lamented, "Are you bored and no longer wish to play our little role-playing game?" Although Qin Shu had not exhausted himself, personal preferences mattered little to him. From the moment they met, his emotions had been irrevocably tied to the young lady. "Lady Goddess, chirp, chirp." The man leaned down, his cool, low-pitched voice laced with a hint of indulgence. Coaxing gently, "Shall we continue?" As his words hung in the air, he nudged her head. Wang Yuqing Xia turned sideways, only to find the mimicry of a black sparrow nuzzling her head obediently. Its expression one of sickly obsession. Its wings pinned her down. The black sparrow held her firmly captive. In a sense, as a mimicry creature, Qin Shu shared a profound bond with the black sparrow. At the moment of contact, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he whispered hoarsely, "So fluffy, Lady Goddess, how adorable." The praise flowed freely into her ears, yet the suppressed Wang Yuqing Xia was on the verge of tears. Pushing aside the soft feathers, just as the cool breath threatened to reach its zenith, she could no longer restrain herself. With a sudden motion, she flung off the black sparrow and, still trembling, exclaimed, "Don't touch me." The black sparrow tumbled down, transforming into a ball of feathers. Wang Yuqing Xia attempted to escape, but before she could retreat, bony fingers encircled her. Qin Shu gazed down at her, softly asking, "Do you not like sparrows? If sparrows won't do, how about peacocks, crows, penguins?" The forms of the mimicked creatures continuously morphed. Within a mere 3 minutes, Wang Yuqing Xia found herself inundated with a plethora of avian species. Just before she succumbed to unconsciousness, she inhaled deeply and calmly rejected, "I do not like birds." The air fell into a brief, delicate silence. Qin Shu appeared somewhat troubled, patiently explaining, a significant size difference is not ideal. Wang Yuqing Xia was yet to grasp the correlation between size and preference. The next moment, Qin Shu, with an exasperated tone, remarked, if you do not like birds, then what about snakes? Cats? Reindeer? The forms of the mimicked creatures continued to shift. Wang Yuqing Xia was compelled to witness an entire animal kingdom. Just as her mind neared saturation from the influx of animals, she interrupted once more, fatigue evident in her voice. I do not like animals. Qin Shu paused, his voice tinged with incredulity. You do not like animals? Wang Yuqing Xia's lips twitched, her patience wearing thin as she retorted, I am a human. I can only love humans. As her words echoed, silence enveloped the room. Noticing Qin Shu's speechlessness, a pang of anxiety struck Wang Yuqing Xia as she wondered if she had misspoken. Suddenly, she heard the sound of fabric rustling. Qin Shu's cold, pale fingers deftly moved to unbutton his shirt collar, revealing a large expanse of pale, alluring skin. Enticing to the extreme, Wang Yuqing Xia stared. Lost in thought, the world darkened before her eyes as Qin Shu leaned closer, softly stating, although it may be somewhat inconvenient and challenging, I will do my utmost to ensure you remain unharmed. Chapter 76. No More Games. With his words, 2 more buttons were undone, the silver buttons of his black shirt contrasting with the long, slender fingers encased in leather. The scene exuded an aura of restrained sensuality. As a general of the Federation, Qin Shu was notoriously fastidious, always fastening his shirt all the way to the top. Yet at this moment, it was as if he were unwrapping a gift. He meticulously undid his shirt, the fabric partially obscuring his lean waist, the veins beneath his skin prominent, exuding an intense sexual tension. Wang Yuqing Xia's mind went blank, her entire being entranced, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Just as her consciousness began to wane, the man leaned down, his voice barely above a whisper, shall we continue? The duration of endurance had grown prolonged, and Qin Shu found himself struggling greatly. The once cool breath transformed into a fervent heat. With lowered gaze, his long lashes cast a delicate veil over his pale gray eyes, now enveloped in a haze of desire. Before Wang Yuqing Xia could decipher the proper course of action for both man and bird, Qin Shu advanced, drawing near. The refined and exquisite man cradled her gently in his palm, cautiously planting a kiss upon her head. A faint, cool fragrance lingered in the air. Wang Yuqing Xia felt a daze wash over her. As if enchanted, rendering her unsteady in her stance. Just as she teetered on the brink of losing her balance, Qin Shu gracefully knelt, subsequently lowering her to his waist, her cheek pressed against his cool, pale skin. Wang Yuqing Xia sprawled upon the ground, uncertainly reaching out, her fingers brushing against the defined contours of his abdominal muscles. Having been a lifelong singleton, she had never held a boy's hand, and now found herself sliding down the unfamiliar terrain of this man's physique. Dazed, she glanced up at Qin Shu, who regarded her with a detached yet subtly curved expression, his voice a whisper. My lady, you enjoy this, do you not? Wang Yuqing Xia froze, her head shaking vigorously like a rattled drum. Qin Shu paused, perplexed, and inquired, if you do not like it, why do you remain upon me? Embarrassment flooded Wang Yuqing Xia, her toes curling in discomfort. She braced herself against the ground, attempting to rise from his sculpted abdomen. But the definition was too pronounced. In a moment of imbalance, she slipped down the crevice, the indescribable proximity looming ever closer. With a frantic struggle, she flapped her wings, desperately trying to stave off the inevitable descent. Just before she fell, long and pale fingers reached out, catching her just in time. He gently propped himself up, lifting her slightly. The hardness against her cheek transformed into softness. Dazed, Wang Yuqing Xia raised her head, only to find a delicate shade of pink. Curiosity piqued, she leaned closer for a better look when a muffled, suppressed groan echoed through the silent room. Wang Yuqing Xia glanced up to see the man. Head bowed, his eyes tinged with a faint blush. In a disquieted tone, he implored, my lady, please do not torment me thus. After a brief pause, Qin Shu's lips pressed together, and he murmured hoarsely, it tickles. Wang Yuqing Xia, observing the flushed beauty with barely restrained desire, glanced at the area her claws had pressed. The temperature within her soared, igniting an intense heat. Coming to her senses, she withdrew her claws, yearning to distance herself from the charged atmosphere. only to find herself pressed against his chest. "Why, lady, please do not tease me further," Qin Shu said, his gaze now devoid of detachment, clouded with a palpable yearning, with a voice thick with desire. He proposed, "Let us cease the games and attend to more serious matters, shall we? It may sting a little, but I assure you, my lady, I will ensure your comfort." As for the incremental updates, previously, the score would increase by 0.1 every 2 to 3 days, remaining at 7.8 until the afternoon of the 28th. However, within 2 days, it surged by a full point, translating to 10 additional updates. Yet currently, there is insufficient reserve due to the previous slow progression. Initially, the expectation was a 0.1 increase per day, with additional updates being entirely feasible. The rapid escalation caught me unprepared. I could not complete the updates in a single day, but I will make it up within the next couple of days. Updates typically occur in the early morning, noon, and late at night. Seeking a small token of appreciation, an update is also scheduled for later tonight. In Chapter 77, once playtime had concluded, the long, cool fingers parted the downy feathers, their chill grazing her skin. An unfamiliar sensation coursed through her. Wang Yue Qingxia, flustered, pecked at his fingertip in irritation. Qin Shu's finger hesitated momentarily, granting Wang Yue Qingxia the opportunity to wriggle free from his grasp, her wings fluttering nervously. Suspended in midair, she barely had time to breathe before a familiar voice resonated. "My lady, do you wish to escape from my side once more?" Qin Shu raised his head, his pale gray eyes exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Their gazes locked, and a sense of foreboding enveloped Wang Yue Qingxia. Instinctively, she pivoted, attempting to flee, but her movements were sluggish. Qin Shu's laughter rang out, a tone almost indulgent. "My lady, do you wish to play hide and seek?" As his words fell, a chill crept up her spine. Wang Yue Qingxia glanced back to see dark tendrils trailing closely behind her, perilously close to brushing against her claws. Not far off, Qin Shu maneuvered the tendrils with ease, speaking languidly. "Do not play for too long. It would make me sorrowful." His voice was soft, reminiscent of a large dog fearing rejection. His expression tinged with melancholy. Yet, as he spoke, the dark tendrils quickened their pursuit, relentlessly following her. The tips of the tendrils grazed her claws, sending a peculiar chill coursing through her. Wang Yue Qingxia shuddered, her wings tightening as she hastened her evasive maneuvers. Qin Shu's strength was undeniable, a realization Wang Yue Qingxia had grasped from their very first encounter. He could easily confine her, imprisoning her within a cage and indulging in his whims. Yet, it remained unclear whether he genuinely sought to play with her or reveled in a cat-and-mouse game of torment. Qin Shu deliberately slowed his pace, maintaining a speed akin to hers, trailing her without haste. The pressure mounted for Wang Yue Qingxia as she clenched her teeth, targeting a gap concealed behind the curtains. A faint glimmer of light beckoned, the distance narrowing, almost within reach of freedom. Just as joy threatened to overwhelm her, a loud crash interrupted. The perfume placed upon the table to enhance the ambience toppled under the flurry of her wings. The cool liquid seeped into her feathers. Initially, the quantity was negligible, leaving Wang Yue Qingxia unaware of its effect. Yet, just as she was about to escape through the opening, the familiar heat surged once more. A sense of dread gripped her heart as the DNA chain editor's effects dissipated mid-flight. She reverted to her original form. Her body felt suddenly heavy, and as she gazed down at the ground, darkness clouded her vision. Instinctively, she attempted to flap her wings, but human arms lacked the capacity for flight. After a couple of futile struggles, she succumbed to gravity. The cold wind howled around her, the ground drawing ever closer. Just as they were about to collide, Wang Yue Qingxia could not suppress her instinct to close her eyes, her mind flooded with visions of a catastrophic fall. Yet, in the very moment before impact, the wind ceased abruptly, and she landed upon a cold, damp softness. Her limbs became ensnared, dazed. She lowered her gaze, only to find the dark tendrils coiled beneath her, gently absorbing the shock of her fall while inexorably binding her limbs. The delicate porcelain white of her wrists contrasted starkly against the inky darkness, rendering her skin even more translucent and ethereal. Her mind, clouded with tension, went blank. Wang Yue Qingxia licked her parched lips, her gaze drooping, only to witness the tendrils that had encircled her ankles steadily rising, tracing along her slightly bent knees, winding up to her thighs. A faint chill spread across her skin. leaving traces of light red marks where the tendrils had touched. An inexplicable heat surged within her, and she found herself blushing deeply, almost emitting steam. Despite the confusion reigning in her mind, she instinctively felt a wave of shyness and unease. Her wrists twitched slightly as she silently exerted pressure, attempting to break free from the tendrils' grasp, only to find herself ensnared even tighter. After struggling in vain for what felt like an eternity, exhaustion began to take its toll. Just as she neared the brink of fainting, Wang Yue Qingxiao lifted her gaze, inadvertently catching sight of a misty pale gray. The refined and exquisite man knelt nearby, his voice low and slightly hoarse as he asked, "My lady, have you had your fill of play?" In the brief pauses of conversation, he lowered his gaze and reached out, his cool, white fingers grasping her chin, his fingertips caressing her skin. Wang Yue Qingxiao was compelled to tilt her head back, gazing up at him from her position on the ground. Their eyes met, and Qin Shu's lips pressed together as he softly declared, "If you have played enough, let us proceed to more serious matters." Upon concluding his words, Qin Shu bent down, under the astonished gaze of the young girl. He pressed his lips against her soft, pale ones. The taste was subtly sweet. Qin Shu felt his Adam's apple roll lightly, a faint blush of desire gracing the corners of his eyes. The countless fantasies he had envisioned in dreams materialized into reality. His cold, white fingers gripped tightly before releasing. Finally, he seized the delicate wrist of the girl, gradually deepening the kiss. His palm rested on her slender waist. With each exploration, her waist trembled slightly, exuding an irresistible allure. Qin Shu's gaze darkened, filled with obscurity. He was unable to suppress the primal urge to consume the girl entirely. It was an instinct of the beast. Yet, on the other hand, human reason incessantly reminded him not to go too far. He could be disliked, rejected, cast aside. But he truly could not restrain himself. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Shu straightened slightly, kindly granting the girl space to breathe. Perhaps she had not anticipated this. The girl leaned against him, her chestnut hair tousled. Her clear, innocent, almond-shaped eyes were misty with emotion. The corners of her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if on the brink of crying. It was a sight that stirred an overwhelming desire to tease. Qin Shu lowered his gaze, inexplicably reminded of a phrase. When he had just arrived in the Federation, Qi Jian had boasted to him in both overt and covert ways, saying that the girl looked like a hamster when bullied. Very adorable that time. He had thought the other was deliberately provoking him and had paid no heed to those words. But now, the girl's tear-brimmed eyes indeed resembled a hamster, soft and delicate. As if a mere poke would cause her to dissolve, before him lay an enchanting dream within reach. Instinctively drawn closer, he yearned to immerse himself once more when, bang, the locked door was forcefully breached by psychic power. Qiu Shi kicked open the door, fuming. Let go of that short bean, or else, before the threat could escape his lips, Qiu Shi froze in place. Not far away, in the center of the hall, a fragile and beautiful boy was ensnared by tendrils, the corners of his eyes tinged with a faint blush. He was held captive by a towering man, his wrist gripped, trapped in an embrace. His almond eyes were misty, his expression dazed and lost. Their gazes locked, and Qiu Shi's mind went blank. He should have felt anger. Yet, in that moment, as he beheld the boy's disheveled state, his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Chapter 78. Many, many descendants. His ear tips, pale as jade, flushed with a faint hue. He ought not to witness his friend ensnared in such a predicament, looking utterly helpless. Yet, in that shared gaze, it was as if their eyes were locked, rendering him unable to look away. In the prolonged silence, the sound of his heartbeat echoed like a drum, causing his heart to race. Qiu Shi appeared bewildered, before he could comprehend the source of the inexplicable flutter in his chest. The trapped boy caught sight of his presence. With the corners of his eyes tinged in soft red, he lifted his head and trembled. "Save me." The moment his voice fell, Qiu Shi finally snapped back to reality. He lowered his head, forcibly suppressing the chaotic turmoil within, then lifting his gaze, he coldly declared, "Release Shao Qing. He is not like you perverted individuals of the Federation. As a member of the Divine Maiden clan. A man among men, Shao Qing would only guard the purity of the goddess and would never consort with such men." Qiu Shi's words rang firm and resolute, while Wang Yue Qingxiao felt heartbroken, wanting to clarify that she had no ties to the man among men. However, the situation was pressing. Wang Yue Qingxia refrained from elaborating, simply turning to the dogman, lowering her voice to threaten, "Do you know who is coming to save me? He is the future heir of the Divine Maiden clan, an Ultra SSS grade pureblood." With the terrifying prowess of an Ultra SSS grade, Wang Yue Qingxia had expected the dogman to at least show a hint of fear. Yet, in reality, Qin Shu remained unfazed. He merely turned to regard the newcomer with indifference. After a moment, a smirk graced Qin Shu's lips as he mockingly remarked, "Fool," before Qiu Shi could erupt in anger. Qin Shu casually withdrew his gaze. He then leaned down, his distinctly boned fingers brushing through the girl's tousled hair, whispering softly, "My lady, what good is such a single-minded fool? It would be better to remain in the Federation." By my side, Wang Yue Qingxia felt a sense of unease, her nerves tightly wound. A faint cold fragrance approached. Qin Shu leaned in once more, his elegant nose brushing against hers, his eyes curving enticingly as he said, "Unlike those fools who fail to recognize your identity and constantly endanger you, everyone in the Federation cherishes, respects, and admires you. Should you choose to stay, I will grant you everything you desire." His voice was cool and low, laced with an almost imperceptible allure. With long, thick lashes trembling, Wang Yue Qingxia's expression turned dazed, nearly succumbing to his seduction. Just as the man's pale lips brushed against her ear, he whispered, "We will have many descendants that if possible, I hope they all resemble you, equally pure, equally adorable." Qin Shu spoke with a light-hearted tone, seemingly envisioning such a scene with great longing. Yet, upon hearing this, Wang Yue Qingxia instantly regained her clarity. She knew well that the dogman harbored ulterior motives. While his words sounded sweet, he merely wished to deceive her into bearing children for them. The moment Qin Shu's cold fingers caressed her waist, an unexpected surge of strength surged within Wang Yue Qingxia, causing her to forcefully push him away. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "In your dreams, I will not be a breeding tool for you." Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Struggling to explain, "We would never allow you to engage in the perilous task of reproduction. If you wish, I can." Before his words could finish, a searing flame ignited, consuming all. The air became distorted. Amidst the waves of heat, Wang Yue Qingxia, tightly protected, slowly opened her eyes, only to see the strikingly beautiful boy standing in front of her. Furrowing his brows, he declared, "As long as I am here, you will never take him away." Since the end of last month, a dull pain had begun near my left rib, initially dismissed as a minor issue. However, by the beginning of this month, it had transformed into an all-day ache. Suspecting it might involve my ribs, heart, or lungs, I took a week off work to visit the hospital. The additional chapter has been completed. However, due to my upcoming hospital visit, to prevent an extended hiatus, I will schedule the additional chapter for regular updates. After returning from the hospital, I will provide a supplementary update. 9.1 reserved. Chapter 79, Run. Qin Shu stood up, his light gray, indifferent eyes growing distant once more. He regarded the puffed-up peacock across from him with a light laugh, his voice casual. You think you can protect her?" Qiu Shi furrowed his brows, protecting the person behind him as he retorted, "If I do not protect Xiao Qing, should I let a deviant like you lay hands on her?" Qiu Shi's tone was confrontational, utterly unreserved in his derision. Yet, as his words fell, Qin Shu narrowed his eyes, visibly displeased. "How dare you address her by her name?" Qiu Shi, exasperated, thought the people of the Federation were utterly absurd. Xiao Qing belonged to their Divine Maiden clan, and he was her future father, her best friend, and the godfather of the other's son. What was there to prevent him from calling her by her name? Should he refrain from doing so, was he to have the Federation individual call her instead? It was ludicrous. Recalling his thoughts, Qiu Shi ceased to speak further. His beautiful, shimmering eyes were filled with irritation. He did not wish to witness anyone coveting a member of the Divine Maiden clan. Even more so, he did not want to see anyone eyeing the short bean in his presence. Thus, he decisively raised his hand, and the next moment, the room's temperature skyrocketed, and the air subtly warped. Amidst the crimson flames, the red phoenix soared, looking down upon the world with a haughty gaze. The flames roared, the light blazed fiercely, exuding an imposing aura. Wang Yue Qingxia squinted her eyes, nearly unable to breathe from the intense heat. Yet, before she could feel discomfort, her hand, hanging by her side, was firmly grasped. Wang Yue Qingxia looked up in surprise, only to find the boy's long, exquisite fingers discreetly holding her hand. He softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. He will handle everything." Their gazes locked, and Wang Yue Qingxia felt a momentary sense of reassurance. However, before long, as another surge of psychic energy rippled through, the searing heat abruptly dissipated. Wang Yue Qingxia looked up in confusion, only to see a massive liquid sphere that had formed above the dome. With a loud crash, the once majestic red phoenix was drenched, resembling a drenched chicken. The slap in the face came too swiftly. Wang Yue Qingxia, while shielding her head and retreating, could only despairingly murmur, "Wasn't it said that I shouldn't be afraid? Wasn't it promised that an Ultra SSS grade pureblood would be invincible in the stars?" Observing the drenched red phoenix, now devoid of vigor, Wang Yue Qingxia felt utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Qiu Shi furrowed his brows. He moved his fingers, attempting to reignite the red phoenix's fighting spirit. Yet, the phoenix, now enveloped in liquid, seemed to have its spirit drained, remaining lifeless no matter how he commanded it. In the lengthy silence, watching the man across with a playful expression, Qiu Shi seemed to have an epiphany. He calmly analyzed. "This substance is related to the Federation's experimental subjects, isn't it?" Qin Shu did not deny it. Instead, he extended his hand and said coolly, "You are a member of the Divine Maiden clan. The Federation does not wish to antagonize your clan. Return her to me, and I will let you leave." Qiu Shi lowered his head, silent and brooding. After a prolonged silence, he turned slightly and released his grip on the young man's wrist. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yue Qingxia felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Just as she believed she had been forsaken, treated merely as a bargaining chip, in that fleeting moment when their fingers parted, the young man took her hand and inscribed a single character in the palm of her hand. As the stroke was drawn, a mist enveloped the hall. The crimson phoenix quietly rose, and in an instant, it seized Wang Yue Qingxia by the collar with astonishing speed. Chapter 80. Wait, where is the person? Wang Yue Qingxia was bewildered, unable to react before her body was abruptly lifted into the air. With her head bowed, she watched as the ground receded further and further away. Ultimately, when the ground was no longer visible, panic gripped her heart. She clutched tightly at the phoenix's claw, stammering, "Big brother, could we fly a bit slower?" Just a little. When she transformed into a bird, she felt nothing amiss. It was only at this moment, reverting back to her human form, that she belatedly remembered her fear of heights. If she remained on the bird's back, she might feel somewhat at ease. But tragically, the phoenix was currently grasping the delicate fabric of her collar with its sharp talons, hoisting her into the air like a doll. The collar, tugged upward by gravity, constricted her neck slightly. Wang Yue Qingxia gasped for breath as the pressure mounted, desperately flailing at the bird's talons, attempting to negotiate with her avian companion. Regrettably, the spiritual entity lacked the capacity for communication. The phoenix adhered strictly to its master's commands, resolutely soaring toward the unknown horizon, as for the human in its grasp, as long as she remained alive. She was of no concern to it. Thus, under the phoenix's callous disregard, Wang Yue Qingxia dangled like a marionette in midair, buffeted by the biting wind against her face. Her hair whipped about, rendering her tearful yet helpless. And in this moment, she shamefully yearned for the cozy bird's nest that Qin Shu had recently provided. However, before she could fully indulge in her reminiscence, a grave realization struck her, unbeknownst to her. The constriction around her neck was diminishing, yet the cold wind seeping in through her collar was intensifying. Wang Yue Qingxia sensed that something was amiss. Moments later, she stiffly lowered her gaze, only to find the fragile fabric of her blouse had already been snagged into a revealing, tattered state by the phoenix's talons, mere threads away from tearing completely. Glancing at the ground below and then at the clouds floating beside her, she resolutely grasped the phoenix's feathers, shaking them vigorously. "Big brother, could you fly a little slower?" "I'm about to." But before she could finish her plea, the sound of tearing fabric echoed sharply. Wang Yue Qingxia glanced at the remnants of her blouse caught in the phoenix's grasp, then at the feathers she had just tugged away. Ultimately, with no means of support, she succumbed to the pull of gravity and began to plummet uncontrollably. The spiritual entity's response was alarmingly sluggish. By the time the phoenix realized that its charge had suddenly gone still, it looked down in confusion, only to find the remnants of a torn fabric in its claws. Wait, where is the person? Meanwhile, as Wang Yue Qingxia fell, she mustered all her strength to flap the phoenix's feather in her hands, attempting to lift herself into the air. Yet, two flimsy feathers were clearly insufficient to support a human's weight. During her descent, she clasped her hands together, tears welling in her eyes, mentally preparing to bid farewell to this beautiful world. Below lay a foreboding forest shrouded in thick mist. Wang Yue Qingxia had anticipated a gruesome fate, either crashing to the ground and shattering into countless pieces or being impaled by branches, becoming a roast for some ferocious beast. However, when she finally landed, a warm substance cushioned much of her fall. Her shirt, already in tatters, clung to her as the damp chill of the forest enveloped her skin, raising goosebumps. Wang Yue Qingxia rubbed her arms, attempting to rise from the ground. Yet, before she could fully stand, her hand inadvertently brushed against a warm, moving object. Chapter 81. Involuntary manslaughter. Her fingers froze in place as Wang Yue Qingxia was rendered completely stunned. After swallowing hard, her mind blank, she tentatively reached out, trembling, to touch the object beneath her. It was warm, alive, a person. Wang Yue Qingxia glanced up at the sky, then down at her hand, and her vision darkened. Falling from such a height, the individual she had landed upon must have been reduced to a pulped S. She pondered the potential sentence for involuntary manslaughter. Her hand shifted, her fingertips brushing against something warm and viscous. It felt like the squished remains of flesh. Her brain halted completely. Minutes later, Wang Yue Qingxia withdrew her hand, trembling, her eyes vacant and unfocused. She yearned to express her inner turmoil, but under the weight of her anxiety, she found herself incapable of uttering a sound, her limbs frozen in place. Unsure how long she remained there, she finally steadied herself against the wall, attempting to distance herself from the mass that she presumed was a hapless passerby she had crushed. Just as she was about to rise, a long, elegant hand seized her wrist. Wang Yue Qingxia jumped in fright, mistaking the situation for a vengeful spirit seeking retribution for its untimely demise. As the subtle light filtered through, the dense fog in the forest began to dissipate, restoring her vision to normal. Wang Yue Qingxia licked her lips, steeling herself to glance at her captor. Expecting to confront a gruesome sight, she was taken aback when she finally raised her head. Amidst the dappled shadows beneath the trees stood a young man in a white shirt, his long legs clad in black trousers, straight and elegant. His eyelashes were delicate and sparse, reminiscent of translucent butterfly wings, and his ethereal beauty appeared almost unreal. Even the fingers gripping her wrist were long and exquisite, each joint distinctly defined, akin to a meticulously crafted artwork. Wang Yue Qingxia cast a glance downwards and then back up. He bore no tail, no ears. He was purely human. Recalling the warmth she had felt upon falling, along with the fragility of pure-blooded beings, she tentatively inquired, "Was it you I landed on?" The young man shook his head, kindly clarifying, "You landed on it." Wang Yue Qingxia's expression turned perplexed as she instinctively followed the direction of his gaze, only to find herself standing atop a gelatinous mass. More accurately, it resembled a living organism akin to jelly, a slime. Due to the impact of her fall, the unfortunate slime had shattered into numerous pieces. Fortunately, this species possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Shortly after Wang Yue Qingxia withdrew her foot, the fragments of the slime began to stir, slowly merging back into a single, larger entity. Realizing she had not committed involuntary manslaughter, Wang Yue Qingxia let out a sigh of relief, eager to ask the young man where they were. However, before she could utter a word, darkness enveloped her vision as she was pressed against the nearest tree. The young man, casually lowering his gaze, possessed a striking and delicate beauty, seemingly the type to shed tears easily when bullied. Yet, his movements exuded an unexpected strength. With his grip on her jaw and wrist firm, Wang Yue Qingxia fully comprehended the situation as he began to unbutton her shirt. The cool air met her porcelain skin, prompting her to frown in discomfort as she instinctively reached to cover herself, only to unexpectedly discover a black, inverted triangle mark appearing between her collarbones. Chapter 82. The Child We Conceived Together. Staring at the sudden mark, Wang Yue Qingxia felt utterly bewildered. She had no recollection of ever getting a tattoo or bearing such a birthmark. In her moment of confusion, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. She recalled that by the pond, Qin Shu had once bitten her on the collarbone. and his peculiar obsession with her began after he had parted her feathers. An instinctive realization warned Wang Yue Qingxia that the mark was unusual. Foregoing her current predicament, she quickly called upon 333, directing her attention to the black inverted triangle on her collarbone, asking, "Little 3, what is this?" After a long absence, 333 yawned, clearly not fully present. After being shaken for a while, it reluctantly roused itself, squinting as it mumbled, "Black inverted triangle? That's a mark left by deep-sea beastmen after mating with their partners." As it spoke, 333 faltered momentarily. Following a brief silence, the previously drowsy 333 became fully alert. Stuttering, "Host, when did you mate with someone? How come I didn't know?" 333 looked utterly astonished, relentlessly probing for the truth, fearful of missing out on some monumental gossip. Meanwhile, Wang Yue Qingxia was even more bewildered than 333. Mating? With whom had she mated? Why was she completely unaware? As the moonlight bathed the serene summer night, a faint breath brushed against her neck. Instinctively, she yearned to retreat, yet a firm grip on her waist rendered her motionless. "Is it you?" The exquisitely fragmented youth lowered his gaze, his light tea-colored eyes peering at her from beneath long lashes, casually remarking, "What's the matter? Has Qin Shu failed to satisfy you?" His tone was devoid of inflection, as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters, yet his words dripped with a sense of mocking irreverence. Wang Yue Qingxia furrowed her brow, feeling an unsettling discomfort. She attempted to shake off the impolite individual before her. But before she could act, 333 spoke up first, astonished. How could it be him? Stopping mid-resistance, Wang Yue Qingxia turned to inquire, "Do you know him?" 333 nodded before shaking his head, ultimately asking in confusion, "Host, don't you recognize this person?" 333's gaze seemed to regard her as if she were some sort of prehistoric creature. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under 333's scrutiny, Wang Yue Qingxia, adhering to the principle that confronting a bully seldom ends well, honestly shook her head. 333 scratched his head and muttered softly, "How could you not know this?" As he diligently opened a search engine, retrieving a report from years past. The federal leader, Ji Rui, a naturally emotionally detached scientific madman. He possesses no feelings, resembling a hollow puppet, devoid of any semblance of empathy. Despite having taken control of the Federation at merely 7 years of age, he crushed the original high-ranking officials single-handedly, earning their unanimous support to become the foremost figure at the pinnacle of federal power. Yet, Ji Rui abhors social interactions and detests being around others. 333 elaborated. Thus, approximately a decade ago, Ji Rui vanished from the public eye. His tone carried a hint of regret. After all, despite Ji Rui's madness, he was undeniably a genius. There were even those who regarded him as a future star destined to lead humanity into a new era. The fact that such a person had disappeared 10 years prior was indeed lamentable. Meanwhile, as 333 rambled on, Wang Yue Qingxia felt increasingly distressed. She had scarcely escaped from Qin Shu when she unexpectedly encountered the true supervillain of the Federation. Her expression turned ashen, just as she bowed her head, thoroughly doubting her ability to leave this dreadful place alive. The exquisitely fragmented youth leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Have you seen him? Our child, is he well?" Chapter 83. A Lifetime of Performance. Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen, her expression a rare mixture of peculiarity. Our child? She, a woman who had never so much as kissed a cucumber, how could she possibly have a child? Grabbing 333, who had been watching with keen interest, she lowered her voice, asking, "Little 3, could it be that Ji Rui has some issues here?" She tapped her head. 333, munching on seeds, nodded casually, "Host, your analysis is quite reasonable." After all, during Ji Rui's reign, the most frequently used nicknames for him were twofold, tyrant and madman. Despite Ji Rui's exquisitely beautiful countenance, he is, in truth, a complete madman who disregards moral ethics, editing human DNA. He defied nature to create super SSS-class beastmen comparable to purebloods. He even dared to attempt to replicate the legend of Adam, using his own flesh and blood to resurrect the long-extinct ancient goddess. Each of these actions surpasses mere insanity. He is unequivocally a lunatic. After hearing 333's words, Wang Yue Qingxia felt a shiver run down her spine. Swallowing hard, she timidly inquired, He can't possibly be so deluded as to think that I had a child with him. Right? 333 replied, it's possible. The realization sent Wang Yue Qingxia into a deeper panic. What could be more terrifying than being with a potentially lethal individual? It was the fact that this individual was also mentally unstable. Desperately shaking 333, she barely managed to maintain her composure, stating, send a message to Qiu Shi, have him send his bird to rescue me. Staying beside Qin Shu is still preferable to being near a lunatic. 333, dizzy from the shaking, weakly explained, host, it's futile to seek help. With that, 333 pointed to the vast sky. Wang Yue Qingxia instinctively looked up. After a brief silence, she asked, is there psychic energy up there? 333 nodded. Adding, there exists a barrier of psychic energy covering a vast area, the distance of which I cannot even estimate. Wang Yue Qingxia released 333, her expression momentarily dazed. Yet, in her overwhelming fear, she bizarrely found herself calming down. A barrier capable of isolating an entire region of psychic energy, this seemingly harmless youth was, in fact, the strongest individual she had encountered since entering this strange world. Yet, this person was an extraordinarily powerful lunatic. After a brief internal struggle, Wang Yue Qingxia forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace and, mustering her courage, fabricated a response, I've seen him. He as well. Ji Rui's previously indifferent expression softened at her words. He is indeed beautiful, isn't he? The youth's slender, cool fingers traced her jawline and neck. Although it was daytime, Wang Yue Qingxia felt an eerie sensation, as if being enveloped by a ghost. This feeling was rather unsettling. Yet for the sake of survival, she had no choice but to play along with the madman. Yes, he is very beautiful. Wang Yue Qingxia gazed deeply into the youth's ethereal, fragmented eyes, channeling her utmost acting skills as she declared with heartfelt sincerity, he is exactly like you. Wang Yue Qingxia believed her flattery to be impeccable. Upon hearing her words, Ji Rui indeed smiled. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, believing she had secured her position, Ji Rui's hand moved to her abdomen as he casually inquired, so, did you and he consummate? Regarding the child we conceived together? Chapter 84. Concentration. Wang Yue Qingxia stood there, her mind completely blank. After a long pause, she finally regained her senses. When she lifted her gaze once more, her eyes reflected confusion tinged with a hint of terror. Wait, is this person truly sane? Wang Yue Qingxia harbored serious doubts that Ji Rui was merely a severe neurotic who ought to be immediately hospitalized. As she was halfway through her internal complaints, the world around her suddenly darkened. The pale, exquisite youth lowered his gaze, his long, delicate fingers stroking her jaw as he softly asked, why are you silent? Did he fail to satisfy you as well? Just like Qin Shu, Ji Rui's words were disjointed and lacked a coherent connection, leaving Wang Yue Qingxia feeling dizzy and unable to keep pace with the conversation. She had met Qin Shu, yet she could not reconcile Ji Rui's mention of their supposedly shared child with anyone she knew, and even if there were indeed a child they had conceived together. What did Ji Rui mean by asking if they had consummated? Her mind was a jumble. Wang Yue Qingxia began to feel that she was trying to comprehend the thought processes of a madman. Continuing down this path would surely lead her to madness as well. After several minutes of internal turmoil, Wang Yue Qingxia lowered her head, opting for silence in the face of insanity. She had hoped that her wooden response would diminish Ji Rui's interest. But alas, reality proved to be far less accommodating than her ideals. In the ensuing silence, the long fingers that had been resting on her jaw withdrew. Just as Wang Yue Qingxia felt a sense of relief. Believing Ji Rui had given up on toying with her, the world darkened again. Swallowing hard, she fearfully raised her head, only to find Ji Rui gazing down at her, his light, transparent eyes revealing a hint of seriousness. After a prolonged silence, Ji Rui withdrew his gaze, his slender fingers resting at his collar, and leisurely asked, would you like to try? Wang Yue Qingxia stood frozen, utterly bewildered. She did not comprehend Ji Rui's words. But soon enough, clarity would come as the youth's voice faded. The space between them diminished abruptly. Ji Rui calmly unbuttoned his shirt. Beneath the snow-white fabric lay a beautifully defined collarbone, a strikingly breathtaking sight. Wang Yue Qingxia stared, her face flushing and heart racing. Swallowing hard, she realized the situation she was in and felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she averted her gaze. However, Her chin was grasped firmly. Forcing her to meet his eyes, Ji Rui pursed his lips, a hint of displeasure evident as he commanded, "Concentrate." As the sound descended, Wang Yue King Summer's body stiffened. Ji Rui possessed a delicate and fragile visage. Yet as the Lord of the Federation, he exuded an innate aura of superiority. His voice, imbued with an inherent sense of authority and a slight commanding tone, instinctively compelled obedience. Wang Yueqing Summer felt as if she were a schoolchild caught by a teacher. Instinctively straightening her back, however, in the very next moment, Ji Rui closed his eyes and calmly pressed his lips against hers. The kiss was a gentle touch, a soothing caress, and an intimate deepening, an impeccable technique that left no room for discomfort. It was a stark contrast to the aggressive, forceful kisses of Qin Shu. Wang Yueqing Summer remained in a daze. Ji Rui lifted his head, the delicate corners of his eyes tinged with a faint blush, and his slender lips glimmering with a hint of moisture. He inquired, "Is it comfortable?" Wang Yueqing Summer instinctively nodded. Ji Rui observed her intently, his gaze serious as he stated, "If we continue, it will feel even better." Chapter 85. Never escaped Wang Yueqing Summer's sluggish mind struggled to comprehend how to achieve greater comfort. In the next moment, the youth's long, pale fingers rested upon her waist. With her back pressed against the tree trunk, the space felt overly confined. Wang Yueqing Summer shifted her wrist, attempting to extricate herself from this uncomfortable predicament, yet she was unsuccessful. Suddenly, shadows loomed larger as Ji Rui embraced her, his delicate brows furrowing in displeasure. "What are you hiding from?" he asked. Gripping her waistband tightly, Wang Yueqing Summer replied in a faint whisper, "I thought you were going to pull down my pants." Ji Rui lowered his gaze, nodding thoughtfully. After a moment, he softened his tone, saying, "You misunderstood. I had no intention of removing your pants." The tension in her nerves relaxed somewhat. Wang Yueqing Summer clutched her chest, still not having had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief. When Ji Rui continued blandly, "Not engaging in play could potentially lead to damage to the mucous membranes. Therefore, what I intended to remove was your clothing." Wang Yueqing Summer felt utterly disoriented. She glanced up at Ji Rui, then down at the hand resting on her chest. Her mind came to a complete standstill. After a brief moment of shock, she suddenly swatted that hand away, as if she had never considered the possibility of being rejected. Ji Rui froze, his long, delicate fingers suspended in midair, waiting to descend. With newfound courage, Wang Yueqing Summer dared to steal a glance at him and was startled to find her earlier action had left a mark on his hand. At the sight of the mark, her heart sank in the stillness. As she retreated, trembling, she stammered, "Xiao San, what is happening? Is the Federation leader so fragile? How could I cause such a reaction with just a slap? Could it be a case of fraud?" 333 explained. Pure-blooded humans are the original human lineage, devoid of any animal DNA, resulting in lower defensive capabilities. However, due to their mental strength acting as a barrier, injuries are rare. The reason you were able to strike him was that Ji Rui has never harbored any guard against you, the host. Wang Yueqing Summer pursed her lips, sensing an odd feeling in her heart. Yet the situation was dire. She could not afford to ponder further. She must flee before Ji Rui realized he had been struck by this nameless individual. Wang Yueqing Summer ran swiftly, and after approximately 3 minutes, she noted that Ji Rui showed no inclination to pursue her. Just as she exhaled in relief, believing he had grown weary of her resistance and was letting her go, the world before her suddenly darkened. In the next moment, the positions of the trees in the forest shifted. Vines intertwined, lush and verdant. As the light was obscured by the branches and leaves, the already dim forest took on an oppressive shade of dark green. Wang Yueqing Summer halted, her palms damp with cold sweat, her heart racing violently. She yearned to escape, but the ground was a maze of tangled vines, and one misstep could lead to a fall, with no other option. She remained rooted in place. "Xiao San, what are these vines?" During her brief respite, she called upon the Interstellar Encyclopedia 333.333, gazed at her in disbelief. Wang Yueqing Summer felt the weight of its scrutiny. 333 finally spoke. "Host, you are also pure-blooded. Have you not sensed it all along? The entire forest you are currently in is Ji Rui's mental realm. The existence of this mental realm is almost synonymous with his physical being. In other words, up until now, you have been within Ji Rui's body, never having escaped. Chapter 86. The old father witnesses his cabbage being trampled by a pig the moment this realization struck Wang Yueqing Summer. A chill ran down her spine. Instinctively, she recoiled but, in her panic, inadvertently stepped on a vine behind her, causing her to stumble. She closed her eyes, her mind flooded with images of falling in a most undignified manner. The scene before her darkened. In the next instant, she landed in an embrace imbued with a refreshing, delicate fragrance. The intertwined vines formed a cage around her, and within this enclosure, the exquisitely indifferent youth looked down, softly stating, "I've caught you." Their eyes met, and under Wang Yueqing Summer's anxious gaze, the youth's light tea-colored, delicate eyes regarded her with confusion. "Why do you wish to escape? Why do you want to distance yourself from me?" Ji Rui leaned slightly closer, his fingertips grazing the delicate curve of her jaw, his touch gliding over her porcelain, translucent skin as he sensed her tremors. His brows furrowed in concern, his tone uncharacteristically perplexed. "Is my performance inadequate? But I recall that the teaching materials stated otherwise." Having always been a prodigy in military affairs, scientific research, medicine, and even in the realms of kissing, flirting, and intimacy, he strove for perfection in all endeavors. So why was his kiss met with disdain? In his entire life, Ji Rui had never experienced such profound feelings of defeat. He lowered his head, lips pressed together in silence. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yueqing Summer felt a wave of dread wash over her. From her perspective, the exquisite, fragile youth held his lips tightly, his long, delicate lashes casting shadows over his eyes. The dim light enhanced the already striking features, rendering them even more suffocatingly beautiful. Believing Ji Rui to be angry, she instinctively hugged herself tightly, despairing over how long she might survive. Suddenly, Ji Rui broke the silence, earnestly asking, "Can we try again?" Wang Yueqing Summer was taken aback. Before she could process his words, Ji Rui leaned down once more. A cool kiss brushed against her forehead, and the distance between them abruptly diminished. Her lashes quivered, and she gazed up, their eyes meeting. The first thing that captured her attention was the seriousness etched in his expression. "Is this acceptable?" After a considerable pause, Ji Rui slightly drew back, his tone as earnest as ever, though his gaze held curiosity and research, as well as a hint of longing. Although it felt somewhat inappropriate to think this way. Inexplicably, Wang Yueqing Summer perceived Ji Rui, the mad leader of the Federation as described by 333, as somewhat akin to a puppy, one that, after a gentle lick, gazes at you with eager anticipation for a response. Wang Yueqing Summer pressed her lips together, unable to suppress the urge to laugh at her own whimsical associations. Yet considering the potential consequences of laughing out loud, she struggled to keep her smile in check. The result of her effort to suppress her natural instincts was that, in Ji Rui's eyes, the corners of her mouth drooped, and her gaze became unfocused, as if she were displeased. Rui bit his lip, confusion filling his eyes. This should not be the case. He had meticulously followed the teachings, choosing a woman whose flirting preferences were said to be legendary. Why was there no reaction? From the moment he was born, Ji Rui had never encountered the concept of failure. Today marked the first time. With each successive setback, a rare competitive spirit began to emerge within Ji Rui. Just as he leaned down, intending to kiss her again, the thick vines were forcefully parted. Struggling to stifle her laughter, Wang Yueqing Summer turned to see a tall figure illuminated against the light. Not far away, the cool, striking youth's phoenix eyes reflected the image of her and Ji Rui embracing. In a hushed voice, he asked, "Shaoqing, what are you doing with him?" Chapter 87. Some people's preferences. The air was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Wang Yueqing Summer had not anticipated that she would encounter Chuyi again under such awkward circumstances. However, there was no time for contemplation. She struggled to move her body, seeking assistance from Chuyi, but before she could utter a word, Ji Rui tightened his embrace around her. The youth's gaze was lowered, his chin resting against her neck, his long, elegant hands firmly gripping her waist. He softly asked, "Do you know him?" As his words fell, the overlapping vines around them seemed to sense their master's emotions. Writhing restlessly around the delicate, porcelain-like ankles of the girl, a chill coursed through her limbs. Wang Yueqing Summer stood frozen, unsure of how to respond as she racked her brain for an appropriate answer. Just then, Chuyi spoke again, this time his lowered phoenix eyes tinged with a coldness. In a hushed tone, Chuyi commanded, Let go. The youthful voice was cool and melodious, yet imbued with an aching sense of detachment. It was a tone that Wang Yue Qingsha had never encountered before. It was evident that the command to let go was directed towards Ji Rui. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her. Wang Yue Qingsha trembled, believing that even if Ji Rui were not afraid, he should possess a modicum of shame. Yet, reality proved otherwise. She had overestimated him. The individuals from the Federation were all, without exception, morally corrupt lunatics. In the presence of Chu Yi, Ji Rui not only refrained from retreating but instead tightened his embrace. Beneath his long, delicate eyelashes, his light brown eyes gazed at her, curiosity flickering within them. Wang Yue Qingsha found herself at a loss. Ji Rui leaned slightly closer, narrowing the distance between them, he murmured. I have heard that some individuals derive pleasure from being close to others in plain view. Is that true for you as well? Does it bring you joy to be intimate before him? As he spoke, Ji Rui raised his hand, his slender, pale fingers casually unfastening the collar of his shirt. With a soft rustling sound, his garment fell open, revealing the exquisite contours of his collarbone beneath. Wang Yue Qingsha's breath caught in her throat. Because 333 had not disclosed it, she was unaware of Ji Rui's exact age. However, based on the timeline, Ji Rui was likely older than her. Perhaps even older than Qin Shu. Despite being the elder, Ji Rui's features remained strikingly youthful, delicate, fragmented, and extraordinarily beautiful. Wang Yue Qingsha had assumed that a person of such allure would possess a physique equally captivating, slender and delicate, easily toppled. Yet, it became evident that she had misjudged. As his shirt loosened, the body beneath the fabric was lean and aesthetically pleasing, yet not frail. Overall, it presented a figure that appeared quite capable, unable to resist. Wang Yue Qingsha inadvertently covered her face and stole a few more glances. She had thought her small act was inconspicuous, but in reality, Ji Rui, attuned to the surroundings, took in every detail. Do you like it? Ji Rui inquired softly, his gaze lowered. Without waiting for Wang Yue Qingsha's response, the youth leaned in closer, propping himself on one side and murmured, I knew you would like me. You could never despise me. As he spoke, Ji Rui lifted his head, squinting at her across the distance. He sighed, furrowing his brow. In truth, I am not particularly fond of having an audience while I am engaged in activities, but if it pleases you, I can endure treating him as a mere prop. A sense of unease began to creep over Wang Yue Qingsha, just as she realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to clarify that she was not a peculiar deviant. Darkness enveloped her vision. Before Chu Yi, Ji Rui calmly grasped her chin and leaned in to kiss her. Chapter 88. Are all imperial people like this? Perhaps due to the nature of his spirit being akin to vines. Ji Rui's fingertips and indeed his entire being exuded a faintly bittersweet scent of foliage. The aroma was crisp and not unpleasant as their lips met. The bittersweet fragrance mingled with the freshness of summer, engulfing Wang Yue Qingsha's senses entirely. Her mind went blank. Wang Yue Qingsha was acutely aware that Chu Yi stood just behind her. In other words, every reaction she displayed in this moment would be witnessed by him. The weight of shame overshadowed everything. Wang Yue Qingsha's eyes were frantic, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. She possessed no penchant for being observed by others. Thus, at the moment Ji Rui drew near, she began to struggle vigorously, attempting to free herself from his grasp. However, to Ji Rui, her resistance was evidently futile, or perhaps, to someone of Ji Rui's stature, her struggles felt akin to a kitten's playful swipes, neither painful nor bothersome. Wang Yue Qingsha exerted herself, perspiring profusely, yet Ji Rui merely took his time to conclude the kiss. Then, holding her wrist, he looked down with a cheerful glint in his eyes and asked, Were you just playing with me? Although the purpose of such a game eluded him, he found it delightful. Wang Yue Qingsha was left speechless. She glanced at her own hands, then at Ji Rui across from her, ultimately succumbing to despair. Retrieving her thoughts, she buried her face in her hands, too afraid to turn and see Chu Yi's reaction. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Chu Yi remained mute, engrossed in whatever he was doing. Conversely, Ji Rui seemed utterly captivated by her, persistently teasing her despite her silence. Why are you not speaking? Ji Rui inquired, lowering his gaze and poking her cheek with curiosity. Perhaps feeling overheated, or perhaps for another reason, the girl curled into herself, her chestnut hair casting shadows over her porcelain, delicate ears, which had turned a deep shade of crimson. She appeared rather amusing. Rue blinked, then slowly leaned down. In an unexpected turn of events, he playfully nibbled on the tip of her ear with utmost seriousness. Wang Yue Qingsha instantly flared up. Forgetting her previous desire to hide, she recoiled, clutching her ear and retreating hastily. She then curled up in a corner, frantically issuing a threat, "I warn you, do not act recklessly." Upon hearing her words and noticing Ji Rue's continued nonchalance, Wang Yue Qingsha inhaled deeply and whispered, "Did you see that person just now? He is the prince of the empire and my guardian. If you dare to act against me, he will not spare you." At this, Ji Rue's typically languid expression finally displayed a hint of intrigue. "Guardian?" Ji Rue inquired, his expression peculiar. "What is this, daddy? Some unique imperial method of persuasion?" Wang Yue Qingsha grew even more irate. She longed to counter Ji Rue, to convey that not everyone was as morally bankrupt as those from the Federation. Yet, before she could voice her retort, Ji Rue spoke again, dismissively stating, setting aside other matters, "That person has already abandoned you." Wang Yue Qingsha was taken aback. After a considerable pause, she slowly turned around, expecting Ji Rue to be deliberately toying with her. However, at the moment she pivoted, the spot where Chui had stood was now empty. He was nowhere to be found. In an instant, a profound sense of abandonment flooded her heart. Wang Yue Qingsha stood there, dazed. Ji Rue embraced her from behind and gently murmured, "Now, you have only me." Chapter 89. A worried old father. The unsettling feelings of being left behind and the terror of being targeted surged within her. Wang Yue Qingsha grew increasingly anxious. She bit her lip, struggling to suppress her fear and yearning to flee. Yet, in the next moment, a beautifully slender hand grasped her own as she attempted to reach out, intertwining their fingers. Ji Rue lowered his gaze, puzzled, and asked, "Why do you wish to escape? Is it because that person is no longer here? And you are disappointed?" Before Wang Yue Qingsha could nod in response, Ji Rue wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, and softly reassured her, "If you enjoy being observed, I can fetch someone else to join us." Wang Yue Qingsha, "Thank you, but I find no solace." Recalling her thoughts, Wang Yue Qingsha gazed vacantly ahead, her demeanor utterly disoriented. To be honest, she never anticipated that Chui would depart so effortlessly. Although her entanglement with the enemy's leader rendered her suspicious of defection, it was only natural for Chui not to come to her aid. Yet, he was Chui, the very first person she encountered upon her arrival in this world. Wang Yue Qingsha pressed her lips together, a hollow sensation enveloping her heart, as if she had been entirely forsaken by the world. However, the discomfort did not linger long. A slight movement at her fingertips suggested the presence of a living creature brushing against her. Wang Yue Qingsha looked on in bewilderment. After a moment, she lowered her gaze, perplexed, only to discover, nestled between the vines, a small white hamster intently staring at her from the entrance of its burrow. Caught off guard by the presence of a hamster in such a strange place, she barely registered the next instant when the creature seized her dangling fingertip. In the blink of an eye, the world spun, and her body felt weightless. When she regained her senses, Wang Yue Qingsha found herself sprawled on the ground. The rough concrete beneath her, the air was thick with the pungent scent of rust. She struggled to rise, squinting to adjust to the dim light. Her vision cleared, revealing a large pool of crimson blood on the ground and a heap of fallen orcs. The scene before her gradually blurred, her complexion turning ashen. She had never imagined she would witness a murder scene firsthand. Just as she staggered to her feet, intent on fleeing this eerie place, a sudden weight pressed down on her. The pair of pale, slender hands tightly encircled her waist. Wang Yue Qingsha's mind went blank. The hands that embraced her felt cold, with traces of blood at the fingertips, sending a chill of dread coursing through her. In that moment, she was momentarily paralyzed. Instinctively, she wanted to cry out for help, but considering they were in the Federation, she feared that screaming might attract a pervert. Even in her utmost fear, Wang Yue Qingsha merely covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears, trembling as she uttered, "Ghost, it's a ghost." After stammering those 3 words, she clasped her hands together and fainted peacefully on the spot. Yet, before she could fully lose consciousness, a cool fingertip brushed against her ear. At the same moment, A boy's resigned voice broke through. Don't be afraid. It's me. Wang Yue Qingxiao paused and quickly turned around. Their gazes met. The boy's striking features, marred by bloodstains, bore an unsettling pallor, devoid of color, as if he had sustained grave injuries. Nevertheless, upon her arrival, Chu Yi was the first to rush to her side, cradling her face with the concern of a father. Are you all right? Did Ji Rui do anything to you? I knew it. That bunch in the Federation are all lunatics, as the leader. How could he lay a hand on someone as young as you? Chapter 90. What are you doing? Wang Yue Qingxiao passively raised her head, her expression slightly dazed. In her memory, this was the first time she had seen Chu Yi in such a state, as the crown prince of the empire. He had been taught from a young age to maintain absolute rationality, rarely losing control. Typically, he exuded an air of cold detachment, always keeping others at arm's length. But today, his lips were pressed tightly together, and the corners of his eyes were tinged with a hint of anger. It seemed he was genuinely upset. Wang Yue Qingxiao observed this scene, still caught in the novelty of the moment. The next second, a chill swept through her abdomen. After a brief moment of stupor, she numbly glanced down, only to find her midriff exposed to the air. Not far away, the boy was gazing at her with lowered eyes, his focus unwavering as he lifted the hem of her garment. His long, pale fingers continued to descend, preparing to undo her belt. Wang Yue Qingxia immediately lost her composure in that precarious moment before the belt could be unfastened. She acted instinctively, grasping the hand that threatened to intrude. What do you think you're doing? Chu Yi paused, slowly lifting his gaze, his expression as composed as ever. I'm just checking. After a brief hesitation, he closed his eyes. And when he spoke again, his tone carried a hint of reluctance and reproach. You're still so young. As he ruffled her hair, Wang Yue Qingxiao remained dazed, unable to fully comprehend the situation. Chu Yi continued, I have no interest in their perversions. But have the beasts in the Federation considered that you could be harmed? Chu Yi pressed his lips together, his brows furrowed deeply. Even his voice was tinged with an unusual hint of menace. Wang Yue Qingxiao was no fool. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, she had learned about anatomy. It became apparent that Chu Yi seemed to mistakenly believe there was something untoward between her and Ji Rui. As heat rushed to her ears, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Once she regained her composure, she immediately grasped the boy's wrist, stumbling over her words as she explained, You've misunderstood. Nothing happened between Ji Rui and me. I wasn't harmed. Wang Yue Qingxia intended to clarify the misunderstanding, but the more she spoke, the more helpless Chu Yi's gaze became. Eventually, the boy sighed, gently reassuring her. I know you weren't bullied. Wang Yue Qingxia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just as she thought the misunderstanding had been resolved, and she wanted to discuss with Chu Yi how to escape this dreadful place, she was suddenly pushed to the ground. A shadow loomed over her, and the strikingly beautiful boy pressed one hand firmly on her shoulder while the other naturally moved to her waist. Chu Yi's skin was cold, and even his touch exuded a faint chill. Wang Yue Qingxia shivered involuntarily. Lifting her head, she looked up in confusion, only to meet his gaze. Sensing her stare, Chu Yi lowered his head, softly coaxing, Don't be afraid. I'm not like him. I'm your father. I will protect you, care for you, and love you. So, now, please spread your legs and let me examine you. All right. Chu Yi softened his voice as much as possible, assuming a paternal demeanor in an attempt to bridge the distance between them. Unbeknownst to him, with each word he uttered, the rhythm of Wang Yue Qingxia's heartbeat quickened. She was utterly flustered. She never imagined that Chu Yi had never truly believed her words. His so-called trust was merely a perception that she was suffering from trauma and that he was coaxing her to relax. Being seduced by a peer into calling him father left Wang Yue Qingxia feeling utterly disoriented and blushing furiously, desperate and unsure of how to confront the current predicament. Just as she racked her brain for a solution, a familiar flash of crimson caught her eye. Behind Chu Yi, a strikingly handsome youth fixed his gaze on her, his teeth gritted in anger. Chu Yi, what are you doing? Chapter 91. I'm hurt too. Wang Yue Qingxia froze, instinctively looking towards the source of the voice. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, the sound of flesh meeting flesh rang out clearly. Right before her eyes, Zhou Shi and Chu Yi clashed in a silent struggle. Their bodies swayed slightly as Chu Yi turned his head, inadvertently receiving a punch. His finely sculpted brows furrowed, and after the initial surprise, he quickly regained his composure, retaliating with calm precision. The sounds of their mental clash echoed continuously. Unlike the silent Chuyi, Qiushi jabbered incessantly as they fought. I knew there wasn't a single decent person in your royal family. Guardian? What a load of nonsense. Laying hands on a minor, is this the decorum expected of a crown prince? Qiushi's words dripped with provocation, every syllable laced with contempt. Chuyi, lips pressed together, wearily corrected him. Don't misunderstand. I didn't do anything. I was just… Before he could finish, Qiushi interrupted him, mocking. Just what? You wouldn't dare say you were merely trying to help that little one check for injuries. Would you? Don't make me laugh. That pathetic excuse for a lie is only believable to a 3-year-old. Chuyi's brow furrowed deeper, and he fell silent. He was never one for words, and Qiushi's aggressive demeanor only served to irritate him further. Shaking off his thoughts, Chuyi glanced over at the youth not far away, who stood holding his clothes, looking utterly helpless. The distance was not too great, and Chuyi's gaze fell upon the faintly reddened mark on the youth's fair jaw, likely a token left by that bastard from the Federation. They say concern breeds chaos. Chuyi felt an inexplicable urge to check the youth's injuries as soon as possible. Ideally, he wanted to cleanse him from head to toe, thoroughly, permanently eradicating the scent of strangers from someone he was sworn to protect. In order to achieve this goal swiftly, Chuyi ceased to hold back, mercilessly delivering blow after blow. Ugh! Qiushi let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his lips, upon witnessing this. Wang Yue Qingxia could no longer remain calm. Fearing that the fight might escalate to fatality and that it could attract the attention of those 2 lunatics from the Federation, Qiushi stood in a daze. After a prolonged silence, he pressed his lips together and, without uttering a word, lowered the hand he had raised. Just as Wang Yue Qingxia let out a sigh of relief, believing that the matter had come to an end and that Qiushi had been swayed, his wrist, which hung at his side, was suddenly grasped by someone in the oppressive atmosphere. The once reckless and audacious youth bit his lips, his slender fingers trembling as they clutched her sleeve, with an intense gaze locked onto her. He hoarsely inquired, Do you also think I am inferior to him, incapable of defeating him? Is that it? Wang Yue Qingxia was utterly bewildered. Before she could respond, Qiushi stepped closer to her, grasping her arm as if to clarify something. With reddened eyes he earnestly declared, I am no weaker than Chuyi. I can protect you. If it weren't for that bastard holding me back just now, I could take on 10 of him alone. Qiushi gestured animatedly with his fingers, akin to a defiant 3-year-old attempting to prove a point. Yet before he could finish speaking, he suddenly bowed his head, his face pale as he clutched his collar. Wang Yue Qingxia hurriedly looked down, only to discover that Qiushi's collar was soaked, completely drenched in crimson blood. It seemed he had sustained an injury. Realizing this, she momentarily set aside her disdain for Qiushi's immaturity. Out of sympathy for the wounded, she cradled his face, examining it closely while murmuring, How did you get hurt so badly? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Wang Yue Qingxia intended to inquire about the cause of his injury in order to provide appropriate aid. For her blood, although potent, was limited in quantity. However, before she could finish her question, Qiushi remained silent for an extended moment. Confused, she looked down, only to find the typically charming youth had unknowingly bowed his head. His fair earlobes flushed crimson beneath his tousled hair, almost bleeding in their vividness. Wang Yue Qingxia was still trying to comprehend the madness of this ancestor when the hem of her clothing was suddenly tugged from behind. She turned to see Chuyi silently gazing at her. After a long silence, the youth lowered his head, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, I'm hurt too. As he uttered those words, he raised his hand without a flicker of emotion and pointed to a scratch on his cheek. Wang Yue Qingxia squinted, leaning closer to inspect. Upon closer examination, she noticed it was a shallow mark, faint and nearly imperceptible, no larger than a fingernail. In internet parlance, it was the kind of injury that could heal on its own by the next day if left unattended. Yet, now, that nearly flawless visage bore a barely visible scar, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her, as if he were anxiously awaiting her to approach and offer comfort. Wang Yue Qingxia glanced at the pallid and grievously injured Qiushi. Then back at Chu Wyatt. It was evident that Qiushi required far more concern. However, before she could make a decision, The coolly handsome youth lowered his gaze and softly touched his injured cheek, murmuring, "It hurts so much," as he spoke. His long lashes cast shadows over his slightly narrowed phoenix eyes. The aloof aura surrounding him dissipated, revealing a touch of fragility that was almost endearing. The balance in her heart swiftly tilted. Wang Yue Qingsha, still holding Qiu Shi, found herself inexplicably drawn towards Chu Yi. She intended to play the role of mediator, offering comfort to both, but before she could take more than a few steps, the once obstinate Qiu Shi, with reddened eyes, grasped her wrist, compelling her to halt. Desperation laced his voice as he exclaimed, "Can't you see who has hurt more, him or me?" His voice was hoarse, accompanied by a slight wheeze, his lips pressed tight, his usually sparkling peach blossom eyes now tinged with a faint blush, resembling a large dog drenched by rain, baring its teeth in a mock display of ferocity while casting a pitiful glance at her. As if on the verge of tears, Wang Yue Qingsha, momentarily at a loss, found herself trapped between the two men, caught in their intense rivalry for quite some time before finally realizing something felt amiss. "Am I in the wrong?" she hesitantly inquired of 333, who seemed to look at her with reproach in a tone that suggested experience. 333 shook its head and sighed. "Host, you truly are a man burdened by sin. But fret not. I, 333, revel in watching men vie for affection." Unlike Wang Yue Qingsha, 333 appeared to relish the unfolding drama, even having prepared snacks for the occasion. In contrast, Wang Yue Qingsha remained bewildered, entirely clueless about the nature of Qiu Shi and Chu Yi's dispute. After a few seconds of silence, Qiu Shi and Chu Yi exchanged a brief glance, then, in an unexpected show of unity, simultaneously grasped her wrist and asked in unison, "Who will you choose?" Wang Yue Qingsha was engulfed in confusion, her head spinning from the familiarity of the scene before her. After a minute of internal struggle, she weakly raised her hand, initiating her straightforward declaration. "Is our most pressing concern how to escape? Qiu Shi is gravely injured and needs to return to the Empire for treatment." Before she could finish, Qiu Shi, who had been directly addressed, silently smirked, his pride visibly soaring. In stark contrast, Chu Yi's lips were pressed tightly together. His expression dark and brooding, his aura chillingly low. He was the guardian. After all, logically, he should merely be the boy's caretaker, not intervene so extensively. Despite being nearly of age, he should no longer require the constant oversight of a guardian. Yet, inexplicably, every time he witnessed the youth getting close to others, a peculiar discomfort stirred within him. Chu Yi had yet to comprehend the nature of this feeling. In the next moment, as a gentle fragrance lingered in the air, the youth turned to him, softly stating, "Also, I do not wish to see you hurt for my sake again." His heart raced and Chu Yi froze, his gaze dropping to where their hands were entwined. Fingers interlocked. The mere sensation of their contact felt as if it were searing his skin, the heat shockingly intense. His throat felt dry, and when he regained his senses, he almost jerked his hand away in panic. Then lowered his eyes, feigning indifference as he said, "I'll do as you wish." As he spoke, Chu Yi intentionally turned away, ensuring no one noticed the deep crimson hue of his ears hidden beneath his tousled hair. Compared to Qiu Shi, Chu Yi was somewhat easier to communicate with. After successfully persuading him, Wang Yue Qingsha let out a sigh of relief. Yet, before she could fully relax, a boisterous voice rang out from behind. "What about me?" Wang Yue Qingsha turned to find Qiu Shi pointing at her, the rebellious youth pouting as he lowered his head, his voice tinged with grievance. "Don't you care about me at all?" Wang Yue Qingsha felt a jolt of anxiety. She could not fathom how the once ambitious Qiu Shi had suddenly adopted such childlike behavior. However, time was of the essence, and she could not afford to dwell on it any longer. With a resigned sigh, she rose onto her toes and gently patted his head, speaking in a tone meant to placate a child that "Of course I care. How could I not? You're so handsome. How could I bear to see you suffer?" Though Qiu Shi was known for his fiery temper, his emotions were fleeting. A few kind words from her immediately softened him, and he lowered his head to quietly ask, "Do you really think I'm handsome?" After a moment, Qiu Shi bent down, leaning close to her ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, "Am I more handsome than the one surnamed Chu?" His breath brushed against her ear, sending shivers through her skin. Wang Yue Qingsha covered her ears, utterly perplexed. She was aware of the antagonism between Qiu Shi and Chu Yi, but she never anticipated that it would escalate to such a degree. They had not only resorted to physical conflict but were now competing over who was more attractive. Two childish fools. Wang Yueqingsha sighed inwardly and lowered her voice to reply, "Of course, you are more handsome." As always, Qiu Shi was easily appeased. A simple affirmation made him beam with pride, and he even cast a triumphant glance at Chu Yi, as if to flaunt his victory. However, before he could utter a taunt, he suddenly tasted a subtle, metallic sweetness in his mouth. While he was still in a daze, Wang Yueqingsha swiftly drew her finger across his palm, feeding him her blood. Her powers were rather useless, as they could not initiate attacks but could only provide support from the rear. Yet, at that moment, her abilities proved invaluable. As the blood entered his system, Qiu Shi clutched his mouth, his lips, once pale from blood loss, now transformed into a captivating crimson hue. He glanced down at the youth's injured fingertips, furrowing his brow, but before he could lament, a hand gripped his shoulder, shaking him as in other words, "They are temporarily unable to escape the Federation with the aid of Ruo Huang." The dream of fleeing has shattered, and Wang Yueqingsha, with a despondent expression, lowers her head. For a moment, she feels as if her future is utterly bleak. Yet, before long, a jubilant voice pierces the air. Wang Yueqingsha lifts her gaze to behold He Cheng, who is seated in the spaceship, waving enthusiastically at them. Chapter 94. Male affection. As the spaceship descends, their eyes meet, and Wang Yueqingsha nearly weeps with joy. When the hatch opens, she rushes forward and embraces He Cheng, tears brimming in her eyes, exclaiming, "Brother, I knew you would be reliable." Suddenly taken aback by such a warm reception, He Cheng scratches his head, feeling a rare sense of bashfulness. However, before he can utter the customary pleasantries, an icy sensation suddenly courses down his spine. He Cheng freezes in place, slowly raising his gaze to discover two men, who have always been at odds with one another, now standing side by side. Glaring at him with murderous intent, He Cheng shudders, retracting his gaze and firmly pushing away the small pureblood who had been clinging to him, with his arms crossed protectively over his chest. He declares with righteous indignation, "Male affection is inappropriate. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Wang Yueqingsha stands bewildered. She struggles to comprehend how He Cheng, who had longed to assist her since their first meeting, could possibly utter such words. Yet, her impulse to embrace him had been a fleeting one. As her emotions settle, she regains her composure. Taking a deep breath, she pushes He Cheng toward the spaceship, urging him, "Enough of this dawdling. Let us return to the Empire. Aside from that tentacle pervert and that mentally unstable lunatic, who knows how many others in the Federation are aware of my female identity?" The thought of remaining in the Federation, potentially being targeted by a horde of deviants, subjected to unspeakable horrors, sends a chill down her spine. The notion of being courted by a group of exceptionally handsome men is something she would rather confine to the realm of fiction. In reality, even if her body could endure it, her spirit would surely falter. He Cheng had intended to avoid any direct contact with the youth, especially with the two formidable figures looming ominously behind him. Their eyes fixed on his every move. One of these adversaries had even drawn a blade, ready to dispatch him should he dare to lay a finger on the small pureblood. However, as he hesitated, he noticed the unease etched on the boy's face, causing him to momentarily relent. Finally, in a hushed tone, He Cheng reassured, "Do not be afraid. We are safe now." Wang Yueqingsha paused in surprise, before she could fully appreciate the comfort in his words. He Cheng added delicately, "But before we return to the capital, could you please remove your hand from me? I still wish to see the sun rise tomorrow." Obediently, Wang Yueqingsha withdrew her hand, instinctively glancing back in the direction of He Cheng's gaze. As she turned, she noticed Qiu Shi and Chu Yi swiftly retracting their firearms, feigning indifference to the unfolding scene. Wang Yueqingsha scratched her head, bewildered, and inquired, "Is there something behind me? Why does He Cheng look more terrified than if he had seen a ghost?" He Cheng sighed internally, choosing to dismiss her question. After a brief interlude, the four of them finally boarded the spaceship. The moment Wang Yueqingsha sank into the plush sofa, a wave of relief washed over her. Her taut nerves finally unwinding. During a moment of respite, she gazed around the opulent vessel and casually asked, "Where did you acquire this spaceship? Did you steal it from the Federation's military supplies?" She truly had not expected the seemingly frivolous He Cheng to possess such capabilities. Yet, upon uttering her query, she noticed a peculiar expression cross He Cheng's face. Before she could decipher the nuance behind it, a sudden chill enveloped her forehead. A gun, gleaming ominously, pressed precisely against her throat. Chapter 95. Perhaps I will be dismembered. The smile on her face gradually froze. After a few minutes, Wang Yueqingsha, with a stiff neck, slowly turned to look behind her. There stood a man clad in a black cloak, his gaze sharp and cold, his complexion pale and sickly. Beneath his disheveled black hair, his eyes were dark and brooding. And in his slender, bony hand, he gripped a gun aimed squarely at her head, as if poised to take her life at any moment. Wang Yueqingsha was rendered speechless. She glanced at the man and then at He Cheng, repeatedly blinking in silent inquiry. Simultaneously, upon receiving her unspoken plea, He Cheng quietly curled up under the table, cradling his head, and murmured, "I forgot to mention, I did not steal this ship. I borrowed it from someone else." To summarize, due to his lack of combat prowess, He Cheng was apprehended by the Federation before he could escape the dungeon. Just as he was about to be dragged back, he made a desperate attempt and inadvertently unlocked the door to the innermost chamber of the dungeon. Behind that door resided a dangerous individual who had been imprisoned by the Federation a decade ago and was wanted across the entire galaxy. The Abandoned One. Wang Yueqingsha experienced a momentary lapse in understanding, overwhelmed by unfamiliar vocabulary. Then, with determination, she called out, 333, "What is the Abandoned One?" At once, 333 responded, diligently providing information. Although the existence of women had long been mythologized in this era, not all humans revered them as the Empire and Federation did. In ancient times, humans were divided into two factions. One revered the legendary goddess, hoping to resurrect her one day, while the other despised her, believing she had forsaken them. Clearly, the former faction outnumbered the latter. As humanity entered the interstellar age, the ancient humans of the former faction ostracized their counterparts, labeling them as the Abandoned Ones, due to their rejection and inability to be recognized as followers of the goddess. This group of ancient humans was swiftly expelled from society as they ventured into space. Without land or a home, they began a life of wandering as space pirates. Although the number of Abandoned Ones is small, their lack of a permanent residence, non-participation in Federation and Empire activities, and dispersion among the stars have rendered them untouched by the DNA modification program, making them the purest of pureblood humans. However, unlike other purebloods, the Abandoned Ones harbor a deep-seated disdain for women, believing that the goddess abandoned humanity. Therefore, should they encounter the divine, they would choose to slay her as a means of venting their humiliation. Upon concluding this explanation, 333 sighed with relief, grateful that the existence of the goddess was merely a legend and that no one would truly be harmed. However, when silence ensued, 333 became curious and peeked out, only to find its host's face pale and devoid of color. "Host, are you all right? Wake up." Wang Yueqingsha remained in a daze. She had never anticipated that the most terrifying experience in her lifetime would not merely consist of being dragged off for unspeakable acts or subjected to dissection. Instead, she discovered that this world was not only populated by a host of perverts, but also by a cadre of lunatics. Wang Yueqingsha, feeling frustrated and speechless, could not help but retort, "If all the women in this world have perished, how can humanity be abandoned? Is there no logic in this?" 333 shrugged helplessly, responding, "Rumors have a way of becoming increasingly distorted. In the future, humans perceive women not as mere humans but as beings of a higher order. The extinction of women years ago was not truly an extinction but rather a departure. The Federation and Empire maintain an optimistic stance on this matter, believing that with sufficient effort, one day, the goddess will return to this land. The Abandoned Ones, on the other hand, adopt a more pessimistic view, considering the goddess who forsook them a grievous sinner." Wang Yueqingsha found herself at a loss for words. Even after having traversed into this world for some time, she still struggled to accept its absurdities. After a lengthy sigh, she turned to 333 and cautiously inquired, "If this world truly had women, how would they be treated?" 333 replied, "That's hard to say. If discovered by the Federation or Empire, they would likely be treated as honored guests. However, if found by the Abandoned Ones, they would probably be dismembered and flayed alive in a fit of rage." Chapter 96. I just want to take a glance. Wang Yueqingsha felt as if struck by lightning. Her heartbeat raced like a drum. Clutching her fragile heart, She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She had thought today would be her last, but then she remembered. No, she hadn't been exposed yet. Instantly, her taut nerves relaxed, and she exhaled deeply. Once she regained her composure, Wang Yue Qingsha rubbed her hands together. Timidly raising her gaze, she intended to say something to ease the tension, but before she could utter a word, the man in black extended his sword toward her by an inch, his eyes downcast and indifferent, stating, "Do not attempt to get close." Wang Yue Qingsha remained frozen in place, acutely aware of the blade's sharpness against her neck. The cold light etched into her skin, as if it were poised to sever an artery in the next heartbeat. Cold sweat trickled from her palms as she bit her lip, desperately contemplating how to deal with this troublesome adversary. A resounding bang echoed through the air. A silver bullet shot forth, striking the man's sword with unerring precision. The man clad in black furrowed his brow. Moments later, he slowly lifted his head, the shadow of his hood concealing his pale, brooding features, which revealed a hint of displeasure. "Was that intentional?" he inquired, his voice chillingly penetrating. In his distinctly defined hands, Chui held a gun, his expression as perpetually indifferent as ever. "Put down the knife." After a brief pause, he added, "That individual is more important to me than my own life. If you wish to kill him, you must first kill me." As the weight of his words settled, an oppressive silence enveloped the spacecraft. Chui and the man in black exchanged glances, each silent and unmoving. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, long enough for Wang Yue Qingsha to feel the numbness creeping into her tailbone. At last, they simultaneously sheathed their weapons, diverting their gazes from one another, maintaining an unspoken distance. Wang Yue Qingsha momentarily froze, only to swiftly analyze the situation. They were still within the territory of the Federation. If matters escalated, it could attract unwanted attention from the Federation. The man in black's reluctance to engage with Chu Yi suggested two possibilities. Either his strength was inferior to Chu Yi's, or it was on par with it. Judging by Chu Yi's demeanor, the latter seemed more likely. With her thoughts concluded, Wang Yue Qingsha looked up, only to see the man in black holstering his gun and silently walking to the right, where two similarly dressed figures awaited him. Before she could react, she felt a chill at her wrist. She lifted her gaze to find the coldly beautiful youth grasping her wrist, wordlessly guiding her to the left. The separation was stark. A silent negotiation concluded, as both parties chose to retreat into their own domains. As the spacecraft powered up, Wang Yue Qingsha watched the scenery recede, her anxious heart gradually finding solace. Yet, her relief was short-lived. Her cheeks were cupped in gentle hands, and the worry-laden gaze of the handsome youth met hers as he asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Did that man or the other one do anything to you?" Her mind momentarily short-circuited. Wang Yue Qingsha stared blankly, realizing they had returned to square one, concerned that she might have been accosted by Ji Rue or the man in black. Her father, Chu Yi, approached with worry etched across his face. Attempting to check her for injuries, his cool fingertips brushed against the skin of her neck. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her chest, but as if anticipating her thoughts, Chui swiftly grasped her wrist. In the profound silence, the youth's voice fell softly beside her ear, exuding a clumsy attempt at reassurance. "Do not fear. This position is ideal. They will not see anything." His lips brushed against her neck, his subtle breath grazing her sensitive skin. Chui coaxingly whispered, "I will only take a glance. I shall do nothing more." Chapter 97. Do you not care at all? Would Wang Yue Qingsha believe him? Certainly not. After all, as the saying goes, a man you can rely on is as rare as a pig climbing a tree. Taking a deep breath, she clutched her chest tightly, attempting to resist. However, before she could fully express her defiance, the youth's hand hesitated momentarily before lowering his gaze. Beneath long lashes, his indifferent yet beautiful phoenix eyes held a glimmer of desolation. "Do you truly despise me so?" Chui inquired, turning slightly, his lips pressed together tightly. Reminiscent of Lin Dayu's lament. "You permit Xiu Shi and He Cheng to touch you, yet you deny me the same privilege." The audacity of his words momentarily stunned Wang Yue Qingsha. After a brief pause, she clumsily scrambled for an explanation. "I did not mean it that way. I was merely a bit shy." Before her words could fully escape her lips, darkness enveloped her vision. Chui had drawn closer. His shallow, detached phoenix eyes now tinged with curiosity. "Shy? Why should you be shy? We are both human. What is there to be shy about? Chu Yi's earnestness betrayed an innate confusion. Wang Yue Qingxia clasped her hands over her head, wishing desperately to dig a hole and bury herself in it. How could she articulate her feelings? Should she mention the outside world? Or confess her hidden affliction? The former might not be heeded by Chu Yi, while the latter would be too humiliating. As her face paled and her thoughts dulled, a cool, faint fragrance drew near. The youth's long, pale fingers constrained her wrist, his gaze filled with a rare sense of helplessness. Am I the sole one who sees you? Does that make you unhappy? Before she could respond, the hand gripping her wrist shifted downward slightly, and the youth's tone took on an almost indulgent quality. Then you should look at me first. All right? Wang Yue Qingxia found this unacceptable. Her face flushed crimson as she exerted all her strength to pull her hand away, yet it proved futile. His fingertips edged closer, perilously close to crossing a forbidden boundary. Just as Wang Yue Qingxia was about to close her eyes in tears, resigned to her fate, a head suddenly emerged between them. Qiushi stood between them. His enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon their entwined hands. What are you two doing? Silence reigned, an unbearable, suffocating silence. Wang Yue Qingxia, feeling the heat of embarrassment, exchanged a wordless glance with Qiushi. Yet, thanks to his timely interruption, the grip on her wrist slackened, allowing her to preserve the last vestige of her purity. After hastily wiping away her tears of frustration, she turned to Qiushi, deliberately shifting the topic. What brings you here? Unlike Chu Yi, Qiushi was easy to appease. With a single inquiry, the once aggressive Qiushi's attention was swiftly diverted, and he shot a sardonic glance at Chu Yi. What am I here for? What can I possibly do? He tugged on He Cheng, his tone laden with indignation. Chu Yi, if memory serves, this is your associate, right? With a sidelong glance to the right, his expression grew unusually grave. Mingling with such unsavory characters, do you not fear retribution? The plan to foster closeness through touch had failed. Chu Yi lowered his gaze, his aura oppressive. He was already displeased, and Qiushi's jab only exacerbated his irritation. Qiushi, do not be so childish, he replied coolly. Our immediate priority is to return to the Empire. Qiushi let out a derisive laugh, unfazed as he pressed on. If you're afraid to confront the Federation, just admit it. I, for one, do not fear those cowards. At his words, Chu Yi's brow arched. After a moment of contemplation, he finally responded, his eyes downcast, nonchalantly remarking, You know well how morally depraved that group of lunatics is. If we delay any longer, will you not care if he gets hurt? Chapter 98. Not disliking is just liking. Qiushi pursed his lips, falling silent. Although outsiders often remarked that Chu Yi, as the crown prince of the empire, was dignified and composed, Qiushi sensed that this young man was quite cunning. To speak such words in front of a shorter figure was an obvious attempt to undermine him, making the shorter one feel insignificant. Qiushi felt a surge of frustration. While he was angry, he also feared that some dim-witted individual might fall for the cunning prince's schemes. After a moment of internal conflict, Qiushi chose to ignore Chu Yi and subtly leaned to the left. Wang Yue Qingxia remained bewildered by the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Suddenly, her sleeve was tugged. Looking up, she found Qiushi gazing at her. Their eyes met. The strikingly beautiful youth's features were lowered, his alabaster fingers grasping her garment. After a moment of hesitation, he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, I do care about you. Do not listen to that scheming boy. The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck, causing Wang Yue Qingxia to rub her ear, having not quite caught his words. She inquired about his meaning, but Qiushi clearly had no intention of elaborating. After awkwardly delivering his message, he released her sleeve, emphasizing, I do not like you. I merely do not dislike you. Oh, not read too much into it. Wang Yue Qingxia had yet to reply. 333 was the first to interject, fidgeting with his hands in a rather lewd manner and declaring, not disliking means liking, and liking means loving deeply. Just as 333's words seemed on the verge of being broadcast, Wang Yue Qingxia, in a moment of desperation, swiftly covered his mouth. Amidst the muffled sounds of 333's struggles, she raised her hand, wearily wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Before she could even exhale in relief, an overwhelming gaze fell upon her back, causing her to shudder involuntarily. After dealing with 333, Wang Yue Qingsha turned around cautiously, only to find that the source of the intense gaze was Chu Yi in that dim light. The young man was fixated on her, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, which reflected an unsettling darkness that Wang Yue Qingsha had never witnessed before. The moment their gazes met, she instinctively took a step back, her back pressed against the wall. Wang Yue Qingsha bit her lip, still reeling from the tension in the air. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated abruptly as Chui lowered his gaze, suppressing all negative emotions within his eyes. When he finally looked up again, his strikingly beautiful face bore no trace of emotional fluctuation, remaining as indifferent as always. "What were you just talking about?" Wang Yue Qingsha was momentarily taken aback, then truthfully replied, "Nothing much." The words of Qiu Shi had been disjointed, leaving her bewildered. Since she hadn't clearly heard what Qiu Shi had said, her only response to Chu Yi was that they had said nothing. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she noticed the young man's thin lips pressed tightly together, as if he were angered. Realizing the situation was amiss, Wang Yue Qingsha cautiously inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" Chu Yi turned away, lowering his gaze and remaining silent. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke again. His usually indifferent voice unexpectedly quickened. "Qiu Shi is from the Divine Maiden clan. Befriending him will lead you nowhere." After a pause, he seemed to realize he had lost his composure. Chu Yi bit his lip and remained silent for a long time before adding, "It's not that I dislike Qiu Shi. I'm merely concerned for you." The conversation had taken a strange turn. Chu Yi's fingers, hanging by his side, clenched tightly, the tips of his ears tinged with a faint blush. He emphasized, almost offensively, "After all, I am your guardian. I cannot simply disregard your well-being." Chapter 99. It is not love. Wang Yue Qingsha understood. After all this, it appeared that Chu Yi had merely adopted a paternalistic attitude, fearing she might be corrupted by Qiu Shi. Regaining her composure, she intended to offer some explanation, but just as she was about to speak, a derisive laugh drifted in from the right side of the spaceship. Instinctively, Wang Yue Qingsha turned to look, only to see a gloomy youth in a hood leaning against the wall, his eyes filled with mockery as he gazed at them. Furrowing her brow, she discreetly poked 333, asking, "What is he laughing at?" 333 explained, "Like members of the Divine Maiden clan, the descendants of the Forsaken also disapprove of same-sex unions. To them, such behavior signifies a disregard for the goddess." Wang Yue Qingsha was left even more perplexed. "Why? Aren't they disdainful of the goddess?" 333 replied with a knowing tone, "Host, you must understand, sometimes hatred lingers longer than love." Having never been in a romantic relationship, Wang Yue Qingsha struggled to grasp the profundity of 333's words. Yet one thing was certain, the descendants of the Forsaken were undeniably difficult to engage with. While she might still have a chance at survival if she were to lose her disguise within the Federation and the Empire, the stakes were fatal should she expose herself aboard this spaceship. With this thought, Wang Yue Qingsha retreated into a corner, quietly clutching her disguise, inadvertently overlooking Chu Yi's presence nearby. After what felt like an eternity without a response, Chu Yi turned slightly, seemingly nonchalantly glancing over. He had an engagement. It was destined. He would devote all his affection to his fiancée Yi and remain eternally loyal to her. To achieve this goal, he maintained his integrity, never engaging in intimacy with any carbon-based life form, and actively avoided inciting feelings in others. The young man did not misinterpret his own words, nor did he misread the feelings directed towards him. He was not mistaken in believing he felt jealousy towards Qiu Shi. This was all well and good, yet something felt fundamentally off. Dark thoughts began to fester. Chu Yi lowered his head, his gaze cast downwards. Silent-eyed in his mind, he had imagined that upon hearing his explanation, the youth would deliberately draw closer, with a teasing expression, inquiring whether he was jealous of Qiu Shi or if he harbored feelings for him. But in reality, none of this transpired. It was merely his own delusion, and nothing occurred as he envisioned. Chu Yi pressed his lips together, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. He knew that even if his fantasies came to fruition, he would be unable to reciprocate. Yet he still harbored a despicable and selfish hope that the other person might care for him. The moment the thought emerged, Chu Yi instinctively placed a hand over his chest. Feeling his heartbeat grow erratic, he realized he must be unwell, and quite seriously so. If he were not ill, how could he entertain such thoughts about his ward? He must have been influenced by Qiu Shi. What of the divine maiden clan's heir? Such noble rhetoric belied impure intentions, just like those in the Federation. He did not truly like Wang Yueqingsha. He reassured himself that this was simply a responsibility he must fulfill as her guardian, protecting her from any potential threats. Those dark, unmentionable feelings of possessiveness were conveniently reinterpreted as protective instincts. Chu Yi began to relax. Yet before he could fully unwind, He Cheng suddenly appeared. Chu Yi's expression turned icy, and without hesitation, he aimed his gun at He Cheng's temple as the latter approached. "What do you want?" Although he and He Cheng had grown up together and shared a relatively good relationship, he could never forgive He Cheng for his reckless actions in bringing someone to the Federation. He Cheng had just been threatened by a rival's young master and had barely caught his breath when a gun was suddenly aimed at him. Feeling the cold steel against his head, his knees went weak. However, for the sake of his childhood friend's future, He Cheng summoned his courage and murmured, "Little Pureblood has gone to take a shower. Aren't you going to keep an eye on him?" Chapter 100. I am not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. Chu Yi turned slightly, his phoenix eyes lowered, his voice distant and aloof. I am not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. While others may not understand Chu Yi, He Cheng certainly did. His childhood friend appeared taciturn and cold, the very embodiment of an ice-cold demeanor. Yet, in truth, he was quite the tsundere. He clearly had feelings for little Pureblood but would rather die than admit it. His lips were sealed tighter than a jar, leaving He Cheng, a shipper at heart, feeling a mix of frustration and eagerness to give him a push. However, he also knew that forcefully intervening would prove fruitless. After a brief moment of contemplation, He Cheng had a sudden epiphany and leaned in, earnestly saying, "I know you are innocent, but this is not the Empire. With the Forsaken in front and that rival behind. If you don't keep a close watch, what if something happens to little Pureblood?" He Cheng's words were logical and persuasive. Chu Yi bit his lip, visibly wavering. Though he was not the type to take advantage of others and had no inappropriate intentions towards Wang Yueqingsha, he was her guardian. Ensuring his ward's safety was his solemn duty. There were too many nefarious individuals aboard the spaceship. Moreover, after the recent incident in the Federation, Wang Yueqingsha must surely be feeling frightened. He ought to accompany her. Retrieving his thoughts, Chu Yi cast one last glance at He Cheng. As He Cheng appeared anxious, Chu Yi turned his gaze away and silently walked in the direction of the bathroom. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, the sound of water splashed softly. Wang Yueqingsha had stripped off her clothes and immersed herself in the water. The spaceship was an older model, lacking modern amenities and intelligent robots. But this was just as well. After all, a group of antisocial individuals harboring animosity towards women were also aboard. Wang Yueqingsha feared inadvertently revealing her true identity, so while bathing, she had wrapped herself in a towel to avoid any further embarrassing incidents. Beside her, 333 was perplexed. "Host, why are you bathing with your clothes on?" Wang Yueqingsha did not respond. 333 continued to press. "Host, bathing in clothes is stifling. You should take them off. We're all men here. Who would peek at you?" Before 333 could finish, a sudden knock echoed through the closed bathroom. Wang Yueqingsha instantly tensed, swiftly covering 333's mouth. She turned off the shower, silencing the sound of water. Holding her breath, she listened intently. Minutes later, she heard faint footsteps, as if someone were pacing outside the bathroom door. In that instant, Wang Yueqingsha's scalp prickled. This was it. Was it a pervert? Or one of those deranged anti-female lunatics? As Wang Yueqingsha was lost in her thoughts, a knock on the door echoed once more. Her heart momentarily ceased its rhythmic pulsing. In a bid to avoid embarrassment, she hastily lowered her head to check. After confirming the bath towel was secure, she placed a hand over her chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before she could fully relax, the bathroom door was unexpectedly thrust open. A thick mist enveloped the room. Through the haze, Wang Yueqingsha could barely discern the figure before her, only catching a glimpse of a tall silhouette. A sense of unease began to burgeon within her, prompting her to instinctively grab the soap nearby. With a swift motion, she hurled it towards the intruder. The soap flew through the air with astonishing speed, only to be deftly caught by the slender, pale fingers of the young man. The viscous, milky liquid dripped between his fingers. As her sole weapon fell, Wang Yueqingsha felt a wave of impending doom wash over her, just as the young man's cool, melodious voice broke the tension. Feigning calmness as he inquired, "Would you like me to assist you with your bath?" Chapter 101. Can't you bathe? Before Wang Yue Qingsha could respond, a shadow loomed closer, with her back against the wall. She curled up in the bathtub, her heart racing. The young man's indifferent brows framed his distant demeanor. When he was not smiling, he exuded a chilling aura of pressure. That moment, his slightly lowered phoenix eyes fixated on her. Harboring an inscrutable expression, Wang Yue Qingsha, filled with trepidation, mistakenly believed she had inadvertently revealed something. The young man gazed down, his tone expressing confusion. "Why do you wear clothes while bathing? Isn't it uncomfortable?" Wang Yue Qingsha found herself frozen in place. Gripping the bath towel tightly, her brain felt as if it might overheat, yet she could not conjure a reasonable explanation. Fortunately, the young man seemed unwilling to press her further. It appeared that a thought had crossed his mind. His lips curled slightly, his indifferent voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Is it that you cannot bathe?" Wang Yue Qingsha, momentarily bewildered, struggled to comprehend the workings of his mind. After a prolonged silence, she recalled that 333 had previously enlightened her about this peculiar setting. In the future world, pure-blooded humans had nearly become extinct. Due to their scarcity and the extreme fervor of beastmen towards them, most pure-blooded individuals were treated like precious treasures. This excessive pampering had rendered the remaining purebloods almost infantile. Forget about bathing. A century ago, there were pure-blooded humans who perished from starvation simply because they did not know how to use a spoon while stranded on desolate planets. Recently, to prevent such incidents, the imperial authorities had temporarily implemented a caretaker-level survival tutorial for purebloods. However, this did not hinder the majority from still living in a manner where they merely extended their hands for clothing and opened their mouths for food. Remaining untouched by the mundane world, regaining her composure, Wang Yue Qingsha swallowed hard and feigned calmness. "You needn't worry. I can bathe myself." With that, she cast a discreet glance at the door, signaling for the young man to leave. Yet, he seemed completely oblivious to her subtle hints. The aloof youth continued to approach, frowning in disapproval as he remarked, "How could I not worry? You are a minor, someone who requires the protection of an elder. What if you drown while bathing alone?" Wang Yue Qingsha. She glanced at the shallow bathtub, realizing she was hardly foolish enough to reach such a dire state. Attempting to explain, she found that the young man, resembling an overly protective guardian, dismissed her words as childish nonsense. "You cannot bathe while clothed," he insisted. "You want to be clean, and you might fall ill." With that proclamation, before Wang Yue Qingsha could react, a hand naturally approached her. Truth be told, the young man's hands were exceptionally beautiful. His long fingers were elegantly proportioned, with distinct joints. The faint blue veins lay hidden beneath his pale skin, and the tips of his fingers were adorned with the sticky remnants of melted soap. His hand exuded an enticing allure, yet that was not the crux of the matter. Now was not the time to admire hands. Wang Yue Qingsha remained focused as that hand, a veritable work of art, moved closer, on the verge of unwrapping her towel. In a decisive motion, she swatted the hand away. The sharp sound resonated throughout the bathroom, and in an instant, a vivid red handprint appeared on the back of the young man's pale hand. Glaringly conspicuous, their gazes locked, and silence enveloped the air. The young man pressed his lips into a thin line, his cool, beautiful phoenix eyes quietly observing her. Chapter 102. I am purely clean towards you after what felt like an eternity. The young man lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting shadows over his pupils. He remained silent, yet Wang Yue Qingsha could distinctly sense an atmosphere of melancholy and sorrow emanating from him. She attempted to clarify. But before she could speak, he softly interjected, "Do you dislike me?" Wang Yue Qingsha was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head resolutely. The young man stepped forward, extending his hand, only to halt abruptly in midair. "If you do not dislike me, then why won't you allow me to touch you?" he asked, a hint of disappointment veiling his voice, his lips drawn into a straight line. The cool, exquisite beauty now wore an expression of sadness. Wang Yue Qingsha felt at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. To soothe his emotions, and to help him regain his composure, she mustered the courage to say, "It's not that I don't want you to touch me. I am just a bit scared." This statement was genuine. As someone who had never been in a relationship and struggled with severe social anxiety, Wang Yue Qingsha had lived her life as a complete stranger to society. Having reached this point in her life, she had never even held a man's hand. Just being in the same room with someone of the opposite sex made her feel anxious. At the most vulnerable moments, during bathing or using the restroom, Wang Yueqing found herself in a precarious position, facing a male figure while already feeling immense pressure. The added burden of needing to comfort the young man only intensified her stress. The more she pondered, the more exhausted she felt. Sighing deeply, as she internally lamented her circumstances, she noticed that the young man was watching her intently.